Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match Foster Farms Simply Raised boneless, skinless chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And there's two of us. Here's Dibs.
And large 2-pound packs of delicious and juicy strawberries for $4.99 each. And taste the quality of the new Signature Select potato chips, 7.75 to 8 ounce selected varieties, just $1.88 each, Mark.
Is that all from you?
That's all.
I could have used more.
More chips, more strawberries?
Well, just more of all things that you can find at Safeway. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $519 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, use kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCOPest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
It's Big O Tire's anniversary sales event. Now through June 14th, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll also get our industry-leading ProTech Plus warranty for free. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
In San Francisco today, clouds then sun with a high of 71.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now the 10th pitch, Devers takes strike 3 called. Round 1 goes to Kyle Harrison. They're going to challenge this one. Might be right. That one might have caught the corner. ABS powered by T-Mobile.
Calls overturned. Milwaukee has 2 remaining.
Strike 3. Get the core loose. So that's the secret. Now there's strikeout number 12. Harrison has matched his career high. You got Devers to chase up.
One of 3 strikeouts Kyle Harrison had on one Rafi Devers. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Dave Fleming, Hunter Pence on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. It was a revenge game of sorts for a variety of reasons. And Kyle Shanahan, God, why do I keep doing that? What are we doing? It's a hump day. Shanahan? No. We will talk Niners at some point, but today's about the Giants. Harrison. Good God, 5 2/3, 4 hits, 12 strikeouts, 12, 96. No, it's 12, Sam. I have the box score up right here. What are you doing in here? Hey, don't be bothering me. Hey, I'm already pissed off. They lost this series. They're going to lose more. They're 15 games under 500. Things aren't good right now for the San Francisco Giants. And yes, I understand that Kyle Harrison was traded after the Red Sox already dealt him. It's 2 trades away. But it's hard, Joe, waking up this morning and seeing that guy and how he developed in that system and how not 1 but 2 teams going back here in San Francisco weren't able to do that for the local kid, from the kid from De La Salle, the guy that was a kid grew up a Giants fan. Why couldn't he do that here? So there is frustration abound. It was nice to see Bryce Eldridge get a hit yesterday. There were some positives, even though this season is complete with negatives. I mean, God, he was on. I got to tip the cap, as Kruko likes to say. He was incredible yesterday. He was incredible.
Well, I'm rooting for him just overall, Kyle Harrison. And maybe people are going to disagree. I wasn't even that outraged over yesterday's game, quite frankly. And I'm sure that there are a ton of people that are. Kyle Harrison, that's one of the best starts outside of the Dodgers start that he had early on.
Yeah.
Against the Dodgers, like to really start his career. That's the best he's looked. And I think his arm angle is one thing that's pretty obvious to me, where it looks like they've really changed the slot on it. But You saw from the first at-bat of the game, when you're able to throw a backdoor sweeper on a 3-2 count, boy, you really trust that pitch.
Yeah.
Against Casey Schmidt. He was ahead in the count early and often. He was locating the sweeper, slurve, whatever he calls that pitch.
I believe they call it a slurve, but yeah, it's a sweeper. Yeah.
Bumgarner threw a very similar pitch. Yeah. But for me, it was the fastball deception, fastball velocity, and the ability to not hang it. I mean, he was really able to get it with that upward, they call it vert, but that upward spin. He did a great job yesterday, and I'm rooting for him. Now, there's an entire separate conversation about the Devers deal, Harrison's overall development is a total separate conversation for me. I'm of the nature that I have not seen this team outside of Logan Webb truly develop a young pitcher to their maximum. I feel good about Landon Root, but he's kind of been up and down the last couple starts. Trevor McDonald, I thought, pitched pretty well yesterday, but to see it play out over multiple seasons, that's true development. And really, if we're looking at young pitchers that the Giants have truly developed over multiple seasons, the only one is really Logan Webb right now. Over the last, let's just say, decade.
Yeah.
They've had a year of Gausman, a year of Rodon, where they fixed certain guys. Camilo Duvall had flashes. I think Ryan Walker at times had flashes.
Robbie Ray coming off an injury. He's looked good at times. He's established.
Cy Young Award winner. He's been good for the bulk of his career.
Sure.
But yeah, they definitely, found some magic with him for a while. I haven't seen a sustained run for any young guy the way that you're seeing with Kyle Harrison. I think it's a testament, obviously, to Kyle and his ability to kind of bounce back from not one but two trades and one from his hometown team that he grew up loving because he's a De La Salle boy. But to see Milwaukee do what they do, they've got the Miz, who you're going to see at some point. I think it's today. He's pitching today, the Miz.
Mizorowski?
Yeah.
I believe
if
so.
Not, he's the next series.
Let's see. The pitching probables I have up right now. It's TBD right now still. Right. Logan Webb, though, will be on the bump.
Might go opener.
Yeah.
But what they've done with their starters is pretty incredible. They've got multiple guys in the bullpen that have stolen victories because they're kind of patchworking some of their pitching. I mean, they really take a philosophy right out of the Tampa Bay Rays book when it comes to we're going to put the ball in play, we're going to run, we're going to play really good defense, and we're going to develop pitching. I know everybody's outraged about the Giants angle in this. I'm just happy for Kyle Harrison. I truly am. I really am. I'm happy for him. At no point did I feel like the Giants were going to fully maximize his career. And so on an individual, because I root for local people that I think are good people, right? I root for people that I think put in the work. And we'll get to a Matt Chapman conversation in a second. But for Kyle Harrison, I was pulling for him, even though it's against my team. I want to see him do well because I really do think that he really cares.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. I think it's a noble thing to say this morning in an era where we're constantly rooting against players because you want to see them fail elsewhere because it didn't work here. I always go back to, he who shall not be named on these airwaves, Jonathan Kuminga. There's a lot of people rooting against JK just because they want their team and their head coach or their GM to be right. And that's what I get it. As fans, that's what we do, right? We want everything to be right here. Our organization knows everything. So I want to see that person fail elsewhere. But I'm with you, Joe. I don't want to see Kyle Harrison suck elsewhere. It just didn't work here for whatever reason. And maybe it wasn't even developmental. Maybe it was just I needed to be elsewhere. And maybe it just didn't work in Boston for whatever reason, and Milwaukee's the place. Sometimes that happens in life.
No doubt.
You
but
go a couple places
with Boston. Because one of the original pitching coaches during the Kapler-Farhan era here was Andrew Bailey.
Correct.
Andrew Bailey is also in Boston.
Yep.
And so, I think that whatever they were doing in San Francisco was similar to what they were doing in Boston. I'm not saying that, change of scenery doesn't matter. It does. But also what you do with that player.
Correct.
Style of play, and so I'm telling you, man, they've done some mechanical things with him. And then I think there's this entire conversation about psychology and confidence in sports. And I mean this very genuinely. Joe, I'm coaching 10U All-Stars last night.
Oh, there you go.
Like I root. Oh, it's great.
Nice.
But I root for local kids.
Totally.
I've been, one of my good friends from growing up, this family that I've known forever, the Grove family, one of their young kids is playing for De La Salle.
Nice.
I think it's Pat or Andrew's son plays for De La Salle.
The baseball team?
Yeah, and
nice.
he had a big game-winning hit. I root for De La Salle. De La Salle's a great program.
Spartans, baby.
I root for De La Salle. That is a great, not that I don't root for other public schools,
but
private schools.
They represent a lot of NorCal sports. And
100%.
Definitely
right?
football and baseball, yeah.
And so, this is a guy from De La Salle. Of course I'm going to root for him. If he was on the Dodgers, maybe I would have a little different perspective. Who are the Brewers to me?
Nah.
And, I don't really have anything. If anything, I actually am really, I admire what the Brewers do. They do it on a very middle-of-the-pack budget. They have found a way to regalvanize Christian Yelich, who I thought his back was done. I thought he was going to be finished as a player.
I thought he was cooked too.
They play a brand of baseball as I watch it, as they're bunting guys over, as they're hitting with 2 strikes, as they play really good defense, as they have an entire litany of arms that come out of the bullpen and can give you 1 inning, can give you 3 innings. They've got unbelievable starters that have clearly moxie and confidence, and they clearly have a system that allows individuals to thrive. I don't know how anybody could come out of that game and not look at the Milwaukee Brewers and go, I don't know what they're doing, but I need to steal more people from that organization.
And it's all led by that manager, Pat Murphy. We played some of the sound the other week, Joe, of him calling out that guy Uribe, one of their relief pitchers, who did the D-Generation X suck it a couple times to a Cardinals player. And Pat Murphy had to be like, yeah, we don't do that. Hey, I love the kid. I'm rooting for him. I want him to succeed on our team. We don't do that to the opposition on the field. And it was actually really nice to see Eldridge yesterday get, a solid 100-mile-an-hour single right off Uribe. I thought he was going to go to first base and do a suck it. No, I know he's not going to. But, it really did highlight yesterday all the things going right within an organization in that 8th inning and all the things that is going wrong with the opposition, and that being the San Francisco Giants.
I was actually encouraged. There's other things that happened in both the top and bottom of the 8th inning.
It was kind of like symbiotic or symptomatic is the word I'm looking for of how the season has gone. That 8th inning for me, anyways.
Well, all right, so now we're here. Yeah. So the Eldridge moment. So, Arise starts the inning off with a double.
Yeah.
Willie Adames kind of gets him over to third base on a ground ball. Adames had a really nice game.
Yeah.
Overall.
It was a productive out.
Yeah. And so now you have Arise at third base with 1 out. Here comes Chapman. And Chapman's 0 for 2. He's got to walk at that point. And he's swinging at the first pitch up above the letters. And you could just see. And I do want to have a legitimate, down-to-earth conversation about Matt Chapman today. And I don't want it to be filled with hate. I really don't.
No.
I'm a little exhausted by the Giants conversation and the negativity. Look, I get it. We're the worst team in baseball right now. There's no other way around it. And I'm not trying to be I zig when everyone's zag. I'm being sincere here. I am trying to find the positives in all the negatives.
Joe, it's June 3rd. We can't be losing our minds for the next 3 months.
Every day.
We're not going to last till football season.
Once somebody's down, you don't need to keep kicking them. No. So, all right, so Chapman pops up foul. It's a bad at bat. I could feel that Chapman's trying to get it all back with one swing. Anybody who's played ball, especially baseball, knows.
Pressing.
It's just when you are trying to get it back, you're in a hellscape. I mean, you're just in your own dome. So Chapman to the side, because I want to get to him in about 20 minutes. I have a legitimate thing on Chapman. Eldridge steps up. There's a runner on third. There's 2 outs. Guy's throwing heatus. He throws it looks like they call it a sinker, but it's some sort of a cutter downward movement type of a pitch because he's throwing it at 100 miles an hour down around his kneecaps. And he turns on the inside pitch and rips it down the line. So it's a 2-out clutch hit. And you're thinking to yourself, all right, now it's 4-2. We got a little life here.
Got action.
Here comes Susak. Susak's down to 2 strikes. Takes an inside pitch the other way. Total 2-out, 2-strike hitting approach. I loved it. And now you got runners at first and second. Up comes Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee's been awesome. All right, it's 4-2. Top of the 8th. It's like, wow, everything's gone wrong in this game. And here we go. We have a chance to get back into this game.
Yep.
and Jung-Hoo Lee goes the other way. And from left field, Eldridge scores. And boy, is he slow.
He slows
comes around,
molasses.
he scores on that play. I was fired up. Like, I was legitimately fired up. I'm like, look at these three guys. Eldridge, Susac, and now Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, and I thought that was like, well, you're talking about everything that's going right. Jung-Hoo Lee's had a great little run since returning from the injury. He's been really good. Why is he not in the lineup?
It's a good question.
Why is he pinch hitting?
I have no idea.
Why is Eldridge not in the lineup? Why is he pinch? Okay, so I know. I'm told I won't be outraged. I want to be happy. But like, I'm like, this is why these guys need to play. And like Susac, we're gonna have ups and downs. And there's a separate conversation about how the staff is responding to the pitch calling from behind the plate. And I saw Hank Schulman put out a bunch of stats.
Yeah, the tweet was interesting. I have that one up here. Yeah.
So now it's 4-3 as Eldridge slides in, and I'm like, let's go. If you're gonna die hard. You know what I mean? Like, let's go out with a fight. And then Drew Gilbert comes up and he's swinging like he's, trying to hit a home run. And it's like, Drew, you're not a home run hitter.
My guy was freaking out in the outfield.
Well, he misplayed that ball. I mean, he hit the wall. He mistimed his jump. He hit the wall a little prematurely. Look, if he's gonna play, like Drew, if he wants to make it in the league, those are the kinds of plays, though tough as they are, he's got to make them.
Yeah, you got to make them.
So I come away in the top of the 8th inning super fired up and encouraged, knowing it's still probably a long shot that we win this game. And then obviously the 8th inning was an inning from hell, all with 2 outs, and they're scoring. And, Yelich comes through with the big-time hit, and play after play you're not making. And we'll get to Chapman. But overall, I thought it was a little bit of everything in that game. And though, am I disappointed we never developed Harrison? Absolutely, I'm disappointed. I'm heartbroken. This is a second-round pick who at one time was the second best pitching prospect in baseball. And he never showed what he showed yesterday for you. Now, I could simultaneously be happy for him and his family and root for him and be incredibly bummed out that I kind of have come to the conclusion probably wasn't going to happen here. And that sucks. And does it sting a little that he did it against the Giants? There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And I'm protecting myself from my own misery by trying not to be ticked off. Seeing Rafi Devers strike out 3 times to Harrison and 4 times in general. Yeah, it's not a great feeling, but I truly am, like, because I root for good people who try hard. Dude, I am happy for Kyle Harrison. It sucks he did it against us, but on another level, it's like, take that.
Yeah.
You guys sold me. Take that. Like, don't you root for that in sports?
No, I love that.
Sucks it came at our expense.
Well, he was clearly fired. You could tell early on in that game he was fired up.
He wanted it.
Just with the velocity alone, 96, 97 he was touching. He was strikeouts all over the place, striking out the side, 12 Ks overall for Kyle Harrison. And I think it's a fair question to ask this morning. Giants fans waking up, 888-957-9570. And I get it. There was another team removed from Harrison with the Boston Red Sox. So it's 2 teams past that. Mm-hmm. But I know we're coming up on the anniversary, 1-year anniversary in a couple weeks here of the Rafi Devers deal. Knowing what you know now with what Harrison's been able to do. I know James Tibbs, he's been balling in AAA. He hasn't really done anything in the bigs. I don't think he'd been called up yet. Would you still make that Devers deal? Knowing what you know now. And it looks like Kyle Harrison's going to be one of the top 3, 4, 5 guys for the Cy Young maybe this year. They have 2 of those guys on that team and that Brewers staff, by the way. Now, he's not going to win it because you're in the National League with Paul Skeens, Pizarowski, and as I said, Shohei Ohtani earlier, like, it is absolutely stacked, the starting pitching in this, league. And that just rubs the salt in the wound, too, because as you said to start off the show, Joe, they haven't really developed anyone since, like, Logan Webb. And we might be seeing the shine kind of wear off him finally here he's getting a little older. He's coming back from an injury. Yeah. Like,
he's had a lot of wear and tear.
It's really frustrating if I'm a Giants fan. That being said, there were some positives to take away last night. And I do think that 8th inning was one of them. Bryce Eldridge doing what he did yesterday against that nasty stuff from Uribe. I think Jung-Hoo Lee's actually been a great story when he's on the field this year. He's batting .307.
No,
give the guy some credit here.
He's had a heck of a little run here.
We've been hard on him here because he was a complete unknown when they gave him that contract. Hasn't really lived up to it. Which,
here's what I would tell you on Jung-Hoo Lee. At minimum, he's a starting caliber outfielder in Major League Baseball, right? Like that's what he is. And on this team, that says a lot because they don't have a lot of starting caliber players in the outfield, and he's been excellent. I do want to get into Matt Chapman.
Okay.
As a fan base, like we do have to take a deep breath on Chapman. And I want to discuss it. And I'm not doing this disingenuously. I'm doing this seriously. And I want to correlate it to another guy that I saw in real time the misery on his face. And I felt like we just kept piling on. And I'm raising my hand, admitting my own guilt. And I want to change my own ways. So I do want to get into Matt Chapman.
We'll get into that. Plus, day after the Giants game, we'll hear from Tony Vitello. What do you hear? What do you say? On the other side, as Kyle Harrison balls out in the revenge game against the Giants, 5 2/3, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 12 Ks, and a couple walks there. And yeah, striking out Rafi Devers 3 times. Knowing what you know now, Giants fans, would you still do that Devers deal with the Boston Red Sox? 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming, 820, voice of the Giants. Grant Cohn, 920, covers the Niners for Sports Illustrated. And that's what's coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
Hey, it's Joe Spadoni here, talking about getting your home ready for summer with Ashby Lumber. Every detail matters when designing an outdoor living space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch, even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and easy to work with. Humboldt Sawmill Redwood checks all the boxes for a beautiful and durable building material. Ashby Lumber stocks a full range of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood lumber products, including decking, fencing, dimensional, timbers, and more. With locations in Berkeley and Concord, Ashby Lumber is here to serve you. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore their selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project. Learn more at ashbylumber.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Spain had never won a World Cup. For decades, they've been football's great underachievers, the cup of perpetual quarterfinals. Then a generation came through Barcelona's La Masia Academy and Real Madrid's youth ranks and rewrote everything. Xavi, Iniesta, Xabi Alonso, Sergio Busquets. Possession football refined to a fine art. Tiki-taka. Hundreds of short passes. Opponents chasing shadows. They lost their opener to Switzerland, then won 6 straight. The final against the Netherlands was a bruising, ugly affair. 1-0 groundout deep into extra time until Iniesta arrived at the back post and side-footed a volley past Martin Stecklenburg. Spain, world champions.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Happy Hump Day, people. Happy Hump Day.
That one blasted to left field, toward the wall, and off the top of the wall, and then it hit above the wall. That's a home run. Adames now gets word he can keep running. So the Giants are on the board. Willie Adames having a big game. It's 3-1.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
There was a couple weird plays in baseball yesterday. Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area there. Dave's going to be joining us, as he does each and every week, our 95.7 The Game Giants Insider. That's going to be at 8:20 today. I believe it'll be just on the phone, though. We won't get to see his beautiful and happy face, although Dave's been a little disgruntled the last few weeks given the recent play of the Giants. Now 15 games under 500 after a loss to the Milwaukee Brewers yesterday. And at best now, they can try to get a split of the series. Logan Webb going to be on the bump tonight. That Willie Adames play there. And then, did you see yesterday, Joe? Did you see Joe Adell? What happened? The outfielder for the Los Angeles Angels, who by a half game, by the way, are the worst team in Major League Baseball. Just a half game better than or worse than the San Francisco Giants. So we have that. Joe Adell pulled a Jose Canseco.
No.
Bounced off his head for a home run. So things could be worse. We're looking on the bright side.
I hate the Angels.
The rally monkey? Does that still give?
Why are you laughing about that? That's not
because
funny.
He's going to laugh at the pain,
No,
Joe.
it's not. It'll never be funny.
Laugh at the pain.
I hate the rally monkey.
They haven't done anything since that moment.
Oh,
Nothing.
great. Oh, great. That makes me feel better.
Giants got 3 World
That makes
Series
me feel better.
since that.
Hey, guys. Hey, don't worry. The Angels haven't done anything since that one time they beat you in Game 6 and Game 7. But they've done nothing since.
The Giants were the better team that series. We all know it. So we can tell ourselves that. That'll help. You're the better team. They were. The Brewers are the better team. No one's going to get that
Rest
twisted.
in peace, Garrett Anderson.
There you go. Thank you. The Brewers are the better team. No one's disputing that. The Giants are one of the worst teams in baseball. No one's disputing that. Okay? I'm also not going to sit here for the next 3 months, 4 months, however long this season's going to take now, 3, September it's going to end, thank God, and just crush this team every single day. It's going to be a tune-out for you, Joe. It's going to be a tune-out for the audience. I'm going to be depressed. I can't do depression radio talking about this Giants team for that long. Can there be silver linings in a lost season? Absolutely there can be. And yesterday the story is it's going to be Kyle Harrison in his first start against the Giants since the Giants traded him obviously to Boston. Boston trades him to Milwaukee. He shoved yesterday. He gets the win. We'll hear Vitello on it. We'll hear from Kyle Harrison himself. Hell, we'll even hear from the Brewers manager, Pat Murphy, on it.
So, I'm diving deep on Harrison. And I think one thing that was pretty obvious to me when I watched him in a Giants uniform is that he would leave a lot of his fastballs up and he wasn't able to locate kind of lower in the zone. And then the sweeper, he just couldn't get over for a strike. He really struggled to keep it in the zone. So it was like a take pitch for a lot of guys.
Well, in the movement, as you're saying on the fastball, really didn't have a lot of spin, and it was lower velocity for today's standards with the Giants. Anyways, it felt like he was always touching around 94.
When that was his calling card in the minors.
Yeah.
So they had clearly changed something with him. Whatever. Anyway, I'm looking at kind of his heat zones, and if you see here, I mean, the red indicates all of the fastballs that he throws for strikes.
The baseball savant, yeah.
And I mean, he's peppering the zone all over, and then strategically, using the fastball in, I'm up in the count. I'm up 1-2 or whatever, or I'm up 0-2. I'm able to locate a kind of like, let me raise your eye level and see if you'll chase this fastball up. And then he's got all the sweepers are down in the zone. And his changeup is either low and away or up and over the zone. And so I just think he's done a really, really good job, throwing strikes. Like, I know that sounds really simplistic, but I think his arm angle and then getting ahead, throwing strikes, I think that's been a game changer for him. And the game can be very simple when you're up, you start 0-1. And then you get up to 0-2 or 1-2. You're able to miss a little, and you're able to get guys to chase. There was an at-bat Devers had late in the game, and it wasn't against Harrison, but, I mean, he's so not seeing it well right now, even though he was red hot in May. And he's swinging at balls that aren't even close. And he's down 0-2, and it's like now you're in protect mode. And it's just, at-bats are very pitch-to-pitch and very psychological. And I feel like pitchers are the exact same way.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And confidence is a tricky thing in sports, particularly with starting pitchers. Bullpen, obviously, we talk about this a lot, how shaky it could be. Closers, right? One bad blown save could derail a guy's entire career sometimes. And especially for a guy like Kyle Harrison, with all that pressure early on. I mean, Joe, he's still only 24. We're acting like this kid is like 27, 28. He's just 24. So they're getting the prime of him, they're hoping, in Milwaukee, or just scratching the surface of his prime right now. Let's hear from the manager on his thoughts. Tony Vitello, what do you hear? What do you say? We hear him after every single Giants game, and his thoughts on what he saw from Harrison. Carter. And this is what he had to say on what made Kyle Harrison so hard to hit on.
The same thing visited, I think, in the dugout and also in the hitters meeting, forcing. It's a challenge to lay off fastball up. So potentially a couple walks there on pitches that are either up, and then also just under a few pitches in different situations. And then there were a few good at bats, sometimes nothing to show for it, and then able to do a couple things like a walk or a hit, just find a way to get on base. But we weren't able to accumulate anything there. Once we weren't good against the lefty, which I thought it was a possibility, stay left-handed and go to Ashby, and he's been one of the better guys in the league, and we actually showed fairly well against him, but not able to accumulate enough.
Tony, I love you, pal, but we're overthinking this. Whoever's doing it, you, Menashin, Buster, like, we're just overthinking this. In no world, I mean, without getting too angry, there's no world where this guy who pitched before he even got an at-bat because they were getting blown out so bad the other day, should that guy be DHing ahead of Bryce Eldridge? Like, I don't care. I don't care.
That guy, Buddy Kennedy. Buddy.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not your buddy, guy.
In no world should Buddy Kennedy, all right, be batting ahead of Bryce Eldridge.
Who has Buddy Kennedy has 161 career Major League Baseball at bats.
How old is Buddy?
Buddy Kennedy is 27 from Millville, New Jersey, same place as Mike Trout.
Great. I like, you know what that's equivalent of? It's like, hey, I know we got Brock Purdy here, and that we're really really care about, but got to get Curtis O'Rourke some.
Oh no!
Got to get him some touches here.
No,
like what are we doing? No, like seriously.
The astronaut. Where's Josh Dobbs when you need him, right?
And if you want to make the argument that Bryce Eldridge needed a little rest, he hasn't even played. He played the field once in the last week.
Once.
This guy could go all day long. Like, I just, legs look pretty fresh scoring yesterday to me, even though he's slow as hell.
Just play him we are overthinking this entire thing. And there's going to be a deeper conversation as the season goes on, Joe. Someone in the upper management's got to go. Like, it's pretty obvious. From the developmental staff aspect, from the money allocation, the asset allocation of this team is pretty putrid right now. As I'm comparing, contrasting constantly with other organizations, and the Milwaukee Brewers are the most recent example of everything you need to do right when it comes to player development, when it comes to acknowledging a player early on and paying said player. I'm talking about Jackson Cheerio, mate, who's batting .284 this year. Who's looking like a baller for them. Like they identified him when he's 18, 19, said, oh yeah, he's going to be the guy for the next decade. Let's pay him right now. Like, that's what good organizations do. I'm not saying the Giants need to do that right now with Bryce Eldridge, but it would be nice if my organization had some belief in the top prospect.
Who do you think the Brewers want to face? Who do you think the Brewers want to face? Buddy Kennedy or Bryce Eldridge?
The Brewers want to see Buddy Kennedy.
That's what I'm saying.
Buddy Kennedy.
That's what I'm saying.
God.
I mean, we're just overthinking this. I don't care if an ambidextrous pitcher is coming up to face my entire team.
Pat Venditti?
He needs to be in the lineup.
Amphibious.
No, I'm like laughing because it's not even worth getting outraged and screaming and yelling. Like, we've overthought everything. And now I get to Matt Chapman.
Oh, before you get to Matt Chapman, it is time for the teamwork play of the game, Joe. Brought to you by El Camino Health, because there was another game last night, and I'm not talking about the Giants and Brewers, all right? I'm also not talking about Love Island or Stanley Cup Finals Game 1, which was insane, by the way. No, I'm talking about our Golden State Valkyries, who cruised, shout out Guru, to a 95-77 win over the Portland Fire in their first game in the WNBA's Commissioner's Cup. They hit a franchise record, Joe, 18 threes, led by 5 from Kayla Thornton, including this one to put the Valks up big in the first half.
Burton, dribble handoff with Gabby Williams between the legs on Barker in the paint to the corner. Kayla Thornton for 3. Gucci! 54-36, 12 made threes and a half for Golden State. Again, the team record for a game is 16.
Almost shatter that in the first half alone. 12, then obviously would get 6 more on top of that for a franchise record 18 threes. Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for Golden State Valkyries basketball. And Thornton led the Valkyries with 19 points. And that was the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, where togethering heals. And you know what? We're going to try to heal the Giants community on the other side, Joe, because I do want to hear you pay off that tease. You're talking about Matt Chapman and why this situation reminds you of another that took place on a different Bay Area team not too long ago. And it's all going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. SF Fire Credit Union is celebrating 75 years with a new limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. That's right. A certificate is similar to what a bank calls a CD, and this one gives members a big earnings boost up front. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7th-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI. Up to $250,000 per account.
Hey, baseball fans, want to turn your good deed into game day? This June, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free tickets to see the San Francisco Giants in action. No batting average required, just a little time and a big heart. In about an hour, you can help save lives, and we'll send you to the ballpark to celebrate. So grab a friend, roll up your sleeve, and make it a double play. Help patients in need and catch a Giants game at Oracle Park. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to book your appointment today. Stanford Blood Center, where heroes win big.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you're ready to lose weight, feel stronger, boost your energy, or finally get your hormones dialed in, check out Jumpstart MD. You get real clinicians, real support, and a fully personalized plan with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, testosterone therapy, hormone optimization, peptide therapy, and more. They've helped Californians lose over 1 million pounds and counting. Visit one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or do it all online. Mention radio for up to 70% off this June. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Sisig, 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 Sisig.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
Be sure to tune into the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where togethering heals.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Hey, Sam, I don't know if you guys are doing this at Laughing Monk yet, but I'm going to petition and I'm going to hit you up on the side. Maybe I'll text you. We need to have like Laughing Monk Love Island viewing parties. We're going to do that this summer.
Shut up.
I'll invite people. The Roasters could come. Carter could come. Sam can. Shasky could bring LJ. It'll be a great time. Good, clean family fun. Love Island. You know what's not good, clean family fun right now? Watching the Giants. But watching the Brewers was fun. I mean, that's a good team. No, they're good, man. Like this is stacked division, and they're leading it right now in the NL Central. Every single team in that division, Joe, is over 500. You got the Pirates at 33-28. You got the Cardinals at 31-28. The Cubs, the Reds, all those teams, man. And it used to be that division was kind of middling, kind of bottom dwellers, that and the AL Central. But they're the best division by far in Major League Baseball this year. Is pretty incredible. That being said, the big takeaway yesterday, outside of Kyle Harrison, I think for you was what you saw with Matt Chapman. And I guess what you're also not seeing from him at times. Looks like he's pressing. This is a guy we've talked about for a while. Obviously had the article last week, or I guess it was early in the week, whatever it was, Susan Slusser, of him getting death threats and his family, and it's just the ridiculousness from some fans, if you want to call them that, or just degenerates is what I would say. He's clearly wearing it. And it's tough to watch someone's confidence in real time just kind of fail. We see it a lot in individual sports, as kind of the French Open's on right now. You see it in golf all the time. Just individual sport athletes collapse. It is harder when it's a Major League Baseball player. And Joe, there's 162 of these games. So you're watching every single day. And it hasn't been good for Matt.
Did you listen to Willard and Grandy yesterday? They had Buster Olney on.
Who's fantastic. Yes, yeah. I did.
So Buster Olney had this thing to say about the core that they have, Devers, Adames, and Chapman. And I want to preface everything I'm saying by this soundbite. So you listen to this, what, they were talking about the core, and really this is who we've got.
It would be ugly. I mean, first off, you would definitely have to eat a lot of money. You might have to take a bad contract in return. To get a team even interested in it, you might have to give up some prospect value. I mean, at this point, and then I'm just going on feedback that I'm hearing from other teams where they're like, man, they're stuck with those guys. They feel like that unless the Giants basically are willing to make a bad trade, that they're probably going to be stuck with these guys, and they just have to hope that they start playing better. It's not an easy roster to turn around, that's for sure.
All right, so let's go with this assumption that they're kind of just stuck with these guys. All right? If this was a one-year deal, this would be a different situation, but it's not. I want to talk about Chapman in last night in the eighth inning, and it reminded me of Klay Thompson. There's a lot of things I've done in my radio career that I look back on and I'm like, man, knowing what I know now, how would I have approached it? Would I have done something different? You always hear people like, no regrets. Like, no, that's not how I live my life. I have a lot of regrets. And there's a lot of things that, knowing what I know now, I would go about things a little different. When Klay Thompson was struggling, he's coming back from a devastating injury. I think it tormented him on so many levels, and it clearly zapped his physical prime. And I watched a guy every night struggle to get it back. And then I watched a guy really struggle to compartmentalize the fan conversation around him. Some of it very toxic, some of it very ugly, some of it positive. Some people were rooting for him. And I'm not sure that he did himself a lot of favors with maybe some of his body language, which is fair or not. Like, people just critique that stuff. And I came onto the air every day and I'll be like, man, Klay's just, he's not the main problem, but he's not a solution right now. And every day I would identify it. And I thought I went about it in a way that was somewhat professional. But looking back on that season with Klay Thompson, maybe I contributed to the pile-on, right? And I'm trying to reflect here, and I'm not trying to say that I'm the reason that Klay. No, I'm just saying that the conversation, these things, like, we are people that can create a stir in a good or a bad way. And these are human beings, right? Now, they're paid to play ball, and I am paid to analyze how they're playing ball. But I think how we talk about them has a very big impact on the fan base and how they're going to react to them. And I remember with Klay Thompson, it just felt like the snowball down the hill was getting bigger and bigger, and the weight on his shoulders felt larger. And with each missed shot, especially early in games, you could feel him pressing. And I legitimately felt there were multiple times where I was like, dude, this guy needs a sports hug.
Remember early on in that season, they had to have a team meeting because of his shot selection.
I know.
That was probably the signal to all of us in real time saying, oh boy, this probably isn't going to end well. You're having a team meeting this early on with a franchise legend, that one of the greatest, probably in my lifetime, maybe the second greatest three-point shooter, went up for my money. I know Reggie, I know Ray, but second greatest three-point shooter ever. You're telling him his shot selection needs to be better? It's probably not going to end well. And it did.
Now look, I'm also the creator of Don't Tell Me How to Fan. So I'm not going to tell people how to fan. But I am going to say, I do think that we need to understand that we are kind of stuck with these guys for now. And particularly in Matt Chapman. Last night I saw it on his face. And it all played out in that 8th inning. So it's the 8th inning. He's 0 for 2. He's got a walk. He's in the middle of probably one of the worst starts to his offensive year that he's had in his entire career. Defensively, though, there are advanced metrics that'll say he's saved more runs at third base than any other guy. I just don't think he's been as good defensively, right? And I think that's just a fair thing to say. By his metric and his standard of what we've seen the last few years, I don't think he's been as good defensively.
No, he still might be better than a lot of other guys, but to your point, you signed this guy hoping that he was at least going to be top 3, top 4 defensive third baseman in Major League Baseball.
I still think he's an above average defender.
He's really good. But no, at the very least, you signed him thinking you're going to get one of the plus gloves in baseball, and he really just hasn't been this year, which has been unfortunate, coupled with his poor offensive output.
Now, I pile on guys who I think are slappies, right? I think guys that are kind of like
knuckleheads.
Yeah. And guys that don't maybe put in the full work, that aren't loved by their teammates and by people on the team. Do I think Matt Chapman is one of those guys? No. I actually think he works really hard. I think he really cares. I thought Klay really cared. I think actually Klay cared too much, and I'm not ripping him on that. I think he felt his entire worth was through him as a basketball player, and I think that made it even psychologically more difficult for him. Yeah. And I'm not pretending to be some therapist or psychology major. I know people, right? And I've seen a lot of people, and I myself have gone through ups and downs emotionally, and I feel like I can spot it out when I see it.
And in Klay's case, obviously the 2 major injuries and being sidelined for that long, no one knows unless you've gone through a major injury in rehab and trying to get back to that level, the wear and tear, not only physically, Joe, to try to get back, but mentally trying to have that hunger and trying to get back to that level. No one can ever quantify how the struggle of that is and the toll that it takes. And also, Klay Thompson's standing within that organization, within the Warriors fan base at that time.
Legendary.
Legendary.
So and much he gave his body for the team.
So much more in the finals, Joe. Yeah. And it's so much more than whatever the Matt Chapman standing is within the Giants fan base right now.
But he's still human.
He is, yes.
And I still believe that I really, truly believe, for as frustrated as I've been with some of the play with Matt Chapman, I really do think he puts in the work. I really do think he really cares. And that's why I think it's tormenting him right now. And I think the psychology of sports and the confidence in this game is so fickle. How many times have you struggled at the plate and you take it out with you into the defense and you're just having a bad night? And last night in the 8th inning, he comes up to the plate. It's the top of the 8th. And he's 0 for 2 with a walk, and there's a runner on third base with 1 out. Chappie, I'm thinking of, if I'm him, I'm gonna drive this run home right now. This is my moment. I'm gonna turn around my season. I'm gonna go on a run. I gotta have it. And baseball is one of those sports. The harder you try, the worse the results. It's bizarre. It's a total mental. And first pitch, boom, he pops up, and the camera cuts to him as he's in the dugout, and he's got his arms on the rail. And the poor guy I could see him, because I've been there. I could see him just thinking, like, what am I doing? How could I miss that pitch? God, like he's going through it.
Right.
So then we get to the bottom of the 8th. Now he's out on defense. Frelick hits like this little blooper with a runner on first over third base, and he's sprinting. It's a ridiculously difficult play. It's a Texas League bloop shot, and has he made plays like that in the past? Yeah, he has, because he's a freaking 5-time Gold Glove winner for a reason, and he just misses that play. It's an incredibly difficult play, and he gets up, and you can just see he's like, like he wants it so bad to make that play. All right, then with 2 outs, Yelich is at the plate. It's a 4-3 game. It's a 1-run game. There's 2 outs. Yelich hits a little pop fly. It's the same inning, all right? It's all happening in the same inning. And it's in foul territory, and he slides near where they'd have like that tarp roll-up thing, that area along the fence. He just misses the ball. And again, another really tough play. Also another play I've seen him make over the years. So he's like, like I could see it on him. Like he wants it so bad. Next pitch, 2-2. Pitch after that, Yelich rips one. So like a breaking ball right over the middle of the plate, rips one, it's 6-3. And the camera pans these guys running on the bases, and you could see Chapman like, if I make one of these plays, we're out of this inning. And I know the feeling. I've been there.
And after just cutting the deficit to just 1 in that half inning prior.
But like that's this like a season in a nutshell. Yeah. Well, that inning's not over. All right. Here comes Churio. He blasts one to center field.
Yep.
And Drew Gilbert kind of mistimes his jump. He jumps up. He misses the ball. Now I'm looking at another guy whose confidence is all over the place, who also popped up with runners in scoring position to end the inning. And Drew Gilbert's hunched over, and he's cursing into his glove.
Yeah.
I've been there. Like, dude, that's a play I got to make. That's a play I got to make. We got to get out of that inning. So Churio drives in Yelich. Now it's 7-3. Churio goes to second. Gilbert's screaming into his glove. Everybody's ticked off. Turang hits one right up the middle. Adames dives. Almost hits back. Adames dives. He misses it. Now that guy scores. It's 7-3. 8-3. So there's 2 outs. Contreras hits just a little like a soft grounder in between short and third. And Chapman goes to cut it off rightfully because he's got the angle. Even though it's a catcher running, he's got the angle to throw to first. It's a play I've seen him make 1,000 times.
Yep.
And he boots it off his glove. And he kicks it almost into like short left center field behind where the shortstop would be. But Adames is coming toward third. And so Chapman runs after the ball. The look on his face, he was white as a ghost. I felt like my guy needed a hug. I sincerely felt like he was going to cry. And it right then and there hit me. I go, oh my God, dude. In a way, I feel like I'm watching the Klay Thompson experience all over again, where I'm watching an athlete who maybe his physical prime is down a little, right? Maybe a little. He's still a good player, but he's so deep in this like psychological confidence matrix of misery that it's just all coming to a crash right now. And I'm thinking to myself, like, Giants fans, I'm not saying you can't be frustrated. That's not what I'm saying. Like, this sucks right now for everyone, right? I'm not sure the piling on is helping this guy.
Yeah.
I think he is so shot confidence-wise, and we have no other, like, there's no other, alternative solution other than to try to support him now.
They're not cutting him and eating $100+ million. That's not happening.
They're kind of stuck with him.
Yeah.
And similar to Clay, Jordan Poole had this emergence, and in a weird way, it felt like it came at Clay's expense, whether that's real or not, right? You feel this young guy coming on. In a weird way, Casey's emergence has felt like a shot at Chapman's kind of status. Look, again, I'm not telling you guys how to fan. I'm not saying you can't be frustrated. I'm frustrated. He's frustrated. I'm just saying the piling on is clearly not helping this guy psychologically. And I know he's paid hundreds of millions of dollars. He's still a human, right? The same thing I said when Pablo Sandoval went to Boston. Just because you make a lot of money doesn't mean the same things that can ail us, commoners that don't make that kind of money. Like those same things happen to everyone. His confidence is shot. You know, does he need a day off? Maybe he does. But I just ripping him and screaming and yelling. And, you know, obviously the death threats are like, it's the most low-life thing you can do. I'm not talking about those. Those are just unacceptable. Unacceptable on any level. But what I will say is, like, guys, we're stuck with these dudes. I don't know what else to say other than maybe we just, like, root for them. Maybe we just find a way to be empathetic. And I know it's sports culture and he's making $150 million, and so people are going to resent that, and he's not playing well right now, and I'm not saying that you can't be frustrated. I don't know if the negativity is helping. And I'm in a roundabout way of saying, like, do we just build some sort of rally around the guy? Does that just sound like some cupcake soft, you know, Joe Shasky BS?
Well, I think they're at the point in the season, Joe, and it was well said. It's an interesting kind of comparison. Well, no, they're 15 games under 500. What can you say? They're the worst team in the National League. They're the worst. You could only go up from here. What's the difference between 15 games under or 20 or 25? They could only go up from here in my mind when it comes to either development of the young guys. I refuse to get angry anymore at this team. I'm not going to be angry anymore. And I'll get upset maybe occasional if guys aren't running out plays or if there's buffoonery, as you're saying.
That's my point on Chapman.
He's not doing anything that's
trying
malicious.
hard. Yeah. Would you agree with me? Like, I've seen a lot of guys who, like Brandon Ayuk, for example. I get why Niner fans are mad at Brandon Ayuk.
Sure.
There's a level of, like, don't care. Now, whether that's real or not, that's what's implied and what's felt.
And the contract negotiations, how it made public.
Does anybody, I'm not saying he's been good. He has not been good. That's not up for debate. He's not as good as his standard, right? What I'm saying to you is, don't you root for people who try hard?
You should.
Don't you root for people who truly care? I think in this case, Chapman is trying hard and does really, really, really care. I'm not saying he's been good. What I'm saying is that I do feel bad for him. I do. I legitimately feel bad. His confidence is completely shot, and me coming on here and just railing on him and screaming about benching him, I don't think that's helping.
You know, I think we've learned a lot.
And I'm not saying I have this impact on his play. I'm talking about the dialogue around the players on the team that we love. We love this team, right? Whether we like where they're at right now or not. I feel bad for him. Like, I wanted to give the guy a hug.
Joe, you're saying Klay Thompson, and the more I think about
He's not Klay, because Klay's a legend. I'm using it as an example. It's a metaphor.
I'm not. No, I think it's actually a good comparison.
He's lost all his confidence.
I want to go to another Warriors player just this past season where I feel like we were having this same exact conversation. And a guy who I actually thought was contributing at a pretty good level, Brandon Pajemski. We were crushing this kid.
I know.
Crushing him, Joe. Unfairly.
And stuff that's not ball.
Thank you.
And I think that's the thing, like, as I watch, like Tristan Beck last night, he's not a very good player. I've met Tristan. I met him at Moscone. He's a nice guy. But, like, what else do you want me to say? The proof is kind of in the pudding.
Yeah.
He's a random relief pitcher.
Like, you crushing him what is that going to accomplish?
We know he's not very good. Caleb Killian has had some rough outings. He's got out of the jam yesterday with the bases loaded. But, like, Chapman has been a very good player for a long time.
Yeah.
Now, how good? We can debate it. Has he been great this year? No. But it's not like I'm watching a dude who, like, arrogantly is defiantly not putting in the effort, doesn't care. Like, he does all those things. I'm not saying we can't critique him. I'm not saying we can't be frustrated. What I'm saying is that the pile-on negativity, I don't think it's helping.
When do you know it's gone too far? Like, and I'm not talking about like the death threat stuff because
I'm not saying you can't boo him.
Yeah,
but the death threat stuff is just come on. Like, you're a low life if you're doing that.
But like we all, like me and you understand when it gets too far because we're in the nitty gritty every single day. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. You know, when does it get too far from a fan base's perspective, piling on a guy? I felt like we did that with Brandon Pajemski. It felt like we did that with Jonathan Kuminga.
So Mark Melancon was so let's start with that.
That's an interesting one.
To me, Mark Melancon deserved it. He didn't want to stretch with the team. He had this air of arrogance about him, and he was almost defiant. He felt like the Lone Ranger.
Brought it on himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Armando Benitez brought it upon himself. I think Aaron Rowan at times brought it upon himself. You know, Zito's talked about this. Zito admitted how selfish he was and how he actually like fed into it.
On our airwaves, Old Station, Butcher Shop, you, Covey, rest in peace, Michael Urban brought him in, Barry Zito openly admitted to rooting against his own team in the World Series because he wasn't a part of it.
I guess what I'm saying is like...
And he's beloved in the organization.
I'm not saying you can't boo. I'm not saying you can't be frustrated. But like, hashtag Crapman and some of these
Oh, God.
Do we have to attack the character of these guys? I'm serious, guys. I think Matt Chapman's a good dude. Don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, by all accounts, we don't know him, but like by all accounts, I think he's a good dude.
Family man.
Ron Washington swears by his work ethic. Do we trust Ron Washington? Do we not think he's putting in the time and the effort? He's just probably, look, he's a 33-year-old guy who's played 10 years in the bigs. You know what happens to those guys in the history of the game? They start to show wear and tear. And then there's the whole psychological thing of I don't have it like I used to, and then it's like a snowballing effect. I don't know. You guys could all call me soft, and you could say maybe I'm putting too much on it. I legitimately felt like the dude needed a hug yesterday, and I know he's making $150 million. He's not going to be an empathetic character. I'm not asking you to treat him like like somebody on the streets who legitimately needs our sincere empathy. I'm talking about sports empathy here. Like us piling on with nicknames and being like, I'm talking hatred, vitriol. What does that get us? We're stuck with him. We almost have to like support this dude. Well, I don't know.
People just like to be...
I might be alone.
No, I don't think you're alone, but it's definitely become, and I think social media is another part of this, as we've talked about. Everyone has an outlet now, and you could be a faceless, avatar on whatever app you're using and just use that to crush any player, any person, any politician, whatever you want to do. No ramifications whatsoever. They use that as an outlet. They use it as they think it's therapeutic to go out and just yell. This guy sucks. This guy sucks. This guy sucks. My life is hard. I have to go to work every day at a 9 to 5. I do manual, and I get it. You want to sit down and relax and enjoy a product. And right now, Giants fans that want to sit down and relax and enjoy this product have not been able to. They haven't been. So from that perspective, I understand the frustration and anger and vitriol and all of that. But there does need to be a point where it's a little too much. The team sucks, guys. It's not just because of Matt Chapman. It's not just because of Willie Adames. It's a collective
group. They don't have enough pitching.
Joe, it's a collective group of sucking.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just like with the Warriors.
Top to bottom.
Just like with the
They're
Warriors.
Not good enough.
It was always, Pods, he's a symbol of everything wrong with Steve Kerr and his relationship with Jonathan Kuminga and Mike Dunleavy and all it. We get too caught up in hating individuals that honestly aren't even worth the time to hate. There are some actual scumbag humans that actually deserve some legitimate hate. There's some scumbag pieces of crap individuals that still play today. I'm talking about people with assault charges, wife beaters, all this sort of stuff. But we're going to get on Matt Chapman. That guy.
Look, he has been bad.
It's been bad, but I have no hatred towards the guy.
I mean, look, I'm frustrated.
I'm talking hatred, Joe.
Well, that's the problem. And I just think in the Bay Area recently, I've noticed a trend in the last 5 years. We have crossed the line on social media. And I'm not talking about death threats are way unacceptable. I'm just talking about the rhetoric about how I see anonymous accounts talking about people. Come on, we're better than this. We're better than this.
We'll take the calls and texts on the other side. 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming going to join us in a little over an hour. 8:20, voice of the Giants. And then Grant Cohn, the 9 o'clock hour, covers the 49ers for Sports Illustrated. It's going to be sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to UALocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Celebrate the vibrant cultures that make Silicon Valley shine at the free Mosaic America Festival June 6th at History Park in San Jose from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Experience multicultural music, dance, food, arts and crafts, vendors, and family activities representing cultures from our very own neighborhoods. Presented by Mosaic America in partnership with History San Jose, this joyful community festival welcomes everyone to come together in celebration, connection, and belonging. Learn more at historysanjose.org.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play.
Who let the dogs out?
Spruce, Pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Now, back to the morning roast.
I think it's an inspired idea.
With Joe Spadoni.
Is this Brian in Palo Alto changing his voice?
And Joe Shasky.
I'm sorry?
On 95.7 The Game.
Where's Brian? Where's that guy at? Thought he was going to chime in on the Myles Garrett to the Rams trade and say, fire John Lynch. That's what people are saying right now about Buster Posey, Manassian. There's a lot of anger. That's what they're saying about Chapman. People are angry.
You're allowed to be frustrated and angry. That's not what I said. I think the over-the-top vitriol that feels personal, that's where I want to draw the line.
When does it cross the line when crushing fans becomes too much crushing? Like that's kind of where we're at. Like, you could crush the fan. You could boo. You could be upset. You could be mad. Like, I want this guy off the team. Okay, whatever. Like, we need to get him out of here. Let's trade that contract for, like, we just need to cut bait, addition by subtraction. This isn't unique to Matt Chapman here is what we're getting at. This is bigger than just Matt Chapman. It's been a thing in the Bay Area for quite some time now. You want to talk about, you said Barry Zito once upon a time. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about, I don't know, Andrew Wiggins once upon a time here. I mean, you could just go, how many different Warriors players? You brought up Klay Thompson, Joe. Mm-hmm. It feels like the Warriors are kind of like leading the league here in the Bay Area when it comes to fan hatred with certain players. Wiggins once upon a time. Klay Thompson, who was one of the greatest players in the history of the franchise, was kind of kicked out the door here. Recently, could it Draymond Green a little bit? And I thought he actually had a pretty good season, all things considered. But there's a lot of anger towards this guy right now. And then Brandon Pajemski is probably the leader in the clubhouse. As we're talking about Matt Chapman, we're talking about Willie Adames. Fans' frustrations abound as we see Kyle Harrison, a former Giant, ball out against them yesterday.
Saying a player is not playing well, like, oh, so-and-so's playing garbage, is different than so-and-so is hot garbage.
Is hot garbage.
And they are blah, 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 blah. Now, I don't know. Maybe I'm too caught in the weeds and like the negative nicknames, like you brought up one in the break, like Clank Thompson. I never liked that.
Russell Westbrook.
It was completely disrespectful to the individual.
Yeah.
Because when I think of like my last name, when people like make fun of our last name, it's like, hey, you do realize like I've got a family and my son carries that name and my dad carried that name and my grandfather carries that name. And so like it's deeper than just me, right? And so I feel the same way for some of these guys on the field. Now, do I admit there's times where I go in too hard on some guys? Yeah. Are there times where I make wild assumptions on who I think is doing it the right way and who isn't? Yeah. And there are times that I, run into that tunnel recklessly. And I'm to blame as well. I am not without criticism in this. I'm not. One thing I do think of is like the Casey Chapman dynamic is fascinating to me. There was a Jordan Clay, maybe not as direct as this one.
Jordan Poole, yeah.
Yeah, Jordan Poole dynamic to it. There was never a moment where Clay said anything on camera during a game to JP. We would read into body language, fair or not, but people would make assumptions. That moment on the mound where Chapman told him to catch the ball.
That's true.
I do think that was a moment in time for a lot of fans like, whoa, if you're going to call him out and he's playing really, really well right now.
Produce, yeah.
Yeah, like I do think that was a moment for a lot of fans that was like, whoa, wait a minute. If you're going to call your teammates out like that, like you better be the one being held accountable simultaneously. Like I do understand that. I do.
It's interesting you bring that up. And shout out the boys in the back. Big Boss Matt and Hegan, I think, found this, but we had it in the system. We have sound from Klay Thompson back on January 2024, Joe, a little over 2.5 years ago, when he was getting booed at Chase Center. He was asked about it. This was his response.
You guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that?
Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
He says, I don't care. You're supposed to lose sleep over it.
I think that's a moment he would like back. And obviously he does care. Can we? I think Clay cares deeply. And I can't think about Clay and the Warriors and the fans and not think of like sadness. Like, I think he holds a lot of resentment for how it ended. Maybe more toward the front office and, I don't know, individuals and not necessarily the fan base. But I do think the fan base didn't help.
No.
I don't think I helped, and I'm not pretending like I'm this big part of it, but like, it's one thing to be like, hey, like maybe Clay should come off the bench. It's another thing to be like, he's the reason, you know what I mean? You know where I'm going. Yeah. He's the reason why all the vibes are bad and everything. Like, that's what people were saying.
See, and it's an interesting compare and contrast, right? Because I pulled up that same game. That was the game they lost 141-105 to the Pelicans at Chase. And it was awful. One of the worst losses you'll ever see. So Steph was also asked about the booing in that game. And this is the quote that Steph had.
Yeah.
We are obviously struggling. There's nothing to cheer about. I don't take it any certain type of way. Honestly, I'm booing myself. Our team, in my head, because how we're playing, so it is what it is. Fans are going to react the way that they want.
All right.
It's our job to give them something to cheer about, and we have not done that.
Well,
and that's obviously that's Steph Curry, though.
I mean, he's one of the you almost cannot criticize Steph Curry.
If Steph had said what Clay had said, would we be as angry about it?
No, because he's Steph. But I think who you are, it's one thing when Bobby Witt is saying this and he's balling out, and it's another thing when Matt Chapman is saying this. Like, they're just so. Steph is such a unicorn. Anything he says is not transferable to 99.9% of other athletes who are also the 1% of the 1%.
Correct. The coach in Vallejo has been hanging on. He wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Coach, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Interesting conversation. Long time no talk to. But I want you guys, especially Joe, to listen to this. Most of all, these athletes, they're kind of like cartoon characters to us regular fans. They're people that we never get a chance to meet personally. It's almost like Denzel Washington as an actor. So we look at these people perform. We're jealous because they're making millions and millions of dollars, and we're working minimum wage at some job. So we don't we put them as a deity almost, not as a regular person. Now, you guys are in a position where you sometimes get to interview these guys and stuff, and you get to see and know their personalities. We, the fans, don't see that. Now, we, the fans, also feel that it's fair game to say whatever we want, and almost like what Steph says, it's up to the athlete to say, death threat, I know it's just talk, it's just blunder, it's just bluster. Let me put that away and start playing better. Now, when the athletes start listening to the fans, that's when the problem comes in. Yeah. The athlete, he knows this comes with the territory. I'm much older than you guys. Muhammad Ali, when he was catching play, was the most hated person in the world, okay? People would follow him around. They'd carry nooses. They're following him, hoping he would lose and get knocked out. Ali didn't even pay attention. He put that aside. He became one of the most beloved athletes in the world. After his career was over, he was the ambassador for this country. So I think Chapman has a responsibility to say, yep, I know where this is coming from. Yep, I know I need to play better. Yep, I know if I play better, this talk will stop. Okay,
Coach, can I ask you a question? Coach,
yeah, sure.
You have really good perspective. You're older. You have some wisdom. It's the dehumanizing. I mean, you referenced some of the stuff with Muhammad Ali that's so dehumanizing and so horrible. I think where I draw the line, like the utter dehumanization of some of these people, that's where I get really uncomfortable, and I think that it's gotten really out of control. It's one thing to say a guy sucks on the field. It's another thing where, again, like I guess the dehumanization angle is where I draw the line.
Joe, you're right. But here's what I want you to think of.
Yeah.
The ignorance of the average fan.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The IQ of the average fan. Joe Six-Pack sitting on his couch. This guy, he's not thinking about that. So I think both ways, I think Chapman needs to kind of put on his big boy pants, biting his lip and say, I know where Joe Six-Pack is coming from,
Yeah.
And shake it off. And he still's going home to his mansion and his lovely wife and family, okay, while Joe Six-Pack is trying to, pay the price of ground beef. Okay, so I think Chapman is a little bit too sensitive on this.
No doubt.
I do want to throw this in. I do want to throw this in. Positive thing was he put himself on a pedestal too early. He said, want to be on the level with Shohei and the Curry and stuff, and that's where that vitriol came from. But you know what? Playing good eliminates all of that.
I would agree.
So the Giants need to turn it around. The talk will stop, and it's just talk, okay? It's just talk. But thanks a lot, guys.
Hey, Coach, I really appreciate your perspective.
Great call. It's interesting he said that because I was looking back on some of the quotes that Chapman had in that sit down with Susan Slusser at the SF Chronicle. And I do think, what you say when you are struggling does matter to the fan base, as we're learning right now.
I would agree. How you react to it is...
It really does. And I would urge any athlete that's in a position like a Chapman or a Clay, and obviously, they have PR people around them, the Raymond Ritters of the world, the Chisholms of the world, right? We know these people. The average person doesn't. But you also have your own agent. You have your own publicist, right? You have your team around you that you should lean on in times like these of struggles, because... I know I am. I mean, we do this every day, Joe. We're liable to, step in it and say something maybe we shouldn't have said because we're talking for 4 hours Monday through Friday, right? But this was the quote to me that I think maybe fans are a little peeved from Matt, and I think it maybe rubbed them the wrong way seeing his struggles. This is the quote. I think the thing that probably bummed me out the most is when people are calling me to get pushed out of San Francisco. Over the last 2 seasons, I feel like I've been one of the best third basemen in the game. It doesn't feel good when you feel like people are so quick to turn your back on you. That was Matt Chapman. It's like, Matt,
it's a little aggressive.
It's very aggressive.
In terms of his perspective of himself.
Quite frankly, and if I was a fan, and again, we're talking about being a little nicer, but it sounds a little delusional.
So
you're not one of the best third basemen in the game.
What Coach said about Pods, where he brought a little on himself by some of the things that he said, I think that statement, bringing it upon yourself by maybe an inflated self-worth, you could put that into the same category for Chapman on that line, on that individual line. Would you agree?
Yes. I
think self-awareness.
Self-awareness. That's the phrase right there. Like it really.
When Clay would say things like this, like, I'm gonna keep shooting until because I'm one of the best shooters of all time, and it's like, no, dude, like, I don't know, less is more, and how you say things, and
it's almost it's interesting, right? And it's almost players that aren't known for going out and saying a lot of things. So it hits a little different when a guy like Clay, who was always the quiet, cool, confident, quirky, happy-go-lucky, nothing phases him. But as we've all learned, and we know because we saw this in real time, Clay changed, man, after those injuries. He did. You saw, and people change. Those are devastating, potentially career-threatening type of injuries. In the rehab alone, to come back from not only a torn ACL, but a torn Achilles, to come back from that and contribute to a championship win, no one could ever take anything away from him and his ability to do that. But I do think he even saw his own mortality within the fan base. You mentioned Jordan Poole. He saw the next wave coming, right? It's very humbling. Matt Chapman might be feeling it now. He's getting older. He's around my age. He's 33. Maybe a little long in the tooth right now. You're seeing some of that shine come off, the gold gloves this season. Like, it's been a struggle at the plate. The last week, he's, 5 for his last 25. Hasn't been amazing. But he's also a guy, historically, doesn't say a lot.
No.
So when he does say it, and it's in the midst of struggles, the fan base is going to be like, really, Matt? Now's the time you're kind of coming out and saying things? Maybe we shouldn't say anything at all, right?
Well, I mean, I've seen this fan base in this market turn on Debo, and he had a lot more equity built up with the fans than Chapman. I've seen him turn on Clay.
Debo, another guy that's not really known for being a big talker.
No,
right?
But when he talked, he backed it up.
Until he didn't.
And then what happened? We booed him dropping that ball against the Rams in the rain.
A snowball effect happened. He refused to talk to the media after a bad loss. Like, it was not good.
And it was not good. There was a front runner aspect to Debo that I think people were turned off by. I mean, Juwan Jennings, people turned on him, then they went back on him, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, there's so many guys I've seen the fan base turn on. Jimmy Garoppolo, we turned on,
Derek Carr.
Yeah, absolutely. Derek Carr's a great example.
Derek Carr's a really good example.
Yeah, because I never thought Derek was, he's not a bad person. He's really a family man. Brian Wilson, who was the quirkiness stopped being funny, right?
Yeah.
The antics stop being funny when you're not producing.
Well, I think one common denominator is, you want your guys to be stubborn and confident, but when you sound defiantly stubborn to a fault, I think that's where fans are like, come on, man. And it's like, you don't want to show vulnerability, but at some level, you show the vulnerability, but then you still sound a little defiant. Well, I don't know. You just can't appease anyone unless you play lights out.
And the opposite is true too. So we're talking about a lot of players that had this more of a quiet confidence about them and didn't really go about it through the media. Draymond Green's the complete opposite. You can do and you could go out of your way.
Such a unique equity.
Well, that's the thing though.
He's so unique.
He could say so much where now it's just like a tune out. It's like, whatever. We're going to judge you now whether or not you get ejected from a game if Steph's not there.
He's the unicorn. I mean, Steph and Dre, we're talking about unicorn outliers.
But it is interesting, the compare and contrast of Klay Thompson to Draymond. I think we would all agree, kind of polar opposite personalities, right?
Yeah.
Both have lost steps. We can all agree on that. And yet how we're kind of talking about both of them has been very interesting these last couple of years. Casey's in San Jose wants to join the conversation. What's up, Casey?
Hey, guys. Great conversation. And Joe, you kind of just hit on the contrast I was just going to make. So I've met Matt Chapman a couple of times, actually. Back when the A's were, actually trying to stay, and in 2018, 2019, when they were taking care of the fans, we got invited to, me and my son, he was about 6 at the time, to go watch batting practice on the field. And then they surprised us. We got to meet Chapman after. The guy talked to us for 10 minutes. And what I was telling your producer, he made it seem like he was doing us a favor. And I met at least 50, 60 athletes. And Draymond Green, I met him his rookie year, complete opposite. He was doing us a huge favor by spending 2 minutes with us. Chapman, yes, everything you're saying is valid. Dude is the nicest human being there is. And Joe, I coach baseball on my son's team too. Mm-hmm. It matters, man. The guy plays the right way. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. It just doesn't work out. That's baseball.
I know. And I feel like I'm watching a guy struggle. Maybe he's slipping a little physically, and then you couple that with no confidence at all. And the guy feels real snake bit right now. And I legitimately feel for him.
What do you want to hear from an athlete while they're struggling? Or do you want to hear from them at all?
Well, Devers doesn't talk at all.
He doesn't.
So how do people feel about Devers? He doesn't talk at all. In fact, there's a part of me that feels like he ducks that responsibility.
I got to be careful here. I'm not saying this is what he's doing. And I don't want this to come off in a certain way at all. The fact that English is not his first language, though, how much is that a factor in, using a translator to get your message across kind of a thing? We play sound on our station. He even said, he's like, Sam, the other day, I have Rafi Devers sound from last year. I play the sound. It wasn't Rafi Devers. It was his translator through Rafi. So it's the communication aspect there is, I don't know if it plays a factor in them not asking questions in the clubhouse. Let me ask you, Sam, you're there, Risotto, covering this Giants team. Rafi Devers is out there. Is he getting asked questions constantly like a Matt Chapman is, like a Willie Adames is?
Here and there, but no, not that I have seen. But again, I'll acknowledge that there's gaps in what I see. But
isn't that kind of crazy considering we would all say Rafi Devers is the team's best player?
I would say this, in my opinion, regardless, win or lose, I think one of those three, Chapman, Adames, or Devers, should be talking after every game.
Do they?
Yeah. Not enough. I just think, again, just one of those three after
What do you
every
make
game.
of that as someone that covers the team, that the three of them maybe aren't available enough to your liking, given their status on the team?
It's kind of frustrating for me. I think back to the 1 year I spent covering the Sharks for K-Fox, and after every game, win or lose, Joe Pavelski was always the first one who spoke to us. And granted, hockey's different when you're the captain. I think there's kind of this expectation that if you wear the C, you have to talk after every game. So there's a little bit of a different expectation there. But it was something that just always made me appreciate Pavelski even more, that whether he had a good game, whether he had a bad game, he was always ready to be the first guy to talk to the media after the game. And where baseball, again, there's no one on this team is wearing the captaincy right now, whether it's Chapman or Adames or Devers. But those three guys, and I think more so Adames and Chapman, those two guys are your veteran leaders in this clubhouse. And if you were to put a C on anybody's chest, they would probably, some people might roll their eyes on this, they would probably be the guys that would get that title. If they are kind of looked at as the veteran leaders in that clubhouse, there's a part of me that thinks like after every game, we shouldn't have to request to speak to them. They should just want to talk. And I gather a lot of players don't like talking to the media, which, maybe it's not fun. I get that, but it is part of your job.
Was Buster available after every game for the most part?
I don't know. That was before my time.
Crawford?
Yeah.
Bell? I don't know.
Again, I wasn't in there I didn't really start doing a lot of the post-game stuff until 23, and by then Crawford was kind of on his way out. Crawford, it was kind of like, not every day. But again, baseball it might just be different where the big guys in the clubhouse don't have to talk after every game. After every game, the pitcher is, for the most part, the only one who has been expected to talk after every game.
Let me ask you guys this. Would the fan heat in general on Chapman be very different if Schmidt were not emerging?
Probably.
Let's say there was no succession plan even that anyone could imagine. There's no one in AAA. There's nobody, it's just, hey, this is who we have. Would the whole dynamic be different?
I think it'd be a little different. People would still be frustrated, but at least you would say as a fan, be like, yeah, well, what are you going to do? Like, there's no other option.
Is that
kind of like a cop-out?
No, I agree, because I think a part of the overall frustration is Chapman's at third, Adames is at short, and Devers is at first. And when the music stops every day when we do this lineup, Eldridge or Schmidt is left without a seat. And we want to see Eldridge and Schmidt in there every single day. And so it feels like one of the youngsters is getting the short end of the stick at the expense of a struggling veteran making a lot of money. And when you're a struggling veteran making a lot of money, regardless of whether there's a young player or not, there will already be a baked-in level of frustration and scrutiny. But then you also factor in Bryce and Schmidt. I think it makes it a lot worse.
What do you want to hear from a franchise player when they're struggling? Do you want to hear them at all? I think Steph did say it best as we're going back to the Klay Thompson sound when he's like,
I just can't. Joe, let me just stop you. I don't think you can use Steph Curry as an example for anyone else. To me, he's a complete outlier.
It's not the person. It's the quote and what he said.
It doesn't matter. It's different coming out of his mouth.
I think it would have hit different if in the article of Susan Slusser, Matt Chapman would have said, honestly, I'm booing myself. Instead of saying, I can't believe the fans are turning their back on me.
If Jimmy Garoppolo said that exact same thing, we would be laughing at him. I think the messenger absolutely matters. If Jimmy Garoppolo said, I'd be booing myself, like, how that would have landed.
No, but Steph wasn't laughing when he's saying this.
I'm not saying he was.
I'm saying Matt Chapman is literally going out here during his struggles saying, I've been the best third baseman in the game or one of them the last couple seasons. That is not what you say. I don't want to hear about what you think you did the last couple seasons. That.
Steph can say, I've been one of the best point guards in the game for the last. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do.
Yes.
Joe, we have to acknowledge
I'm saying
who the messenger is absolutely matters, even if the message is exactly the same.
Crush yourself so that when the fan base does it, the fan base can say, oh, okay, he gets it, is what I'm saying. It's easier for me to say, let me come out here, Joe, and say, and even on this show, like, dude, I sucked yesterday or something. Like, I had a bad show yesterday. I see the text, hey, I feel you guys. I got to be better.
But, like, if Mahomes said, I'm the best quarterback in the league, my 3-interception day doesn't matter, blah, 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 we'd be like, that's why he's Mahomes. If Purdy said it, the Bay Area would go crazy.
Yeah, because that's, honestly, that's off-brand for both of those guys.
No,
that would be kind of.
I understand. I'm making the example of the messenger on the message, even if it's the exact same message, absolutely matters.
I am in total agreement with you, Joe. All I'm saying is Klay in that moment and Chapman in this recent sit-down with Susan Slusser could have saved themselves a lot by just saying, you know what? I'd boo myself too. I agree with. I'm not holding up my end of the bargain. I have been paid and I am getting paid to compete at a high level and to produce, and I'm not doing that. I want to give the fans something to cheer about.
They're not. I think, no, you're 100% correct. But that being said, I think they're showing their own insecurity because they're worried about their status. Someone like Kobe, like Mahomes, like Steph Curry, I mean, their status is so etched in stone. Yeah. There's no need to worry about your status. Whereas, like, he's hearing the trade rumors from the fans. He's hearing the boos and all that. We would never get to that level with someone like Steph. You know, like, once you allow a little bit of that skepticism to creep in, I think it's a big indicator of where your status is within the team and within the organization and the league as a whole. You know, like Jokic, you know? Jokic doesn't feel heat.
No.
He's an all-time legend.
Well, he also just doesn't. Again, it goes back to people not also from America. It could be Europe. It could be the Dominican. It could be the Caribbean, whatever, South America, Asia. It is a little different because American fans are kind of nuts. And, like, Jokic is like, I don't even want to go to the parade. Jokic won a title, was like, oh, we got to do a parade. And then it's like, everyone's like, oh, he's so endearing. It's so funny. He's so quirky. Well, not really winning titles now. And some of the stuff where he's like, yeah, I just want to go to my horses. Like, oh, does he even care about sports? Well, even people were turning on Jokic a little bit.
Sure, but his status is pretty cemented.
Correct.
Right?
He's one of the all-timers, and he's one of the greatest of all. Yeah.
I think in this one, I truly believe, and it's an unfair thing to say, but I think nothing would have been better than anything from Matt Chapman.
Listen, sometimes the best thing...
I would have just let my play. So that's where I'm coming. Like, I think there are some people in sports, I think, saying nothing is better than saying anything. And it sucks to say that because their job is to talk and they're required, and I understand all that. But it's better when you're one of those non-cemented guys to let your play do the talking for you.
And you can even go as simple as saying that.
One way or the other.
You're a father. Carter's a father. Sam's going to be a father maybe one day. I have 3 kids. My mom and dad always preach, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. And that's even about yourself, too.
No doubt.
If you have nothing nice to say, just don't say anything.
The problem is that the league has requirements where they have to talk. And
unless you're Wemby in Game 6.
Had he said nothing to Susan Slusser, do you think I would have the...
Who approached you with that, by the way, too? What? Who approached you about that article, you think?
I don't know. I think she's a comfortable person who's covered... Like, meaning he feels comfortable to her because I'm sure... And again, this is my guess. She's covered him for a long time, and he probably feels like he's got his back. Right. You know, Lubman, you probably don't have that relationship with Chapman, correct?
No, we're working on it though.
No, but
Logan Webby does.
I'm not making this.
I think he's got a good relationship with Logan Webb. Do you not, Sammy?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like Lubman, am I wrong in thinking, and I'm not trying to say that Susan's a sympathetic ear for him and she's, doing PR. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is their relationship is such to where maybe he feels safer to have these conversations, whereas maybe he wouldn't otherwise with people that also cover the team.
Yeah, I mean, she's been covering him almost his entire career other than the 2 years in Toronto. So when you're seeing... especially like people like her, I mean, she's around these players so much more than I ever could be right now with what I'm at. Like, yeah, you get to know these writers a lot. You travel with them on the road. You're obviously going to develop a level of comfort with them because that's just how it works with people.
Almost like Marcus Thompson and Steph.
Yeah, right? It's a good comp.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's different, but, know.
Well, just in terms of, like writers and athletes having like a trusting relationship. Like
yes.
We could probably talk to Nick Friedel about it. Like when Jimmy Butler sits down, is like, hello, Nicholas. Yeah. Like clearly they have a very, very good relationship that goes back to their time in Chicago. Like no one's sitting here saying that Nick Friedel runs PR for Jimmy, but like clearly Jimmy feels a comfort with Nick.
No doubt.
That he'll go to him and say more.
Comp.
Whereas, same thing with Susan. She's known Chapman for his entire career. So obviously, he's going to feel comfortable opening up to her. That's just the relationship.
Do you guys think, you guys know me pretty well, do you think I would have the opinion that I had from last night's game? And I'll go over the inning again, but like where I legitimately felt bad for the guy. Do you think I would have felt that this morning had that article not come out?
Oh, it's a good question. I'm not sure.
Because I don't know the answer.
I don't either.
But you guys know me pretty well, so I'm just wondering.
No,
am I being reactive to the article that just came out? I don't think you're being reactive to
the article. I think you're reacting this way because we've dealt with it with different sports for a long time now. And we just did all the different Warriors examples, Joe. We've dealt with this so much that I think you and I are in a lockstep. I was like, it gets to a point like, yeah, we're going to keep criticizing, but, talking about his play that's poor and crushing that and where the team is at. It gets to a point where it's like, okay, like, who's that helping?
I know.
And that's going to be a tune out for the audience. Like, they don't want to keep hearing that every single day. And, we're getting a lot of different thoughts. And 888-957-9570 is the number. Willow Martinez, we'll get to you in a second. But, we're using this, Matt Chapman article as a reference. And, he's struggling right now. And I don't think his comments landed with the fan base the way he might have thought they would. And what should a player say, if anything at all, when they are struggling? And I'm talking, I think franchise players matters in this. And obviously a guy like maybe a Casey Schmidt matters too, to a lesser extent. But I'm talking guys that are getting paid $100+ millions of dollars.
I think what the problem is with this Chapman situation is that, look, whether it's real or not, he's not a real true OG Giant. You know what I mean? Like, he came here on a 1-year deal. He opted out. He signed a long extension. There's a lot of frustration. He's not a homegrown player. There's a lot of differences. And you say struggle. I actually take it, and this is the same way I felt with Clay. I do not think Clay was struggling. I think it was a sign of him declining. And I think that was the more difficult thing for him to grasp. It was not a struggle. He wasn't going to bounce back and all of a sudden retain status as an all-star.
No.
And I think that was the hardest part for me to talk about, for him to acknowledge, for his team to acknowledge. And I look at Chapman right now, and I'm seeing balls he would have normally got to, he's not getting to. I don't think it's a slump. Will he have good moments? Is he going to have a stretch where he heats up? Absolutely. But the larger point for me is the sadder part, too, that I think he's coming to grips with in a reluctant way, is that I don't think this is a struggle. I think this is a slow start of the decline.
So he is, maybe. Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying he can't have a bounce. Like, Brandon Crawford had a bounce back year at the end of his career.
He did.
It was a 1-year outlier, came out kind of out of nowhere. But we could see he was starting to decline for a couple of years. And, I look at Chapman, I'm like, I think this is the beginning of the decline. And maybe I'm alone in this. Maybe people think it is just a small blip. But I think it's the start of a decline.
Well, and it's, if you're a player and you're feeling that too, you're going to say everything but say, hey.
No, he's not going to admit that.
He's never going to admit that.
He's not going to admit that.
But
Steph's never going to admit that.
But
hey, I'm slowly declining.
Well, I will give Steph credit here where he is going to start saying more, I can't be doing what I used to do every single day.
Yeah, but
he put those feelers out saying like, yeah, I'm not the player I was, a handful of years ago.
He can say that with 4 titles and being a legend.
LeBron can
say Draymond admitted that out loud, we'd be like, gotta move him, put him on the bench. He's admitting his decline.
And the worst thing is refusal
Even
to admit.
He doesn't think he has it.
The worst part is you're talking about Clay, is not only is the defiance.
Yeah.
You know who did that a lot and it rubbed people the wrong way? Russell Westbrook.
Yes.
He would do that constantly. People would criticize his play in a certain game and be like, oh, I scored, 30,000 plus points. I've been an MVP. It's like, no one was going at your credentials, dude. We're just talking about your play this season. And in this game in particular, wasn't up to snuff. But he gets so defiant because he hears the nicknames from social media.
Yeah.
He hears the Skip Baylesses of the world calling him Westbrook. Yeah. And he goes at, individual Joe Schmo from 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's just Look, I don't want to.
And I do think he's hurt his brand in the last handful of years with that.
I don't want to inflate our impact like it's the end all be all. I do think we play some role in how these athletes are discussed, some role in how they feel perceived, some role in the overall bucket of this conversation that we're having. I think we play a role. I don't know how much, though.
I got a good soundbite for you. You remember Bryce Harper last year in the playoffs?
Yeah.
He talked about getting booed. Where does he play, Joe?
He plays in Philly. He's talked about driving home listening to WIP.
He knows the caller names.
I love that.
He's so locked in. I
love that.
Could you imagine if You know, who I don't know.
Matt Chapman after the game, I was listening to Brian Palo Alto yesterday.
Oh, my God. Hey, BPA did have a point.
Oh, my God.
Could you imagine that if Chapman brought up Brian in Palo Alto?
Morning. How you doing?
Somewhere BPA would be so happy.
Oh, my God.
Bonte would be punching air.
That just made my day.
By the way, Bonte, I love you. Your record on Giants pre and post is just abysmal.
It's been bad.
Is it coincidence or correlation?
Both.
You can kind of see with the Warriors, too.
Bryce,
stop. They won a title when he was there.
Bryce Harper on being booed. This is from last playoffs, right?
Brian and Palo Alto. I can't even imagine this.
I mean, I love playing at the bank. I love our fans. I boo myself when I get out. I'm the same way. So I trust in what they do. They show up for us every day in and day out. So if we deserve to be booed or if we deserve to, they spend their hard-earned dollar to come watch us play. They expect greatness out of us. I expect greatness out of myself and my teammates as well. So if they believe that, then I don't know what's going through their head or their mindset. We got some of the best fans in baseball, and I don't know. They make me play better, so I enjoy it. I'll probably get booed tomorrow night, too, so it's kind of the same thing. I mean, what are we talking about?
Again, you're going back to the messenger
he's a Hall of
versus the
Famer.
message. He's one of the greatest players of his generation.
I mean, he's delivered on all the promise, and he's also walked the crucible of scrutiny since day one.
Yes.
Since he was a 16-year-old put on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Yep. And what did he say? Just like Steph said, I'm booing myself.
Yeah.
I'd boo myself if I was them too.
Yeah.
I'd boo me.
Could you imagine Pat Bailey saying that?
No.
I'd boo myself too. Like it would, people be like, he's lost. See, he has no confidence. Like, this is where I go back to messenger, like I do believe that some guys can say things that other guys can't.
This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bankers, here for you, here for good. Dave Fleming going to be joining us about 25 minutes. Voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. He's been doing a hell of a job with Hunter Pence the last couple days in Milwaukee. We actually have some Hunter Pence sound after that horrible 8th inning show.
So I'll read it off to you real quick. 8th inning, they get Arise goes to third base after the Adames chopper. So there's one out, and this is the top of the 8th. Chapman walks up to the plate, 0 for 2 with a walk, and pops up on the first pitch. Camera cuts to him as he's sitting over the kind of the railing of the dugout, and he's clearly frustrated, and he's shaking his head, and you could see like the wheels spinning in his head.
Is replaying here in the studio, yeah.
And go to the bottom of the 8th, Frelick's up. And you think he's going to bunt, and then he gets to a 2-strike situation. He's not going to bunt, so Chapman backs off, and he hits like a little Texas League blooper down the line. Chapman is sprinting as hard as he can, and it's an over-the-shoulder play. I've seen him make that play, but it is a degree of difficulty on that play that is through the roof.
Just one of those things where it dropped in no man's land.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
And Schmidt was slow to react, too, coming from left field. And he's kind of shaded over that he's going to maybe hit it into the gap. And the camera stays on Chapman, and he's just like super frustrated.
Puts his head down for a couple seconds, yeah.
So now there's 2 outs. It's a 4-3 game still. You could get out of the inning. Yelich is up, and he hits a pop foul that is over near where the tarp is. He slides in to go make a play in foul territory, and he just misses getting the ball. And again, another play I've seen him make. And 2 pitches later, base hit, 6-3 game. And everybody's frustrated. Then Gilbert misses that ball in center field off of Jackson Churio his bat, and Gilbert's frustrated. He's screaming into the glove. You can see the whole team is just exasperated.
Yeah.
7-3 after Terang comes up. Now it's 8-3 on a base hit up the middle that goes through Adames and Beck's gloves. Tough play. Then Contreras hits a soft ground ball in between Adames and Chapman. Chapman going towards second base, boots it off the glove, has to run after the ball, and he's like, you could see, like, the guy, I thought he was going to cry. I legitimately felt bad for him. And Hunter Pence says this.
It's just kind of one of those innings, one of those times. It's just the way it's been going this Giant season. Maybe trying to do too much. Without Adames had to play. The only chance was if Chapman can get this one. And so close and so far from so many balls this inning. Almost got to the one over his shoulder. Almost got to the one by the fence. Drew Gilbert almost got to the one at the wall. And the Giants are just feeling snake bitten and starstruck.
It's a great line from Hunter. Snake bitten and starstruck. That's how this season's kind of felt right now. Injury report time. Are we ready for that? And this hour is brought to you by Freon Bank, which is here for you, here for good. The Giants are losing games and players. They announced yesterday that infielder Christian Koss, playing for the AAA River Cats, fractured his left wrist. Ouch. He'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks, but there is no set timetable for his return. The injury is why Buddy Kennedy is on the roster instead of Koss. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Willa Martinez, you're going to be a hero here on the roast momentarily. We'll go to you, 888-957-9570. Dave Fleming going to be joining us in 20 minutes, halfway home here on a hump day, reacting to yet another Giants loss and talking about, players that are wearing it right now. Matt Chapman's been wearing it. He had an article with Susan Slusser, had some, quotes in there that maybe rubbed the Giants fan base the wrong way. He's clearly feeling it at the plate. It's affecting his glove. Shasky made an interesting compare and contrast with what Klay Thompson went through. We've been talking about what Brandon Pajemski's gone through. All these other, Andrew Wiggins once upon a time, Barry Zito, the list goes on and on here in the Bay Area. And, it just got us thinking, is being negative about players struggling, can that really impact them? Is that like get to their domes, like booing? Klay Thompson saying, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But we all kind of like acknowledge him even saying that is almost an acknowledgement in and of itself that it's getting to him.
I think it's player to player. Some guys are fueled by it.
Yeah. The hate.
Draymond at times gets fueled by it.
Yeah.
I think other guys, it does have a huge, there are baby faces in wrestling.
Oh, sure.
And there are heels. And some guys really play into being a heel. I think the same thing in sports. Some guys can play angry. Some guys can't.
Yeah. Could the case be made for the opposite we're talking about this morning? And you were making that case saying, hey, maybe we just need to back off Matt, maybe rally around this guy. Maybe we should be a little bit more positive, and that could equal better play going forward, right?
Give me an example.
God, it's a great question.
I mean, I feel like Debo was fueled off the hate of another fan base, meaning the Eagles.
Sure.
And Aaron Donald over the time.
Is there an example of us rallying around a player that was struggling with positivity that was able to come back and produce at a high level? And does that sound soft when I say it? Let's be honest.
It does.
Do I sound soft as Charmin when I say, hey, guys, stop booing him. Let's cheer.
It sounds unrealistic.
Yay.
Well, you did that with Jake Moody at the beginning of last year, and that lasted all of 1 week.
Well, we had callers the entire thing said, why the hell are we bringing this guy
you.
back?
I'm talking about you. You were like, come on, guys. Jake Moody.
No, I said he's had the opportunity to lose his job, potentially. That's how I phrased it.
I don't even know what.
He was hurt last year, so I said, he's coming back. He's going to be healthy.
He hit a game-winning preseason kick, and you came in here like he was the man.
Hey, Baldy agreed with me on that one. He said if you could simulate any pressure of a regular season game, now, that moment in the preseason game.
Here's the part where I struggle. Part of what makes me, and at least in my mind, is that I want to call it like I see it. I don't want to sugarcoat it. I think there are enough people out there sugarcoating things.
Sure.
And by sugarcoating, I mean both being predictably negative or predictably optimistic in general. Look at all your favorite teams.
You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
There are specific people that cover your team. You know exactly what they're going to say before they say it.
Yep.
Either good or bad, right? One thing that I try to pride myself on is calling it like I see it. Now, I think the tone in which I call it like I see it really matters, and it's something I'm learning. If we just post all my negative clips, I'm like, well, I actually laugh a lot during the show. Sam just never wants to clip that. So it makes me look like a screaming lunatic.
You always tell me to take it down later.
That's exactly what I do.
I was actually being too nice in that take, Sam.
But I also don't want to lie to people. Like, for example, like right now, like I think me lying would be like, hey, dude, like nothing to see here with Rafi Devers. Like he hit, look how great he hit in May. Well, my retort to that is like, and this is me being a realist, dude, he hit great in May. They also didn't win a whole lot. Secondarily, why does he have this odd vibe around him? Like it's almost like a Kelly Oubre-like vibe where like, something's off. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I don't know if he can be my highest paid player because I don't know if he checks the requirements of what I need from the leader. Yeah. Like, those are two different things. He's a great ball player.
Yeah.
The guy hits, but he's almost got like, and Mercenary's too strong, but he's got like a solo artist feel to him. I don't feel like he's part of the bigger band.
He's just kind of he's doing his thing, and if it goes well, it goes well. If not, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, kind of a thing. Almost not to the level. I don't know. We talked about this guy earlier in Major League 2, kind of like a Jake Parkman. He's like a hired guy. Yep.
It's good.
Now, he was a jerk. Good. That was his whole persona. Yeah. He was, he was a total D-bag.
Yeah.
But he produced. He did his thing.
It's just, I view him very individualistically. I don't view him in the context of a team. Now again, I don't know if that's fair or not, but that's when I watch, that's what I think. Now, am I creating narratives, or am I just trying to be a realist and tell you what I think? Like, when I watched Buster Posey and Brandon Crawford, I always felt like they were team first guys. I don't even know if that's real, but that's what I felt watching them. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I think it's a good point that you're bringing up too, and how we discuss these players, because we have to toe the line too of not wanting to come off as inauthentic to the fan base and phony, because guys like Filmo, who's on hold, guys like Willem Martinez, the BPAs of the world, they could see through our BS immediately because they've been listening to us every single day. So they understand when we don't even believe a take that we're saying sometimes. So that's why we try to be as authentic as possible.
I think Brock Purdy and the conversation around Brock Purdy is a great example. He threw 3 picks and was awful against Carolina. I came out of that game going, dude, he looked terrible. And people are like, you don't like the franchise quarterback. And I go, whoa. Guys, I'm assessing the game I just saw. That's all I'm saying. He looked like he wasn't healthy.
Right.
And then he went on like a 4-week run, and everyone's like, see, Shasky, this is what I'm saying. I'm like, well, guys, my job is to analyze what I just saw. Yeah. All right? And so what I just saw was he looked terrible. That doesn't mean he sucks and I want him gone right now.
Right.
But I'm analyzing what I see. Now, are there times where I go, hey, like for example with Chapman, I'm taking it an extra step. Last night wasn't good. It was bad. Is it him struggling, or is this a sign of decline? I think it's a sign of decline. Okay, let's take it a step further. As we're talking team building and what we should do for today's lineup and maybe moving forward, yeah, he's probably the odd man out who I'd look to trade. Now, if I say it every segment of every day and over, now we're getting repetitive.
Yeah.
All right, now we're getting repetitive. But that is also how I feel. Yeah. He is the guy I'd be trading.
Absolutely.
So now, is that me being cruel and inhumane to Chapman, or is that me putting on my GM hat and telling you what I would do?
Well, Chapman's going out of his way and saying that's it sounds like he's saying it's affecting him. It says, literally, it doesn't feel good when you feel like people are so quick to turn their back on you. He said, people are calling me to get pushed out of San Francisco. He's telling the fan base it's making him not feel good. So then why would the fan base continue to do it? Well, clearly he is telling the audience and he is telling all of us, guys, what you're saying is affecting me. So maybe we shouldn't do that.
Well, I would counter to him and be like, hey, look, part of the ups and downs of the job, like every job has specific hazards and requirements. And like, like my brother is a plumber, for example. There are things that come with being a plumber that are good and bad. What comes with being a professional athlete is scrutiny from fans at times.
Yeah.
I'm not condoning death threats, but I'm saying scrutiny from media and fans. That's why you make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because a lot of fans care. A lot of fans care, right?
And they care what you have to say.
Exactly.
Whether you think your own voice isn't as powerful as is irrelevant. You're getting paid $150 million. They want you to say the right things, especially when you're struggling.
And I think I see a lot of former athlete pods right now.
Oh, yeah.
And one thing that is really consistent upon is a lot of them don't invest in therapists and in the mental side of the game. The game is more mental than ever at this level because of all the wackadoodles on social media and, quite frankly, the wackadoodles talking on radio and podcasts.
Absolutely. Will Martinez has been hanging on tight, been very patient, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Will?
What's up, Will?
They announced me. Oops.
What's up, Will?
You're on.
Oh, I'm on. Hey, so morning, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener. When they announced my name, man, I got super nervous. So
it's okay.
Bear with me if you would. I want to first say, I've always liked Chapman, even since he was with the A's and the Giants. But maybe a couple of years ago, Buddy had really good seats down field level at, your vision height. And we were maybe 20 feet from Chapman at third base. There was a bunch of me and my buddies, and then there was like 8 kids in the same area, and they had, signs, hey, it's my birthday, can I get a foul ball? And he wouldn't look. He didn't look. But every time the inning would end or he would get a foul ball, he would run behind, I'd just go into the dugout, and he'd toss it over the dugout to the same spot. And these kids are like, hey, can we get a foul ball? And pretty soon, he ignored them, and it was horrible. And at the end of the game, because I kind of started yelling at Chapman myself, and at the end of the game, the parents were like, hey, thank you for at least trying. But that told me, he wasn't making errors. It wasn't he was having bad days. It was just, I felt that's who he is. Just not a nice guy.
Willow Martinez is one example. And to judge someone off one kind of not a nice guy, I don't know him well enough for me to say that.
I don't have enough information.
But again, going back to fans, a fan experience like that, it could jade you on a certain player. Absolutely. Steiny says it all the time. I go back to Steiny and Dr. J.
I know.
Hates him because he didn't sign something for him when he was a kid. That sticks with you sometimes.
Let me read a text.
Now, I'm mature enough to understand that, like, dude, I'm not. I go to the Charles Barkley route in school of thought. These guys aren't. I'm not looking for them to be my heroes and the guys I'm going to try to emulate in life.
But the reality is kids do look up to them, though.
Kids might, yeah.
No, they do.
But it's up to the parents,
sure,
the guardians.
But not everyone has two parents, and not everybody has.
That's why I said guardians. That's why I said guardians.
No, I know, but not everyone has good
in their life.
As I've learned through coaching for a long time, some parents are just they don't get it. Right?
Unfortunately, that's true.
That's life.
Yes.
I want to read this text. I think this is a good one. Come on, man. The catch the blanking ball guy is now sensitive about fan criticism. Get out of here. I have a hard time having a rebuttal to that.
It's why I keep reading this quote with him and with Susan Schlesinger, the SF Chronicle. Over the last 2 seasons, I feel like I've been one of the best third basemen in the game. No one wants to hear that right now, Matt. Right now, you're not one of the best third basemen in the game. Right now, you stink. You're making $150 million. That's how they feel. And I do think that's fair for them to feel that way. But I also say, he says it doesn't feel good when you feel like people are so quick to turn your back on you. Buddy, it's professional sports. They will turn on you in a heartbut.
Let me give you an example.
And this fan base takes forever to turn on you.
Yeah, but you have to win them over with your play. Not everyone can. Steve Young was crushed by this fan base. Yep. I've told the story 1,000 times.
Yep.
NFC changed the game. He's the MVP of the league. And my dad and everyone in the section's like, put Joe in. Yeah. And he was booed, basically, by our fan base for 2 postseasons and saying he can never win the big one.
Yeah.
Then he won the big one. And now what is he? He's one of the most beloved 49ers of all time.
Hall of Famer.
He won the whole fan base over. His book, QB, is one of the greatest books of all time. He talks about the psychological roller coaster that he went on. What did he do, though? He had a pastor. I forget whatever the Mormon equivalent of a pastor is.
Sure.
Maybe I'm misrepresenting.
I think they have priests.
I'm misrepresenting the name. And a therapist. He hired a sports psychologist. He went deep down the rabbit hole. And Steve Young won everyone over with his play.
Dave Fleming's going to win Giants fans over on the other side. He's been must-listen radio all season long. He's in Milwaukee. He's been calling the games for NBC Sports Bay Area, and he joins us next. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing Scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
All right, if you're considering new windows for your current home or attractive window options for your new home build, Golden State Lumber and Showroom can guide you through the entire process. Golden State partners with Milgard, Marvin, Anderson, Fleetwood, WeatherShield, and other industry-leading manufacturers. Their expert showroom staff can assist you in choosing the right materials to the best glass and finishes. Stylish frames include durable vinyl, sleek aluminum, and energy-efficient fiberglass. Right now is such a good time for homeowners and contractors to invest a tax refund in their home projects. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. But act soon. This offer ends June 8th. And get this, the first 50 customers who mention this radio ad, you'll get free delivery. Connect with them at goldenstatelumber.com or visit one of the many showrooms. When you succeed, we succeed.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Attention California vehicle owners. Feeling worn down by a 2022 or newer car that won't stop breaking down? We know the sleepless nights, the missed hours at work, the money and pride tied up in a vehicle that keeps letting you down. If your 2022 or newer purchased or leased vehicle has had repeated problems or been in the shop for over 30 days, California's Lemon Law is on your side. You could be entitled to a full refund, replacement vehicle, or a cash settlement. We've helped thousands of people get real relief, and we'll fight the manufacturer so you don't have to. There's never a cost to you. For a fast, free qualification check, call now at 800-535-0310. That's 800-535-0310. 800-535-0310.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Where is that guy?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Tony. I don't know. Man, is Marin beautiful right now? It's foggy here. This is a typical San Francisco day. It's beautiful. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Happy hump day. Spadoni, Chasky. We're rolling. We're going to be joined by Dave Fleming here momentarily, as we are each and every week. Voice of the San Francisco Giants, NBC Sports Bay Area, and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider. So, can't wait to that. And I'm going to ask him right off the rip, Joe, what we've been talking about. You know, Matt Chapman and some of these comments that he's made, and he's clearly wearing it on the field. It's affecting his glove. It's affecting his mentals. The comment he had with Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, you know, he's saying it doesn't feel good when you feel like people are so quick to turn their back on you.
I mean, that eighth inning last night, you know, he comes up with a runner on third, less than 2 outs, pops up on the first pitch. You get the little bleeder over his head, down the line, tough play. He doesn't get that one. The Yelich, you know, pop foul. He slides. He doesn't get that one. All tough plays, by the way. And then the one to his left toward Adames that goes off his glove. You've seen him make the play a bunch of times. It's a tough play. And then Gilbert sandwiched in there. It's just, I felt like Chapman needed a hug yesterday, man. That eighth inning was horrible. Bad.
Yeah, and we're kind of having that conversation about, you know, negative comments from the fan base, the booing, all of that, how it can impact a player. And is there a case to be made about, you know, being more positive? You got to, you know, let's rally around these guys out rather than break them down.
He's clearly struggling with confidence.
No, he is. And he's going out of his way and saying it to the public, to the audience, to the media. And joining us right now on the River Islands guest line are 95.7 The Game Giants insider, voice of the San Francisco Giants, that being Dave Fleming, doing a hell of a job with Hunter Pence the last couple of days in Milwaukee. And we'll get to Kyle Harrison, the revenge game aspect, his at-bat, Rafi Devers at-bats, Dave, all of it. But I want to get this conversation and start it here. We've been talking a lot about the comments, you know, Matt Chapman made to Susan Slusser, the SF Chronicle. And I just want to throw this out to you right off the rip. And I'm going to read the quote, and I just want to get your thoughts on it. This is Chapman. I think the thing that probably bummed me out the most is when people are calling for me to get pushed out of San Francisco. Over the last 2 seasons, I feel like I've been one of the best third basemen in the game. It doesn't feel good when you feel like people are so quick to turn your back on you, end quote. How should a Giants fan, you know, feel reading that and watching a guy that's clearly struggling with confidence, not only at the plate, but with his glove too recently?
Well, I mean, I think if you're a fan and you want these players to share their honest opinions, you should appreciate when they actually do that. And, you know, that's Matt speaking from the heart. And even though I'm sure there's a whole segment of Giants fans who would say, well, play better and then we won't be mad at you or whatever. You know, Matt was answering very honestly. And by the way, I agree with him. Like, Matt Chapman has been one of the better players in the league while he's wearing a Giants uniform. And, you know, this hasn't been maybe the number one stretch of bit play for him in the last couple months. I think everybody knows that, especially at a couple weeks where he just, you know, he really was not himself. But that doesn't mean that this guy hasn't done a lot of good things for the Giants. And I think his point is more like that should earn you some grace. That should earn you some time to struggle a little bit. It's not like he has struggled now for 2 years. He struggled for a month. And I agree with him about that. Like, when you get a track record and you've put it on the line for a team and a fan base, there should be some more leeway when things aren't going well, because everybody, even the greatest players in the game, go through periods where they're not playing well.
Yeah, no doubt. And then, look, there's a separate conversation one day about our role, my role. I know you've come on. You're like, Shasky, you're losing your mind here. And I don't know if you want to comment on it. Like, I know the media plays a big part of this. And one thing that I was saying this morning is, like, I legitimately feel bad for the guy. Like, I'm looking at my own, criticisms of Klay Thompson and things that I've said and maybe that I want back. And I try not to be dehumanizing, but I also want to be realistic and analyze what I'm watching. So I don't know. There is a role that we play in this. And I don't know, man. I'm reflecting. I just feel bad for the guy. I felt bad for him last night. I just feel like we've piled on. And I guess where I come down is I try not to dehumanize them while also trying to give my opinions and be realistic and honest. And I think at times it might rub people the wrong way.
Every one of those players, every single one of them understands that you, I, writers, fans, I mean, even people who it's not their jobs, like, have the right to express their opinions about, what's going on the field. And everybody down there knows that what's going on the field is not good enough. So there's not a single one of those guys who would dispute that. But I do think it's a good reminder for everybody, Matt, saying that stuff. I think it's a good reminder for all of us, like, these guys do hear and listen, and this stuff can be really hurtful. And, there should be almost a standard of, if you're not willing to say it right to them, if they're standing in front of you, you shouldn't say it. And I think, you can say stuff like, hey, man, this has not been good enough. And the brand of baseball that's being played right now is not great. You can say that without making it personal. And I think you used a good word there. Like, don't dehumanize. Don't make it like these guys are either robots or just hired guns who don't have the emotional investment that they do. So it's a good reminder for everybody.
Yeah, well said, Dave. Well said. Look, that I have a lot of love for just the Bay Area baseball scene, and all the kids growing up. And I wanted Harrison to work out so bad for the Giants. Like, I really did, and I was rooting for him. And what I saw last night, I don't think it's this. Everybody's outraged, all the Giants fans, and I get it. I'm happy for him because he clearly has made a lot of adjustments. He was locating fastballs all over the place, the sweeper low in the zone, able to get it over for a strike on command. He clearly looks rejuvenated, healthy. I was happy for the De La Salle kid. It sucks it happened at the expense of the Giants. Maybe they weren't able to figure that out with him. I don't know. Maybe I'm shortchanging the Giants on that aspect, but I genuinely felt happy for him as an individual last night, watching him perform. But you're with the team. Seeing him perform, it felt like the best game I've ever seen from him.
Yeah, although he's had a lot of those this year. I mean, he's just been awesome. He's been one of the 5 best pitchers in baseball. So the Giants, he was great last night, but that was not like an aberration. That's how he's been pitching. So, really good for him. I'm happy for him. I am. I love Kyle. He's a great kid. He wanted to be a Giant. It wasn't his choice. But, I will say this too, like, it's getting overplayed. And Kyle is saying this. Kyle is pushing back on this, like the idea that somehow he's come here to this pitching lab and they've solved it all. He's throwing 2 pitches. He's healthy, so his arm angle's higher. When he was with the Giants, his arm had dropped because he just was not healthy. His ankle, his shoulder were hurting, and he just didn't have his body. And so he's gotten healthy to where he can be more in his natural slot, the slot that we saw him use to dominate in the minor leagues. And I think that, the other thing, everybody's talking about all these tweaks, like they shoved him to the first base side of the mound, which, okay, good. That has helped him. But he's throwing 2 pitches mostly and dominating because he's healthy and he's talented and he's good. So I think there has been a little bit of an overreaction, like, oh, my God, as soon as he got away from the Giants and as soon as he got to a team that knows what they're doing, I don't think that's really what has happened. I think this is a really talented young guy who was just getting started, was learning. And, looking back on it, if you had to criticize anything about the Giants, I think they were so protective of him in the minor leagues. He never went deep into games. The pitch count, he was like a 3 and 4 inning pitcher basically his whole time in the minor leagues. Then they call him up, and he has that brilliant first game. But that was the deepest he'd ever gone into a game ever in his life. And, I think it did take a toll on him. They did not properly prepare him for an elevated workload when he got to the major leagues. And I think the performance suffered because of that. And the fact that he's just had time to get stronger and healthier is what's unlocked the performance.
Dave Fleming joining us here on the Morning Roast, Giants broadcaster, our 95 The Game Giants insider, as the Brewers have taken the first 2 of this 4-game series, 8-3 yesterday, and Kyle Harrison getting the win, 4 2/3, 12 strikeouts. Dave, we got Logan Webb on the bump tonight, and Shasky and I were having this conversation, obviously, with Kyle Harrison in the backdrop. Like, why haven't they been able to produce another, starting pitcher? I'm not saying to the same caliber of Logan Webb, who's been a Cy Young runner-up for multiple years in a row now, but just this next kind of wave and iteration. I know Giants fans are longing for the days of, Bumgarner and Lincecum and Kane, and maybe you'll never see that again, but why has the developmental, reliabilities in the minor league system for the starting pitching been so underwhelming?
Well, I mean, I would just push back a little bit and say that the Giants did develop Kyle Harrison. They've developed Logan Webb. They've developed Landon Roop. They've developed Trevor McDonald. Hayden Birdsong looked like he was a big development success and then got hurt and, was having some issues, obviously, but that's definitely a development success. So they have been able to develop some starting pitchers. Now, keeping them healthy and on track has been a whole different thing, and that's another question. That's a challenge for everybody. My initial reaction is just, A, it's really hard to do. You're not seeing a ton of teams develop a ton of different starting pitchers. B, those names that you rattled off that indeed were like the key to the Giants winning all those World Series, like all 3 of those were high first-round picks, or first-round picks at least, big-time pedigree talent. And the Giants get credit for developing those pitchers, but those pitchers came in, with a base of like elite level talent. And so, but the Giants haven't, Kyle was kind of a first round type prospect, and you see what he's become. Some of it is simply, spending your draft capital to get, players who have that talent base. Everybody thinks today's game pitching is so much easier to develop than hitting. And I think it is to a certain degree because the technology so favors pitchers. You can tweak pitches, pitch mixes, change grips, get immediate feedback. There's velocity training that happens. And some teams seem to have a knack for doing that better than others. But most of the stars in this game, sort of had that base of talent coming in. And that's just the reality of it. And so it's a hard thing because, like, the Giants are drafting 4th this year, and it might not be a year where you see one of those guys at the top of the draft. And so it might be another year where that first round pick doesn't fit a pitcher profile. Just might be the case.
So, Dave, the lineup gets announced yesterday. Everyone's like, Buddy Kennedy, really? He's going to start at DH. And I get it. We're just, I don't know. We got to try different things. We want to hide Bryce. But he gets in the 8th inning. Arise gets the double. Adames knocks him over to 3rd. Chapman pops up. Here comes Eldridge. 100-mile-an-hour sinkers, down near his knees on the inside, and he rips it down the line. And then he ends up scoring on a Jung-Hoo Lee base hit after a great 2-strike approach from Susac. Look, as negative as everyone can be after last night's game, that 8th inning, I was fired up. I guess Eldridge, like, what are they protecting him for against some of these lefties? I want to see this kid every single day. I know he pinch hit in the game, but that was an electric moment for me, and I want more of it.
Yeah, and I think you're going to get more of it. I mean, it's obviously trending that way. He's given the Giants their best at bats right now. It's very exciting to watch him. So I don't think you got to wait too much longer. I didn't have a problem yesterday. I mean, Kyle's been just death on lefties this year, and I didn't have a problem with finding a spot Buddy. That's Buddy's role, and he's been really good at it in the minor leagues. Kennedy actually had some good long tough at bats against Harrison. He just didn't have anything to show for him. But I thought he had competitive at-bats yesterday. I get your point of like, okay, enough. He's got to be in there every day. The rare days that he's not, it sure is awesome to have. I mean, that was a true weapon off the bench. And, one thing that I think is definitely true is there's been a lot of criticism of Tony, and maybe even, a little bit from me of like, you got to use your whole roster. And I believe that in this game. You got to use everybody and give everybody a chance to get some at-bats and whatnot. And for the first month or so of the year, it just felt like that wasn't happening. So then if you're going to say that, like I was saying at times, and he has a game where those bench guys are in there, it's hard for me not to, support that. I think it's a good thing to find spots where you can use everybody on your roster. But the big picture point is, Eldridge is making massive strides, learning every day. Very exciting. This guy's a huge talent on offense, and we're going to be watching him for a long time. That was a great at-bat last night.
What's the next step for him in his evolution? He's played first base defensively, I think, once in the last week or so. What do you think, offense, defense, what do you think is the next step for his development for this season?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I think the next step, if I were in charge, is to make sure he's getting a few more chances to play in the field. Like, he's not going to play every day. Devers has been excellent defensively at first base, and Rafi's sort of earned the right to be the veteran on this team, and he wants to play in the field. I got no problem with that. But I think it's reasonable to say once or twice a week, Bryce needs to get out there in the field and just to try to stay as sharp on that side of the ball. He's made so many improvements there. You don't want that to atrophy and go away. So I think that would be step one for me, is just you could sort of guarantee that, and that would be a big positive. And then it's just, more reps of at-bats against the toughest pitchers in the world. And he's learning every time he's up there. And the more reps he gets, the better it's going to be. I think it's as simple as that. But I would prioritize. I'm not sure, maybe part of your question, Joe, is like, maybe is there another spot for him? Could they give him an outfielder's glove and see what it looks like? And I it's possible. It's definitely worth considering. Like, we got to find ways to have your best lineup in there. But my gut tells me that he's a first baseman. That's his defensive spot. And that if you were going to try that, it's probably better served as an off-season project. So I don't know if they'll ever revisit that again, but I think for now, keep it simple, get a few more defensive reps, and just have him in there as much as you can.
Talking about taking that next step, Dave, Jung-Hoo Lee has been really, really good for this team as of late. He's batting .307 on the season. The expectations for him are interesting because he's coming from, the KBO. Not a lot of Giants fans, if most of them, don't really know what to expect from him. They just give this guy a huge contract. He obviously dealt with injuries his first year, had an up and down season last year, ended it pretty well. But what is the ceiling with Jung-Hoo Lee as a overall player, do you think? Are we seeing it finally pay off right now?
Yeah, I think we're starting to see, a little bit more of that ceiling where higher batting average, a little more aggression out on the field. I don't think it's a total coincidence he came off the injured list and his body looked fresh to me. I think Jung-Hoo's a guy who definitely can benefit from a little time off and, maybe managing his workload a little bit better. I think that's for me, that would be a priority going forward. Like, if it's once a week, if that's good enough or whatever, just to try to keep that body fresh. Because the most fun part about it was those games in Colorado where he's just running all over the place, defense, offense. He didn't end up getting credit for trying to steal bases, but he was running and he hustled his way into a double that set up a run scoring rally for the Giants. Like, he did a lot of really aggressive things out there. I think that's kind of the next step for him, is to unlock that part of his game. And I think we're seeing signs that he's doing that now.
Dave, brought to us by the YMCA, I want to ask you just more of a holistic question about the Giants, and you contrast that to some of the other teams we played. Arizona, tons of speed. You could see it on display the entire times, each time we played them. I look at the Milwaukee Brewers, and in many ways, envious isn't the right word. I'm just so impressed with them. And I find what they do to be quite inspirational. They spend a little, but the way they develop and how they play the game and how they turn over their roster and the way that they approach each game, they were bunting in certain situations. I just really like the brand of baseball they play. I know that the Tampa Bay Rays get a lot of love, rightfully. I also think the Brewers are one of the model organizations in the sport. So from your vantage point, as you watch the Brewers play, what do you think of in regards to like the fundamentals and how the game is played in the modern day?
Yeah, I mean, I think they deserve a ton of credit. They are definitely a model franchise. What they've done is really, really remarkable. And I think my biggest takeaway is they are very stubborn about the type of player they want and the type of baseball they want to play, and they just stick to it. And they target players who fit that mold. And so you got to get a little lucky along the way, and I think they have with, this guy Jacob Mizorowski, who right now might be the number one pitcher in the game, was a guy who couldn't throw strikes. And whether it's him or the team or whatever, he just, you won the lottery with that kid. He turned into just a total monster. And so part of it is that. Part of it is just a really deliberate sticking to the game plan of how they want to play. It can be a little easier in a place like this where there isn't the fan pressure, the expectation. You're willing to experiment more. I think the freedom the Rays have had and the Brewers have had and Cleveland has had over the years, it does help to not have the day-to-day pressure that some other places like the Giants, like the Red Sox, like the Yankees, like the Cubs have. Gives you more freedom to kind of try some stuff that feels funky, and they've hit on it. And they got a manager who makes it work. Pat Murphy is a model right now for a lot of teams. I think in a lot of ways is a model for what the Giants are looking for from Tony Vitello. He's now nobody's friend over there, but he's got them playing at a really, really high level. There's an expectation level that they have, and if you don't meet it, he calls you out on it. It's pretty remarkable.
He did that with Uribe, who did the D-Generation X suck it on the mound last week, Dave. And Pat was not a fan of that. He went out of his way to call him out and nip that in the bud real quick. Good stuff this week, Dave, and good luck on the call today later.
Okay, thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
Thanks,
there
buddy.
There he goes. Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider. Some really, really good stuff with Dave Fleming there. And, agree to disagree on some of it. I get what he's saying in regards to, hey, you want a player to be truthful. Like, fan bases want to hear, what the players have to say in regards to Matt Chapman, and going back to our conversation we're having. I actually disagree. I actually think the fans we don't need to know all the truth sometimes. Having some white lies here or there can go a long way. No, it can. I don't need you can be honest to a fault as a player. It's just true. I do think Draymond says a little too much sometimes on his podcast, where a la Steve Kerr saying, yeah, I think Steve Kerr, he might have hindered me a little bit in my career. I was like, really? Really? As we're bringing Steve Kerr back over not knowing if he's going to come back as the head coach, that's the angle we're going with Day-Day. But that's why we kind of love him too, right? There's a double-edged sword. But I do think it's okay to maybe not reveal everything all the time if you're a famous athlete or making a lot of money with the team, Joe.
Yeah, less is more.
There you go. Less is more.
If you're putting out a mixtape every single week, you're going to dilute your own product.
There you go. Maybe 3 albums in one night, maybe. Shout out Drake. Does he have any good songs on that?
If I get another Guru text message from him telling me that this song's a banger and this album's a banger, I just not that into Drake.
I listened to...
Am I the only one?
I listened to 30 minutes of Steiny and Guru yesterday, and they were talking about Steiny being mad that his wife got a stove.
Oh, no.
Without his permission. 30 minutes. You think we could talk 30 minutes of Love Island on the show and get away with it?
No one wants to talk about Love Island.
Oh, it debuted yesterday. Trust me. The streets are talking.
What are you, 27?
Actually, it's my birthday tomorrow. Can you guess my age? 888-957-9570. Guess who's joining Willard and Dibbs later today, Joe? Do you know? Osa Odigizua.
Oh.
Well, it's just Willard and Dibbs the show, but it's Grandy in for Dibbs.
Oh.
So I have to say the name of the show first.
I don't
it's
know.
not Willard and Grandy. That hasn't been changed yet. Don't throw dirt on Dan Dibley.
Grandy's been filling in, so I thought maybe you were getting at that.
Well, no, it was just he's on Willard and Dibbs later. Grandy, I assume, is in for Dibbs. I don't know. I don't know the machinations of the lineup. I know me and you are here daily, and it's sponsored by the San Mateo County Fair.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair, powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and bottle cake! And where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Sisig, 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 Sisig.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
I know we're back. I'm locked in, Carter. So locked in.
Ooh.
It's hard to stay locked in on this Giants team, but we're going to find a way. Because damn it, it's June 3rd. Got months and months and months. You know what? We might be debuting a little segment going forward. Well, just to keep things on, the bright side. It's a tease. It's the bright side. We'll get back into it. We're talking right now about, fan negativity, booing, voicing their frustrations towards a player and how that could impact a player. Chapman talking with Susan Slusser saying, doesn't feel good when you feel like people are so quick to turn their back on you. Bums me out that people are calling for me to get pushed out of San Francisco. Sometimes it's okay to say nothing.
Can I just say something, though, I'm bummed out that people push me out. I want people to understand. Now, we make a fraction of what they make in a week for a year, right? We don't make a lot in this industry. Do you know how many people criticize us on a daily basis, wanting us out of the seat that we're in?
I get texts daily. I got an email yesterday. I don't know how that person got my email, but...
Your email?
Yeah. Someone emailed me.
Look.
No. Well, I got a fake email from him. There's a fake Matt Nahigian, by the way. Be careful of that, asking for people's phone numbers and stuff. Yeah. Going inside radio. But, Joe, they're going everywhere to try to talk smack to us. Yes.
I don't know. At some point, it's a occupational hazard, and you just have to acknowledge it, and you have to move on, and you have to learn how to deal with it. I mean, you just do.
Yeah, got to block out the noise. Joe, I have to go and look at the text line daily, and every other tweet is saying I have an idiotic response, me or you. Saying, I agree with Spadoni. Spadoni's an idiot. Hey, I agree with Shasky. Shasky's an idiot. And, there you go.
Now, look, there's identifying the play. Then there's talking about, sports stuff. Saying a player should be traded. That's sports stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Then saying he's not trying hard and I know and he doesn't care and blah, blah. That's where we start getting into a gray area.
So I'm going to play a couple different sound bites.
Can't dehumanize.
No, can we play a couple different sound bites that we've been spreading throughout the show today about booing in general and how fan acknowledgement and how it can impact a player? We started the conversation and you did a great compare and contrast. And if people missed any of that, it was in the first and second hours. Joe did a good compare and contrast with Klay Thompson and what went down towards the end in Golden State and what maybe Matt Chapman's going through right now. This was Klay back in January of 2024 after getting blown out against the Pelicans and the fans booing the entire team off the floor.
You guys have been booed each of the last 2 home games. Obviously, you're not used to that. How do you handle that? Are you supposed to lose sleep over it?
He said, I don't care. Are you supposed to lose sleep over it? All right. That's one way to try to handle it. Now, Steph said, and I know it's Steph Curry. Steph, he's, closest thing to JC here. We are obviously struggling. There's nothing to cheer about. I don't take it any type of way. Honestly, I'm booing myself. Our team, and I want to give the fans something to cheer about. Okay. Again, that's what you say. No one's harder on me than me. I'm going to boo myself. I want to give you something to cheer about. So yeah, you think you're being tough on me? Trust me. I'm even tougher on myself.
I'm religious, and what you just said is actually offensive.
Well, I'm Catholic, so I'm allowed to.
I'm Catholic as well. He's better than Jesus.
Because it's offensive not to Jesus to Steph.
Because David was the one who slayed Goliath, yet Steph was the one who slayed LeBron.
You just got me like on a Matt Chapman striking out on a curveball. That's what you just did to me right there. That was well done.
And also, Steph Curry was the one who turned the Warriors into a dynasty. That is way more impactful than turning water into wine.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Does Steph walk on water? Does he?
Are you kidding me? We have people who have never even heard of the brand that are out here ready to buy some shoe we've never even heard of.
I was shocked.
I don't see no Air Jerusalem Cruisers from Jesus getting released anytime soon.
Not yet. There's time. Don't worry. He'll come back.
It's only been 2,000 years.
Come back eventually.
He already did.
Well, no, he said he's going to come back again, right? Is that what the Bible said?
I mean,
Bible study? Revelations?
I'm joking, by the way. Father Patrick is somewhere going to be real ticked off.
Oh, it's fine.
Father Mike, too, I saw him on Monday night.
Jesus was joking at the weddings. Come on.
Steph has the shoe deal, but Jesus has the book deal.
That's, wow. That's,
Love
you know
man.
what?
Love, man.
Sam, take the rest of the day off. You're good.
I mean, with all that work you've been doing in the other room, and you actually came ready to play.
He's gone.
That shovel you've been using is really sharp.
Finally dug something up, finally.
About time.
Dead Sea Scrolls.
Well, you do have hair like you belong in Jesus' time. You also have body odor where it smells like you belong in Jesus' time.
So now you got to take it in the wrong direction. You are so weird.
I always think about that, though, like when I'm watching like movies that take place. Well, kind of, like in the 1800s and like the 1700s. Like,
well, they all have perfect teeth, and you're like, there's no way they have perfect teeth.
You're just thinking about the feet.
No, I was just thinking about, God, these people probably smell. Bryce Harper on being booed. This was during the playoffs. This is Bryce Harper, Philadelphia Phillies, on being booed in the playoffs last year.
I mean, I love playing at the bank. I love our fans. I boo myself when I get out. I'm the same way. So I entrust in what they do. They show up for us every day, day in and day out. So if we deserve to be booed or if we deserve to, they spend their hard-earned dollar to come watch us play. They expect greatness out of us. I expect greatness out of myself and my teammates as well. So if they believe that, then I don't know what's going through their head or their mindset. We got some of the best fans in baseball, and I don't know. They make me play better, so I enjoy it. So I'll probably get booed tomorrow night too, so it's kind of the same thing. I mean, what are we talking about?
Masterclass right there. Absolute masterclass. Right. Saying, I love our fans. They're allowed to boo me because I boo myself too.
Yeah, he's got $400 million in the bank.
Like, Matt Chapman's got $150 million in the bank. He could have said that if he wanted to.
No. I agree. What I'm getting at is that, like, if Tristan Beck said that, I would feel way worse for Tristan Beck than I would for Bryce Harper. Tristan Beck is a fringe Major League Baseball player as of now. He's been kind of yo-yoed back and forth. Nice guy. He really hasn't established himself in the bigs. I mean, he's a professional, but, like, not on the same level. I do believe money is a huge factor in a lot of these conversations. And when I mean money, I mean all the money. Gambling money, I mean the money that is owed to a player, how much money they've made, how much money resentment there is amongst just the common fan to the modern athlete overall. I do believe the unspoken aspect of a lot of this stuff is money. Like, I'm not mad at Buddy Kennedy. I mean, I'm mad he was in the lineup, but I'm not mad at him. Now, Chapman making a lot of money makes it harder for the team that I love to be able to field the rest of the team around him when he's not playing well. Chapman's money makes it harder to move off of him, when he's struggling and we need to give Casey Schmidt opportunities. Money is one of the factors on why Rafi Devers is at first base defensively every day. Right? Money and a one-year deal is why Rise is probably going to be the guy traded at June 15th when it can open up. Money and his being an expiring deal at the end of the year for Robbie Ray is probably why he's getting dealt. Money is why we were really quick to say, like, Brock Purdy's awesome and everything. And then he got paid, and then the scrutiny went through the roof. I think money is the unspoken part of a lot of this.
It is. It's definitely a big part of it. We have another one here. Great job, boys in the back, getting this sound and flipping it so quickly. So we've heard from Clay. I've read what Steph said. We've heard from Bryce, Matt Chapman. Here's Giannis. This is from playoffs last year?
No, this is from the regular season, I believe, when the Bucks were so awful.
Oh, that's right.
He got booed at home, and he turned around and booed back at the crowd, and they asked him about it after the game.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. I play basketball for my teammates. I play basketball for myself and my family. When people don't believe in me, I don't tend to be with them. I tend to be against them. I tend to do what I'm here to do, what I'm good at, right? I think I'm like a maverick. I've always been that way. So it won't change now. It doesn't matter if I'm at home or away. But yeah, I've never been a part of something like that before, and I don't think it's fair. I don't. But everyone has the opinion to do what they want to do.
Yeah, see, that's how you don't go about it. You don't say, I play for my team, it's my family. Not them, if they're going to do that to me. It's not fair. But everyone's got an opinion. You can learn from what Steph says. You can learn from what Bryce says. I'm not saying he's not allowed to say that. Clay could feel his type of way. Matt Chapman could feel some type of way. Giannis could feel some type of way. And Giannis is a Hall of Famer and probably the greatest player in the history of that franchise. And he's saying that. Him and Kareem, probably. But I think Giannis broke most of the records there. Did he not? And Kareem played more with the Lakers. So, and that's Giannis saying that. And we've all been chronicling how it's ended in Milwaukee. It has not ended well. And I do think a large part of that is because Giannis kind of put his foot in his mouth a lot of the times, whether that's on social media, whether it's comments after games like that. It has not ended well for Giannis in Milwaukee, and he's probably going to be gone this summer.
What I've learned in many fights with many, 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 many people, I don't care what you think. No, we all care what everyone thinks. Very few don't care. And if you didn't care, you wouldn't even address it. Right?
It's true. It's true. I care what Brian in Palo Alto thinks. He's been hanging on hold, and we appreciate him calling in. Brian, good morning.
Morning, guys. I think multiple things can be true. First off, comparing Matt Chapman and Klay Thompson as far as, whatever criticism guilt, not the same level. It's not Matt Chapman's fault they signed him to a terrible contract, but, the criticism is warranted because he's not a very good player. So, and unfortunately we have a bunch of guys on this team who are, Willie, Chapman, these guys are not great baseball players with big contracts. And I think the only way out of it is hope they heat up and build their stats up so that they can ship them out of town for prospects. And what we know will happen is if they do get hot, the Giants will use that as a rationalization to push forward towards another 80 and 82 season. And the cycle will continue. But there is, like, bashing these guys, like, they have to rebuild their stats, right? Because they have to be, right now they're degraded whatever chips. So
stay. If Matt Chapman was in an interview and you heard, I was driving home the other day and I was driving to the ballpark and I heard Brian in Palo Alto ripping me, the way Bryce Harper mentions people from WIP, callers that call in, come on, would you smile a little?
Sure, of course I would. Sort of like when Dave Fleming, if you remember when Dave Fleming validated my criticism of Farhan talking to you guys a couple years ago.
Pretty good, yeah. It's like an angel got its wings.
So I felt tremendous validation there. But I think you look up and down this lineup, and there's a bunch of guys in this lineup who are low contact, low on base percentage. You look at the good teams, the Dodgers, they're on base all the time. And I fear that, Buster, who had a great approach and worked counts and got on base a ton as a player, is more of like a Sabian mindset, which is, basically was like an anti-Moneyball sort of mindset. And obviously, Farhan being here did not fix anything either. So it's like, I guess it's darned if you do, darned if you don't. But I think it's, these guys are not, it's not a good lineup. And I didn't think it was a good lineup before the season. And I said that. And it's not a good lineup now. And, all you can do is hopefully these guys can rebuild their value enough so that you can trade them and go all in the farm system. Have a good day, guys.
That's Brian in Palo Alto. Happy hump day, Brian.
It's the saddest have a good day I've ever heard.
Yeah, he's pretty down on the his Giants right now. I should have asked him about the Myles Garrett trade, how he felt about John Lynch after that.
I think he's still riding high from that Dave Fleming validation from a few years ago. I actually remember when that happened.
You said an angel got his wings. I was thinking of the devil on the shoulder getting the wings.
The devil got his horns.
The devil got his horns and the tail. That's what he got. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got 1 hour to go here. Grant Cohn going to be joining us in about 20 minutes, Joe. Covers the Niners for Sports Illustrated. Get his thoughts on the Myles Garrett move to the Rams, how that impacts the NFC West, what he's seen at OTAs, et cetera, et cetera. Grant Cohn coming up in 18 minutes. And you know what? He's a guy that asks a lot of questions. I would like to get his thoughts on athletes in general and what maybe they should or should not say when they're slumping as bad as Matt Chapman and guys like Klay Thompson in the past. Maybe that's just don't say anything at all. It's a thought. I don't know. Just don't say anything.
I've listened to actually Grant talk about his criticisms of Javon Kinlaw and how he would do things different now. And his, it's not change of heart. I think it's just, with more perspective and more time, you rethink how you go about certain things.
Sure.
And I think that he, Jimmy Ward and him went at it a lot.
Yeah.
He went at it with Jimmy Ward. And then out of nowhere, I think Jimmy Ward kind of went rogue and actually started liking Grant for maybe his honesty or whatever. And there's a mutual respect to some degree. I don't think that necessarily happened with Javon Kinlaw and him.
Mook Dog? Yeah. A little different.
I mean, some of what he was saying was pretty right, though. I mean,
what was he saying?
Well, he's not very good. Well, he's not.
Again, this is the line you kind of have to walk when you're talking about these players and you're covering these players on a daily basis. You're not going to sugarcoat it because Grant's audience, why do they like Grant? Because
he keeps it real for his perspective.
From his perspective and from his fans' perspective and listeners' perspective, he keeps it real. And he's willing to ask the difficult questions that maybe some of the other media members aren't going to ask. And they appreciate that from him.
I just think I've told you this. I view all of sports media, not everybody's in the journalistic branch of the tree. I consider it a big tree, right? And there's all these branches. At the root, the big trunk of it is all sports media. Some are doing journalism. Some are doing analysis. Some are doing opinions and whatever.
Columns.
Some are doing rage bait. Some are doing columns. Everyone's got their branch. And I do believe that this tree, some parts have got more leaves and fruit on it than others.
The Giving Tree.
Yeah.
Great book.
But there's a branch for everyone, however you want to consume it, if you're the consumer, right?
Yeah.
And I guess my argument would be to the athlete, use the tree's fruit and leaves that benefit you and discard the ones that don't.
I think that's a great point, and it leads me to this next sound clip. So we've heard from all the players talking about the booing, right? From different, levels. Matt Chapman, a Klay Thompson, a Bryce Harper, a Giannis Antetokounmpo. Here's Tony Vitello. This is back on May 9th on being booed versus the Pittsburgh Pirates.
What would you do if they paid for their ticket, or they, at the very least, even if it was free, they chose this over everything? I mean, there's 85 million shows you can watch on Netflix or every other deal there is, or in this city. I haven't gone out much, but anytime I have, there's a lot going on. So, and then also, I kind of grew up in a weird situation. I never had one team that, was deeply rooted in my family and passed down. I've seen it in college and in pro sports, but I don't know, I kind of had a little different deal going on. So whether it's you paid for your ticket or you just chose to do this, over other options, or maybe your walls are painted orange and black and this is the team your whole family for generations has supported, you got a lot invested, so you want something in return. At the very least, a good effort, maybe execution here and there. So now, would also in turn, it's almost like a teammate thing, which sounds silly, in turn realize that there's some big boys in their lineup and it's a challenging game. You're not going to be perfect all the time, and might be some things you wish you could redo, and a play you might kind of sit on a different pitch, whatever it might be. But I think it got to the point where it wasn't an acceptable effort, so they probably did what you or I would maybe do. I don't know that I'd do that. Always try and be as positive as possible, but I think it's pretty realistic. And if anything, maybe in a reverse psychology, provides a little extra motivation.
So he brings up effort. That's why, with Chapman, look, I'm not here to debate whether he's been great or the best version of himself. I don't think he has. He's had a down year. I think Dave was painting a picture of a third baseman that I don't agree with. And his prerogative is his prerogative. I don't think he's been one of the best third basemen in the game over the last 2 years.
If you go off of WAR, which takes into account, I
think WAR is extremely inflated.
I think, but Dave has been on this show and this station many times referencing Matt Chapman's WAR, and that being a reason why he feels like he's one of the best because of the defensive metrics that go attached to it. I agree with you, Joe. I don't think he's been, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah. Continue.
Well, I do believe his effort is there. The performance hasn't been good enough. I do believe the effort's been there. I don't know about leadership. I'm not there. I don't know about all that. I'm talking about do you put in the effort? Yeah, but you're just not performing.
Yeah.
Right? Now, where I really lose my mind is the Mark Melancon, Armando Benitez situations where not only do I think you're not performing, but I also think that you aren't putting in the work.
Yeah.
That's where I think we have major, major problems. And that's kind of where the crossroads of where Brandon Ayuk feels like he's at.
Let's go to Duke in San Bruno before we get Grant Cohn on here. Duke, what's going on, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I completely disagree with BPA. The Giants, and the top 100 hitters in baseball right now, the Giants have 5 of them in the top 100. They're batting at their team average right now is 253, which if you go all the way back to 2010, that's pretty much where the Giants are. I went with 2010, obviously, because they won the World Series. And you look at 253, that's kind of where they're at. I'd keep all these guys. The Giants are only going to get better when they get their pitching from the farm. You're not going to find pitching on the open market. You're not going to trade for it, though. In hindsight, Kyle Harrison at 7-1 right now versus Rafael Devers, but that's who knew? That's coulda, woulda, shoulda. But I think you keep this team the way they are, and you get a closer, and whether that comes from the minors, so be it. You build up your bullpen. You get some fresh arms in the rotation, and the Giants are going to be competitive.
Would you? Okay, so now I'm going to ask you: would you acknowledge their outfield depth is just not there?
Well, I mean, okay, let's go to Chapman. I don't have a problem with Chapman, so that means you got to find a place for Casey Schmidt.
Yes.
And right now, that place is left field. Casey Schmidt has to be in the lineup every single day.
I agree, but he's not a left fielder.
Bryce Eldridge needs to be in the lineup every single day.
Yes.
I don't know. Defensively, you gotta work him in. You gotta find a spot for him. I'm thrilled with Jung Hoo Lee. I'm put him somewhere out in the outfield. Let him be.
I agree.
Center field.
I agree.
Center field is a gaping hole.
Yes.
Yes. We have a problem.
Yes.
Yes. I agree. And one other thing I want to question and is we're going back to Buster Posey days. I mean, is the catchers that we have right now, Susek, are they calling the game? Are the pitchers calling the game?
It's a combination. So I'm glad you brought that up. Hank Schulman was actually discussing this last night, talking about before the Bailey trade, after the Bailey trade.
I have the stat right here, Joe.
Yeah.
If you want.
I don't think it tells the full story, but keep going.
No, but it's interesting, and I like how he phrased it because I agree. He's like, I had no issue with the Patrick Bailey trade for the short or long term, but I feel it affected the pitching staff that are baked into these numbers. Pre-trade, 3.91 ERA, 4.11 FIP, and 2.17 Ks per walk. All right, the K walk ratio. Post-trade, 5.47 ERA, 4.50 FIP, 1.79 strikeout to walk ratio. So it's jumped exponentially, 1.5, Joe. Now, how much is Logan Webb being on the IL? Does that coincide with that a little bit? Because didn't he go on the IL around that same time with the Bailey trade?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Ryan Walker got sent down.
Ryan Walker. So there is multiple factors to that, but it is an interesting compare and contrast pre and post Bailey.
Yeah, but every pitcher's different. So Blake Snell calls his own game on the pitch call.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know. Robbie Ray pretty much calls his own game.
Yeah.
And these guys can shake off whenever they want.
Yeah.
Logan Webb is going to kind of call his own game. Now, look, when Bailey's back there, they have a lot of synergy together, and so I'm sure they're thinking alike on a lot of stuff. The bigger aspect is that dude, they hit a wall.
Yeah.
Hank, you've been covering the team a long time. Who do you want right now, with a 2-run lead, here's the ball in the ninth inning.
Well, you just heard from Duke. He's like, just find someone in the minors to be the closer. I was like, if it was that easy, they would have done it.
Who's the closer right now?
I don't know.
Okay, who's the setup guy?
I don't know.
Who do you trust the most right now? Keaton Wynn, maybe?
It was Caleb Killian up until
Not anymore.
It was up until recently. Not anymore, though. Yeah, Keaton Wynn, Brew Baker. Joe, it's not good. It's not good.
So I don't know, man. Like, I hear him, but
you want to talk some Niners? You want to talk some San Francisco 49ers? You don't know?
Get sad again.
Hey, come on. They're healthy right now, except for Isaac Orendo. Make sure you're signing up to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts like Shasky and Guru, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Plus, you can get Baldy and myself, who had a Q&A conversation yesterday about all the biggest moves happening around the NFL, how it affects the 49ers. Plus, you'll find out where Baldy's traveling in the future and what he's going to do. Here's a hint. He wants to ride an elephant. Where's he going to do that? Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to find out. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions. Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
California drivers, your 2022 or newer car problems could actually qualify you for a major payout. Ford drivers got up to $186,000. GM drivers got up to $173,000. And those are just some of the settlements recovered this year. Some drivers may qualify for even more. If your 2022 or newer car keeps breaking down, stop paying for a mistake the manufacturer should be paying you for. California Lemon Law could entitle you to a massive cash settlement, a vehicle buyback, or even a replacement vehicle. If your 2022 or newer vehicle has repeated issues, warning lights, engine trouble, transmission problems, electrical issues, or it's been stuck in the shop for 30 days or more, you could already qualify. We fight to get your money back, and you pay absolutely nothing unless we win. Call 800-527-2131. That's 800-527-2131. 800-527-2131.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health.
to Gathering Heels.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play.
Who let the dogs out?
Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
We doing numbers? Are we? I don't know.
You know we've reached the point of too many athlete podcasts.
Who's next?
When I see Jose Canseco say, I was faster than Ricky Henderson, and he knew that. Come on, Ozzy. I mean, Jose, what are you doing?
Well, what year was
What
this?
are you doing?
Well, what year was it?
Just did it this year, he said it. You said...
Did you see Joe Adele? He pulled Jose Canseco last night. The ball hit off his head for a home run.
Jose.
Oh, you love Jose Canseco.
No, he's hilarious, but
you love him.
I was faster than Ricky Henderson. Okay.
Well, he had some help with that.
Can we have a little respect and dignity for like one of the greatest ball players ever, who I feel like still never gets his just due?
You mean his own
Ricky Henderson?
His own teammate too?
Yeah, but Canseco, I think Canseco is dramatically underrated. I think we file everything under steroids, and he was awesome. He was way more than just steroids.
Well, him and McGuire too. Like it's unreal.
No doubt. You don't fake your way to 400 home runs.
No, you don't. But you can get stuff that helps.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm not.
But you don't fake. And again, I'm not some A's homer. Ricky was awesome.
When I think of A's homers, I actually do think of you. And I also think of Grant Cohn, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Covers the 49ers for Sports Illustrated. Grant, I don't know if you've been listening to our conversation all this morning. It's been, it's been about the Giants. You want to throw it out there? It's been a lot.
I'm not pretending to be some I'll zig when everybody's zagging guy. Like, I'm being like dead serious here. I look back at my own daily criticisms of Klay Thompson when he was struggling. And, I listened to you kind of explain about how, hey, knowing what I know now and what I did with Javon Kinlaw, like I've seen you have this kind of retrospective conversation with yourself. And I'm thinking like, look, I was trying to like call it like I see it, but also I think there's a way I could have said things and done things that would have been a little more humane and maybe with a little more tact, I think is the way I would put it. And I look at the Chapman thing and everybody's piling on him. And I feel like it's fair to pile on somebody who's not very good, but even more so when I feel like they don't care or they're not putting in the work or they're kind of got like a poor attitude or maybe I don't think they're a good person. And I just don't know if any of those things applies to Chapman. And now I just kind of feel bad for him. And I saw a guy in the 8th inning last night pop up, boot a couple balls, and like I'm like, oh, dude, like everyone's going to crush him and they're going to hashtag him to death with horrible nicknames. I just feel bad for him. I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying that he deserves all of this empathy. I'm not saying you can't say, dude, you're not as good right now. What I'm saying is like, I feel bad for the dude. And I think a lot of people are just calling me soft this morning. And I feel like he's going through it and I don't really want to pile on. I don't know. I'm not even asking a question. I'm just, you cover these guys on a daily basis. When I say that, what do you think?
That's fair. I think it's good to have empathy for professional athletes. They are human beings. And just because Matt Chapman's going through a slump or he's not living up to his contract, it doesn't mean that he's open season for some of the most vile things you could say behind an anonymous Twitter account. That's absolutely true. But there's also a balance there. Like, he is a professional athlete and he is struggling. And part of that contract is being willing to take some flack. And so, like, where's the line? And I think that's for every adult to think about themselves. Like, you don't want to be someone who's causing him more angst, but at the same time, it's sports and you're allowed to be upset. I mean, if he was on the Philadelphia Phillies, probably worse. It's not like this is something systemic to the Bay Area. And it's baseball. He's going to get it every day until he plays better. So I understand where he's coming from. I understand where Giants fans are coming from. It's a tough situation. These are the kind of things you deal with when you're 800 games under 500.
What? Like, because I love that you're now really like talking about the Giants, and so I appreciate. I know you're known for the Niner stuff. If you were covering, I
can't stop watching this. This is incredible.
Well, what aspects are the most fascinating to you? For someone that like you're in the locker room with the Niners all the time. If you were on the beat of the Giants, like, what are the questions you would be asking? And who would you be directing them to?
It does seem like the questions are really best pointed at Buster. It's not fair to just roast Tony Vitello every day. But it seems like you had a team that was, like, remarkably consistently mediocre for a long time. And then Buster comes in and thinks he's going to finally break out of that. And he makes these big investments and they're awful? I can't think of a team that did something like that. You're either like the Niners where you're on the cusp of something or you're like trying to rebuild. This is just an expensive, bad team and they're locked into it for years. And it seems like Buster is largely responsible. And it's kind of funny to think what Bob Melvin and Farhan are thinking privately. Like, sure, I wasn't great, but I got scapegoated. Look what Buster's doing.
Grant, can I ask you a question? You've obviously covered all these teams, the Giants, the Warriors, the Niners. The differences from the media perspective of covering each of these sports because of the length of the seasons, right? 17 games in the NFL.
Also, the affiliations with the stations, I think, is another.
That's another aspect of it.
And I'm not dogging the guys across the street. I'm saying that they've had a long, fruitful relationship, and how the tone in which they're covered, I do think matters.
Well, but also, I guess my question is like how you build relationships with some of these players from a media perspective. How does it shift from sport to sport?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, in baseball, you got to see these guys every day for 6 months. In football, you see them in the locker room, but it's really just 17 games. So maybe it's tougher. Maybe you feel like if you're covering the Giants, you feel like you're almost part of the family and you don't want to be too mean to Matt Chapman. Maybe it's a little bit different. I could see that. It seems like people are trying to rally around him and protect him, which is admirable. I don't know if that would really necessarily happen in the NFL. That's a good question. It is a different culture.
Do you, like, when you've been covering guys, like, I feel like I'm watching Chapman's confidence be zapped right now. There was a time where I almost felt like I could feel Alex Smith and the confidence, like he was just processing everything. It was just so much. Trey Lance, I think, at one point in the preseason, I could feel every throw was like a referendum on if he's even an NFL player or not. when you're watching these guys, how much of the psychology and the confidence, I don't think we do a good job in the media talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everyone's piling on Chapman when really like Adames could be part of it too. I mean, there's so many people who are underperforming, but he's the worst, so he's the target of it all. And it seems like it spirals. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, it's like it's just kind of the natural essence of professional sports. And my heart goes out to him, but he knows that this is what he signed up for, and he may not be. He's gonna climb his way out of this. He's a vet. He's been around for a long time. I can only imagine how hard it is to sleep at night. I mean, in baseball, slumps are so awful. And it seems like it's different than in football and in basketball. Like, you have to be up at night being like, am I ever going to come out of this? And Chapman doesn't know if he's ever going to come out. He will. He's not a great hitter, but he'll go back to hitting 240 eventually. But right now, he probably has to wonder.
You make your money on the internet. I mean, that's really like, right? Like, obviously covering the team and videos and journalism and the stuff you put out on Sports Illustrated. If they asked you, whether it's the NFL, NBA, or MLB, to do a symposium for the team, what would your guidelines be for these players on how to navigate the internet in this scrutiny era? Because you're one of the people every day I'm basically a critic. You know, I'm praising or critiquing or analyzing what I'm seeing. And if they asked you, Grant Cohn, to sit in front of the entire room and give a symposium on how these athletes should navigate the internet, what would your suggestion be?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be, at least in the NFL, it's so different going from college to the pros. In college, at Michigan, at Washington, you're the hero of the campus and everyone loves you even if you lose a game. But in the NFL, if you're a first-round pick and you're not a Pro Bowler, people are going to let you hear it. And it's not just going to be fans, it could be media too. So I think you gotta turn off the social media stuff. You can't listen to that stuff because it's only going to frustrate you at best. You have to find a way to turn that stuff off. And for your critics in the media, you can use them as inspiration or fuel to prove them wrong. But I think that's all it is. And I think instead of maybe starting a fight with one like Javon Kinlaw or trying to prove it that way, start a dialogue with people. Like, hey, man, you don't know me at all. Let's talk about what you think I am. And I think Chapman could do that with people who are covering the team. It's just with Chapman, it's not like he's a young up-and-coming guy who's trying to establish himself. It seems like he may be on the other end, toward the end, and he has to prove that he has a little bit of gas left.
Grant Cohn joining us here on the Morning Roast, covered the 49ers for Sports Illustrated. Speaking of social media, Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, my goodness.
So, I'm just going to...
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's June 1st. I know the Niners have said, and John Lynch kind of tongue-in-cheek, hey, we're open for business. You want to come get Brandon Ayuk? Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, saying, yeah, untradeable. No one wants him. All the other teams know it. No one wants to trade for this guy. They don't even know what his health is. Doesn't show up. Total head case. I guess my only question is this, Grant. If you had an opportunity to sit down with Brandon Ayuk, what would be the first question you ask him?
Dude, why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you doing this to yourself? I understand the Niners screwed you over from your perspective and you feel like a victim, but it seems like you're now putting the nail in the coffin of your own career. Why are you doing that? And I don't really know what's going on with him. Last year, it seemed like he was in shape and wanted to play, and the Niners didn't want him to play or something was going on. Now he's not showing up. And if you look at the pictures he posts on Instagram, a couple of things stand out. One, his expression. He's not smiling. He's not frowning. He looks kind of blank, which is always alarming to me. And then he doesn't look in shape at all. His face looks puffy. You know, he looks like a guy who's kind of given up. And I don't want to project too much, but it seems like that's kind of the rumors around him. People are whispering, I don't know about his mental health right now. And just look at his face in the pictures he posts. I am concerned about him. And I'd hate to think that a guy who's 28 years old with this much potential and ability would just give up. So I don't know. That's where I'm at.
I'm with you. I'm very worried about him. The individual, forget football. It's bizarre. Well, you got that backdrop, and then, I don't know, the Rams make one of the biggest deals I can think of in forever, and they go get Myles Garrett. And all I kept thinking was, the Niners have kind of set themselves up to where they're boxed in for 2026. And what I mean by that is their draft history doesn't have a lot of stud young guys. There's guys you like, but there's no stud like anchor dudes that you're like, oh, Pro Bowler for the next 2 or 3 years. And then you look at their finances, and it feels like they continue to double down on guys from the 2019 run or the 2021 run, and we're entering 2026, 2027, and it feels like they're all in financially for right now, and yet you still feel very far away from Seattle and the Rams as they're making this deal for the now, and it's like almost like a triple whammy. Do you get where I'm going?
Absolutely. I mean, you're so invested in this core players that you've had for so long. You'd think that trading for someone like Myles Garrett would be up their alley, considering it was for the Rams, or at least making sure the Rams don't get him. I keep going back to 4 years ago when the Niners traded for Christian McCaffrey. A big reason they did, and Jed York talked about this, was they were legitimately concerned that the Rams were going to trade for Christian McCaffrey. And they talked about it internally, and according to Jed, Kyle Shanahan was against trading for Christian McCaffrey. I was at the time too. He'd had so many injuries. He was expensive. And Jed was like, okay, are you comfortable with the Rams getting him? And Kyle said no. And they traded. Does this not apply to Myles Garrett? Like, if the Niners had Myles Garrett, I think all of us would pick the Niners to win the Super Bowl, and they'd be the favorites. They'd really be in a great position. But now the Rams are that team, and the Niners seem like well behind them. And maybe things could break the Niners' way in terms of health. But barring that, it seems like another year where they'll be in the mix, but they won't be the Super Bowl champion. And that's too bad when you just gave Trent Williams an extension.
Well, the other elements of this team, like the financial structures of where they're at, they've renegotiated a bunch of guys and kicked the can down the road. Well, now and over the next couple of years, you have to pay the piper. So when fans see, hey, you've got $75 million, give or take, in free cap, well, they need that money because they're so over it next year and the year after that. And so that's the element financially. Then there's the draft history where it's like, think of just this year. You didn't address the offensive line. You traded down. You took a receiver who may or may not get on the field by week 7, all right? And your number one opponent just bolstered their defensive line, and you don't even know who your left guard is. Meanwhile, your top draft pick, which should be plug and play, wasn't to solidify a weakness. It's to maybe have him contribute at some point down the line. And this is after you took another receiver when you had 2 wide receivers. Like, I feel like there's the money aspect and then there's the draft history. They're kind of all coming to a head on this Myles Garrett thing. And it's really, I'm not saying they can't be good this year. I'm saying this is why you couldn't make the move. You didn't have ammunition and you don't have any wiggle room.
Yeah, that's why drafting matters. You know, if the Niners had gotten a legit Pro Bowl pass rusher with the 11th pick last year, maybe they could have traded for Myles Garrett, but they didn't. I mean, and the Rams did. And the thing is interesting with the Niners and a lot of these Bay Area teams, they operate on these 2 timelines. But the Warriors do it too. Like the Niners have the oldest core in the NFL, but they won't go all in because they have to maintain their future flexibility. And they're kind of working on both fronts at the same time, which leaves them in this spot where they're like one of the 8 best teams in the league, but they're never really making that move like the Rams do every few years to give themselves the best chance possible to win a Super Bowl in the present.
Do they feel comfortable? Like I saw the Tom Tolbert interview, and they're sitting in the backyard with Tolbert. I'm talking about
tan.
Lynch and Shanahan. Yeah. And look, maybe it's the end of the season, and it's the offseason. They're relaxed. You know, it's a situation. Oh, you can't hear? Okay. It's a situation where maybe they don't like, you know, Tom, look, I love Tom, but Tom's not going to like, here's a bunch of gotcha questions. That's not his nature. And so they felt comfortable, but I just feel like everybody's a little too comfortable in Santa Clara. Just in general. Like there's just not that sense of urgency.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like they fill up that stadium? They had a couple of scary years with Chip Kelly and Jim Tomsula. They never want to go back to that. No, they haven't won a Super Bowl, but they fill up the stadium. They get a lot of positive press, and they're cool with that, as opposed to the Rams, who have won a Super Bowl but really don't fill up that SoFi Stadium. They still haven't really built a true LA fan base, and it seems like they're desperate to do that, where the Niners are like, we don't have to. If we go get Myles Garrett, will it guarantee a Super Bowl for us? No. So why should we spend all that when we're already in a great spot to make a ton of profit? That's kind of how it feels, and maybe that's jaded, but doesn't it seem that way to you?
I mean, I'm a season ticket holder, and I'm sitting here, and I'm like, I just 2026, like I think we're going to be a good team. 2027, like look at the numbers on the 2027, and like I don't feel great. Like I don't. I feel like we're all in for 2026. And yet I look around and I do not think we are one of the top 4 or 5 teams. I think we have a chance. We have a top 3 or 4 coach, no doubt about it. The rest of the roster, like we need some things to break big time.
And what's scary about this move too is like the Niners, Brock, John, Kyle aren't going to be here indefinitely without a Super Bowl ring. They're entering year 10 and they're still on the cusp of getting one. And if they got Myles Garrett, everyone would get extensions and they'd be here a long time. But now that he's with the Rams, if they don't get back to a Super Bowl, they don't get back to an NFC championship and they win and the Rams win a Super Bowl, you wonder like, will Brock be here in 2028 making $53 million a year with no ring? Will John be here? There's a lot of uncomfortable questions that happened because of this one particular trade because the Rams were aggressive and the Niners stood pat.
Grant, what did you make of Pelissero basically tweeting out and saying, yeah, I envision no scenario in which Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch ever get fired from San Francisco?
It felt like an interesting choice of words, like get fired.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see that. Like Andy Reid didn't technically get fired by the Eagles. His contract just expired. And I could see Jed wanting to do that. He didn't even want to fire Jim Harbaugh. They had to call it a mutual parting of the ways because he understood how insane it would be to fire a coach with the 7-something winning percentage. That being said, I think John Lynch's contract expires either after this year or next year. It's unclear. And Kyle's after next year or the year after. So what Jed could do is just say, look, we really like you. We're not going to fire you, but you haven't won a Super Bowl and you did miss the playoffs in 2024. So we want to see a little bit more. I would imagine John and Kyle want raises and they're not cheap. So that Jed could just drag his feet and see where this goes, which is probably what I would do. And we'll see if these two get extensions. In the past, they would each get extensions with about 3 years left on their deal. It's not going down that way this time.
I mean, God, I'd love to work for Jed.
Would you?
I mean, seriously, I would.
You go to England, go to Leeds, dude. I think they got some openings.
Well, I mean, I'd have to start with a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
That being said, Grant, Aston Davis gets brought in. This is a kid from Cal that I liked coming out of the draft. He was a track guy. Like, I really did like him. I think the Jets have been kind of a dumpster fire, so I don't know what to make of him coming to the Niners on a 1-year deal. Does that say something about Raheem Morris, about their safeties, or is this just a flyer acquisition?
Well, he is a free safety, and he does have speed. And the Niners, I mean, to me, Siegel and Mustafa are strong safeties, and Jair Brown, I guess, is a free safety, but he runs a 4.6. It's not like you could really put him as a single high guy in center field and expect him to cover hash to hash. At least Aston Davis does have some speed and can theoretically do that. He's almost 30. He's been in the league a while. He's a fringe starter, and I think it's a perfectly fine move. It's a 49er move. You know what I mean? They didn't overpay for him. It's a 1-year deal. It's team friendly. They protected themselves. And it's so funny that it came a day after the Rams traded for Myles Garrett. Like the Rams made a Rams move and the Niners made a corresponding Niner move. And, you know, Parag strikes again, yada, yada, yada. He should be fine, but like he'd probably be the fourth safety on the team. He'd probably an upgrade over Saran Neal, which, you know.
Yeah. Jason Pinnock. Remember they had Odom back there against Darnold a couple years ago? Let me rat-a-tat-tat some young players. You saw them last week. They were working out. I know I don't want to gleam too much, but Kalen Black, give me a line or two on him.
They're making a point to throw him a lot of passes. And you know what I mean? How a team knows a narrative about a player, and the Niners drafted him higher than everyone else would have. So they're like, okay, what's the knock? He can't catch passes. Watch us throw 7 to him in 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s. And it looks like he has natural hands, good hand-eye coordination, can extend and catch the ball away from his frame. That's all good for a running back. He won't be a route runner like Christian McCaffrey, but no one is. So far it looks like maybe the Niners were right about his skill set. We'll see if he can actually produce. It seems like he and Jordan James are kind of interchangeable, at least on a practice field. If Christian McCaffrey goes down, I bet those two would split carries and be used in the exact same way. So I like Kalen Black. He's older and it seems like he's ready to contribute. And then with Stribling, I think I was curious to see, like, where are you going to line up?
Yeah.
Are you really playing
How big
X
is
as
he?
a rookie, or are they going to put you somewhere where you can get on the field? Because if you're X, then you're not playing as a rookie until Mike Evans gets hurt. And they had him in the slot most of the day, which I thought was very interesting. And it made me think of Jordan Matthews from Once Upon a Time. He was on the Niners for a while, never really played much, but he was a second-round pick from Vanderbilt who was a really good slot receiver for a few years. What didn't really have the full route tree was a little bit of a linear player, but in the slot, he was big, fast, and a handful. And I think Stribling could be very productive right away in the slot while he's developing his route tree. If he ever develops the full thing, it's like he is already 23.
What about Romello Height? Because, he's the same age as Jared Verse, who's been in the league 2 years.
It's interesting to see how they're using him. He's not a DN. And so they had him standing up in a 2-point stance as an outside linebacker on the line of scrimmage, which to me is how he should be used. He should be in a position where he can drop into coverage. Otherwise, why do you have a 239-pound edge rusher? So I think we know how Raheem Morris wants to use him. He had Jalen Walker and James Pierce and Leonard Floyd and Byron Young and a lot of these smaller 3-4 outside linebacker types in the past. That's what Romello Height's going to be. But again, it's like, okay, Niners got Romello Height. Rams got Myles Garrett. Cool, though. Romello Height looks good. He looks good, but it's just dwarfed in comparison.
Myles Garrett had 23 sacks last year, and the Niners had 20 as a team. It's
franchise
so
low with one extra game.
It's so insane just to say that.
And then yesterday we interviewed the offensive line coach because all the Niners position coaches were made available, and all the beat writers just descended on the O-line coach. And they're like, so what do you think of Myles Garrett? And he was like, well, as you can imagine, we were caught off guard. And so this morning I just fired up a bunch of Myles Garrett tape, and I was just looking at it and thinking, like, this is terrible. Yikes. So that's what they got.
Oh, and then Aaron Donald saying, yeah, I'm flirting with coming back. So that'll be great.
The lock of the century.
He's coming back. Absolutely. Grant, good stuff, man. We'll do it again soon.
Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo comes back to the Rams too, and then everyone's in trouble. Watch out.
Jimmy G on the Rams.
Jimmy. Dude, does anyone have a better life real quick than Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, Grant Cohn.
Come on. Is it you, Grant? No.
Yeah. Food reviews.
He's out. It's a walk-off.
Hyphy Burger is excellent.
I need to go to Hyphy Burger. I always drive past
Well,
downtown
there's two,
Oakland.
I think, now.
Oh,
There's
okay.
West Oakland, right? And
yeah, they're franchising.
Yeah, they're franchising.
That's good. Let's go. Mr. Fab, he's still the
They
owner?
got that You Feel Me sauce. It's delicious.
You feel me? You feel me? I definitely feel. There you go. As I go Jonah Hill on you guys.
All right, is there any other Bay Area sports take you got to get off your chest? You look spicy today. You look like you're ready to give me something random.
Not really. I went to a Bay Area Ballers game at the Oakland Coliseum, and it was cool, but there were like 3,000 people there, and they lost 1-0, and it just was kind of depressing because I felt like I was in a Twilight Zone episode. Oh. I saw so many A's games in my childhood, and it was a lot of fun. The $1 Wednesdays, everyone would be there. Yeah. It's just like, man, at least you can still go to this place, but it's like, what happened? What happened to my city?
I know. It's hard. Hey, shout out to the Oakland Roots, though. Got to know your roots, guys. Come on, let's go. Grant, good stuff, man.
We need you on the Valkyries.
Thanks for having me.
Why did you trade your first round pick?
Don't get me started on the Valkyries.
Hey, it's a big win in the Commissioner's Cup. Go.
I'll see you soon, dude.
Later, man.
All right, there he goes. Grant Cohn, courtesy.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Of the River Islands guest line after 3 goodbyes. Just can't do it. Can't do it. The Brandon Ayuk stuff, man. In a serious note, like I'm also in the same boat as Grant, where it's like I'm concerned about the guy, legitimately. The people around him, I don't know what advice he was taking. If he has anyone that he can lean on right now, yikes. Let me just ask this question real quick. Yes or no? Brandon Ayuk takes another snap in an NFL regular season game.
I think yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Carter's shaking his head. He's saying no.
I don't think this year, though.
I think yes.
I'm saying ever. That's my question.
Yeah,
ever.
I'm going to go yes, because ever's a long time.
You want to bet?
Let's do a burrito bet just for fun. I say no.
Do you need action? Are you like,
I just need
bad?
action. How'd you know?
Well, he's not getting burritos from his wife, so this is the only way he can do it.
Nice.
Hey, she's got a job to do. She's carrying the Chickering household right now.
You get it, Spadone.
She's carrying.
I'm not saying she didn't have a legitimate excuse. I'm just saying this is what he is going through.
You want to cash in your burrito bet this Friday, Sammy?
I'm tempted to.
Okay. I'll bring some in.
No. You're going to go to order it from Gambino's.
I'll go make
like
some for you guys. I'll make some for all of you guys.
If you bring in some little flute of a burrito.
With love, you guys.
The McDonald's burritos, the little sausage ones.
How large? Can I ask a question? How large is that coffee you drink in the morning?
It's a large. It's a
chalice.
That's a McLarge.
A chalice. Well, Little John thinks that's a large drink.
Yeah. It's a large. But a fast food large is also like what an extra large used to be a couple of years ago. Can they bring back the Super Size Me? I know that documentary hurt the brand.
Just do it to him right now.
What sound?
Just keep talking.
What's that?
I've got something new for every time you go off-roading. Entertainment Tonight, Spadoni. Keep going.
Well, real quick, and I love the Golden Arches. I would like them to bring back the Super Size Me, because in the early 2000s, I only needed to pay 50 cents more to get so much more food. Now, 50 cents doesn't even get me 2 French fries. It's a joke. When did fast food become so damn expensive? And I know I'm on a soapbox here. I'm going off road.
It's called inflation, bro.
I don't like it. I don't like it. When gas is the way it is.
Well, write to your politicians.
You know,
Can I ask a question? Is that a sweater? Because that's not a sweater to me.
No, this is a sweatshirt.
Okay, that was exactly what you wore yesterday.
No, this is a crew neck. I was not wearing a crew neck sweater yesterday. I was just wearing a sweater. Come on, guys. Lock in. Lock in on fashion. You guys obviously have to carry the show with fashion again. Just have to. Tony in Oakland.
Oh, God.
Hi, Tony.
Oh, Shasky, aren't you happy I called in a little buzz for you, right? Okay. This would be Ayuk's question. Is Shanahan gone yet? You know what? That boy is the problem. And I suggest he watch the movie 12 Strong. Have you guys seen that Special Forces movie?
What was that?
Hello?
What? Say that again.
I said, okay, I suggest that Shanahan watch the movie 12 Strong.
Oh, 12. So I was confused. 12. What is that about? I don't know what that is.
Oh, yeah, that's after 9/11, the Special Forces guys that go in there, and oh my God, all 12 of them come out. They're on horses fighting tanks. It is the most heroically brave movie I have ever seen. And what's great is the Afghan warlord that we're from the northern region that we're fighting with, and this applies to Shanahan. You've either got your soldiers or your warriors, right? Soldiers are those who use their head or notes like Shanahan. Warriors are from the heart. And that is the greatest weapon that's ever been, when a warrior works from the heart when you're in. So I suggest Shanahan watch 12 Strong and get his butt over to the Legion of Honor to there's this great show going on right now, which is the Etruscans. Oh, my God. You want to see people in the zone? The Etruscans got in so big. They were 800 BC in Italy, and then they got taken over by the Romans. But these people...
Hey, Tony, take a deep breath. Could you imagine you and Shanahan inner finger locking the way Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel did? Could you ever see that? Could you guys ever get on the same page like that?
I know how to work. You were in sales too. You just go with, what's his in, and you go from there. What's his passion? And then I can tell if he's got the feel going. It mirrors like light through me, right? And then you can talk about whatever you want. You just got to get in the mix with him. He's a bit of a computer nerd in his head. That's why the team, it falls down, and they don't know.
All right. Tony, have a great day. Tony, I hope you have a great day.
I wanted to get her thoughts on Sabalenka getting bounced. I guess we'll have to do that in final thoughts.
Wow.
Yeah. Sabalenka. Choke job in the French Open. Getting wrecked in that third set. I think Carter had some cash on that.
She was big rattle in that third set.
Oh, you
completely threw it away.
Kind of like Tony when I asked her about the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel, if they could inner finger lock.
Yeah, she just said
Sabalenka had watched 12 Man Down or whatever.
12 Strong.
12 Strong. There you go.
We were all listening. I was talking to you guys while she was asking the question, so that was my fault, Tony.
Sabalenka's not like the Etruscans.
I guess not. Chris Hemsworth stars in that movie, by the way. Thor. So, great American, actually.
You just hit him with the sound. I mean, he just.
What?
Chris Hemsworth is not an American.
Dude, that was just kidding. He was American in the movie, but
okay.
That was the joke.
Entertainment Tonight.
That's me. Well, if you want to play it, I would actually appreciate if you added some Love Island like music because they actually have it. So go into your Rolodex on YouTube.
No, we're not gonna go that far.
No, we're going to. I'm going to come in.
How about this? This could be your little project. You could put that bed together and we'll play.
I'll come in earlier than Carter.
I'm going to be off 2 chalices of McDonald's coffee when I edit that one.
Absolutely, I will be. Sugar-free syrup always. So
there's no way.
I got some sugar-free sugar.
Sugar-free. There's no way.
Yes, there's other things than sugar that is
high fructose corn syrup.
That is sweeteners. No, like stevia. That's like sweetener. Yeah.
Same thing.
So no, it's different though because like it's not from corn and it's not from sugarcane. There's different, plants out there that you can use to substitute it. Anyways, Love Island, episode 1 yesterday, Love Island USA. We got episode 2 tonight, then tomorrow, then Friday, recap Saturday. I think I'm going to give my final thoughts overall on the week that is on the Friday, maybe during the crossover with Steiny and Goo. But right now, I think the leader in the clubhouse, because we haven't met all the bombshells, is Sincere and Melanie. The guy's name is Sincere. Yeah, I know. But they're the cutest couple so far. I'm shipping them. I was so out on Bryce and Trinity. That felt Temu / Kmart versions of Nick and Olandria from last season. Out on that. Zach instantly did have no connections with Kenzie. Shout out to nepotism, by the way, for bringing Charlie's younger brother in this season. Don't know what that's all about, but I'll have more thoughts on it tomorrow.
Was that all about Love Island?
Yes. Last night's episode.
No,
and I'm in on Ariana Maddox's hairstyle this year. It's looking good. In on the brunette look over the blonde.
Maybe that could be the YouTube poll tomorrow. In or out on Ariana's hairstyle.
I'm in.
So you get all like fired up and you sit down and you're like, let's fire up Love Island, hon.
Nicole and I do that, yeah. It's great. It's great drama.
Game face, babe. It's Love Island.
That's right. So you got to lock in.
When you're 16, 17 years in, she watches what she wants. I watch what I want. We got our own separate thing.
Yeah, but we both like the drama. We do. We live for it.
Yo, I got a question for you guys. NBA Finals. Who's winning and how many games?
Oh, who cares? I'm going to be watching Love Island
Spurs
episode
in
2.
6.
Episode 2.
No, but actually, though, Spadoni.
Oh, I want the Knicks to win. I don't think they will.
This guy just did a full 4-minute breakdown on hairstyles and couples, and you asked him who's going to win the finals, and it's like, I don't know.
Who cares? Please.
Just
Knicks,
a sports
Spurs.
show.
Exactly. No, probably Spurs in 7, but I want it to be Knicks in 4. There's that. By the way, Golden Knights. Oof.
I'll take the Knicks for fun.
Tomas Hertl.
Burrito bet.
Who you made? No one's taking any of your bets right now.
I'll go. Just for the culture. Knicks in 6.
Just for the culture. Hey, Osa
Knights in 4.
Odigizua at 3 with Willard and maybe Grandy or Dibs. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond.
Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, baseball fans, want to turn your good deed into game day? This June, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free tickets to see the San Francisco Giants in action. No batting average required, just a little time and a big heart. In about an hour, you can help save lives, and we'll send you to the ballpark to celebrate. So grab a friend, roll up your sleeve, and make it a double play. Help patients in need and catch a Giants game at Oracle Park. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to book your appointment today. Stanford Blood Center, where heroes win big.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings
brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I don't get it.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yes. Let's go. I don't think we've ever started the show with Vern laughing. What could he be laughing at, Steiny? You guys are cruel.
Careful
man.
on that YouTube chat today, people. Put some sunglasses on. My man has a yellow shirt on.
Oh,
that's the envy of all other yellow shirts in the Bay right now.
Y'all capping too hard and too much. Oh, Evan told me he needed sunglasses. Oh, man.
We're repping the Warriors, baby.
There it is.
Blue and gold.
There it is.
Although yours is bold. That's a bold shirt from a bold guy.
Would you like the origin of the shirt?
Sure, of course. It's brand new, right?
I stay in Sac and I stay in the Yune. Yeah. I stayed in the Yune last night, and after the trip, I didn't pack enough shirts. So Norm belonged, like you, to a shirt club. This was too small for him. So I didn't have a shirt. Instead of going out to buy a shirt, he goes, son, I got this one. You might be able to fit it. And here I am. But the jokes are just like, it's sophomoric, and I thought you hated that.
Well, I don't, let me be clear. Sophomoric doesn't bother me. It's like, it's weird innuendo type of stuff.
Well, real quick about that, I got a bone to pick with the boss. Our meeting last week, you and Evan were late, as always. I'm in there, and I had my white shirt, looked like I was going to a bar mitzvah, and he looks at me and says, do you like that shirt?
I heard that.
I felt naked. You don't have to say any more. Just tell me you don't like it. But anyway, let's go. Study NBA Finals.
I can't do it.
Barkley, we got Shaq, Kenny, Chuck. They're doing the pre and post for the whole series.
Let's focus on the guys who are playing.
Oh, we got that. That's the appetizer. Come on, baby.
I'll talk about I can't do it with the Giants anymore. I can't do it, Goo. I can't do it. Oh, no, they're really not that good. No, they're better. No, they shouldn't be this good. No, he stinks. No, they're not good. Hey, they stink.
It is.
They're the worst team in the National League.
This is the worst prediction I've ever had since we've been together. 8 years, Steiny, going on 9. I just don't understand it. Willard and Grandy and yourself, we were all baffled, no Eldridge. But, Steiny, I'm going to say this, and you tell me fair or foul. I get Buster Posey's not going to get fired. But there's nobody walking in the Bay Area right now that should find what I'm about to say offensive. We can all say he's off to a bad start. Because you said yesterday, the R word, he's responsible for this. Okay, we're talking about year 2. Somebody's got to be responsible. I don't care how soon or, quick you've been on the job. It's been some time, but this is bad.
That's not a hot take at all.
Okay, all right. I wasn't
as our guy would say.
That bothered me, BG. But
take's not a hot take.
Dude, Steiny, come on, where do you start, man?
Well, let's start with Kyle Harrison.
12 strikeouts. Got Ralphie 3 times.
Yeah, Devers struck out 4 times on the night. Harrison didn't get him all the time.
All right.
But he didn't get them all 4. I'm just watching that game last night, and I get it. Devers is not useless, but, man, that trade doesn't look good right now. It just doesn't look good.
Nothing looks good.
And
except Eldridge.
The thing about it is the Red Sox moved Harrison after they acquired him to the Brewers. So
almost didn't give him a shot.
It's not like, he's pitching for the Red Sox and doing well, but nevertheless, you see a performance like that from Kyle Harrison, and how do you not ask how'd they miss it?
There you go.
But the Red Sox missed it too. Not that makes anybody feel better, but how do you miss that? I don't know.
So, let's talk about it. And again, if I had $1 for every time I bring up this guy's name, the Giants scouting department didn't know Luciano wasn't a shortstop. We all found that out the hard way, right? And you could say nothing to see here. But, Steiny, I'm starting to question not Buster Posey, but the scouts. How did you not know that kid had that in him? Or if he had it in him, you gave up on him too soon. And then I wonder, could you even have gotten Devers without throwing Kyle in there? And it wasn't just about, shout out Rob Lowe, last night for Harrison. Look what he's doing on the season. So that sucked last night. And then I'm watching, and I got this. I was going to ask Spadoni and Shasky as they left. Steiny, I would dare call a Major League Baseball player a bozo, but we got no names in center field. Why isn't Jung-Hoo Lee, who's all of a sudden looking like Rod Carew with the bat? I'm just asking, why can't he play center field? Evan was like, Guru, he's one of the worst ones last year. But damn, dude, like, that's my center fielder moving forward. But this thing is bad. It's getting worse, and it has the ingredients, Steiny, to where they could lose 90 or 100 games.
Yeah, they're on pace for that.
But your payroll is top notch. Yeah. So everything's
this is what, like,
Devers can go.
I can't do it.
All right,
what do you want me to do?
I'll do it for you. Devers,
I
love Devers. If it's not translating to wins, Buster, he can go. You always try to come in here and teach me and school us, Steiny, on hit the start over or reset button. Obviously, if this doesn't get better, he doesn't fit, Adames doesn't fit, and I would try to see what I could do to get him off first base, get him to a contender, and then put Eldridge out there in the field every day, because him DHing ain't enough for me. Let the young man grow through his puberty, playing and hitting, and he didn't start, but comes in and gets a base hit. Well, I thought they were going to do something more. But they got it 4-3. But, man, Steiny, this is bad, and I predicted 90. Slap me. You could slap me now, and I'll let you get away with it.
Why don't you do yourself a favor and quit saying that's what you thought? Because then people are going to.
No, but that lets you know I'm real. I don't run from it.
Well, lets people know you're real.
Anyway.
You're real out to lunch. You're really not a good evaluator.
Find Bob Melvin. I really want his number. I have to.
I'm sure Townie's got it. Call Townie. You can just call Townie.
Bob is Guru. I threw out the first pitch you said was pretty smooth. I'm sorry. Steiny, what is it?
They're not very good.
I guess the question is why. Again. They're not playing very good. Why?
Well,
Matt Chapman.
Who's not?
We got to talk about him.
Why?
It's following him in the field now.
Okay.
The little over-the-head basket catch I thought he was going to make down the line. Now, I'm just thinking, okay, Klay Thompson lost the battle with the fans. And I just want to tell all athletes, you never truly win that battle. But now, do I dare say he's playing victim? I don't like anybody getting death threats. That's not cool. But you were the same dude that yelled at Casey Schmidt in front of everybody at home, catch the damn ball. Now you're not doing it. And you got, the fans are, I believe fans have the right to boo. Shocker.
Well, the statement that Matt Chapman made, and, I do want to get into this, is what a fan should or shouldn't do. I mean, obviously a fan can do anything he wants or she wants.
Right.
But, obviously some people have taken it over the top with Matt Chapman, and I'm not even talking about that. Obviously that's out of line. But this is the quote that jumped out at me from a day ago about Matt Chapman.
All right.
And he was talking about the fans, and he said, it doesn't feel good when you feel like people are quick to turn their back on you. And that's what he was talking about with the fans, saying, I've played pretty well here since I've been here. I want to be here. I'm struggling. And it feels like they've turned their back on me really quick. And, that's not a good feeling. Like, in and of itself, that's not a hugely controversial line. The question becomes, okay, how can you register disappointment if you're a Giants fan? How can you register frustration if you're a Giants fan? So, I don't know. Do you boo Matt Chapman when he comes back home? Do you try to cheat? I don't know. I mean, the idea that pro athletes, can't be criticized is ridiculous. Okay. But I don't know. I don't know if 888-957-9570. I mean, it's like, does Chapman have a gripe? I mean, I'm not sure that he does, to tell you the truth. I haven't heard a cascade of boos at Oracle Park.
And he's been in the league since 2017. He's 33 years old, and I just think he knows how this thing works, the business. And I can't remember if it was Spadoni or Shasky, but it just struck me, Stoney. I'm listening to my guys, and they're driving in, our guys, and all you had to do was finesse it to say, hey, look, I stink right now, and if I were a fan, I would boo myself. That's how you play that game, to me. You know what I mean? But to act dumbfounded as if, and now I'm starting to think like they were some hard plays yesterday, but now I'm like, now the thing that he was bringing to the table, the mitt, the glove, shout out Gary Payton, I'm like, man, Steiny, now that's kind of not going his way, and I'm just wondering, man, is it upstairs now?
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Do the fans owe players on a team anything? Do we owe Matt Chapman a little more support? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a fun show coming up. Get this. Here's what we got. At 11:30, Charles Oakley is going to join us. Former Knick and former Bull. Charles Oakley
34.
Joining us at 11:30. Then we'll have Bob Nightingale of USA Today. He's going to join us at noon. And then we have Ted Wynn of The Athletic. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. So we got hoops, we got baseball, and we got football talk today. Don't go anywhere. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And as you know, we're live on the YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to full-length shows, private AMAs, and exclusive content like Spadoni's recent sit-down with Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger to break down the Myles Garrett mega trade. So just go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. Segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Attention California vehicle owners. Feeling worn down by a 2022 or newer car that won't stop breaking down? We know the sleepless nights, the missed hours at work, the money and pride tied up in a vehicle that keeps letting you down. If your 2022 or newer purchased or leased vehicle has had repeated problems or been in the shop for over 30 days, California's Lemon Law is on your side. You could be entitled to a full refund, replacement vehicle, or a cash settlement. We've helped thousands of people get real relief, and we'll fight the manufacturer so you don't have to. There's never a cost to you. For a fast, free qualification check, call now at 800-535-0310. That's 800-535-0310. 800-535-0310.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Drew from Burlingame. Jason and R&S were great. We had a residential garage door installed and the whole team was great to work with. Very satisfied. Thank you. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Bay Area sports fans have plenty to cheer for. Here's one more. San Francisco Fire Credit Union is celebrating its 75th anniversary with a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days. Then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Now the 10th pitch, Devers takes strike 3 called. Round 1 goes to Kyle Harrison. They're going to challenge this one. Might be right. That one might have caught the corner. ABS powered by T-Mobile.
Balls overturned. Milwaukee has 2 remaining.
Strike 3. Get the core loose. So that's the secret. Now there's strikeout number 12. Harrison has matched his career high. You got Devers to chase up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, I'm a big silver lining guy, and the one thing about baseball, Goo, is, you know, it is a sport of failure, so you gotta take some good even with a lot of the bad. And
right,
Devers was that first at bat. He and Harrison had a battle going. He had a battle going, and then, you know, Harrison got him with a hell of a pitch. Oh, just a heck of a pitch. But he worked the count to 3-2, fouled off a bunch, and they actually had Harrison. I'm kind of being tongue-in-cheek, but I'm not.
That's what you do a lot.
Because then Arise triples, Adames walks. Hunter Pence says, you know, they've done a great job of making Harrison throw a lot of pitches here in the first inning. And what happened?
Yeah.
Matt Chapman, first pitch, Lazy fly to right.
No doubt. My man was watching, and man, 12 of them, Steiny. And I'll say this about Major League Baseball, #random, and I'll ask you and Evan and the listeners, is there another rule that was implemented in any sport that you like that has just got me in love with the ABS system? Steiny, I love when they challenge the pitches, man. And the graphic that comes up and you see where it's at, it's like, this is incredible. I love the ABS challenge system. I love the graphics. I just love everything about it.
Yeah.
Can you think of another rule that just, wow, I like it?
Well,
because NBA's out of control.
The problem with it is when they, you can watch it and they'll be like, oh, the batter's challenging. And you're like, you shouldn't have.
There's
that
like momentum in it. Yeah, and the crowd's like, yeah.
That was a strike. Matt Chapman is having a tough year. And,
man,
he's feeling it from the crowd. And according to Matt Chapman, he said it doesn't feel good when you feel like people are quick to turn their back on you. And he's got 2 homers this year in 60-plus games. And, the question is you got some players on the Giants or on any team struggling, not playing to their potential. What do you do as a fan? You hammer the guy, you boo the guy, you try to encourage the guy, you cheer the guy. I don't know. Assuming the road trip just kind of finishes up, like it started. When Matt Chapman comes up for the first time, when they get back from this road trip, is he going to get booed?
That's interesting. It's all depending on who's in the seat, but I'll say this, and you kind of just touched on it. Nobody's advocating, and we never will, death threats. And again, that's personal, it's sick. But the bottom line is a fan has a right to boo. I haven't heard boo birds from the home team in regard to Chapman. So I'm wondering, do some look at this like, oh, he's got rabbit ears. You need to worry about go in the cages, get extra work. We don't want to hear it. But I do remember what you said to young Casey Schmidt when he didn't field the ball right. And, you were abrasive. You were over the top. And now, you're sputtering. And some could say you got the Bugs Bunny going on, Stoney, with the rabbit ears.
Yeah. Giants fall to 15 games under after last night's loss.
Wow, man.
They have a worse record than the Colorado Rockies. They have the worst record in the entire National League right now. Let's go to Matt in San Francisco.
Wow.
Wants to jump in on the Chapman conversation. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in because what you guys were talking about with, should we be supporting him? He's going through a down patch. I think there's a lot of different stuff at play with how the fan base is reacting to Chapman right now and the team. I think that, one, his demeanor to begin with is a little bit rough, a little bit icy. He's never been the super warm. He's never been, Timmy or Hunter Pence, where they're so good to the fans and so gregarious that when they go into a down patch, you're pulling for him like it's your kid at T-ball. He's kind of a hard-ass guy.
Right.
And then you saw early in the season, as he was struggling defensively, he's chewing out Casey Schmidt, so he's on his teammates, which no one likes to see, especially when it's a younger guy, and you got a Gold Glover all over him. And then lastly, when the team's having the worst season they've had in a decade, you're now a high-paid guy, you're not the friendliest, on a terrible team, and you're doing terrible. It's going to be way worse with all these factors thrown in than if it was just, Adames having a slump or, back in the day, if, Bill Miller went in a slump
right.
or Aurelia. This isn't that. So I think a lot of it is who Chapman is and what this season is that makes it a lot more visceral than it might be.
Fair. Thanks, Matt. Good stuff.
Yeah, no doubt. And he cited what I cited, again, with Chapman when it wasn't this bad, but he is who he is, and he's earned his reputation. We call him a red ass, and you say that almost as a term of endearment because, he plays hard and goes hard, and I just find it, what word is, the irony, Steiny, now is, and I'm not saying Matt's saying this, but that Slusser piece, it kind of comes across as, now they're on me, But you're OG, man. You're 33 years old. You got to get out of it. And if you want people to turn those boos around, you got to perform better. And the thing about this, real quick, Steiny, is when it's all said and done, my man he's the winner in all this in regard to if they try to dangle him, he's got a no trade clause.
Look, he's Jeff Kent, but he's not the player Jeff Kent was. That's the way I look at Matt Chapman. And I don't mean like Kent's way better than him. I just mean that Matt Chapman is a good, solid player, but he's not playing well right now. And he's got a prickly personality, and he's also not a forever Giant, which we know is important around here.
Right.
But here's the thing where I think this is a big gray area, with the fans. On the one hand, Matt Chapman is talking about the fans and it stinks if they seem to turn on you so fast. Well, I'm trying to put into perspective what happened over Memorial Day weekend when I forget who was in town. Was it the Pirates? I think they won 2 out of 3.
Yeah, they did. Won the Sunday game.
They had 40,000 out there, but the team was doing poorly. And we came in and talked about that Tuesday.
Should have lost that Sunday game
after Memorial Day. Was that why do the Giants they don't even have to try to win because they're getting 38,000 into that ballpark every night. So, on the one hand, Chapman's upset that the fans are upset, but they're still coming out. I mean, they're still the Giants' attendance this year is up 3,000 per game more than last year. It's the best thing
about the team right now.
So I don't understand how a player can be on the worst team in the National League, play in front of 40,000, but then question them turning your back on you because last I checked, they're still coming out to the ballpark.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They're doing their job, unlike a lot of Giants. I'll say this to that, Stoney, and old Norm told me this, and I believe it. And again, I'm not perfect, but this is what I try to live my life by. Character is revealed not when things are going good. That's too easy. When things are difficult and not going your way, men or women, you find out the core essence of people and who they truly are. And in a year that's been very, very maddening for Matt Chapman, I feel like now you're doing the exact opposite of what you've been or what you stood for. Just saying to the mic, I stink. They deserve to boo and all this goes away. Now we got a circus or baby circus, a carnival of now he's playing the victim role. And, he's a guy that I know 7 years ago hit 36 homers in 2019, and you got 2.
Almost a decade ago.
I got you. But, man, you are not performing, man, and your error count is higher than anybody would have thought. So I guess what I'm saying, Stoney, is own it and I guess quit acting brand new on why people are coming at you. But the death threat part of this, I'm with them, and I'm with anybody, any athlete that gets that. I'm not advocating that. But, man, Matt, kind of, tuck the ears and start playing ball.
Yeah, so yesterday, Kyle Harrison is pitching for the Brewers, and he was traded last year for Devers about a year ago. And the Giants, since the Devers trade, have just gone completely downhill. Hasn't been all his fault, but they're what, 68 and 93 since the Devers trade. It's something really, really bad. And I was just thinking, we talked about Jonathan Kuminga for 3 years.
4.
And I'm just looking at this trade right now, and you see the kind of pitcher Harrison was last night and this year. I mean, how bad is this trade? How bad is this trade? How old's Kyle Harrison?
Man.
25?
But are you asking me, Sonny, I got to be honest. I'm keeping it real. I wouldn't do anything different. I think, if the announcement was made that Devers was coming to San Francisco, the baseball world shook. It was a 10 on the Richter scale, and I was a big part of that. Now, I was expecting a Jimmy Butler-like turnaround, and that didn't happen last year when he came. And now I tried to fight you ad nauseum even last year when you were like, well, Guru, what's changed? And to hear you give those numbers, and I believe if I'm right, that's 161 games. And that is bad. It's awful. But I would be lying to you, Steiny, and I'd be lying to the people if I told you that I'm blaming Devers for this. I'm not. It's just a mystery that nobody seems to be able to solve on why Devers, just his mere presence, wasn't able to change the fortune of this team and the offense. I don't know. And I'm looking at Devers like, Steiny, he's the best player on this team.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like Devers a lot, but I think it was a bad trade. Now, did you know Harrison was going to be like this? No. But here's my point. The reason I think it's a bad trade is because now I would rather have Harrison on this team than Devers.
And I'm saying,
like, if you were sitting with Harrison,
oh man,
you'd have a 24-year-old pitcher who you think's going to be in your rotation for the foreseeable future, and he's been dominant. And I mean, I get it. The Red Sox missed on him too, but think about how bad the Giants' pitching has been this year, and what you apparently didn't see in Harrison last year to make you think he was expendable.
Wow.
Again, two things. I understand it's easy to look back at that trade now and say, what were they thinking? But to me, it's also more about a philosophical thing. You play in this ballpark and you have a good young pitcher. Like, you gotta nurture that.
Wow.
And you brought Devers into a stadium where it looks like some of his power's been mitigated, and he's not in the middle of a big bopper lineup like he was in Boston. And now all of a sudden you have a power hitter that's lost a little power in this ballpark.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit a lot with runners in scoring position because there's not a lot of guys on base. And meanwhile, we've got a pitcher's park here, and we let a damn good pitcher get away.
No doubt. And that's why, for the people that say you want to rip it up and start over, are we so sure that the Giants scouting department are the ones that they got in place right now, the right crew or group to identify talent? And unlike Boston, Harrison had opportunities here, and the velo was down, and he looked like he was just going to be mid, and nobody was crying when they traded him. I felt like these words came out of my mouth. Oh, that was a steal. The Giants got him for much of nothing. So now I'm just starting to think, if those people are still in place, the scouting department, how can the Giants expect anything else to change? Or how does this not happen again? How does another player, offensive player, pitcher slip through the cracks? I think that's very valid and a concern. But, partner, I can't remember the name of the guest that Willard and Grandy had on, and he was just talking about this ballpark and what it's done maybe to Devers mentally, where he's not saying it into the microphone. He's trying to be Russell Crowe, a gladiator, and go out there and be the best he can be. But, Steiny, if there's something on the dome about this park with Devers that he can't share and use as an excuse, then maybe you need to look to get him up out of here. Because what you said in regard to the wins and losses since his inception, and if this is going to get better and the pitching looks like it's going south fast, my goodness, Steiny, why wouldn't I try to look to shop Devers or anybody else that I think we could get some young players for? Why is that off the table?
Well,
for me, it's not.
Because I don't think at this point
somebody will bite.
No, I don't. Like, you can't. Like, you're not going to get more for Devers now than they got for him last year. You know what I mean? Like, I know this is going to sound stupid, but would Milwaukee trade him for Harrison right now? No chance. Like, no chance. The Brewers would trade Harrison for Devers.
He's in a zone right now, man.
But I'm just saying they'd rather have a 24-year-old who's got some ability than, a guy deeper in his career who has
real quick before you hit that sound. What about is it fair for any Giant fan to question the scouting department?
Of course. Absolutely.
And I wonder if Buster is doing that.
I don't see how he can't be.
It's got to be a conversation.
This is Buster Olney of ESPN being asked yesterday by the Willard and Grandy if the Giants, quite frankly, regret the Devers trade.
Wow. No, I don't think you do, because I think he actually, as we sit here today, I'm not confident that Willy Adames is going to be able to come back and be the same player he was with the Brewers. I don't know if Matt Chapman's going to come back and have another big year offensively. I do think Rafael Devers is going to hit. And you know, he's demonstrated that not only in past years, but also in this recent run. And as if you're in Buster Posey's shoes, you're looking for a foundational, some kind of foundation at this point. You're looking for things that you can bank on. They've got plenty of cash. We know that with the Giants. The question is, you know, how do you build on top of that? And I feel pretty good that Devers is going to perform well. And here's the bottom line. We don't have any indication that the Giants necessarily were going to unlock a pitcher like Kyle Harrison the way that the Brewers have. The Brewers have made an art of this. They and the Tampa Bay Rays, the Cleveland Guardians, are considered to be three teams that are really good at getting pitchers and getting the best out of them. So even if they had not made that trade, we don't know if Kyle Harrison would have been good for the Giants.
He's right. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's good for somebody else now.
My God, and he was yours first. And let's put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Had the Giants had the foresight to know this is what he would end up being, Stoney, there's no way in hell his ass would have been included in any trade. He would have been Elliott Ness, untouchable. And it kind of stinks. Now, if the Giants were 2 games out and 6-7 games over 500, you kind of, we missed it. But, Stoney, this rotation is, I don't want to say awful.
Why not?
I mean, it's just.
Why not? Why not?
Because I don't think Webb's awful.
Okay, well, he's hurt.
Well, he's pitching tonight.
Okay.
All right, but I did.
And how's he been?
No, he's been mid.
Like if
he's been mid, and you could say disappointing if it's the knee. Forget excuses. He's been mid. He ain't been the Webb of old. My gosh, that like this is bad.
Ice is in the East Bay. What's going on, Ice? How you doing, man?
Hey, brothers. Hey, thanks for taking my call. First time calling. I love the show. I played baseball for 10 years. We got to go back to basics. Play small ball, get rid of Chapman. Baseball's about having fun. He's overthinking. You should work the pitch count. He's pressing. It's just time for him to move on. Try to get some pitching prospects, because that's what we need, and everything will come together.
Thanks, Ice. Appreciate the call. Not a great connection, but thank you for your first-time call. Appreciate it. It was a solid debut.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thought it was Drake. He said Ice. Ice, man. What you got?
Just thinking about playing some more Buster Posey. I'm sorry, Buster Olney. Maybe Buster Olney should run the Giants.
Which it was Buster Posey.
There's a play that bothered me.
He said, which one?
Every once in a while, a player will emerge that I have a problem with. I just do.
Because Swaggy P was not your dude. Like,
exactly.
If I spoke at your funeral,
okay.
I would say,
you know who is
Swaggy P, Stoney, that wasn't his type guy.
I hate to do this, but I have a guy that's in Swaggy P territory for me.
I think I know.
And it's Drew Gilbert. I mean.
Oh, man.
Okay, so you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so.
Talk to us.
You're a fringe. I can't even do it.
No, you can't.
I can't even do
Donnie.
If
keeping it real.
If a player like Drew Gilbert can't make that catch in center field,
right.
if a player like him can't make it, how can he play in the big leagues? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I'm with you, man.
Dude, that was like, and then the part that always gets me. They show him in center field after the play, and he's literally like shouting at the top of his lungs because he's so mad at himself for missing the ball.
I hear you, man.
And he's kind of throwing a tantrum in center field after he doesn't make the catch. I don't know.
And the whole swinging for the fences, Donnie, and you could say, oh, Gooey's not, when the helmet coming off. He lost me, and you could call me a square. It's okay. Nothing wrong with it, Donnie. But I'm telling you, that hip thrusting thing that went on for a game or two, I just feel like that, the Giants' karma went the wrong way after that, man. And he was part of that. And now we got the tarps off, which is whack, Evan. I just hate that whole I don't know what's happened to Giants baseball. I just don't.
Well, and that's the other thing that you got to acknowledge is through the first 60 games, there have now just been, a dozen things that have happened this year that just are not a good look. You know, whether it's Chapman yelling at Schmidt, whether it was Miller trying to stare down the Dodger after that one game.
I forgot about that one.
Whether it was, Vitello didn't have guys up in the bullpen that he knew, he didn't call the right guys up in the bullpen.
Or
and
him
guys
get
are
mad at the media
hand.
about the Tennessee League.
Yeah. All right. I see. I'll get to Brian and Carlito and Roy on the other side. The number is 888-957-9570 if you want to join us. Here's what we got going. Coming up in 45 minutes, we got Charles Oakley, former Knick, former Chicago Bull. We got Bob Nightingale, and we'll talk some baseball with him of USA Today. Then we got Ted Wynn of The Athletic, and we'll jump into some football. So a little potpourri on the other side. We'll take some calls on 95.7 The Game.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want to second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Rise, a little flip shot, game over. Well, the final score is a little misleading. On the one hand, the Brewers are just relentless, and so they earned those 8 runs. On the other hand, the Giants were going to that bottom of the 8th inning thinking they had a real chance to win this game. Fought.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
They had action in the 8th. They cut it to 4-3.
Slim is the man,
and then it was
Snotty.
the biggest at bat of the game.
What if I said
and
that
Drew
was
Gilbert
out the Fitz,
was at the plate?
That was out of the Fitz playbook. They had a chance. You did, but boy.
They were 1 hit away. 4-3. They needed Gilbert to pepper something into an alley.
Yeah, look at you.
It's like when Goose says the Warriors were down 4 with 3 minutes left, and you go, they weren't in the game.
Evan, when you take shots, it just hits different. That's my little bro. But, Stoney, I need, real quick, happy birthday to one of our P1s. I check my bank account, and then I check Facebook birthdays. That's what I do in the morning. Otis Bird III, it's his 40th birthday.
All right.
He's a good guy. What a good guy. So I go in the restroom after leaving you and Evan. I need to squat. If you get when I'm number 2, Derek Jeter.
So this is what I don't like.
What?
Like this is like I like sophomoric humor, but I don't like bathroom humor.
Oh, okay. Well,
but go ahead.
Bathroom etiquette, and I need to learn. I'm growing every day. Some say the wrong way, but Steiny, I need your to tell me about myself. So I go in to squat, and it's Spray Thompson everywhere. I get the tissue to try to clean it up, and I stopped. I said, I'm not wiping this up. These are grown-ass men in here. This is ridiculous. I caught myself and went to another stall. I'm kind of feeling bad about it, but when I share that with you, was I wrong not to do the cleanup? I went to, and I said, I'm not.
I don't have an opinion.
Okay. And I really believe that's your opinion, but Evan, was I wrong that I didn't clean it up?
You weren't wrong, but usually I'll clean it up.
It's
the bigger issue.
I feel bad, but I had to send a message, but nobody knows it was for me.
The bigger issue is that Carter said you didn't wash your hands.
Black folks, we wash our hands at the restroom. But yeah, Steiny, come on, man. Whoever that was, come on, man. Just think about the next person. That's all.
Yeah.
I feel guilty. I didn't. Evan, you made me feel worse. Yeah. It's all good. But anyway, Stoney.
All right,
Happy
you ready?
birthday, Otis. Yeah.
All right.
And last thing.
Oh.
That was Dan O'Dowd, the sound that I was talking about on Willard and Grandy, former Rockies GM that went hot about the Giants' endeavors and what they should do, and this thing ain't right.
All right, I have it on my board now.
Okay. No, you were going to go to a call. I was just...
I know, but now it sounds to me like you want me to play sound.
Who's on first?
What do you want me to do? Go ahead. Whatever you want, Goo.
Honestly...
You want me to take a call, or do you want me to play
I'm going to do
Bishop
what I
O'Dowd?
think you want to do. Take the call. I did that to Evan.
All right, let's go to Brian in Walnut Creek. He wants to talk about the culture in Milwaukee. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Thanks for letting me follow the visual of
my bad. My bad, man.
I really appreciate that.
My bad.
I'll try to compose myself, but the visual was stuck. Anyway, this is the artist formerly known as Badger Brian. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'm a lifelong Brewers. Yeah, I'm a lifelong Brewers fan. I was at the first ever Brewers game. It was my senior skip out day. It was all great until somebody posted a big banner that the teachers were hearing on the radio. Menominee Falls North High School seniors are here today. We all got busted the next day. Anyway, I think Harrison is the latest example of an organization that really has a different, quote, culture. You look at Craig Counsell, the Cubs steal him. Counsell was a lifelong Brewer, goes down the road 80 miles. How's he doing in Chicago? You look at the general manager. The Mets stole him. How are the Mets doing? Willie Adames, how's he doing? Then take a look at all the ace number one pitchers, 3 years in a row. Brewers lose their top pitchers because of money. Sometimes I think that payroll does not equal talent. I think a lot of people don't understand that. So I think the common denominator really is, I hate to use that word, culture. I think I can't see a bigger opposite culture than the two teams that played last night as I was watching them. I think sometimes that the only culture that I listen to the show every day, and my son's a huge Giants fan, but I think sometimes the only culture the Giants have is in their yogurt in the restaurant. That's about it. It's about culture, a winning attitude, low payroll. Who gives a darn? The Brewers are just an amazing organization. I like the fact they're finally getting their props, and I'm happy that the area fans in the Bay are actually having a chance to watch them. It's a great team. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the call. It's a great city, too, Milwaukee.
Yeah, I've never been there.
Oh, it's a great city.
And you been to that ballpark?
Yes, I have. Wow. American Family Ballpark. Yep.
Is it Benny the Brewer, their mascot?
Well, they also have the sausage races.
Yeah, they do.
It's a great stadium. Evan, have you been to Milwaukee Stadium?
No, never got that far north.
You know what, though? I want to bring in our pitching expert.
I would have guessed Evan had been there, but random.
Minneapolis, probably the furthest.
Okay, so
I pitched too, but go ahead.
Why has Harrison emerged for the Brewers?
Because he's doing everything he did in the minors at the major league level. And the Giants couldn't figure out a way to get what he had in single A, double A, and triple A to transfer to the big leagues. He has an incredible fastball. That's always been his bread and butter pitch. He has elite spin on that pitch, which is why you see a lot of guys missing it. And he has now a better changeup than he did when he was with San Francisco, because they couldn't figure out how to get him to develop that pitch. And his slurve is he can throw it for a strike.
So, Evan, that was so elegant. You just said
elegant or eloquent?
See, this is where
both work.
No, this is a dynamic. Listen, Evan, the word that comes to my mind after you just said that is instruction. Why? So it is fair to look at what's going on here on who's instructing these young players, regardless of the position.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence. So what, the Giants had 3 guys in the bottom of their lineup yesterday that would be considered minor leaguers.
Wow. Man.
I mean, Susak's playing better, but their outfielder, and then Gilbert who came in, and Cox, right?
Oh, my gosh.
When was the last time you saw a guy that was called up, whether it was a prospect or a replacement level player, wow you from the Giant system?
Well,
even Eldridge.
Well, he's starting to. a little bit, for sure, but he didn't come out.
Joey Bart was supposed to.
Meanwhile, Milwaukee, Tampa, Cleveland, the three teams that Buster only mentioned in the last segment, the majority of the guys that they bring up, not all of them are all-stars. Not all of them are going to be franchise players. But they have helped their teams win consistently the last 5 to 10 years. Like, that's what they do. Wow. They develop prospects. And then they trade them or they keep them, but they make a choice. The Giants, the majority of those guys that come out of their system just aren't really big-time players.
Evan, you're on fire.
Yeah.
I'll say you are too, Stoney, but I just keep going to Luciano. A guy that was a shortstop that he had a hole in his glove, and he was able to be perpetrated as a shortstop forever. And then we all find out when the ball's hit to him, like no go. Like that forget him, the kid. That's like a flagrant foul of scouting and instruction. How can that go on? How did not one soul say this dude ain't a shortstop?
Maybe this isn't a good comparison, but to me it's a little like, it feels like the Brewers and some of these other teams are like the Spurs a little bit and the Thunder, and that is they can recognize young talent and then develop that young talent over the course of a couple years in the NBA, and then they end up emerging. I mean, how many times have we seen Oklahoma City over the years? It's like, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Well, it's a guy they drafted that was behind the scenes and eventually emerges. But you know what? And I've kind of hinted around this for a while. I think that, the Spurs and the Thunder and organizations like that are just so confident and so competent that they just know the guys to pick.
Wow.
I'm convinced that right now that the Warriors and the Giants don't fully trust that process. And it's why a team like the Warriors and maybe even a team like the Giants, even though it looks like we can all see what they should do, the reality is you guys are all right, that if they start a rebuild, there's no guarantee that they're going to pick the right players to do the rebuild with.
So they're afraid, almost in a sense. And they're kicking the can down the road of bringing in the Jimmy Butlers, even though I'm on board, the Adameses, the Devers, I was on board, as opposed to trusting, the process. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
When we talk, here's the one thing, and I get it, fans are different than the front office. I don't have a sense of really what the front office for the Warriors thinks. But I've been saying this for 6 months. All right, the Warriors have the 11th pick in the draft. There is absolutely no doubt that there is going to be a player at 11 who can help them and probably help them sooner rather than later. However, nobody's excited about it because...
Well, if he turns out to be Klay Thompson, we will be.
Right, but there's no confidence in that.
Yeah, and it's PTS or DTSD. Draft,
But I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about the front office. And I'm talking about how confident is Mike Dunleavy that he will pick the right guy. How confident is Joe Lacob that they will get the right guy?
Wow.
And the same with the Giants. I mean, how much confidence do you have that they recognize talent at a young level? I don't know. Nope. I mean, we just don't see giant players coming up through the system. Wow. Let's go to... you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go to Carlito in Alameda.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Carlito.
Hello, gentlemen. Listen, I'm going to put a rat on the table early. Tony Vitello, nice guy. It's time to go. We brought him in to be better than Bo Mel, and he's been a lot worse. It's time to go. And I'm going to ask you guys this question. From the big guys, is there anybody you would not trade? Thank you.
You could have anybody. Stoney, I didn't do a 180, baby. I used to say 360. But anybody you want, if I like or covet what you're offering, you can have. That. you're rubbing off on me. How is this thing going to get better? And if you just say, oh, it's early this season, I'll take your 68, whenever it was 93 since the inception of Devers. Like, man, they need their Jerry West, man.
That's Buster Posey. You hired Buster Posey. Something about Carlito, said something
Vitello could go.
Vitello could go. No, it wasn't that.
I'm rooting for the guy, man, but
let's go to Roy. Roy's
our guy.
Roy's in San Leandro. Hey, Roy, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going? A great show today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention. That that after the 2016 season, the Giants didn't do right in the sense that they didn't reinvest in the organization itself, like put on more scouts and just reinvest in it. But they didn't do that. Okay. At the beginning of the show, Guru, you were on Steiny's case, but you can't really blame Buster Posey because he just got there. So you can't really blame him. He's trying to put the things back in place that the Giants had from a long time ago. And so far as your guest go, that guy, he was right. Everything that he said was right. The Giants and the 49ers don't know how to draft. I mean, you draft, you put a first, they got Eldridge. Okay, you draft, well, we go ahead on and try this guy for third base. We're going to try this guy. Instead of going out getting those big name free agents, the Giants put too much emphasis on pitching. Don't misunderstand me. You win with pitching. That's the most important thing out there on the field. But at the same time, though, they didn't do that. They didn't reinvest in the organization. They didn't do any of that.
Now, Roy.
For example.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Roy.
Okay,
sorry
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say.
No, I was going to say, just like they had that outfielder named Duvall.
Yeah.
He was a power hitter. The Giants just couldn't leave well enough alone. Let him develop. If they'd have just let him develop, and then, maybe after he'd been with the team 2 years or so, after he developed, because he developed in one of the best power hitters in both leagues. But at the same time, then they could have traded him for pitching or whatever else they needed. But they had to trade him, and the man couldn't even get in the majors that long. Go ahead, Sonny. What were you going to say?
I wasn't going to say anything, Roy, but thank you so much for the call. Goo was.
Yeah, and I'm yapping. We got 4 hours. But Roy, I was just going to say about the Buster Posey and him being, and he's right, Roy, relatively new. That trade happened on Buster's watch. So, again, I know Buster's not a scout, but if people were doing their job, Stoney, maybe he wasn't included in that deal. This was Kyle Harrison. What we got to keep it real. The Right on the Table brought to you by Eco Pest Control. The hoopla, the fanfare was there. This dude was supposed to be the guy. I'll never forget it might have been a Wednesday night a couple years ago. I called Butch, and I'm like, and I use this word, Stoney. I go, the fastball doesn't seem to be Randy Johnson-like, and that was Butch's comparison. Like, he's not Randy Johnson, but, man, he's a damn good pitcher, and I was hoping Buster would have the vision, or somebody would say, don't include him. He's better than what he's shown us. But now, years later, I'm scratching my head, and I think it's very valid, and I think we're getting to the root of a problem to where now the Giants scouting department could be the reason for a lot of these misses or a lack of excitement in the farm. And they got the 4th pick in this year's draft for whatever that's worth. But if you don't got confidence, like you just mentioned, I'm hoping Dunleavy has a shirt off and he's looking himself in the mirror, rubbing his hands like, I can't wait for this 11th pick. I'm going to knock it out the park because there's not too many bad picks I've made. He ain't been here long.
I mean, when I look at Harrison, and I kind of understand
his ass off.
I kind of understand both sides. It's like, but the part I don't get is Kyle Harrison was on the Giants less than a year ago, and he may start in the All-Star game for the National League. He's certainly going to be a National League All-Star. It's like, it's not like he was It's not like this has taken 4 years. What I can't understand, and again, we got to lump the Red Sox into this too, although maybe the Red Sox simply made a decision because they just didn't want to deal with the guy. They obviously didn't know Harrison as well as the San Francisco Giants knew Harrison. But man, it's not like the Giants have made this trade and then in 3 years, Kyle Harrison is like Zach Wheeler. This is different. This is less than a year after they moved him. This guy looks like a number one starter on a really good team. And I don't understand what happened. I just don't understand how you miss like that.
Yeah, and everybody's with you, so we don't have the answers to this question that you bring up. I am now hoping Buster Posey and Zach and the powers to be know why they missed, and it won't happen again.
Well, what did they miss other than potential?
What
they missed specifically?
Potential growing into what Kyle is now.
Right.
On the verge of being named to the All-Star team, you know?
Right.
And who knows after that if he keeps this up. It's like, wow.
But there's two issues here, according to Only. One is you traded Kyle Harrison, who could be your number one right now. But the other thing is there's nobody here in the Giants organization or like the fans even. They're acknowledging that, yeah, he probably wouldn't have done that here. Why not? Like, I don't get that. Like, they must not be equipped to develop a pitcher like some other teams. And if that's the case, well, how are we going to figure that out?
Steiny, you're saying a lot that a lot of people, including myself, agree with, but we'll never know, I guess, if the problem's been rectified.
How?
And, like, moving forward. Like, you know, we got to see the farm get more seasoning. We got to see if they trade Devers or Adames and get some young guys in here. But, you know, and I mentioned the 4th overall pick in this year's draft. You know, how confident are you that the Giants are going to get it right? You know, it would be unfair to say, well, they're not. But right now, I just appreciate you and anybody right now saying, and Roy, it's a concern.
Yeah, I mean,
we do have that the former Rocky GM, Dan O'Dowd. Steiny, just listen to this.
Okay. This is Dan O'Dowd, former GM of the Rockies.
I can't imagine the Giants moving forward with both of those players. And the player that they probably need to move is the one they just acquired a year ago. Now, I realize, like, how the hell are you going to move that guy? Well, he's 28 years old, and I realize he signed through 2033, talking about Rafi right now. I'm not sure that ballpark's a good fit for him. And I don't see him playing with the same freedom that he played with in Boston, that sense and air of invincibility that he had. I mean, this guy hit good fastballs all the time in Boston. He doesn't hit good fastballs right now. I think the ballpark's in his head. I don't even think moving in that gap's going to change that. And so I think they've got to figure out a way out of that deal.
Man.
It's Dan O'Dowd, former
what
GM
if he's right, you know?
Former GM of the Rockies. I mean, again.
What does he mean by freedom?
It's easy to second guess, but you know the ballpark you play in. You know how you've had success in the past with pitching and defense. So you gave up a pitcher in Kyle Harrison who looks like he's got what it takes to be a big boy, and you brought in a player who might not be a great fit for the ballpark, and sounds like O'Dowd doesn't think he loves it here particularly.
Yeah, that was alarming. I'm going to just ask you to do an exercise with me, and I kind of whispered to Carter, but my thing is messed up, my button. Steiny, just close your eyes and think of how many splash hits you've seen from Devers, his bat, go into McCovey Cove. Like, I got to believe it's under 3. Like,
I
that
can't
part
remember
of the
one.
Like, if you think about it, I can't, you know, like, wow. Barry all day. And again, I'm comparing him to one of the greats, but you're a left-handed bopper. And I can't remember, like, that's fair. So, to O'Dowd's point about if the ballpark, and kudos to Devers for not even dare using this as an excuse when things weren't going well. Now he's eating up, but my goodness, Donnie, it's not an every other day sighting, you know?
Yeah. I mean, look, this is the easiest thing to say, but if the Brewers can do this with pitchers and the Giants can't, what are we doing? Like
the wrong thing.
Like I'm just absolutely perplexed.
Well, the last decade is backing up what now seems to be, coming out the closet of maybe the instruction and the scouting is more than half the reason why this team hasn't won a playoff series since 2014. I mean, just think about that, man. It's 2026. Damn near about to be 27.
Yeah, well,
And again, I hate this. I know you know I like to have fun with the best of them. And I know your answer, but I'm going to ask you again because you think this season's washed.
Oh, my God. This season is shot.
Wow.
This season, they're the worst team in the National League.
Oh my
the Rockies have a better record than them.
And
they
Vitello,
show no sign of enthusiasm.
Wow,
None.
but that's the manager's fault, or that's his job. You inherited an 81-win team, and the season's over in June?
It's not his fault Webb isn't good anymore or got hurt.
But what about the other
Robbie
words you
Ray?
said,
So
the enthusiasm?
We blame Robbie. We blame Vitello for Robbie Ray?
No, Ray doesn't know where the ball's going.
Thank you. It's like, how do you blame Vitello for this? This team stinks. This team flat out stinks.
Well, what's his job?
He can't make chicken soup out of chicken feathers.
Yeah, I got you.
I can't do it. Carter, I can't do it. Thank God Charles Oakley's coming on in 15 minutes.
I wore his
We'll talk some NBA playoffs. Charles Oakley, former Chicago Bull and New York Knick, coming up at 11:30. What's going on? Hey, as you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to full-length shows, private AMAs, and exclusive content like Spadoni's recent sit-down with Odyssey insider Brian Baldinger. They broke down the Myles Garrett mega trade. All you have to do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match Foster Farms Simply Raised boneless, skinless chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And there's two of us. Here's Dibs.
And large 2-pound packs of delicious and juicy strawberries for $4.99 each. And taste the quality of the new Signature Select potato chips, 7.75 to 8 ounce selected varieties, just $1.88 each, Mark.
Is that all from you?
That's all.
I could have used more.
More chips, more strawberries?
Well, just more of all things that you can find at Safeway. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
It's the best time of the year for sports. Teams are making big moves. Maybe it's time your money did too. Celebrate the 75th anniversary of San Francisco Fire Credit Union with a limited time 7-month tiered certificate. Start with just $250. Visit sffirecu.org and click Discover Our Best Offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Legendary fuel efficiency that never compromises on style. Get the Civic today. It's the right car right now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
All righty. Charles Oakley coming up in 10 minutes. Former Bull, former Nick.
What comes to mind when you hear his name? Charles Oakley.
Division II.
Oh, you know what? You got me stumped. What school?
Virginia Union.
Wow. Look at you.
Division II player.
You know their nickname?
No, but I got to believe he wasn't highly recruited out of Cleveland. We could start there with the big
I remember him slapping Scottie Pippen as a rookie. They had the video back in the day. And he had Pippen by his shirt, Scottie, and the videos, and he just slapped Pip, and Pip laughed. It was before Pip was Pip. But I was like, Oakley's he's a bully, Steiny. Him and Barkley don't like each other.
Yeah. Well, don't get on his bad side then.
There you go. Like Dolan, that's crap. How can a steward of your franchise be banned?
You got to treat the owner with respect.
Well,
you know how
Dolan's for gold right now. He got his team in the finals. Let me lay off.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's a certain amount of respect you got to show bosses, even though you don't want to, even though they don't deserve it.
Do you have, and I'm being real quick before we get into it, a bad relationship with any boss that you've worked with in your past? I have one, Jack Cunningham. It got bad.
Did it?
Yeah, I quit.
Attaboy. Yeah. You don't have to take any
I lied to Norm and said they let me go, and the next day he went up there, found out I quit. Worst whooping I ever got, man.
Yeah, I had one in particular was absolutely
not here in the Bay.
I had a double whammy one year.
It happens, man.
I don't even want to do it. I don't want to do it.
I got you.
But I had the double whammy of I moved out here. Struggled to get a job, finally landed a job in some corporate environment. I was just like a peon at like 25. I had a boss that was like 23. It was a woman, and she was the worst boss I've ever had. And what made it doubly worse was that her supervisor was even worse of a boss.
Wow, how long did you last?
I lasted about a year and a half tops.
Yeah, well, you tried to fight it.
They did something to me that I just did not like.
I see it in your eyes,
I did
baby.
not
Shout out Wiggins.
You know what happened? I'll tell you exactly what happened. So, this is 1990.
Free internet.
Okay, I finally get a job. You want to know what the salary was?
$30K.
Yeah, right. $18,800.
Oh,
$18,800. Okay? But I started there. All right, within 6 to 9 months, or within 9 to 12 months, if you did your job right, you would get a promotion.
See?
It was like a 5% raise.
All right.
And then after your first year, you would get another
bump.
So I started with this woman. She was actually cool. Her name was Kathy. And about 9 months in, she gets promoted. So she goes from 18.8 to like 22.
Right.
I'm still at 18.8. Well, now we have our year anniversary, and she gets a raise based off 22, and I get my raise, but it's based on 18. Yeah. Then I get my raise, and a week later, they give me the promotion to...
Wow. So you felt short change.
They were like, congratulations. Hey, congratulations. I'm like, you hosed me. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, if I would have gotten the promotion on time, this would have been this, and I would have... Yeah. Like, oh, well, you weren't ready. You weren't ready to be promoted. Like
I've never heard this story, Johnny. It cut you. But you bounce back. Look at you now.
They would track people's C cards.
See, and
security cards.
I've had to.
Freaking mad about that. You know what?
That's called micromanaging. I had it in Pac Bell, man.
Let me come full circle, because people are going to think this is how I live my life. You know, I've come around on the grill thing. You know, you get the little cooling off period. I'm okay. Yeah. I'm over that. I
told Norm about it.
I'm over that. But they would check my C card. They would check my phone when I was making calls. It was, oh, God, it was the worst. Dude, how about this? Here's how you know you have a bad job. And I forget what it was called, but you had a sheet, like your time sheet every day. You had to make a sheet of everything you did. So you'd have to be like, the Smith files, inputting, 2 hours. I worked on the Jones report for 45 minutes. I was actually down printing something out. That took 20 minutes.
I couldn't do it, and I've done it.
And then I started to get then I started to just put, filling out this daily crap, 20 minutes.
Oh, you were gone then. You knew.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The over-supervision
It's called micromanaging.
I can't deal with it.
I'm with you.
I don't need to be overly supervised.
Yeah.
All right, that's enough of that. Charles Oakley coming up in 5 minutes.
How excited, or we'll find out what chances he give the Knicks tonight. But again, Steiny, I am so juiced, man. I think this is going to be a great series. But the thing to me is, we all know Wembanyama is the alien. I call him an avatar, Steiny, something we've never seen. But is he really going to cash in this championship chip at 22 years old? I mean, then Jordan's in trouble. You know what I'm saying? I know every time somebody wins a chip, I said Denver was going to be a dynasty. Same with Boston. But the Spurs are nasty, Steiny, and I'm just wondering, like right now, if I said, let's bet NBA Finals MVP, there's not a soul that wouldn't say Wembanyama is in the lead.
Well, people that think the Knicks are going to win probably would take Brunson.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, I think there's a lot of people out there now that are taking the Knicks straight up, it feels like.
Steiny, they got goons, man. They got some guys to make it difficult. And who did we talk about earlier today? Mitchell Robinson. You got a broken pinky. You ain't dribbling or pass. All you got to do is throw that girth around and grab a rebound with 9 digits. But Karl Anthony Towns, you're right, Brunson. And there's a lot being said. I guess Curry's the outlier. Small guys. Who was it? Rebecca
Hammond.
Hammond that said, when you got a little dude as your best player, you ain't winning nothing.
Draymond agreed with her.
I didn't hear that.
He doubled down on it.
Day?
Well, he said the other day.
No, I wasn't. Must have been you and Devone.
Was that Devone?
Yeah. Evan wasn't here.
Oh, yeah, it must have been Devone.
Yeah. I didn't hear Day say that.
Yeah, it was great. Kenny cut up this sound of Draymond Green. It was just wonderful the way he did it. So Draymond Green on his podcast, listen to what Draymond did.
Guy's got 3 guests today and still not happy about it.
You know you're a VIP for me. It's not you or something else.
No, anyway, we'll get it for later in the show. It's pretty funny. Draymond.
But what was his premise?
I'll tell you exactly what it is. In January, Draymond said he didn't think the Knicks had it, and he didn't think they had a 1A. They don't have anybody like Shea, LeBron, Jokic, or Steph.
Okay.
So then Becky Hammond, her comments come to light, even though she said them a few years ago. So Draymond Green came out of his podcast and said, okay, I talked about the Knicks in January, so I want to revisit what I said and either amend what I said or double down.
React to new information.
Played what he said, and what he said was, well, now we got Oak coming up.
Well, then why just set it up 2 minutes before?
That's my quarterback.
Hey, is that coming out on the air?
Hey, that's my quarterback. You raising your voice at me?
You know what? There's no way Oakley's going to be on time.
But just tell me Draymond.
Here you go. I'll just play
Be
it.
quiet is what you said.
Throughout this season and seasons past, I've expressed my doubt in the Knicks team making a finals run. I'd like to revisit those takes and see if I'd like to double down, make some edits, or flat out apologize.
All right, so that was about, he's talking about,
right,
calling, they don't have a true one.
I double down on this, just like Becky Hammond said. Prove me wrong. Absolutely double down. Getting out of the East has never been a surefire to winning a championship. What y'all talking about? You get out of the East, you're supposed to get out of the East. It's the East. Of course you're supposed to get out of the East. That don't just mean you win a championship because you get out of the East. Beat up Boston. Happy for Mike Brown, by the way. But you should get out of the East.
All right, that's Draymond Green.
I love Dre, but that almost makes me like I have no loser in this. I'd be happy for Wemby, and I'd also be happy for the Knicks. But the way the Knicks are doubted, I would love Draymond to have to eat crow.
Okay, I got to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't think the Knicks are being doubted anymore. In fact,
that's wild.
I'm surprised. Like, I got to give the Knicks a ton of credit.
And we got to give somebody
it's fitting that our New York man's coming in, Kenny.
We owe him.
He's the best.
Yeah, no doubt.
Here's where I will give the New York Knicks a ton of credit. I didn't think it was possible to get me excited about the postseason, but they've played well enough.
No
and they're cocky enough right now.
And they got some talent.
So I give the Knicks credit.
Josh Hart, he's
what about him?
He plays hard.
Okay, great.
Bridges
and
is
when the Warriors played hard in the regular season, you said that's the price of admission. And now you want a special Josh Hart because he plays hard.
I'm trying to see if you're raising your voice at me. Look, I can't wait for Oakley, Stoney.
Yeah, he better come
Where
through.
Where are you watching the game? I said we should do it as a show. Evan's busy.
The game.
Yo, so you'll start late. So lay off on the thread.
Usually give me a thumbs up.
Oak.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. It's in time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in 20-year NBA veteran Charles Oakley. Played 10 years for the Knicks. Charles, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
All right, I got to start out here.
Well, man.
The boy that you're talking to right here played Division III basketball. How come you played?
Too, so.
Yeah, what? You had no offers coming out of Cleveland in high school?
Yeah, I did. There was a lot of stuff going on. I had to get out of state, so I had Ohio State. I had some offers.
Did you?
My sister went to Ohio State. Got a lot of family. Yeah, I just went to Union. I wanted to get away. Ohio State was too close because I've seen a few other guys that went to like school close by, come home every other weekend, end up getting in trouble. So
gotcha.
I went 8 hours away, so I wasn't going to come home every other weekend.
Hey, Oakley, you're the man. I got to tell you this, man. I'm a 70s baby, and when I see the number 34 on the basketball court, I think about you is why I wore it. I don't want to be messy, so I'm going to get to the nitty-gritty. It's awesome that the Knicks are in the finals, but I hate how, the owner, Dolan, treated you. Can you just walk us through how you're feeling about your team, that you gave blood, sweat, and tears for in the finals? But also, has that relationship gotten any better?
Well, I'm happy for the fans in New York. They've been waiting for this moment since 99, 88, 98, 99 when they went to the finals, and they back there. They got a new president. Rose came in there and changed things around. Jalen Brunson signed a free agent from Dallas. That was the biggest win, and I think it's like a championship to get him on that team, what he's been doing over the last 3 years, and all uphill, just putting the team on his back and just being a great leader and a great guy for the city. So I'm just glad he's there.
Charles, how much of a shot do you give the Knicks?
I give them a big shot. I mean, you see how they've been playing. I know the East is weak, but I think the chemistry on the team, with how they've been flowing in the last 2 rounds, sweeping Philly and sweeping the Cavs. I mean, I know that, it's the NBA, anything can happen, but when you sweep 2 teams like that, I mean, I don't care how bad they are, but you got something going, you got something clicking, the bench playing well, and Mike Brown and the staff doing a great job with the team.
Charles, I got to ask you about, Becky Hammond said it, Draymond kind of backed her up, and we're out here in the Bay, obviously 4 titles by the great Steph Curry. I call him a small guard. What are your thoughts on Brunson and people saying, oh, you can't win with your guy being that size? I think that's BS. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, they criticize a lot of guys about this and that, and they criticize the guy who put the work in. Sometimes when you put the work in, like in Dallas, you saw that when he got in the playoff, when someone got hurt, they gave him a chance to play. He haven't looked back since then. He signed a free agent with New York. And every year, the team got better and better. I was mad they got rid of Tibbs last year, but Mike Brown's coach who been there and done that. But Bronson's showing that, hey, no matter what size you are, when you got skill and understand the game, IQ, and all them guys from Villanova on the team, he got his homies on there, and he's real comfortable. But he's just been doing a great job for the city of New York. I really give him a lot of praise.
Charles Oakley joining us on 95.7 The Game. Played 10 years for the New York Knicks. All-Star in 94.
You can't tell I played 10 years, but go ahead.
Look at my man.
I'm about ready to drop dime on my partner because he said you're looking good, Oakley, and he likes that hair.
Yeah,
he likes that hair.
Okay. Well, I'm getting old, but you know what I'm saying? When you be real to yourself and people in life and understand, I talked to one of my aunts in Alabama, Aunt Edna, this morning about life and how we was raised, a grandfather, this and that. And I think that when I got to New York, the city was, they was hoping that, things can change. And we went to the finals, but we lost to Houston. And then went back in 98, 99, they lost. But like I said, it's like playing, this team is playing San Antonio, the team that last time the Knicks was in the final lost to. But, I mean, I give him a good shot because, Bronson, I think OG's the wild cards for what he's been doing and since he signed with the Knicks, and Cat can do so much as a stretch 4 or 5, and all the other guys just playing their parts, and especially Hart and the guys off the bench.
Hey, Charles, I know you were a big fan favorite in New York, but we got something interesting happening out here in the Bay. The San Francisco Giants baseball team's really doing poorly, and they got a third baseman, Matt Chapman. The fans are coming down on him, and he's basically said that, it doesn't feel good when the fans turn their back on you, and I feel like they've done it really quickly. What's your, thought on how you deal with negative criticism during your playing days? Did you get a lot of it? Did you just let it wash over you? Did you use it for fuel? But, how'd you respond to getting booed at home if that ever happened?
You know what happened in New York. It happened to Jeter, me, whoever else. I mean, that's a part of the business. And I think these guys got to stop being so sensitive. What did he do for the fans to go on his bad side?
He's not hitting any homers. He's not fielding well. He's just having a bad year.
And Oak, real quick before you go, he's the type of dude, if the first baseman drops a ball, he's saying in front of everybody, catch the damn ball. You can do it when it's good. And then when you're struggling, he's getting death threats. And I kind of feel like, man, you can't play the victim role,
I don't know. I mean, people have got, I know, people haven't got a death threat, but not because of just the regular season. Maybe the playoff and something, you miss a shot and you maybe should have passed it open, guy. But, I hope things get better for him. And I got a situation myself in New York, but it's not the fans. It's the owner. So my thing is just, hey, hold your head up high, go back in the cage, work on your game, and stay positive. My thing, a lot of these guys, they talk, and you can't talk to the fans because the fans can't never lose because they got freedom. They ain't got nothing. They ain't getting paid. They can watch you. So you got to be humble and take it and know that, hey, when you don't play well, they gonna get on you. We've been booed before, so I wish him luck. But you got to stay humble though. Don't get in a war with the fans. You cannot win.
I love that. Yeah.
Hey, Charles, how Victor Wembanyama is a little bit different, obviously. But
he's a lot different.
What would you have to do if you matched up against bigger guys your whole career?
Yes, I have.
What would you do?
Nothing. Just meet him at the 3-point line, free throw line. Make him work at all times. Don't let him have no time off. Especially, you get a chance. So Nick's gonna throw 2 or 3 guys at him. But I think that with Mr. Robbins come off the bench and bring energy and make him work and. He's offense. He's skilled. He blocks shots. He can pass. He got good IQ. So it's a problem, but I think the Knicks got enough guys to put on him and make everybody else beat him. Just don't let him beat you.
Oak, I got to ask you this because me and my partner, we could start a fight right now, but you played with Michael Jordan for 3 years. You saw him, the Jordan rules with the Pistons, go to the hole and get hammered. I still feel like Curry doesn't get the whistle that other guys get, and he's phenomenal. But just what are your thoughts with the physicality in the league and what you're seeing? And just watching Michael go through that, and now with today's NBA where you got to go to a damn review if you blow on somebody.
Well, I don't think the league's physical now. I think that they need to get rid of that replay and this and that. If they're going to have all that, they might well just get 2 officials. Keep one on each half of the court. But I don't know. The game has changed, and it's a new time in life, and we got to realize that as you get older, things going to change. But the game changed with the 3-pointers. I don't like that, and I don't like high. They don't have guys don't have the high IQ, but they're getting the big money, and I'm glad they're getting the money because they hid the money from us, but they got to pay for less talent.
Wow, they hit it, Steiny.
Hey, well, you don't think the league's physical right now? I think Draymond Green would take exception to that.
Well, one tell Draymond, come and play me one-on-one.
Look at Oak.
No, do you like Draymond's game?
I like Draymond. I like any man go out and play. And they let him get away, do what he got. He played to his skill level, and that's the same thing I played. I know that they said, well, we played dirty back in the 70s, 90s, knocking people out of the air. I don't think I never knocked no one out of the air or never tried to cheap shot no one. But when you play hard and physical, hey, like I tell anybody, if an 18-wheeler come out and the Pinto go head-to-head, the Pinto going backwards. That's how the game is.
Look at you.
You got a guard coming in trying to challenge a big guy. He's supposed to go out on the floor. That's not your job. Your job is to stay around the perimeter, not to come to the hole.
Oakley, I got to ask you this, man. The barbershops, the streets, and I feel like I represent them, so I'm going to ask you this question. SGA is incredible, already a champion, but I want your response to this. I feel like he lost something, and he lost something because I felt like a lot of his game, even this last series against the Spurs, was predicated on foul baiting. Did you see that? Is that too strong of a stretch? Because I don't like it.
Well, I don't look at it like that, but when you win, you get an edge. And I think the SGA is a great player, great scorer, but he's not a great athlete. And now that you've seen that there's a lot of wings can check him and get into him, and he got to score, so he got to do whatever he can to score, push off. If they let James Harden take two step backwards, he taking 2 steps forward. That's his game. Let it go.
Hey, Charles, let me ask you this real quick. You played till you were 40 years old. The Warriors right now have a roster that they're relying on of Steph Curry, 38, Draymond Green, 37, Jimmy Butler coming off injury at 36, Al Horford still on the team. What do you think the Warriors are doing? And do you think they're still – how relevant are they right now in the NBA?
Well, as long as you got Curry, you got a chance. That's what they're saying, but I think I said on a podcast with KG about 4 years ago, and it's going to come to a time in the NBA with LeBron, KD, and Curry. And now they on the back nine on number 16 and 17. And who's going to be the next one to step up for them three guys? What three guys in the NBA from the U.S. can step up like LeBron, KD, and Curry? Nobody. But my thing is, Curry still can play, LeBron still can play, and KD still can play. My thing is, you got to be on the right team. You can't be on a play-in team. You can't be the 8th, 7th, 8th seed. When you them type of guys, you 7th, 8th seed, it's time to retire. But they still can play. But it just NBA, the IQ is bad now.
Wow. Oak, I got to ask you this because you brought up KG. It's funny. I heard this soundbite last night. He was on a podcast talking to Paul Pierce, and they were talking about Wembanyama, and KG didn't like how Wembanyama was so emotional after he celebrated the Game 7 win over the Thunder. And I thought to myself, you're an OG. You played the game. Is there anything to that?
I mean, he's young. He's a French guy. Tony Parker, the other guys, they just different type of guys. So, but that does not take him away from what he do on the court every night. Okay. He's still a factor. He's still the top 3 best player in the NBA. And, so, hey, he came in and showed hard and he talk up. I like all the stuff he do. So, more power to him.
All right. Hey, look, what's your handicap now?
Handicap?
We got a score system here. 4 is the highest. That's a 4.
I got you around a 14. A 14.
Yeah, but I know, like I said, guys play hurt. Guys play in the game, play hurt. Say, well, I was hurt, this and that. So I'm not having no excuse. So I'm just try to keep working on my game. Maybe next year, this time we talk, maybe be like a 9 or 8.
Okay,
that is great.
All right,
I got to ask him this, Donnie. Yeah. The greatest Knick of all time to Charles Oakley.
I'm going with Walt Frazier.
Wow. Okay.
Walt Frazier. I mean, if Patrick had a ring, I would put in second. But how Bronson put the team on the back, takes big shot, and what he's doing consistent. I'm putting Bronson number 2, Patrick 3, and Will Reed 4.
Wow.
All right. Hey, Charles, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the finals.
Anytime, guys. Just call me.
All right.
I've never heard that answer about your going to the handicap. Wow.
About what?
The handicap. When you asked him his golf. He didn't put a number. He just said,
Tells me he's still getting better.
Did you look it up? Like you could find if.
Well, I don't know.
Okay. I thought that's what you did.
I just looked up whether he golfs, and it says he is an avid golfer.
Do you think he got it right with Frazier, the best Knick of all time?
That's who I would say.
Yeah. Damn, Pat, if he had a ring, he still would have had him at 2. He's giving the Knicks a shot.
Yeah.
I'm juice, man. And we got the pre and post game with Ernie, Chuck, Finney, and Shaq.
What do you mean?
The whole series. The TNT crew will be doing the pre. You don't care about that stuff. I just live and die for it.
No, I mean, the difference is that that is the finals to you. And I prefer watching a game.
No, that means I'll be in my seat 30 minutes or an hour before the game because they'll entertain me. Oh, he's great, man.
I got a theory. Oakley's in this group. So, Oakley and Jordan are really tight.
No doubt about it.
And, the boss was like, I think in one of the questions, he's like, he's really tight with Jordan, da-da-da. And let me tell you where I draw the line. I would never ask Oakley about Michael Jordan. Ever.
Why?
I'll tell you exactly why.
I want to know why.
I'll tell you exactly why. All right. So, Rod Higgins was Michael Jordan's first roommate. Guy who played for the Warriors.
No doubt.
But he started with the Bulls. And Rod Higgins became like best friends with Michael Jordan and remains like best friends to this day. Well, Rod Higgins was with the Warriors for a while and, got to know him a little bit. And it's like, it doesn't even have to be talked about. Everybody knows. You just don't ask Rod about Michael Jordan.
I never knew that.
You just don't. Like, he's not going to give up anything on Michael Jordan. And it was funny because I was starting to think about this, about how like tight Jordan's circle must be. So remember when Jordan was with the Wizards?
I hate it, but yeah.
Okay, so I was covering the Warriors at the time, and Jordan, after a shoot around, he talked once a day, and he would tell everybody when he was talking. So he talked after shoot around one day. And there were, I would say 12 guys around him, and they were all asking him questions. And then, the PR guy goes, all right, wrap it up, one more.
Yeah, right, gotcha.
And somebody asks him another question. Well, at the time, the Wizards were hiring a new coach, and they wanted permission from the Warriors that they could talk to Higgins. And the Warriors did not give permission for the Wizards to talk to Rod.
Oh.
So Jordan starts walking away, and like nobody's, everybody's just standing there letting him walk away. And I'm like, I gotta ask him about Higgins. And so I kind of followed him into this little thing.
Yeah.
And he was like all business. And I was like, Michael, can I ask you a question about Rod Higgins? And he stopped and he turned around.
Come on, man.
And he goes, you can ask me anything you want about Rod Higgins. And so, he said he thought Rod would be a great coach and this, that, and the other thing. And I ended up talking to Jordan for like 3 or 4 questions about Rod Higgins. And it's just
I love
it's
this.
hitting me that like, okay, so Jordan will absolutely talk about Rod Higgins but Higgins will never talk about Jordan. Oakley would never talk about Jordan. There's something about that circle. Let's put it that way.
I love it.
You
ain't Mike, you got Mike to stop, huh,
You
Snotty?
ain't getting in that circle.
He appreciated you bringing up Hig, though.
Well, that was the only reason. If I would have said,
what time is it?
You think the Warriors got a chance? He would have been like, beat it.
Wow, man. We got some breaking news.
Oh.
Yeah, Evan.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right, well, this came in just a few minutes ago from the New York Post, actually. A warrant for Brandon Ayuk's arrest has been issued in Northern California. The 49ers receiver is wanted on a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speed, dating back potentially to his Instagram post from last year, driving 100 miles an hour past Levi Stadium. The Santa Clara County District's Attorney's Office confirmed to the California Post on Wednesday.
Can I go first?
All right, so this is nothing new.
But what I'm mad about is I'm already worried about the kid, but shame on Santa Clara and everybody shout out to my son, he's graduating soon. What, a whole year of 6 months to bring charges? This thing happened forever and a day ago. So all of a sudden now again, I hated the act and what he did telling on himself, but it takes this long?
No,
I'm being serious. I don't like it.
Do you understand anything about
he didn't
the
rob a
wheels
bank.
of justice?
Yes.
They
he was
turn
speeding.
slowly, Guru. Like, if you knew anything about the legal process,
I have friends that are attorneys,
that would resonate with me. But this is very common. It's very common. Actually, I don't know if it's common or not.
I kind of relieved, Evan. I thought it was a new infraction, but the fact that it's an old one, and you said arrest, I said, oh gosh, I'm kind of relieved, guys.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What's the difference between driving 96 miles an hour and driving one person in a carpool lane.
Like, we've been together 8 years.
Yes, I'm serious.
Steiny, I'm worried. You're not, just say you're playing and
How
pulling our
fast do
chain.
you go in the carpool lane?
Are you high?
No, I'm not high.
Why would?
I'm just saying.
You're like
There's
comparing an
degrees.
elephant to a tree.
No, not at all.
What elephant?
If you're going 96, you're
People
not
are
just
in
a danger
danger.
to yourself, you're a danger to everyone else on the road.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't take it lightly, either one. I don't
That's
take
not
either
what
one lightly.
There's no.
I don't know what you're laughing about.
Steiny, people's lives are in danger when you're driving that fast, not just yours. You're in the carpool lane.
Being in the carpool lane is not a danger to anybody.
Yeah, I know what you're
You
doing.
don't think so?
It's illegal, but it's not a danger.
When
You don't think
Duke's in that
so.
carpool
Steiny,
lane,
stop,
I
man.
don't know.
My boy running material. Wow. Evan, we'll talk
Like, what
later.
do you
He
think-
didn't
like,
believe
He's
that.
serious, man.
What do you do with that? Now we going to talk about Brandon Ayuk and how we're worried about him?
No, it's just, I am worried about him. I got my own problems, but what if I told you I'm Team Ayuk in this sense? I'm glad it's nothing new. When I heard arrest warrant, Brandon Ayuk, I thought the worst. But the fact that this is an old infraction, I do wonder, Steiny, how long he'll be a 49er. Do we, like, any guess when how long will he be on the Niners?
I don't know. I don't know.
So a lot of people saying the carpool violation is just a violation.
But isn't, okay, like how fast do you have to...
Reckless driving is you go to jail.
But when does a speeding ticket become an arrest?
I believe at 100 miles per hour.
Thank you. That's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
But why did the carpool lane come to play?
Because I knew you did that all the time.
But not at 100.
Well, I was asking you what the difference was. So, okay, if you're doing, if it's a 65 and he's doing 90, he's probably not getting arrested for that, right?
But there are some that probably would try to, what are you doing? Like, I'm being serious. Like 90 is serious too, Stoney, but.
I think there's a point at which it goes from speeding to reckless. And I think reckless is.
100 miles?
I don't know.
I just want to know why the carpool part came, but you explained to me.
Because
Now,
I'd like us to take carpool infractions every bit as seriously as speeding infractions.
Oh, well, you're not putting other people's lives in danger when you're in the carpool lane. If you're one of those that use it, and I quit doing it. Oakley was incredible, Steiny.
You think?
I'm gonna do a Shasky. We should replay that. We should replay that. That with Butch like his. I'm serious. He was great, man. Now, New York Kenny Luttrell did us a big favor.
Yep.
He's our favorite right now. He did us a big favor. He wanted us to ask about the Dolan situation.
We did.
Give that interview, Kenny, if you can, a letter grade. The Oakley.
He wasn't here.
You got to say it in the mic, Ken. He was in the back.
I knew you guys would be.
Why am I bothered that it wasn't an A?
Why? You're so needy.
Kenny,
it's unbelievable.
What could we have asked him would have got us an A? Oh, anyway.
Yeah, I don't do this often. Take back that take.
Oh, right.
Take it back.
God, you're just, whoa. Yeah. But anyway.
Some would say,
you're home alone.
No, my daughter's home.
I was going to say, I'll come over and watch the game.
I'm not going to. I'm golfing today. Okay?
But the game's at 5:30.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, you said you're taping it.
Well, if it tapes, it tapes.
Yeah,
if it doesn't,
it's Wimby.
It doesn't.
It's Cat, Brunson, and Castle.
Of course. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. We got to get out because. Right. But anyway, here's the one thing: if Brunson can be the only MVP if the Knicks win, like there's nobody that's going to be.
Wow.
But the Spurs, I could actually see Castle.
That's a great
being
point.
an MVP.
No, that's a great point. What about Harp? Well, he ain't. Who? Vassell?
No, I think it's got to be. I think it's got to be
Mike Brown, how do the Kings feel? Fox and Brown in the finals. Anything there, Snidey, if you're a King fan?
Not really.
No, honestly.
I'm not moved by it.
Wow.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we got Bob Nightingale of USA Today. He's a Major League Baseball columnist. We'll jump into some Giants stuff on 95.7 The Game.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair, powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and and where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right?
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Sisig, 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 Sisig.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the morning roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Bird to heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines.
These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
In Oakland today, morning clouds, afternoon breeze, high of 77.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Rise. A little flip shot. Game over. Well, the final score is a little misleading. On the one hand, the Brewers are just relentless, and so they earned those 8 runs. On the other hand, the Giants were going to that bottom of the 8th inning thinking they had a real chance to win this game. Fought.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Bob Nightingale, USA Today Major League Baseball columnist. Bob, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure.
The Giants dropped to 15 games below 500 last night to the worst team in the NL. They've got a GM without a lot of experience. They hired a manager without a lot of experience. Like, from afar, what do you make of what's going on out here in the Bay right now?
Yeah, just, disappointing season. Brutally disappointing season. Yeah, nobody's picking the Giants to win the division. I think everybody thought they'd, be a contender for a wild card spot. Not they were, a favorite to get a wild card spot, but a team that could win, maybe up to 85 games. And they had a lot of higher hopes leaving spring training. And now, you go along with the, with the Mets, the Tigers, and the Giants are probably right behind them as far as, when the game's most disappointing teams.
Bob, I got to ask you this. I need your advice. My partner just mentioned it, and so did you. They're 15 games under 500. This is the second year for Posey, Vitello's first year, and I understand there's some newness to it, but there are responsibilities. And right now, Buster Posey and this Kyle Harrison deal, looks bad. And I'm not blaming Tony Vitello, but I'm hearing too much, it's not his fault. How would you assess both of those guys at their job thus far?
Well, a tough situation. You're talking about a guy who's never stepped foot on the major league field. Nothing, minor league ranks. So all of a sudden now you're being put with a veteran team. And, is he really going to go up to guys like Chapman and Devers and Damas and kind of lay down the law? So I think it's tough that way. So I think he's in a tough situation. I'm sure he's absolutely miserable.
Right.
And what's going on. And then, putting Harrison in that trade made sense. Nobody at the time said, you're an idiot for trading him. So he was struggling a little bit, and, Boston's the one who made the mistake with Harrison, not really the Giants. But nothing's worked out. The Devers trade, is blowing up in their face. Adames signing's been terrible. The Chapman extension. So they made a lot of, financial mistakes that, they're not the Dodgers. They can't recover from right now.
Bob Nightingale joining us on 95.7 The Game, USA Today Major League Baseball columnist. Do you have any explanation for why a pitcher like Kyle Harrison, who less than a year ago was on the Giants, is now the best pitcher on the Milwaukee Brewers? And I keep hearing the Brewers do this very, very well. Is there any way you can put into words why the Brewers are able to do this and maybe some other teams aren't?
Just a very smart team. They can identify guys like, you know what, we think it's going to work out. And let's be honest, they thought they had the best of Adames. They didn't make Adames an offer when he left. They identify guys they think that can, be better for the future. So in this case, they thought, they targeted him. That was like kind of a controversial trade in Milwaukee. Trade away a guy who finished third in the Rookie of the Year balloting, and Caleb Durbin. Sure enough, now he's hitting 180 for Boston. They just changed his arm angle and everything else. So it's something like anybody else could have done, but just didn't do it. But I put more blame on the Red Sox and the Giants, especially because they were the ones who completely gave up on him. At least the Giants got something for him. Didn't work out. Mm-hmm. But, they had to include him in the Devers trade.
Bob, it's kind of an unfair question, but if you were running the Giants right now, how would you look at this season and what would you be looking to do?
Well, I would try to blow it up. They got some prospects down below, but they're years away. But, they're not going anywhere. I mean, it's not going to turn around. Everybody knows that. So pretty much put everybody in a blot. No one's going to trade for Devers or Adames or Chapman, but might as well put them out there. Maybe someone gets desperate and see how much money you're willing to eat. Those sort of things. Yeah. You trade Robbie Ray. I'd love Luis Ariz, but you probably have to trade him. And hey, you got to listen to offers for Logan Webb. Not that you want to trade Logan Webb. But you got to at least listen to offers. If someone's going to give up a ton of money for Scooble for only 2 months, why don't you see what you can get for Logan Webb for 2 years? I know it'd be a painful trade, but you got to at least listen.
Bob Nightingale joining us on 95.7 The Game. When you look at a guy like Buster Posey, who's the president of baseball operations, if you have a president with experience on another team, you get a little bit of a track record for what their tendencies are around the trade deadline. Do you have any sense for what Buster Posey's like as a general manager, and would he be the type of GM to swing 3 or 4 deals to try to just change this thing in a hurry?
I mean, he's going to have no choice. But, like you said, he hasn't really been in this position, so there's no track record on him. I mean, all the other 29 GMs are probably wondering the same thing. Okay, what's it going to be like to deal with him, come late July, early August, to see, what it's like, how reasonable he's going to be. I think they think that he will be reasonable, just with the baseball background. But we'll see. He's got to make good trades here. I mean, this season's been very embarrassing, and they got to get something. Kudos to them for signing Ariz. It was kind of a, people were kind of against it in San Francisco, but this guy's just a pure hitter, and he's played great defense. So you got to get some decent return for Ariz, and you got to hope that Robbie Ray starts pitching better, and you get more for him too. Obviously, you're not going to bring him back, and let's be honest. There's guys in the clubhouse that aren't happy, and some guys want to leave.
Wow. Bob, I got to ask you about Matt Chapman. We have some, articles being written in the Bay, and he's feeling like fans are turning on him. He's 33 years old in the midst of one of his worst seasons, 2 home runs. How concerned would you be if you're the Giants on not one, just him turning it around and him also having a no-trade clause?
Well, you're very concerned. I mean, right now, I don't think you can put him on the trade block and gain anything in return. You might as well try. But, scouts who have seen him saying just like, he seems like he's gotten old overnight. Not that he can't bounce back. People are saying the same thing about Nolan Arenado of the Diamondbacks. That's why the Cardinals gave him away and $31 million of the $41 million left. And he's been rejuvenated this year. I mean, he looks much, much better. So, you're going to hope the same thing for Chapman, whether it's in San Francisco or elsewhere. Like, he's too young, to go backwards this quickly. So, we'll see what happens. And I think if you're the Giants, you probably sit down and talk to Chapman. Hey, we're going to put your name out there. Are there any teams that you absolutely refuse not to go to? But with his struggles, it's not like you're going to get much in return except for salary relief.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, thank you so much for joining us. Really good stuff on the Giants, and appreciate your time, man.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Yes,
Take
sir.
care.
Bob Nightingale, USA Today, Major League Baseball columnist.
How sobering is that?
He threw some lines in there that
I think I know you, and I know which one piqued your curiosity.
Embarrassing?
No, guys wanting to not happy in the clubhouse. Okay.
How about this one? Just matter of factly. Yeah, they're not going to turn it around. We all know that.
Dude, that hurt my heart. You know, that spoke to me. Man, Steiny, he said blow it up. And he's not the only one.
So they got trouble in the clubhouse.
Now, what do you think he meant by that? Because you said Chapman might not be happy with the Vitello. There's still not an excuse to perform poorly if that's where he was going. But I guess my question would be, why are they unhappy? It's not Vitello.
They're unhappy because they know that what's been put together here ain't sustainable. But
who's performing to their peak powers?
Just because you're not performing well doesn't mean that you can't be unhappy. You know what I mean? It goes hand in hand.
But if you're not performing
do you think
well,
Raphael Devers likes to be here? You think he's really enjoying his time in San Francisco after 1 year?
I'm going to say no.
I don't think so.
I'm starting to believe now when I heard that Dan O'Dowd sound about him not even wanting to, the ballpark might be in his head. I'm starting to really wonder if there's something to that. So I would say no to that, that maybe he doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be here.
But we hadn't heard any, to his credit, Devers, we hadn't heard any noise or rumblings.
Well, I don't think it's going to be Devers wants out, but look, you need a level of commitment or care that some Giants players aren't meeting. Wow. And, I'm not saying, Chapman's in the office saying, get me out of here, but just look at the way the team is playing. How can they be happy? How can guys be satisfied here?
He said they're dead like you.
888-957-9570 is the number. No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers, and one wrong move, maybe saying too much, signing too early, or trusting the process can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim. It's your recovery, it's your income, and it's your future. Beam Law has received millions for clients across the Bay and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
In May, we start seeing Yellow Jackets become more active and more aggressive around homes. Once they establish a nest, activity can increase quickly, especially in outdoor areas where families spend time. The key is to get ahead of it early. At ATCO, we focus on identifying and controlling Yellow Jacket activity before it turns into a bigger issue. You can visit atcopest.com to schedule service. And if you mention this station, We'll take 10% off Yellow Jacket services this month.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
It's Big O Tire's anniversary sales event. Now through June 14th, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll also get our industry-leading ProTech Plus warranty for free. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Got to be delicate with those calves. These things happen. This is football.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, a lot going on today on a Wednesday.
Shame on us. I'm throwing the flag on this as a show.
Why?
2 hours in, 2 hours plus. Not one mention of last night's Valkyrie stomping of the Portland Fire and their 6-3. And Evan, this is why we're family. I'm in the process of trying to get us tickets to the June 19th home game, Steiny's first Valkyrie game. He said he would go if I can come through. We got 4. You would be the 3rd. But who would be the 4th? He said Carter.
Town.
What?
I thought we talked about this.
We did. I forgot.
Yeah.
So we'd need 2, Steiny. It'd be your first game. Pop your cherry.
Holla. It's Tip.
Yeah, let's go. She told us to pull up.
Okay, you're getting people mixed up. That was Tiffany Burton.
That was Tiffany Hayes.
Tiffany Hayes.
Is that right, Veronica?
Oh, God.
Bay Area, it's Veronica Burton.
I got you. I'm talking about Natalie
I can't do
Nikasi.
this.
She joined us and said, Steiny Goo,
She
pull
said
up.
pull up.
Yeah, when I hear
Baller.
that, it
It's
makes
Gabby
me
Williams.
think. That's it. She's a baller.
Yeah.
They all are. We got action.
First one in the Commissioner's Cup.
Oh, I forgot. Man. I know you got Commissioner Cup fever.
Thanks to Charles Oakley and Bob Nightingale.
What time we replaying Oak? That was good. We love you.
Let's check with the boss.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, piece of news. A warrant for the arrest of Brandon Ayuk has been issued. In December, he taped himself going very, very, very fast in a 40-mile-an-hour zone outside Levi Stadium. That happened in December.
It's June.
And it looks like a warrant's been issued for his arrest for that.
Yeah.
I don't know what else there is to say about Ayuk. The one thing and we have Ted Wynn coming on at 1 o'clock. He's a senior writer for The Athletic. I think the one thing we're going to need or ask him to spell out is, what are the Niners' options? How long can they just keep this guy on the roster without utilizing him? What are the advantages of just waiving him if there are any?
Right.
Are they on any kind of timetable where they have to make a decision?
I wonder where he is physically, Stoney. Like, there's part of me that thinks his career could be over.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, if I were him, I'd just call the Niners. Hey, man, look, it didn't work out. I'm sorry, but I want to resume my career. Can you? And maybe other teams are looking and sniffing at him like a dog that doesn't like the food, and they won't take a flyer. But I can't believe this young, his career's over.
Yeah, he's got
Hopefully not,
nobody
man.
to blame but himself.
Yeah.
Let's go to Paul. Paul's in San Francisco. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
What up, Steiny? What up, Brew?
Hey.
Welcome back from Mexico. I hope you had a great time.
I did, man.
But Steiny, I got a bone to pick. 95.7, the official station of the Valkyries, and you haven't been to one game. Come on, man. But I got to tell you guys, I got season tickets, and I can't make it June 19th. I'd love to throw those two at you guys if you're interested. I was there last night. Got back from a road trip to Utah for work, week long. Didn't go home. I went straight to Valhalla.
Wow.
Nice.
You got to get out there. The energy is special. I'm
It's
a
incredible.
diehard Warriors fan. I'm a delusional Warriors fan, and just this last year, I finally had to admit where we're at. So now we got the Valkyries. Much love to you guys. I was listening the whole road trip. Thank you for everything, and can't wait to see you at
I tell you
Valhalla.
what,
Let me know if you want the tickets.
Hey, well, I'm telling you now, we do. Let the producer give the information to the producer.
I hate to be this guy.
Absolutely, yeah.
Paul. Paul, where are the seats?
Hey, I'll tell you what. They're mid-court.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Mid-court.
Really good view.
Okay, wait. You just dropped off. Okay, they're mid-court. Where?
Mid-court, it's the best seats of the upper level because it's the first seats that don't get blocked by that glass thing.
Yeah.
We worked hard to find the best seats, but we couldn't fork out the lower level cash.
Gotcha.
No, that's a great thought,
hey,
man.
Paul, thank you so much for
You're
the
the
offer.
man. Yeah, we'll pass this
Thank
time.
you guys.
Yeah.
I drove 20 hours the last week, and I had 95.7 on YouTube. I was like downloading it.
Yeah, my
I
man.
cut out, but it would go on.
My man.
Was filling in, but I needed my goo.
Ah, my man.
I needed my goo too. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the call.
Because I owe you the next time I take you into that building, Chase. I had you up there with the pigeons. We got to be as close as possible. I owe you, man.
Oh.
And you thugged it out that night. I was embarrassed. But we had a few, so I don't know if you thought you were courtside. Evan, we were more.
It doesn't sound like Steiny's that enthused about.
Dude, Minnesota, Lynx, and the Valkyries, man. They just play hard. Thornton.
Okay, when the Warriors just play hard, it's not enough for you.
Two different stories, partner.
I mean, wait till Carter gets off the phone with Paul.
He's off.
No, he's still talking.
Well, if we invited Carter, Steiny said Carter can go with us. I said he can't. Friday night, he got the baby. The wife won't let him go. Carter, am I wrong?
No, I can go.
Oh, Carter.
Carter's got Carter's
him.
mom is a big
Oh, yeah,
factor.
he's right. You're
hey,
right.
Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so his tickets are at mid-court on the second level. Now, I'm assuming that if you try to get Valkyrie's tickets, we'll get the same tickets
I
as
hit
the
our
Warriors.
guy Double R.
Right.
We've been in contact.
Right, but I'll bet you the seats are the same as when we see the Warriors.
Those seats are 120.
Right.
They're the same ones. His was upper. So the way he described it, I thought he was in the 200 section. Nothing wrong with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So we've got to compare the seats. We're in the top level of the lower part behind a basket.
Yeah.
Would we rather be at mid-court on a level one higher?
I just go with the math, and I would take the one over the two.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that view, that basket's not blocking anything. That's a beautiful view.
I would
just make sure.
I don't need a seat. I know where I like to watch the games from. It's in this little corner.
I did pre and post with you for 2 years. I know Evan. He would ditch me.
I stand during
It was
games.
so bad.
Where do you stand?
Don't worry about it. Seriously, don't worry about it.
In the tunnel?
No. It's on the second. It's on the first level. It's tucked away. But I'm like. I mean, I don't like to brag, but I'm a little like Jerry West. I just like to watch the games, and I get really, when the Timberwolves are at Chase, I got.
Don't we have an activity? You brought something to the table about the Madden cover since 2000.
Oh, yeah.
We got to get to because I won my only I won a few of them. It was on that subject. That helped me. Like, I was a gamer, man. Guys come over, burn, and just play all night.
What does
Madden,
burn mean?
The Snoop Dogg back in the day.
Come on, Goo.
It's the truth.
But, enough is
I was Evan's age.
What did you just say to talk about?
The 2000 Madden cover. You're going to quiz Evan and I. Evan, were you a gamer? I don't see you as a gamer.
Yeah. No, not really into video games.
I've seen fights, Evan.
I can tell you who won't be on the cover, though. Brandon Ayuk.
Why am I bothered that they waited this long to bring charges?
They had to investigate.
What is there to investigate? Video, IG, him showing the old. Anyway.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. Oh, we're doing it now.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
You got 10 minutes.
This is up my alley. Watch me just blow.
All right. Okay, Goo, many football fans and gamers have a collection of Madden NFL boxes on a shelf at home, but with a series spanning over 25 years of annual releases, it's quite the feat to have the whole lineup. All right. When Madden came out in 2000.
Wow, okay.
All right. The cover on the first Madden is pretty easy.
Well, Madden came out before.
John Madden.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. So the first time a player was on was 2001. What do you say you guys go back and forth?
All right.
And you see who knows more.
Can I start? I'll start. I was in love with him, and I won a lot of money. Michael Vick.
Michael Vick was on the Madden cover in 2004.
Why did I get a buzz?
I thought we were going in order.
Oh,
I thought you asked 2001.
Oh, I was just going to.
I don't have the
I think
years.
that's going to be tough.
Yeah,
so
my bad.
I'll take anybody.
Yeah, all I got is I remember the cover. If we got the years, I'm not your guy.
Okay, in that case, give me Peyton Hillis.
All right.
Peyton Hillis, the Cleveland Browns fullback, was definitely on. I remember that name.
No doubt.
Peyton Hillis, he is 2012.
Look at my man.
Peyton Hillis. Goo.
Dante Culpepper.
Dante Culpepper. That'd probably be before, right?
Oh.
Culpepper.
I want to say he's...
Culpepper. I see no Culpepper early. I see... What years? Give me a...
I want to say 2006, 2000, around that area.
Oh. Dante Culpepper.
Yeah.
2002.
Okay, wow.
2002. Dante Culpepper.
This is awesome.
Richard Sherman.
15
or 16.
Okay, Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman. There it is, Richard Sherman.
What year?
It was 2015.
Okay.
Let me just make sure I'm right here. Yeah, it's about 2015. Right. Richard Sherman. Goo?
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey, yes. Christian McCaffrey, yes. Christian McCaffrey. 2025.
Okay.
2025. Christian McCaffrey. Okay. Evan?
Give me Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
Well, I'm looking at Madden 22 with Mahomes and Brady. Mahomes and Brady, but also Mahomes on solo in 20.
Wow.
So he gets 2 there, and I'll take Brady off the board. Brady and Mahomes off the board.
Rest in peace, Steve McNair. Air McNair.
Steve McNair.
I want it. No, I haven't hit the buzzer. Yeah.
Steve McNair.
Usually faster, but I got to.
Well, I got to scroll. Okay. McNair.
No, I think I'm good.
I think it'd be mid-2000s.
Yeah.
I think he was MVP in 04. This is your game, Steiny.
I thought you
I got to scroll.
All right. But I would have had the name. Steve McNair.
I don't have McNair. I do not have McNair.
He was on the cover, Steiny.
I don't have McNair. No McNair.
No, that's true. Just looked
Am
it
I
up.
wrong?
Oh, boy.
No McNair.
No McNair?
Another quarterback.
Wow.
No McNair.
Go ahead, Evan. I got one wrong. Damn.
I thought it was.
There's no way. Go ahead. Evan just looked at it, so I guess I am wrong. Shocker.
All right. In that case, give me Larry Fitzgerald.
Oh, great call.
Larry Fitzgerald. Larry Fitzgerald is 11 no, 12 no, 13 no, 14 no, 15 no. Gronkowski. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. I don't see him.
He's on there.
Larry Fitzgerald,
He's
Cardinals
on there.
wide receiver.
I don't know what's starting. I want to. Oh,
what list?
I don't see it.
McNair was on the cover of Madden, NFL quarterback. Oh, for Nintendo Wii, so I was wrong. But Evan's right. You got to see that one, Stoney.
What?
Fitzgerald.
I don't see him.
He was on Madden 10 with Palomalu.
Well, he shared a cover.
It still counts.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, and
Palomalu and Fitzgerald.
This is recency bias, but it counts. Saquon Barkley with that move he did, the jump move.
Problem is, I'm at 1, and now I'm going to have to scroll all the way to
yeah.
Okay,
I would have had
let's
it written
forget
down.
this. Okay, here's what we'll do. 2001, I'll say the team.
Okay, here we go. All right.
That'll be fun.
All right, go ahead.
Kenny, you want to jump in here? We'll keep score.
All right, I think I'm
all right,
already.
2001, Tennessee Titans.
Eddie George.
Correct. 2002, Dante Culpepper. All right, 2003, Rams.
Marshall Faulk.
That's correct.
This is better.
This is great.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
So Ken.
If we can speed it up.
Guru, chill out. We don't have to speed it up. It's on my time. Evan.
Wait, am I playing or am I keeping score?
I'll keep score.
Okay.
You can play.
Yeah, especially what he did for
2004,
us.
Michael Vick. 2005,
Donovan McNabb.
Ravens.
Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis.
But we're going one at a time.
Ken. No, it's first new.
Oh, wow.
This is
all right. Big Mouth is ready. Let's go.
2006, Eagles.
McNabb.
Damn you, Kenny.
Donovan McNabb.
All right.
2007, Seahawks.
Alexander.
Hey,
That's a great one. Evan, you don't got it up.
Are you guys being
That was
fair?
quick.
No, he was a 2005 MVP.
All right.
Okay. 08. Oh, this is a great one. Titans.
Eddie George.
Nope.
If it's not McNair,
Vince
it's
Young.
Vince. Yeah.
Vince
Oh,
Young.
my God. That's who I'm mad.
Vince Young.
You gotta say it.
I'm done with Kenny.
Yeah. Kenny, wow, that's a great call.
2009, the Jets.
Mark Sanchez?
Nope.
Darrell Revis.
Nope.
The Jets. 2001.
This is great.
Brett Favre.
Correct. Brett Favre.
Evan, wow.
Brett Favre.
Damn, Favre. The
2010 was Palomalu and Fitzgerald.
Okay.
2011, Saints.
Drew Brees.
Correct. Drew Brees.
This is now I'm getting vibes of Jockberty.
Peyton Hillis in
Lemon
12. Okay, Madden 13. Lions.
Stafford.
Barry Sanders.
Calvin Johnson.
Barry Sanders.
Johnson.
Calvin Johnson.
It's anxiety.
2014.
Okay.
Two guys on Vikings and Lions.
Adrian Peterson and Barry Sanders.
Yeah, you got them. Yeah.
Wow.
Peterson and Sanders. Okay?
I'm getting mad at Kenny.
Richard Sherman was 15. 2016, Giants.
Odell Beckham Jr.
That's correct. Guru, get in the game. Okay, 17, Patriots.
Tom Brady.
I got it.
Wrong.
Randy Moss.
Wrong.
Gronkowski.
Correct.
Oh, my God. God. I forgot Gronk was on the cover.
2018, Patriots.
Brady.
Tom Brady.
Brady. 19, Steelers.
Troy Palmer. Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown.
Nice, Hugh. Nice.
Antonio
Way to go,
Brown.
Finally, gosh.
2020, we have Mahomes. We know that. 2021, Ravens.
Lamar Jackson.
Damn.
That's correct.
He knew it
Mahomes
already.
and Britt. John Madden was on the cover in 23.
My Wi-Fi is slow.
24, Bills.
Josh Allen.
Correct. 49ers, McCaffrey.
Yeah.
After McCaffrey,
Barkley.
Saquon Barkley. Bears.
Caleb Williams.
And he's the one in 2027. Oh,
Couldn't
that's
even
a lot
say it
of
right.
fun.
The second version was best. Yeah. You gave us.
See, you know what, though? Like, and this is one of those things where, in a way, you got
show ready, man.
You have to be a little selfish. Like, I don't know if that works or not when people are out driving around, but damn,
I would
that's
say
fun
it
for
didn't,
me.
but yeah, there's a lot of people typing the names in.
I thought it was fun.
Evan, why did I think McNair was on the cover? It was
It was Vince Young.
It was Vince Young.
Yeah.
The other black guy quarterback. Damn. Good job, Kenny.
Thanks, Goo. You too.
You know I did that for Kenny because he did us a favor, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I still got Evan winning.
Yeah.
And I had him at 7-5.
Well, I came in late.
So Caleb Williams is on this year's Madden.
Yep. What?
I was just thinking, what young player do we have here? Does the 49ers have, a young guy that they possibly slap on the cover? But I went to the Sharks and Celebrini.
Stribling.
Well,
Stribling next year.
Let's hope, man.
If you're just joining us, Brandon Ayuk, an arrest warrant's been issued
for an old infraction.
In December.
Yeah.
In December. For when he was speeding by the stadium. And I guess there's going to be an arrest warrant.
That's a misdemeanor.
That's correct.
Right. Oh, he's good.
You have infractions, you have misdemeanors, and then you have felonies.
And some have 3. Never.
Do you have a felony?
Never. Norman, my dad's name is Norman Johnson.
Do you think we got anybody in here with a felony?
I don't. It's an incredible question.
I think we got
I'm looking at you, Evan, but I know.
Who do you think has one?
Tibbs would not have somebody threw a potato at him.
Willard the least.
Please. Yeah, right.
There's
Grandy, too, the least. Nahegan?
He had a troubled period.
But no felony, man.
Shasky does not have a felony.
But he used to get after it back in the day, he'll tell you.
In a weird way.
Vontae don't got no felony. Nah.
I can actually think.
Go ahead.
I see Carter with one.
The Steiny stop.
Just real early, just a bonehead move. Paid the price and learned from it.
Do you know what you have to do for a felony, though, Steiny? It's like
not really. No.
Right, but I do. Yeah.
It wasn't his night.
We don't got any felonies here.
Any chance?
No, he's a swimmer. That's pretty good.
God.
But you never know.
No, I bet we got somebody in here. We got somebody in here.
Yeah.
Avoid a felony. What do we got here? 12:40. Ted Wynn coming up at 1 o'clock. senior writer for The Athletic, and we'll talk to him about maybe the Madden covers.
No, that was fun, though. It's just the second version of the game.
I thought it was
You were scrolling like Grandma Ma. Evan's like, 0-1. You're like 5 minutes. Come on. I thought you had written them down so you could go, bam. That's 86 seconds.
I don't see Sarah with a felony.
Look at you.
Or Vinny, actually, either.
Marcy, no way.
Well,
you know what?
What? Do you know what? Come on.
I'll text her, see.
Yeah. Hey, did she come in Friday while I was out after you said she wasn't going to make an appearance?
God. Yes, she did.
That got back to me. I didn't you said she wasn't coming in. You have fun? Did Devone have fun?
I think Devone was a touch uncomfortable.
That is so
he
great.
Was not.
I like OnlyFans.
He goes, Devone goes, so what's this all about? I go, Marcy's from our sister station. We do a lot of cross-promoting.
What's
so,
this
like,
all about?
we'll
It's
go on
great.
with Sarah
Yeah.
and da-da-da. So Marcy comes in on Fridays, and he goes, okay, so, like, what do we do? And I'm like, just we talk.
Act like you're at the bar, Devone.
And then right before, he goes, I think I'm going to sit this one out.
Oh, no.
And I was like, you're not going to do it at all? He's like,
no
"Ow."
wingman.
And then he ended up coming in. And the first thing she
Devone,
says,
man.
you know the first thing she says this particular time? She comes in, she sits down, Devone's already uncomfortable, and she goes, I forgot my muff today. Because she didn't have,
I wish
she
I
didn't have
could
a
hear
muff
it
on the
in its
mic.
entirety.
That's when I lost Devone for the segment.
Yeah, right. I wish I could hear it. That's
Bye,
pretty
Felicia.
good.
He leaned in.
Oh, Kenny you were flying that plane that day.
They came. There was one thing they had in common, and now I forget what it was. It wasn't
Seattle?
a cruise. She's been on a cruise too, Marcy. You can talk
we'll
about
have
that with her
something
Friday.
Yeah.
Although she went to Alaska.
Well, Devone's he worked in Seattle. Was that their connection?
No, they connected on something late in the show. I can't remember that they both had done. Okay.
Well, that's our segment. I guess I could have been at work. I'm a little jealous you had her come in after you said she was not coming in.
Well, I didn't know if she'd want to or not without you. You know,
Curry 900 said, "Good, listen for show on Friday." No, I didn't. It was just brought to my attention.
No, I thought she might not want to come in if you weren't going to be here, but she said she'd come in and do it. So
Ted Wynn coming up, Snotty.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Football too, because baseball's over. I don't believe that. Like, I'm still watching the.
No, sure. Yeah, sure you are.
What did our guy just say?
He said they're not going to turn it around, and we all know that.
Oh man!
All right, what's coming up on the game? Ted Wynn of The Athletic covers the NFL. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by the San Mateo County Fair.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief.
1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A fourth show was just added. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Dun, 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 dun.
I was just a pig in heaven. Bang! Bang! Line again!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stop with the racial jokes, man.
Who?
People. Saying I look like a banana when it's turning rotten, brown and yellow.
I don't do that.
I just have to.
I don't do that.
Dude, we're in for the 19th, Valkyries versus the Lynx.
Cool.
So we got two others.
That's a Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
2 Fridays from this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Your first game.
Unless I go before.
And the Warriors are having something tonight we were invited to, and nobody reminded me, and Norm has an appointment, so I can't go. But there was a salary cap. Michael Ravina invited us, and Raymond Ritter, I was talking to him.
This is inside baseball that nobody cares about.
And they're having a salary cap symposium, and they invited us, and Steiny, unfortunately, it's game 1 tonight. That had nothing to do with it for me.
Oh, so you're going to miss game 1 because of Norm?
No, we'll get back in time. His appointment's 4:45.
Well, then, okay, because the thing's not till 7 tonight.
Yeah, but it's in Walnut Creek. So when I drop him back, it's not, you know what I'm saying.
Guru.
Damn, man, why didn't anybody remind me?
I'll tell you what I'll do.
You couldn't teach that, could
Hell,
you?
I couldn't.
You serious? You think
Actually,
you're Bobby Marks?
I couldn't now.
Ooh.
But I could have back in my heyday.
So, real quick, why not now? When you what's happened
because
to where
they're like, I just have a general understanding of.
I appreciate
but
that.
there's a lot of stuff that there's only one guy who knows the new CBA inside and out, and that's Rotz, our guy Rotzy.
Seriously?
Hey, by the way, can I give a shout out?
Yeah. Who you got?
You give a shout out to my buddy Dave, who's driving cross country. He drove to Maine. Now he's coming back from Maine. He said he's listening to the show, driving from Cheyenne. That's Wyoming, Goo. To Park City, which Goo is Utah.
Right, okay.
So Dave says he's enjoying the show. Travel safe, my good friend. And
Dave, we love you, baby. Called in on my birthday. Remember that?
Yes, he did.
And Double D.
The only guy we could muster.
I don't know. People don't take this the wrong way, but the last call I thought was Steph. I don't know. Evan, I thought y'all booked Steph.
We got you Molly.
He was great. Molly was good. That made my day, man.
Yeah.
How fired up is he for well, he's from New York, so him and Mario Ellie always going to have love for the Knicks, coach to St. John's. But, dude, I feel it from you a little bit, but you're not where I'm at. Just excited about this game 1, just this whole series. The finals logo on the court. Wemby going to do it at 22?
I'm looking forward to the series.
Off the top, since we're playing video games, before we get our guy, Ted Wynn, coming on here, Steiny, youngest superstar to cash in.
Magic.
And there you go.
Although,
nothing to see here.
What was he, about 21? He might have been younger than that.
That's a great call. Well, he started his center game 6, man.
Sat in Kareem's seat on the plane.
And what was Ellen
you don't
Kareem
remember that?
Yeah, what was Ellen?
Migraines. I don't know why you look surprised.
You got to be going. Steiny, I thought it was an ankle.
No.
Scottie Pippen migraine?
Dude, he was debilitated.
Whoa. If that happened now with social media.
Guru.
Whoa. I know the captain is my guy.
Wait,
a migraine? Pippen had that.
Okay. Now, this is when.
If that happened, Mitchell.
This is when I turn nasty.
Yeah, I need it, man.
So wait a minute.
Cynthia, my cousin Cynthia, she gets real bad migraines.
Okay. And how does she function?
She doesn't.
Thank you. But it sounds to me like
I'm going Archie Bunker type.
The only people who can get on Kareem for missing game 6 are the people that have perfect attendance records.
Wow.
So we can't play that game.
I felt that.
Migraines are.
Stein, what's your biggest question about the Niners? Like, who are they?
Yeah, I don't really have oh my God.
What happened?
Do you remember stuff that I say a day ago and then you bring it to the table?
Well, I got to say this. I didn't think you liked my assessment about if Brock has to be that guy to where he's got to throw it around, chuck it around the yard.
Yeah, he can't.
I know. I think that's the next evolution for him. Steiny, you're paying him like that. This team it ain't littered with all kind. It ain't what it was 4 years ago, man. Why not? Why can't I look at Brock and say, is there another level or two? Because he was regular or mid, not just by himself against Seattle. You think he scared Seattle? And now I'm starting to wonder, he's scaring the Rams?
How's he going to scare him more, by throwing bombs all the time? Like, this is where...
Or maybe he can do that.
This is the part
maybe
about football you need to understand.
Sonny, I know all... Sonny.
It has nothing to do with Brock Purdy. It has to do with Kyle Shanahan. He likes to run the football. He doesn't throw bombs. That's not who he is.
Well, I guess what I'm advocating for is he drafted a receiver and he talked about speed. Open it up more.
No.
Well, I think Stribling is... I think I'm on the right track. Maybe we see something different, more aggressive.
Yeah. Throwing out into the flat and hitting McCaffrey with a 4-yard dump off. Yeah, that's really exciting.
Chicago Jason Sonny says, my shirt giving him a migraine. That's a 4.
It's very bright.
Yeah. Just like our future.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Like, I would draw the line at that shirt. I wouldn't wear it. It's awfully bold. But.
Oh, and Evan said, dude, I'm going to need Hey, man. What you got?
Well, we're, in no man's land. Like,
but you don't tell the audience that.
I don't care.
You fake it.
Then hire a real host who won't tell the audience that.
And he said traditional. He never said you were not a real host. Evan, we're greeting the staff. Stoddy goes, the reason the show works is I'm white and he's black. I melted Eli.
Like, that was almost as bad as your speeding is as bad as being in the carpool lane take.
That might be. What were you thinking?
I'm thinking that I have an electric car, and I think the people that use the carpool lanes that don't belong there, that should be
Worry about what you're doing.
Infraction.
Why are you worried about what other people are doing?
Because I can't go fast in my lane if you're not supposed to be there and you're in it anyway. Boy. Ted Wynn coming up momentarily on 95.7 The Game. Let me look at my...
we got baseball tonight. We got the NBA Finals. Game 1 of the NHL
Giants
Final.
Tonight. I don't know if it's baseball.
I'm going to give you 1. Kicking somebody when they're down. We got Webb on the
Giants
bump.
63 and 89 since the Devers trade.
Damn.
Boy, did you get schnookered.
Well, it wasn't.
Here's what I remember. No, it mostly was you. Here's what I remember.
Jim Bowden came on and said the same thing the day of.
Yeah, that's why he's out of a job. That's why he doesn't work in a front office anymore.
He's revisiting
the bottom line is this, and you missed it, but I caught it. When the Giants got Devers, you said, oh, my God, order the rings. We can this, that, the other thing. And Evan Giddings, our young but wise baseball man, said they need more than Devers.
Yeah, I remember.
And see, one of the things I try to do when people talk is to listen and then assess what I think about it. And I put Devers in the lineup, and I said, well, the lineup's better than it has been, but son of a gun, I think Evan's right. I think they need more than Devers.
Yeah, but Evan was wrong with Arise.
No, he wasn't.
Like him and Grandy.
I'm actually with him. I think Arise stinks.
I know you like him.
No, honestly.
He's a professional.
He is.
Dude,
he's been good.
But you know what, though? He doesn't fit on this team.
Well, who does? Not your guy. I mean, center field has been a S show this week on tracking balls. Like, I know you can't get to them all, but Willie Mays is not on this. Steiny, I'm just like, damn, what kind of route was that?
From who?
A bunch of cocks.
Wait, what?
Phrasing.
See, that's where I like. No, seriously, Steiny, I like to have fun, but yeah. I got limits. You guys are just...
Apparently not.
You put it on a tee.
What do you do? What do you got, Sonny?
I got probably a fine coming from the FCC.
What are my wagers tonight? San Antonio -3.5, Sonny. That's a lock.
Okay.
They're going to win tonight. That doesn't mean they win the series. They're winning tonight. You would think.
Who?
People that bet.
Wait, we need give me Win.
Dad, where are you?
Give me Win. Let me ask you this. Should I be my brother? Let me act.
Okay.
Here's like what my brother does. You ready? Hey, Goo. We got finals game 1 tonight. Who do you think the most pressure's on in this series? Player.
Yeah, I got it, Stanley. I'm thinking. What if I said Wemby?
No, that's wrong.
Oh, that's what.
No, it's Karl Anthony Towns.
You got that too.
It's Karl Anthony Towns. Yeah.
Quietly, I disagreed with your premise about Brunson has to be, if they win, the Knicks MVP. It could be Carl. It could be Cat.
I don't see Cat being an MVP.
But he's got all the necessary talent to be an MVP.
He has not shown an ability to play at finals MVP level prior to this one. Like this is a big series for Karl Anthony Towns.
Man, it is. I give you that.
Big series.
And I want to just give,
well, you want to give somebody credit before they play a game?
No, forget the radio, Stoney. I can't because we're on it. But if we were at the bar having a serious conversation, and we're not in Sacramento, but they're not too far, and they're down in the dumps, I think it's a horrible look that a coach you fired, a guard that was yours, and whatever went wrong, both of those guys hook up, and now they're in the NBA final. I mean,
happens all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
But well, let me ask you this. Fox was definitely a mistake for the Kings. They haven't been anything since he left.
Were they something with
it? Yeah, they beat the Warriors to go to the playoffs, and I thought the Kings were on to come.
Did he ever win a series?
And then Mike Brown got Coach of the Year. Then he got ran.
Okay.
I just hate when a guy can be so good. Oh, you're Coach of the Year. Then you get fired.
That's
it's
right.
Like there's an in-between.
That's right.
But
it's
that's
just like Michael Carter-Williams. He was the MVP. He was the Rookie of the Year, and then guess what? He couldn't play.
Tyreek
Brown had a
Evans.
good year, but he's not a great coach, maybe, after that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I do wonder, guys, like when you talk about egos, because we all got one, men, women. Everybody has an ego, right? But if you're Tibbs right now, you're pouring a shot of Jack. What are you drinking Jameson as you watch the Knicks on this run? A team you just coached last year, get to this fun. Like, it's got to hurt.
Yeah, not really.
You got to, seriously, Sonny, you wash your face, you're like, damn.
Well, if I were, let me tell you what these guys do.
Maybe I was the problem.
Let me tell you what guys like Tibbs do. And like guys who are true competitors and don't, like, and Tibbs is right. Well, we didn't have this cake run to the finals.
I'm getting sad. That's starting to bother me.
I mean,
dude, they made it the cake though. I got
if you want to, hey, that's if you believe that, that's fine. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm just saying the Celtics weren't the Celtics this year.
What does that mean?
It means
they were a great story.
Who?
The Celtics. And Tatum came back. They were rocking.
They got eliminated.
I understand, but New York did that.
New York eliminated the Celtics?
No, it's not their fault that the Celtics got lost, Donnie.
Right. But the East was particularly weak this year.
But, okay, if we can do that, we can go revisionist history on all the times LeBron came out to East in Miami.
Yeah, who cares about it? What did they do in the finals? How'd they do? They won one, lost a couple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sixers eliminated Boston.
I know that. The Knicks didn't.
Is that how I said it?
No. No, you didn't say that, but...
I love this call. That's what it's not wrong.
All right, let's take it. Steve's in Oakland. See, I don't duck this kind of stuff like every other host.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Steve.
Hey. What's up, Stein? Hey, man. So I got to inform you, unfortunately, that they repealed the carpool lane for, electric vehicles. So now if you're in the carpool lane with just the electric tag, you're breaking the law. I just wanted to let you know.
No, I know that. I know that. Guru's the one who needs to know it.
Also, just wanted to let you know that at the end of the game, I watched the video of the dugout as they were clearing out. And that body language just showed you how everyone on the team is carrying it. You could see people just walking around, looking for something to do, picking up stuff, just looking like they could do something because everyone in the dugout looked like they had no answers.
I'm with you, Steve.
Man.
Thanks for the call, buddy, and I appreciate the update. He's right. You got to have sticker means nothing. Got to have 3 or 2 in some cases. Well, you don't. You just do what you want.
When was your last speeding infraction? Or just infraction where you got pulled over?
Pulled over or infraction?
Pulled over.
Because these damn cameras are a joke.
Yeah, well,
I'm about to file a suit. I swear to God.
I haven't got one, knock on wood.
I have not been pulled over by a policeman in forever. They know better.
Well,
who's going to mess with me?
I got 10 jokes, but we got different skin colors, but I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. But good for you, man.
It's been a while.
I'm like 2 weeks ago.
I keep it, honestly, 65, I won't go more than 75. I just, what, right? Well, you got a 9-10 mile per hour buffer. Everybody knows that. Go like this. God, come on.
What?
Schmutz. You got
that?
schmutz on your mouth. There you go. It's going. You never heard schmutz?
No.
It's just something.
Sounds nasty.
Yeah, it is. It was some white thing there. I don't know what it was.
I don't do that.
Okay. All right. We got him? All right, we got him. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Ted Wynn, senior writer of The Athletic. He covers the NFL, and he also hosts the Just Win podcast. Ted, thank you so much for joining us as always, man. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, can I start with Brandon Ayuk? Obviously, there's been a arrest warrant issued for him for the speeding thing in December that he put on social media. But I'm not so much concerned about that as, is there a way you can kind of spell out what the Niners' options are, whether they have any kind of deadline, what they may have to do or not have to do in terms of letting him go or not letting him go? Is there any way you can kind of put that in a bow for us?
I mean, I think they were just holding on to Ayuk, and they kind of admitted this, that they were just hoping that a trade would happen, and they don't have to let him go, I think at any point. So I think they're just waiting it out. But it just seems like the more and more news comes out on Brandon Ayuk, the worse it gets. So I don't think they're going to get what they want as far as recouping some sort of compensation for him. I mean, it seems like Washington is pretty intent on trying to get him, but they don't seem like they are desperate enough to give up a draft pick, and everybody kind of knows that they're going to have to let him go eventually. So, I mean, I think this is a sad end to what was a very promising Niner career for Brandon Ayuk, and we'll see what happens, but I'm just not, I wouldn't be holding my breath that he's going to be the player that he was for the Niners, even for another team.
Ted, I don't know what it is. Maybe Myles Garrett and that trade in the middle of the night, going to the Rams, has me just fixated on Brock Purdy, who's been great since he's taken over, took the team to the Super Bowl and NFC Championship game. But the drafting of Stribling, I'm telling my partner Steiny, I'm starting to wonder, when you look at the Niner offense and the injuries or whatnot, what's the next level or two for Brock Purdy look like? Has that crossed your mind? Or because I'm starting to think, could we see him maybe, or Kyle, believe in him enough to throw it around the yard 35 to 40 times some games when maybe the run game is not working, and that's why he drafted speed on the outside?
Yeah, I mean, I think Deshaun Stribling gives them this physical yak receiver that they've been missing in this offense. Deebo Samuel hasn't been the same even when he was a Niner. Obviously, he's not a Niner anymore. George Kittle is coming off an Achilles injury. So they need that receiver that could create after the catch. And Deshaun Stribling averaged more yak receiver than Cooper, who was a highly regarded yak receiver, coming out of the draft. So I think he gives them that element that they're missing. He also gives them a deep threat. He's really good with those fade balls and 50-50 balls. He does have to refine his route running a little bit. But I think with his blocking ability, he's going to find a really nice role in this offense, and give the Niners a deep ball threat. I don't know if we'll ever get to a point, where Kyle Shanahan would even want to throw the ball that many times. But I think he definitely trusts Brock Purdy a lot. And this year, I mean, you got to love the weapons around him. Mike Evans, who I think is going to play a little bit more of a power slot type of role and kind of, emulate what Larry Fitzgerald did late in his career. I'm excited to see what it looks like.
Ted Wynn joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a senior writer for The Athletic. He also hosts the Just Win podcast. Let me ask you about Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, he's coming off a year where he had 450 touches. I know Kyle Shanahan's gonna say the right things, but how do you see it playing out with McCaffrey? Let's just say early in the season. Is Kyle Shanahan really going to be able to, kind of play with the brakes on if McCaffrey's healthy, or is he going to just operate under all systems go if anytime McCaffrey's out on the field, even if it's early in the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main issue with taking McCaffrey off the field is his receiving ability. They just don't have anybody to emulate that, and it's such an important part of this offense. Just his ability to create yak and his ability to just mismatch against linebackers, especially in the red zone. That's such a big part of what they do in the red zone is you have to get your big guys on the field, and when you get your big guys on the field, there's no way they're going to be able to run with McCaffrey on these routes. So it's really hard to take him off the field because of that. The Niners have found good secondary runners like Jordan Mason. Even Robinson last year was a pretty good secondary runner, but they just haven't found that other running back that can be dynamic as Christian McCaffrey, and it's hard to find. And I think that's what they're really banking on with Kalen Black. Though he didn't catch the ball a ton when he was at Indiana, he really impressed people with his route running ability at the Senior Bowl. So if he can be that second back that can also offer you a lot in the passing game, I think that's when you'll start seeing Kyle Shanahan trust that second back and take the load off of McCaffrey.
Ted, I know Mykel Williams is coming back, Bosa, obviously Fred Warner, the heart of the defense. If I were to ask you your biggest concern for the Niners coming into the season, how would you answer that?
It's can Bosa be back to being Nick Bosa after all these knee injuries that he's had? They still need him to be that number one pass rusher, top 3 pass rusher in the league. Can he do that coming off of all these knee injuries? And Mykel Williams, last year, I think the best thing he did was just be such a good run defender. I mean, the Niners' run defense was different when he was in there. As a pass rusher, he was seen as a developmental guy, so we'll see how far he could develop as a pass rusher, and obviously it would add tremendously if he can be that. But I think adding Osa from Dallas gives them that pass rushing, penetrating 3-tech that they just haven't had. So that's going to help a ton. But, I mean, who's going to be that secondary rusher off the edge? We'll see. I think that's going to be one of the main concerns is who can be that secondary rusher off the edge, or whether it's going to be Heights or if it could be Mykel Williams.
Ted Wynn joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior writer for The Athletic, covers the NFL. How do you, when you look at the NFC West and, you see how it played out last year and Seattle won it all and the Rams were in the NFC Championship, how do you handicap the West a day after or 2 days after the Rams acquire Myles Garrett?
Oh, man, it's hard. I mean, the Rams were already seen as the Super Bowl favorites because they attacked one of their only weaknesses at cornerback, with getting an all-pro and Trent McDuffie and then Jalen Watson, who's a really good outside corner as well. And then, they didn't need to add a legitimate pass rusher, but they just acquired one of the best pass rushers of all time, the guy that just broke the single-season record. And when you look at their numbers last year, they were 10th in time to pressure. They were a good pressure team, but they just didn't have that guy to really finish on sacks. I mean, Jared Verse is a good young player, but to me, he's kind of like a good number 2 rusher. He had a career high, in his second season, 7.5 sacks. And to me, he's just not a guy that's going to really challenge for double-digit sacks year in and year out because he doesn't have bend and a lot of dynamic ability. He does have a very, very strong pass rush. But now you have Myles Garrett, a guy that's going to finish getting sacks, a guy with 125.5 career sacks. And with an improved secondary, that's going to make quarterbacks hold the ball a little bit longer, and an offense that's going to force you into passing situations. It's a really scary thought. And then you have Aaron Donald kind of floating the idea that he might come back too. This could be, just a nightmarish team to deal with in an NFC West. And then you have the Seattle Seahawks, who are the returning Super Bowl champions, who the Niners have a lot of trouble scoring points against. So it's going to be tough next year in the NFC West for the Niners. Kyle Shanahan is a hell of a coach, but he's going to have to come up with some answers.
Man, let me ask you this about this answer, Ted, because I agree with you. Ricky Pearsall entering his 3rd season. They brought in Kirk. You mentioned Evans and Stribling, the youngster. But, man, 9 games for him last year, Ricky Pearsall. I know he's dynamic. I've seen the plays, but he just can't stay healthy. No touchdowns last year, Ted. How imperative is it this year that Ricky Pearsall show this team that he can stay upright?
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. When he's on the field and you can see that dynamic ability, he can produce. He can play Z. He can go inside, outside. He has tough hands. So I think he offers something that the Niners don't have in the other receivers. And you just need all the weapons that you can have in this loaded NFC West, this arms race. So he has to stay healthy. This offense has to be dynamic. It's going to be tough for the Niners to compete unless this offense is going to be a top 3 offense, and they need Pearsall out there in order to do that.
Let me ask you this. If I'm not mistaken, McCaffrey led the 49ers in receiving yards last year. Best case scenario, who would be the 49ers leading receiver in yardage this year? And it doesn't necessarily have to be a receiver, if you know where I'm going.
Yeah, I get that. And I think best case scenario, you don't want your running back catching that many passes. And I think some of that, it was by necessity because of the injuries, the guys going in and out of the lineup. But I think best case scenario is Mike Evans. I think if you're able to give him the ball, a lot of those passes are going to be downfield. And if he's your number 1 weapon and he can stay on the field with some of the hamstring injuries that we know he's dealt with in the last couple of years, I think that's the best ideal scenario.
Ted, do we know what type of defense or staple that Raheem Morris is trying to make this Niner defense into, as opposed to what Robert Saleh was trying to do, like the principles?
Yeah, I mean, I think Morris, one of the good things about Morris is he's run so many different systems, and with the Rams, he kind of ran like a bastardized version of what Brandon Staley did. I don't think that's the direction the Niners want to go because they're so intent on being, a single high, single gap 4-man rush team. So I think, he will bring a lot of what Saleh did or continue to do what a lot of Saleh did, but I think he'll mix in some of those ideas as far as maybe playing a little bit more too high, doing a little bit more disguising. But he also has a lot of, he has some years where he's a really high blitz rate type of guy. So maybe, the scheme will be a little bit more aggressive as far as bringing pressure.
Ted, thank you so much as always for joining us, and look forward to catching up with you throughout the summer.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
That's Ted Wynn, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, senior writer at The Athletic. He covers the NFL and the San Francisco 49ers.
I know you always make fun of me and how my mind works, but I know they brought in the Niners, that is, Stoney, Kirk, Evans, and you drafted Stribling. But, Stoney, I don't want to say excited, but I am so curious to see in year 3, can Ricky Pearsall be counted on?
Yeah, for 9 games.
I mean, then that would be a fail of a draft pick if that, were to happen. But that's how many he played last year. But Stoney didn't get in the end zone last year. And I know the guy can play, but can he beat the other opponent, which is health? And right now he's lost.
Well, I'm looking at a headline right now, Goo.
Give it to me.
And I'm thinking, I wonder how Goo feels about this.
I'm excited.
You don't even know what it is yet.
I'm about to find out what it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Packers without Parsons until at least mid-October.
That means Dallas and Jerry won the trade, and I am so excited. Like, I'm not happy he's hurt.
So he's going to miss at least 4 or 5 games.
And Steiny, he was the type of guy I'm finding out, and the Metroplex is telling me, shout out Dallas, he wasn't the best dude in the locker room. Like, if somebody asked me, hey, how's it working with Evan? I'm going to say glowing stuff, but if it wasn't glowing stuff, you kind of just fake and say, oh, it's great. Mike, it was kind of, he did some stuff to rub some people the wrong way. But now you look at Dallas and Green Bay, Steiny, and I mean, up into this Garrett trade to the Rams, I think it's their conference to lose. I got high hopes for the Cowboys, and you know me, and Evan, since he's met me, I haven't been too high here lately on what they're doing. But I will say this about the Niners, and I don't want to be negative because the Giants thing is just spilling over, but we keep it real 10-2. I really believe what I'm watching and old soldiers or veteran-like soldiers dealing with injuries they haven't dealt with in the past, like Fred Warner. I know Bosa's been hurt. And even before he got hurt, I felt like he wasn't disruptive enough. I just really feel like, Steiny, the old writer in you, if you wanted a headline, has Kyle missed his window to win a Super Bowl with this team?
I would never write a story like that. That wouldn't get into it. That's not journalism. That's just speculation. It's
guilty. That's a hot
just
take.
A hot take.
No, it's not even a hot take. There is, like, you understand the premise of the question. They used to be what now Seattle is in regard to defensively. They were in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? And if they weren't, Seattle, they lost 2 NFC championship games that they should. Well, you shouldn't have beat Philly. Purdy got knocked out. But that Ram game, Tart hangs on to that ball. That's their 3rd trip to the Super Bowl. I mean, how do you say now that this team is destined to go to the Super Bowl? Or even NFC championship game with 2 teams that look like they passed you up in your division. And if we want to keep it 100, which we do, they did both pass you up last year by getting to the NFC championship game. Niners did make the playoffs, though, and won a game. But that's not keeping up with the Rams or Seahawks.
Well, on paper is one thing, but let's see how it all works out. Who had Seattle win it all last year?
I sure did.
That's
a great one.
The 49ers, they went 12-5 last year. On the one hand,
it was miraculous.
I get it. They should have gone 12-5 against that schedule, but they went 12-5 against that schedule with a lot of injuries.
No doubt about it.
So, you never know what can happen. And things don't always come. What was the year that the Eagles put together a super team and nothing happened?
Well, yeah, Asamoah and all those
exactly.
dudes. Yeah, I remember.
So sometimes all-star teams don't get it done.
And how about the Brooklyn Nets? Kyrie, Harden, and Durant. How'd that work out?
I think they had injuries, too, that year, didn't they?
Yeah, but the bottom line is it didn't work out. But you're right, injuries were a part of it.
I don't know if it didn't work out. They all gained valuable experience, life experience.
I love you, man.
I'm just saying. Goo, if everybody who falls short of winning a title, it doesn't mean they're a loser.
Oh, no. Well, you think I would call Kyle a loser?
You called Durant a loser.
Well, I'll ask you this. Who would you take right now, McVay's career or Kyle's?
Well, who do you think? But who would you take, Shanahan's career or 90% of the other coaches?
Right. But that's kind of obvious. I wouldn't even pose a question to you.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious who you take, McVay or Shanahan. You're going to take the guy with the Super Bowl.
But
No buts.
There's a story there on. I could make an argument. Kyle should have 2, and should have been to 3 had his cornerback caught a ball.
Sure. You know what? Knock yourself out.
No,
why don't you tell 49er fans why they should have 2 titles?
You were up 10 with less than 6 minutes to go in 2 Super Bowls.
But they don't know that.
If Bosa doesn't crash down on the Super Bowl in Vegas on Mahomes on the 4th and 2, you make one damn play, you win the bowl. And I'm from the Bay. I want Niner fans to have that parade. I want Kyle to have one. I think he's that brilliant. But now I'm looking at this team in the sickbay element of I am fixated on Bosa.
I thought they were healthy.
Well, we got to see if Bosa's healthy.
Hey, everybody's coming
just
off
like
injury.
Jimmy Butler. What's he going to look like when he comes back?
Well, he's not going to look good.
Now, why?
Because he's a fossil, Goo. You know what? I'm ready to make a big bet on Butler.
I'm here for it. Like, what would it be? Why are you robbing him?
I'm not convinced he's going to play next year.
Damn.
How about that?
That would be what you call a dagger. Not a 3 with the shot clock winding down. That right there, my friend.
So it's late February, and he's like, God, it's not quite right. Why should he come back?
It's his job, and he's got to.
But if it doesn't feel great,
no, don't come. I got
you. Don't want any part of that. Here's the other thing, and I love this. Oh, Jimmy's going to work hard. Jimmy's going to work hard.
Yeah.
He's going to play. Okay, and I'm just telling you right now, I don't think he's going to play next year. So bet me if you think he's going to really work hard. No, he's going to work hard.
So you're saying you would give me a bet now that Jimmy Butler does not play?
I have a feeling he's not playing.
Listen, that is done.
Now let me think about it.
Dude, you're having a bad day.
Hey, Goo.
What?
There's some things that the insurance company hopes you never find out. Like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is never the full value of your claim, because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. It's not a coincidence, it's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law first. They take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the region and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or you've lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Sisig, 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 Sisig.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's welcome in Sergio Garcia.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's been a problem for a month.
Hey, Goo. Oh, Goo's not ready.
I'm always ready.
You're interacting with somebody on your phone.
No, I was writing.
No, you weren't. Don't lie.
I'm a journalist. This is how I'm going to go ahead, man. They're like this one.
There's nothing to go ahead. I can't do the show if you're not engaged.
What did I tell you during the break? I know some powerful people.
Take that tooth. Thank you.
Dusty Baker.
Guess what?
Well, I was going, but go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I did interrupt.
I just want to say congratulations to my good friend, Elisa Marquez, who won last night, and she is going to get another term, 4 years. She is Alameda County Board of Supervisors, District 2. Congratulations. It's her second term.
Ugh.
She's the girlfriend of my close friend, Pete Lawrence, the guy I told you from the Yoon Logan.
Sure.
Brad Doherty. He said J.R. Reed. But, yeah, she won again, so that's awesome.
Well, unless you're for term limits. If you're a term limit person, then you're probably not into it. Just saying.
What were you going to say? Yeah. Lisa Marquez.
Well, my buddy Dave, who's driving from Wyoming to Utah.
Our buddy.
Don't do that.
You know what? You're right. Go ahead, Sonny. I'm sorry.
He pointed out that you asked me last time I got pulled over by a cop.
Yes.
And I was like, forever. Yeah, I forgot about one.
Yeah. Like you in the courtroom, you saw the accident the wrong way.
Exactly.
Dude, when was it?
When was COVID?
2020, 21?
21?
Yeah.
It started like the spring of what?
Yeah.
20?
Yep.
That year. I was driving cross country with Dave, and I got pulled over in New Mexico.
Speeding?
It was such a joke.
There's an answer. Speeding?
Yes.
How could you forget that?
Because I was like, he got me going like 12 miles an hour over the speed limit.
Oh, yeah, but that
I was even like, it was a downgrade. I was shocked.
Dave.
The next thing you know,
he got you.
We've been golfing all day. And so the guy goes, pulls me over, and it's dark and it's late, and I'm starting to worry. And he goes, "Oh God, have you had anything to drink in the last 24 hours?" And I go, "Well, 24 hours? Yeah, I was drinking last night. I'm on a golf trip." And he goes, "Anything today?" I'm like, "No." No. Gave him his license. He's back there. We're all nervous.
It's just one cop.
Yeah, he gave me a warning. He just said, like when you're going on those downgrades, you got to be a little bit careful.
And I'm happy that worked out for you that way, but I got to believe I wouldn't have got that benefit of the doubt. Can you step out the car, Mr. Johnson?
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
I hate people, and that's just my Steiny.
Although that's
the
not
dude
fair.
asked you, had you been drinking, and you respond, 24 hours.
Oh, he said you've been drinking in the last 24 hours. I'm like,
I'm on a golf trip. I didn't ask you what trip you on.
I don't like to lie. So I didn't. I was going to say.
And he didn't cite you for the 12 miles over.
Nope. You know why?
He was looking for something else.
Goo, you know why? Well, actually, I don't know why. But no, what I was going to say, I think it's unfair because you've gotten out of a lot.
No doubt. I knock on wood.
Like you've gotten out of a lot.
But I've had some stuff in my life when I had a Cadillac Seville on being cool, driving around San Leandro, and they say my car looked like one that robbed a bank, and then they got guns drawn, and me and my friend Dwayne Palmer are on the ground. I've had that with guns pointed at us, and we did nothing wrong. And then the ID was thrown back to me. Not even our bad. So I've experienced stuff like that.
So they were looking for somebody?
I believe it was BS, but they said my car was one that was used in a bank robbery, and that constituted us getting pulled over on East 14th. But when you have guns drawn on you and other cops pull up, and then not even a sorry, my bad, it wasn't you, obviously. I mean, that's something you never forget, man. Sorry to go there.
No, I can only imagine.
But I'm glad you got off, and Dave had to keep you real. You forgot that.
Dave talked me down.
Yeah.
He was.
Evan, last time you got a speeding ticket?
Well, getting pulled over or getting a speeding ticket?
Pulled over.
Last time I got pulled over was I was going to Crater Lake in Southern Oregon at like 8:30 in the morning. And the guy pulls me over because I forgot to put the stickers on the back of my plate.
Oh, wow. You told on yourself.
And I thought I was going fine. He just pulls me over, says I was blaring some Springsteen. And it wasn't a great look. And I had a bunch of crap in the back. And so he says, "Sir, please get out of the car. What's in the trunk?" And I thought that I don't know. He spotted something, but apparently it's my stickers.
Wow.
And then he ended up letting me go and said, You're by Crater Lake, but you just slow down.
Crater Lake's cool. You ever been there, Goo?
No, I've never heard of it either.
Oh, really? It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a geographic or natural anomaly.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
It's one of the deepest in-body bodies of water in the entire world. That's not connected to an ocean.
All right, Evan, the last part. Yeah, I want to know, how about speeding?
Oh, speeding ticket? No, I was coming back from Stockton Ports game. It was
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Night or daytime? Well,
no, it was at night, and I gave back my entire week's check. I was pissed.
You gotta hate it, don't you?
Yes. You got to. You got to. I mean, like, what kind of mood do you think Willard's going to be in today? Well, I know.
Well, he sent a text
here,
early.
So he'll be in good shape.
Dibs enjoying Hawaii. He sent me a picture, Stoney, of the beach. Waikiki. I think that's where he's at. It was a beach.
Well,
there's a lot of beaches.
I understand, guys.
Now, why would you?
Because that's the beach I'm familiar with.
Are you familiar with any other beaches in Hawaii? By name?
No. Okay. That's why I said Waikiki.
I know what I wanted to ask you. Like, I've never really gotten a full grip on how your mind works. Because it's weird.
Yeah, I admit it.
Okay. And about an hour ago, this is really weird. Just an hour ago, out of nowhere, Goo goes, "Hey, Steiny." He goes, "Steiny, I was at the 9/11 memorial in New York. I got to tell you, it brought tears to my eyes." And I'm like,
Evan, they had it on the TV.
Where did this come from?
I didn't tell you they had it on the TV. And Evan, it was surreal being there, and that's why I brought it up. So now you were like, that's super random. But Steiny, that's the beautiful thing about life, the emotions that you don't know you're about to experience as you embark on, seeing that locale, man, and the things that people went through and obviously didn't survive is surreal, man. So, yeah, I got emotional. I'm human, Steiny. I ain't this machine you and Evan think I am.
What was the last time, Steiny, something out of the blue emotionally just hit you? Warriors title?
And I'm trying to think for you. Go ahead, because I'm trying to think for you.
If you want me to be serious.
And I don't want to do this. I want you to be serious. I'm going to give you what I think you're going to say.
Okay.
Jerry West is passing.
No.
All right.
He was 89.
All right, I got you. All right. But you and Evan did a great show that day.
I remember this vividly.
Uh-oh.
It was about 7 years ago, maybe 8.
Damn.
My oldest daughter, she was at Cal. They grow up so fast. And I went up to her room, and she was playing the piano. And I laid on the bed.
Wow.
And I listened to her play the piano. And she was 21. And I thought, where does the time go? And I just got very emotional.
I can cry now,
very
man.
Emotional.
I get it. Wow.
I just laid on the bed and listened to her play the piano and just
I don't know if I can finish, Steiny. That's your story, but
I don't it's not a great story. It's just she was they get old so fast.
How about you, Evan? Oh, we're up against it. How about one for Evan? I got you.
Well, whatever's last breakup.
Yeah. Willard got a haircut.
Okay, cool.
I can see it through the thing.
Yeah,
dude, that wasn't crazy. You got me. Steiny, you laid on the bed. She's just playing. I get it.
Oh, boy.
Dude, you answered that almost like you knew it was
28.
coming, and you didn't. And she's 28, Steiny?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can.
Wow, man.
Parents, you can still salvage stuff even when they're adults.
Yeah. I'm learning.
You got to keep trying.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I'm a mess. All right, that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Mix and Match Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts, Thin Sliced or Tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, We're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right?
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A fourth show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
I've been Shrek'd. I've never done Shrekking.
Why do they call Bird Bird? Why? Because he looked like a bird?
Your take's not a hot take. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It's time for the crossover, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Mark Grandy.
What's up, guys?
I'll tell you what's up.
Wednesday.
Steiny doesn't even know I'm raring to go.
Oh.
Listen, we have a job to do. We do it well. At least I try to do mine well.
Yeah.
There is doom and gloom everywhere in the Bay in regard to these teams. Give me some sunshine. Either one. Have you heard from Dibbs? Has he called in? Because Dibbs, he'll call in when he's gone.
Yeah. So when you say have we heard from him, do
Give
you
me
mean
some positive.
has he called? Is that what you're saying? Or have we
Because you're
heard
an advocate. When you're off, Dibbs, stay away.
Do your vacation however you want to do it. But I always in my mind, I feel like you get time off, you spend thousands of dollars, you pack a bag, you get on a plane, you're with your loved ones. Tap out in 95.7 The Game. Just
Steiny laughing,
tap out.
Yeah.
Tap out.
Oh, man. Give me a good story, something positive around here, man. Seriously. And he hit it out the park.
I will.
Well, he said Valkyries. What were you going to say?
The Warriors have all their assets. They have all their draft picks.
They do.
They have cap space at the end of next year.
No, what about the year that is next year? He just almost bet me. He's just feeling like Jimmy might not play. We almost made the bet. That was a sucker bet.
And I said,
that's always your go-to.
Yeah.
I was driving around yesterday, and you're like, Nick Bosa's probably not be ready for week one.
I don't think
why wouldn't he be?
Well,
he got hurt week 3.
That was Arizona, I believe. That was early.
Let me say this.
Third one.
You might not be wrong, but if he's not ready for week 1, something's wrong.
No, and that's a 9. I'm going to give you a 9 on that.
I think something's wrong.
That's how I
thought
feel.
when initially happened, we expected him to miss some early season games.
I mean, I think you might be, maybe you're thinking of Michael, maybe you're thinking of Kittle, maybe you're thinking of all the thousands of other people who got
probably
hurt.
right, actually.
Bosa said last week that he expects to be ready for the start of training camp.
Or camp. Yeah.
So he'll be there for the Ram game.
He should be.
You think so?
Yeah, no doubt. I hate the big games. Where's Berlin?
Huh?
Where's the game at?
Australia.
Australia.
Other half of the world.
I want to hold the band.
Right next to each other.
Yeah, there you go.
Over there. But the
Valkyries was the answer. They were
awesome last night.
We're going the 19th, and we got 2 extra tickets if you guys want to go.
I'm in.
Friday.
I'm in.
Oh, yeah.
Done.
Not this Friday.
The 19th.
Yeah.
A couple Fridays from
2
now.
weeks.
Okay.
They play the Lynx.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm in.
Steiny's first.
Are you actually inviting
I'm being
me?
real.
I'm in.
All right. I believe you're in. You're in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
All right.
Dibs
so you
gonna
guys
feel
will
left
get
out.
us.
Dibs can go.
Aloha means goodbye. Yeah.
Dibs, if you're listening, oh man. Oh boy.
I have I don't know if you consider this a bright story. And I can only go so far with it because some of this will be our show today. But Kyle Harrison's dad's been texting me all morning. And
there we go.
Friend of a friend. It's not a big deal. But anyway.
He texted you out of the blue.
Yeah.
You didn't text him.
He texted me. Oh. And he actually at one point was like, he was listening to you guys. So he called you.
Mr. Harris.
He misspelled your last name. So I was driving around and Siri is like, tell Stinny. And I'm like, he would like you to know that Kyle was hurt. Kyle was hurt. So the whole, I think his thought process was,
how does this happen?
How is he suddenly so good? Wow, okay. Kyle was hurt. Kyle was hurt for honestly, the majority of the time that we saw him in a big league uniform.
So that's why the velo dipped at times.
No doubt.
All right. So, but Mr. Harrison isn't mad at me.
No.
He's just answering the question I asked.
Yeah, he wants... I think there's a couple things that the Harrisons would love out there. Number one, they're a little bit heartbroken that this didn't happen here. Number two, I think that they, yes, they believe he would have achieved this here.
But so if he was hurt, I'm more mad at the Giants for giving up on him, knowing maybe you're not performing because you're hurt.
I mean, I heard what Bob Nightingale said to you guys, and he's not wrong. Like it's not like they got a big pile of garbage in return. They got Rafi Devers, and they needed somebody who could hit. It's just all. To me, it's understandable. It's unfortunate.
He looks phenomenal, man.
It's come up snake eyes.
He's going to pitch in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Like he's a man.
He's going to get Cy Young votes if he keeps pitching like that.
It doesn't look flukish.
The Giants' development process, though, is on,
now we can look at that. Right,
is on the platform for discussion.
No doubt about it.
Put it that way.
I mean, you gotta love, and we left the show yesterday talking about the lineup, but boy. You pinch hit Eldridge, you can put him in a high leverage situation.
Yes, you can. It appears you can put him in all situations. It's just a matter of someone will.
Wow. He's starting to feel comfortable.
There also wasn't a righty out of the pen for Milwaukee until the 8th inning.
Wow.
When they said it was going to happen. Oh, because the Giants told the Brewers what their plan was.
Yeah, man.
So the Brewers said, you know what? We're going to bring a lefty in to face a righty because we're scared of facing Eldridge. And we know if we keep a lefty out there, then we're not going to see Eldridge.
So if you're scoring at home, that's manager.
Yeah, that is
Don't tell the Brewers what you're planning to do in the pregame press conference. That's my 2 cents on yesterday. Kyle Harrison looks awesome.
Let me see. My 2 cents from yesterday.
12 strikeouts.
What stuck out yesterday to me was inning number 1. Arise triples. Devers had a good at bat, struck out. Arise triples. Adames walks, and the minute Hunter Pence says, the Giants have done a great job this first inning of getting Harrison's pitch count up.
First pitch.
Chapman swings at the first pitch and flies out the right field.
And then he swung out, or he popped out to the catcher in foul territory on the first pitch in the 8th inning. With first and third and 1 out.
And then here's what I can't stand about our young center fielders. They just made 2 of the most embarrassing plays in center field. Come on. One guy hurls himself into the wall.
That was...
and like last night, it's like, come on, Drew Gilbert.
He's got to make that catch.
Wow.
Man, why isn't J.H. Lee the center fielder? I asked Donnie
He's starting in center today.
Okay.
Did you see that?
No, I did not.
He's back.
Well, I mean, it's fair. It's like, he wasn't great in center field. It's like, you guys are putting people...
There we go.
It's almost like you just throw all the names on the floor and you're like, let's see where they land. All right, man. Casey, you're in the outfield today. and
I didn't see he was in center. They got him in center.
Triggered by Lee in center field.
Man.
Lee in center field might be the answer to the puzzle in the near term. If the Giants can't pull off a trade by the time Elliot Ramos is back, obviously Bryce Eldridge needs to stay in the lineup. It creates a real problem because so does Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee back to center field, to me, is probably your short-term answer if you don't have a trade in place.
And then your corner outfielders are Elliot Ramos and Casey Schmidt.
Man,
what a group.
Maybe the worst corner infield group in all of baseball, defensively.
Man.
But they could hit.
Yeah.
I do wonder if Chapman's taking his helmets at the plate into the field. And again, that basket catch was hard, but I'm like, Matt on his game, Chappie makes that. And he kind of I'm like, it's just, you could tell he's scuffling upstairs.
Nice of you to point out the pop-up rather than the ground ball that he just bounced off of his...
That one, I just like, man.
Call the hit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was.
We had a caller
mad if it was a hit.
Call in and say, I love this stuff, but I didn't see it. Steiny talked about when Draymond against Phoenix in the playing game, when he went to the tunnel, how Dunleavy... I love that stuff, and I didn't see it. I was at the draft in Pleasanton. Yep. We had a caller say, look at that giant dugout. And, again, when you're scuffling, it's going to look like not a party. But I am starting to wonder, man, are they just like, where's this thing headed?
I can see it on Chapman's face.
Now, when you say it, what do you mean? Like, Steiny was like, well, what if he didn't like the manager? You still don't play. Or, you know what I mean? If you don't...
It looked like, and I'm not being, it looked like he wanted to cry in the 8th or 9th inning when he just couldn't make a play. He was despondent, it felt like.
And I appreciate that. You care.
Yeah. My sense from people in and around this is that this is like, if you can imagine what the team buses back to the hotels will feel like after these games. You know that
not a sound of music.
You know that Steve Young, get this monkey off my back.
Yeah, I'll never forget it.
Yeah. We're like there, like they are freaking wearing.
Man,
you can see it on Vitello's face too.
Man,
the weight,
and I'm rooting for them.
The weight of two worlds is on all of their shoulders right now. So I don't know if anybody cares about that, if it does anything for anybody, but they're mortified.
Well, I know that was a lot of the morning show today.
Mortified.
They're mortified.
Wow.
That was a lot of the morning show today. Shasky saying he feels bad for Chapman. And I feel bad for Chapman just in terms of everything that he's going through. It comes back to his poor play, and you simply have to play better. But you can just feel it weighing him down.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Well, and I don't know if this does anything for anyone. You don't play like this because of one person.
No.
You know what I mean?
Damn.
Like it's just
now the rotation is Halloween.
And the bullpen.
And speaking of that word, that's what we do. We rotate who's in the crosshairs, and now it's been Matt for a little while. It was Willie before that. It was Devers before that. And everybody kind of takes turns with it, but the entire sauce just tastes terrible right now. Everything.
Man.
And a lot of it's not about one person or one thing. Like it's all misconstructed. People are underperforming. It doesn't add up. It doesn't look like
who saw this coming.
Yeah, doesn't look like there's
outside
a way
of Steiny.
Well,
I'm playing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. What I'd be most interested in is, and I'm not talking about necessarily a pep talk or anything, but what's Posey's role right now? What's he trying to accomplish? How alarmed is he by the way they've been playing, particularly, the past week or so? Does he have something at his fingertips now that he might do, but he wants to wait? Is he setting up things for a month from now? Does he, like this is where, and I don't know what the answer is, but this is where some leadership probably would help.
The only characteristic that I think we've gotten from Buster is that he won't wait and he's not scared. He does things early. So I'm already braced. I don't know about y'all, but
I expect something this month.
It would not shock me at all at any moment if Luis Ariz gets traded or whatever. And yeah, you can't. I love your outlook on life, but there is no point.
I got you
at all.
I'm looking at the standings, the wild card, and they're all the way.
Do you have them up right now?
Yeah, 9.5 back, but to be the worst team in the National League.
Well, I ask you, do you believe that the Rockies have a chance?
No.
Okay, well then you can't believe that the Giants have a chance.
But I believe the Giants are better than what we're watching. That's what makes it frustrating.
And I think they do too. But we're here, and so how do you act when you're here?
Now, I will say this. It feels like an oxymoron. I know Devers is the best player, to me, the most talented offensive player. But if this thing is not going to get better, I'm not going to call it embarrassing, but it is in the sense that Bryce Eldridge is getting his at-bats more and he should be in. But the fact that he can't just go to first base every damn night, that bothers me. It especially when but you can't because you got your best player right now, which is not equating to wins at first. So if somebody bit, and I know it's highly unlikely, and we asked Nightingale, I would look to move Devers if it's in his mind, and I got to give him credit. If it is about this ballpark and he's never once, used that or alluded to it, but if this thing is as bad as I didn't think it is, you can have Devers if other teams come calling, just so my guy Eldridge can get out there and be the first baseman and the next Willie McCovey.
I miss Nightingale. What did he say when you guys asked him if it's possible you trade Devers?
The money was would scare teams, but if you're desperate out there, I think Devers is a star, man. I think we all agree with that.
The Giants are allowed to pay as much of it as they want.
Man, I just
it sucks. It sucks, but like all these guys who've said this, it's totally fair to wonder It's not a short-term problem.
That's what's
where
scary.
does this go for 6 years? Bryce Eldridge will be pushing 30 by the time Devers' contract is up. And I know sometimes these work themselves out or whatever, but like if you like the way Eldridge is going, and I do. Who doesn't right now? But if this continues, do you just lock up first base and DH for 7 years?
Man.
That's a
conundrum.
It's another puzzle.
Yeah. Well,
it's another puzzle.
On the list of Giants challenges and obstacles and obstructions, at this point, right now, I got to play Eldridge at DH. I just have to. Because Devers has made it clear he likes playing first base. Or
just anywhere in the field, generally.
Yeah, I'm going to give him that respect as a 10-year veteran.
And he's been good.
But there's a flip side to that, though, Stotty, for Eldridge not being in the field.
Yeah. So what do you want to do?
No, I got it.
I'm just saying.
The funny part.
There is no choice to make.
I don't know if that
Eldridge has to play DH and then play when Devers doesn't play first base.
The Giants have set the bar so low, at least in my mind, in terms of how they're handling Eldridge, that I will agree him playing first base I think is best for him, but I will settle for him just being the DH every day because even that is better than what they've done for the first month of him being up here.
And I'm sure he feels that way too. Like he would settle for
no doubt.
I
feel he can probably develop as a fielder at the big league level with Ron Washington without having played the position a whole lot more than you can develop your bat at the big league level without playing.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
The Giants have come a long way in the last 3 weeks on this subject, but I am waiting for one last revolution on the ball, and that is he is the DH. No matter who the hell is pitching.
Best lefty in the game, doesn't matter.
No matter who the hell the opponent is.
I agree with that.
And especially if you're going to be a DH, don't tell me you need a day off. How long is a DH on the field? 4 minutes? 7 minutes if you get some hits? He's 21 years old. You're the DH every single night.
Yeah, we can point to how successful that one at bat was for him, and it was great. But I would have liked to seen 4 or 5.
And you think about it,
there was a couple of other moments. What was it? The sixth or the seventh inning?
Yeah.
In fact, we got the replay on right here. Jonah Cox bunting with runners on first and second. Nobody out in the 7th inning.
Yikes,
I know Eldridge can't play the outfield where Cox was playing, but guess what? You got Jung-Hoo Lee on the bench. You could pinch hit Bryce Eldridge for Jonah Cox. And see what the hell happens and then work out the defense afterwards. There were other spots to bring Eldridge into that game yesterday, too.
They're also following Adames' homer. They were down 3-1 with a runner on base, and Buddy Kennedy was coming up, and the Brewers made a pitching change. And they didn't bring in a righty because they didn't want the Giants to pinch hit Bryce Eldridge.
That's so great.
Buddy Kennedy.
How often do you see a team bring in a bullpen arm and it's not right on right or left on left?
Man.
That's one of the few instances of it happening.
And, so they've got, let me get this straight.
Buddy Kennedy.
You've got this guy, Jonah Cox, who's playing in the major leagues, and he can't get a bunt down.
Dude,
he can't.
That's kind of what he's there. Like, that's his style, too.
And then you got, like, Drew Gilbert, the Mad Hatter, or whatever he is, the freaking Mad Hatter, the wild man. It's like, if he can't make that catch in center field, I get it if a guy hits 43 homers a year and he's not a great fielder, but Drew Gilbert's got to catch that.
I thought of you last night, actually, not so much that he didn't catch the ball.
Oh, the tantrum?
Afterwards.
Screaming into his glove.
He brought it up. Yeah.
I was like, that stuff doesn't get to me, but I know it gets like
the fussle.
I know some people aren't going to like that.
That
dude.
was just a nightmare of an inning.
God, man.
Chapman was close to 2 great plays. Then the single through the right side that drives in 2 runs by Yelich. Then that double to center where Gilbert could have caught it. Then the infield single that probably should have been an error on Chapman. Right after they get back within 1 run in the 8th.
Dude,
they give up 4 in the bottom of the 8th, and they throw Tristan back to the Wolves. Figure it out, Tristan.
And Webb tonight.
That was an interesting choice, Tristan Beck. I don't know what Tony's choices are.
Well, now Matt Gage is on the IL.
Yep.
So a bad bullpen got worse.
Am I like missing? Like, did Keaton Wynn pitch a bunch of days in a row?
Man,
why wouldn't you bring?
I don't think so.
Why would you bring Keaton Wynn into that situation? Ninth inning,
Yeah.
bottom of the eighth, 4-3 ball game. You bring in the guy that you just called up.
So I'll ask you two this. I asked Steiny, I'm being real. Do you think the season's over? Steiny said his washed.
Keaton Wynn hasn't pitched since Friday, by the way.
Okay.
That was the debacle. Yeah.
Then I got an issue with that, too. Anyway.
Is it washed?
What do you mean
is it over?
The playoff hopes are.
Oh, well, then that meant to me it's over.
But
it's June 2nd.
I'm one of those people, though, that I don't think the story never ends. Now you do something different. Now it's like, who are they going to trade? And we're watching Bryce develop, and you're moving things around. It's right, like it's no different than what we did once Jimmy Butler got hurt.
And Vitello, I'm not saying he should be fired. Somebody's responsible, and just like Buster is, if we just gave a quarter report card, we'd say, oh, this ain't it. But he inherited an 81-win team, and right now, man, they almost got 40 losses in his June 3rd. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
It's a different team. It's a different team. I know it's got a lot of the same people, but it's not like it's not the same team. And what have they played? 60, 61, something like that?
61.
Yep.
I just have a really
23 and 30.
Really hard time plucking a guy from Knoxville, Tennessee, putting him in a big league dugout, and then making my mind up 61 games later.
No, my mind's not made up. I just
think this whole thing got completely out of hand.
So would they be this record with Melvin if I throw that at you? Is that fair?
It might be worse. I'm not saying that. I don't think that's had. That's not on my top three.
Yeah.
What if I were to say they'd probably be better with Kapler?
I mean, wow.
Obviously.
How would you answer that, Stoney?
Kapler was consistently either great the 1 year or at 500, and I think with a worse roster.
You better be careful. That is amazing.
I don't know
they
how
won 107.
I don't know how you measure this, and I know the answer is going to be we'll play better, but I don't know how the team as a whole, how they felt about the team when Melvin was the manager. And do they feel differently about this team with Vitello, the manager? Like, is the belief less this year in this team than it was last year under Melvin? Does he have anything to do with it? But I see a team that feels like they know. They know they don't have much, and everybody's just coming apart at the seams trying to do what they can do, but I feel like the veterans just kind of know this is not working.
You know where I feel like you can see that, and I don't have the exact stat in front of me, but isn't there that deal like trailing after 6 innings?
Oh, they were the worst team in the majors.
29, I think.
That is just thinking, not the 8th inning, the 6th inning.
That tells me that you have a team.
Here we go again.
No cardiac kids.
They're just mentally weak right now. They don't.
Damn, man.
But did they start that way?
I don't think so. I don't know how you would. Right, with this group, I don't have that
many. And that's what I was banking on.
I don't have that many pups around the diamond. They started the year with Netflix, the Yankees, Logan Webb, and a bunch of vets. So I don't know how you would be, but they clearly, when they fall down, they're just like, here we go again.
So it's over. It's all gone.
Man.
We got coming up.
Osa Odigizua is on the show today.
What should we ask him, Goo?
Yeah, Goo.
Resident cowboy.
I mean, I got a bunch of stuff jotted down.
Yeah, well, give me something.
No, well, the first thing I'd like to ask him is, why do you think you got dealt? He's a 27-year-old stud.
Yeah, but they got some other studs.
What?
I got you.
Did they deal him because they were like, you know what, we got too many studs?
Yeah, no, it was a money thing. And I just felt like the guys that they retained and some rookies they got in, they felt like he was expendable.
Or was it a scheme?
And he's a dude. He's a dude.
Thing.
Yeah.
This is a little odd to trade Micah Parsons.
Christian Parker doesn't run the scheme that the last defensive coordinator did, so that was a big part.
I wonder how he'd answer it, because I know
he's going to be good. That's what I do know.
Yeah, he felt like
he's mad. He got chip on his shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah.
What time is he?
All right. Probably in about
an hour,
45 minutes.
Steiny got a tea time.
Yeah.
Let's get out.
All right.
You got AirPods though, right?
Pardon me?
AirPods.
Yeah, I'll be listening.
Okay. Game 1. I got
okay, 95-7 game.
Yeah, I got.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Yeah, Osa Odingizuwa is going to make his debut.
I'm excited.
Me too. Debut 95.7 The Game performance here. Expected in the neighborhood of 45 to 55 minutes or so. But as Osa damn well knows, he will come on when he is damn well good and ready. That's when people say, when's Osa? When Osa's ready. That's when Osa is.
He's got our number.
Yeah. So, well, I would hold that nice and close to you there today, Pasta. I think we're going to use that one again. So, yeah. So Osa's on the show, and very, very excited about that. And then, I do want to I want to go through this with you a little bit. Kyle Harrison's dad sent me a bunch of text messages today.
That's a pretty big bloop by you.
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not like I know all these people.
His son just shoves versus the Giants, and one of the first things he does is, I'm going to text Mark Willard.
Well, this has been happening for a few years.
Oh, so it's an even bigger blow.
Well, there's a friend of a friend, and they're local. They listen to radio, obviously.
And he's been on the show before when he was a Giant, when Kyle was a Giant.
Exactly. So I think that
still a bloop.
I actually appreciated a little bit, and his name is Chris, the way he kind of went about it, because I would think that most people in the sports world, when Kyle does something like that, it's kind of, it's like
victory lap time.
It's like Schwarzenegger standing over a dead body. It's like, yeah, what? What now?
You like that?
You like that?
You like that?
And that wasn't the vibe.
You like that?
Exactly.
You like that?
The Harrisons liked that.
They had the right to do that if they wanted to.
Completely. And I'm sure maybe privately they did.
But to you, Kyle's dad did not.
No, I just think that they grew up Giants fans. There's no ill will toward the organization. They wish that it was happening here, like we all do. So we'll get to that, but I think it's sort of emblematic of a larger thing that I want to talk about. You often are in the other room kind of really monitoring what's going on YouTube. How many times would you say in the last 6 weeks somebody has texted us or commented and said, Bryce Eldridge is getting Kaminga'd? How often has that happened in the last 6 weeks or so?
It's probably in the triple digits.
Okay.
Yeah, hundreds of times.
There was the Kaminga situation. We're working our way currently through the Eldridge situation. And a 24-year-old who 3 years ago was the number one prospect, maybe 2 years ago, was the number one prospect in the entire Giants organization.
Number one left-handed pitching prospect in all of baseball.
And he's now a Brewer, and he just tied his career high on strikeouts against you to send you to the worst record in the National League.
12 strikeouts in not even 6 innings.
5 1/3 innings, yeah.
2/3.
5 2/3, sorry. So, do we have like a young player problem here in the Bay? This is kind of where my head went today. So let's put the Sharks over here, because the Sharks are doing what I hear a lot of fans sort of wishing that the other teams would do. There has been what I would call, a lengthy now debate over how young the Warriors should get. And Kaminga, the reason that became such a national issue was he unfortunately fell into being the face of the argument over whether or not the Warriors were too old and would you let the young man cook and all of that. And then that goes the way it goes. And then there are other parties in the conversation because, right, Moses Moody is a supporting actor. And then there was the debatables on the other side. There was the Anthony Lambs. And it's like, why Are you leaning into vets? And then here comes Bryce Eldridge, and then there's no place for him. And then Kyle Harrison strikes out Rafi Devers 3 times. And it's another example, understandable or not is not really my point, but it's another example of the Giants and the Bay Area saying, let's use a young asset to turn it into a veteran win now guy. And we keep encountering this. And I remember a few months ago, we did that top 10 of players 25 or younger in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably difficult. The exercise was incredibly difficult.
At this point, it might just be the entire Sharks roster.
Totally. I remember doing it. I sat down and I'm like, well, Macklin and Brock.
Will Smith.
Does anybody have my internet? Like, you run out of names by the 3rd or 4th guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I wonder just how everybody's feeling about that.
There is a lack of young talent to wrap your arms around in the Bay. I think there's multiple reasons why, though. One of the reasons maybe is you just didn't draft that well. Okay. That's probably the main reason, I think, for a lot of these teams, specifically maybe the Giants. And you could also include, I guess you could include the Niners in that group as well, and maybe even the Warriors.
Yeah.
Even though when they last had the chance to really swing big on draft picks, that was a while ago, and they might have graduated out of the 25 or younger camp at that point. Kuminga, of course, not yet.
Sure.
But there also is the reality that, say, the Warriors were facing, and maybe even the Niners a little bit. The Giants, though, absolutely not. The Warriors are lacking young players by choice more so than, say, because we failed at drafting. I guess that kind of goes hand in hand, because if you drafted well, you're not going to get rid of that player, and he's good enough to help you win basketball games. But the Warriors were teetering between trying to win with the old era or restarting, and everyone is going to choose trying to win with the old era again.
Well, and they never even,
but the Giants are not anywhere near that conversation.
No, the Warriors never even they don't have early first-round picks. They don't have them through the years. There was Kuminga and Moody, and then we just sat and waited. And then it was Podziemski, and that's its own separate book that we'll write someday that's already on, I don't know, chapter 6 or something like that. And obviously now we're a couple of weeks away, we think, from the 11th pick in the draft, in a good draft. And then that player will be a part of the Warriors. So that's just sort of few and far between in terms of a numbers game. The 49ers is its own story. Sure, the drafts of the last handful of years have either left something to be desired, or we don't have the final answer yet on the 26 and 25 drafts. And then also, they got ripped apart to a degree by choice, by trades. One of them was within a first round in Trey Lance. The other one was giving up a lot of capital for Christian McCaffrey. And I think those things had an effect on those drafts. But I still also think there's a lot of, at least, can I get away with hopeful young talent on the 49ers?
Yeah.
It's just not in ink yet.
That's the reality of a league like the NFL, though, where you have a 7-person rookie class every year. And even if you don't have a first-round pick, there's still like second, third-round picks that you feel like, have a chance to really hit for you and become good players. Like, it's different in the NBA, where if you don't have a first-round pick, the odds of you having anything from that year's draft class are 0 or nearly 0. Like baseball is also hard because it takes years for that draft to come around and to impact the big league club. But football is the one where not only do you have multiple swings, multiple bites at the apple every year, but those players impact your team every single season. Even if you draft terribly, those rookies will impact your team this year. Because they have to play. Right. It's the nature of the NFL. Baseball is so unique. But yes, the Niners do have a group of hopeful young players. But I would say some of it is because, they made some good picks, or at least picks that haven't been proven to be bad yet.
Right.
But a lot of it, I would say, is that's just the nature of that sport.
And I think that's fair. Yeah, you get a bunch of different bites at it. But when I hear people say the Niners don't have any young talent, I'm like, I think that they're short on talent that you can go ahead and book. You can't. I mean, and
like stamped as he's a dude,
right? Like we had said last year when we did this exercise, it was 25 or younger. That doesn't mean someone who's 26 is not a young player. So, for example, you have Brock Purdy, you have Diamador Lenore. These are 26-year-old players, and I think you can go ahead and book that. Like those are
good players.
Those are good young players. And then there's others who I would say are even better than an upward bullet. Like I feel pretty good right now about Upton Stout. That's another player where I'm like, I feel like we got a pretty good answer on that. I'm not going to say it's done. We had a pretty good answer on that. That's a 24-year-old player.
Yeah.
And then I could list a bunch of others from even the injury issues of Pearsall. If you're excited about Stribling, Malik Mustafa is 23. And I could do this with a handful of other players where you're thinking to yourself, I mean, at least maybe. You can put those in the maybe column.
Maybe.
You're certainly not stamped in the negative direction yet.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, not fully. There's maybe a different group. Like, I'm not incredibly high on Renardo Green after what we saw last year in his second year.
Agreed.
But I probably would have put him after his first year in a group of, all right, like, I'm encouraged, but his second year wasn't nearly as good, and I've got concerns there. Pearsall is in a separate group for me because it's injury-based, and that is a real thing, but it's not talent-based. A lot of the other ones are talent-based for me, and if I feel like those are players that can make it in this league and can be impactful players in this league, but there's levels to it.
No
for
doubt,
sure.
and I think that we shouldn't have this conversation without mentioning Michael Williams because he was a very, very firm first-round draft pick and is only 21.
Yeah.
Like, even today, he is still only 21, and the injury was such a bummer, but I'd argue that the first half of last season for a kid who was, I don't even know if he had quite turned 21 yet. He was either 20 or 21 years old. The first half of the season last year, the metrics will tell you that he was having a positive effect on the defense. And so that's another one that we can certainly bring into this conversation. But the larger point is, I think this is part of the sports experience for fans. Whether your team is in the midst of winning or not, part of the experience is being very excited about young players who are coming up. That's part of I really think that was, in many respects, the emotional part of the Kuminga experience. Because people felt, whether they were right or not, doesn't even matter. They felt like they were being robbed of something because they felt like it didn't even get to see. It might not be true. It might be true. Let's find out. And the Warriors were kind of like, let's not. Let's just not even find out.
Or they had felt like they had found out.
Right. And
we didn't.
And they always know more and they see more because they're practice. But I do think the Bay Area sports fan is not wrong right now to look around the landscape and go, we're not really getting that part of the experience very much.
You're right.
Yeah.
It hasn't been that way. And
that's part of it.
When the Warriors were going through this, and I'm talking about the 2020 draft and the 2021 draft when it was Wiseman and then it was Kuminga and then it was Moody and all that, I was the first, and you and I didn't know each other. I wasn't working here for the 2020 draft yet, but I was the first anyone asked me, trade the picks, bring in more veterans at that point. Like, those are incredibly valuable picks. Just get a proven player in here and try to win as many championships as you can while Steph and Clay and Dre are still who they are. So I actively sought no youngsters, but that was based on who that team was and who that group was. It's the complete opposite for this Giants team. This Giants team is not good, has not proven that they're good, not close to winning a World Series. And they've said, not only are we going to actively chase veterans from outside the organization, but we're going to do it at the expense of youngsters that we believe in.
And that's why a day like yesterday, I think, let's just face it, that hurt. That hurt.
That really hurt.
A local kid. All he wanted to do was be a Giant, and he was. And
that's the thing the organization has said. We want people that want to be Giants.
Yeah.
It was so bad attracting players here. They said, you know what? We're going to only go after players that are from the area.
Farhan did say that. He did say, I don't think he fully meant that, but he did say it. He said, yeah, thanks, Farhan. Anyway, 888-957-9570. How did that feel to you, Giants fans, to watch Kyle Harrison do that to the club? And yes, coming up next, I'll share more about what his dad directly texted to us.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that
earlier today, because I think there are some factors here that you'll want to hear. So we've got that coming for you next, and then in about a half hour, 45 minutes, we expect Osa Odigizua to give us a call. Grandy is in for dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Odigizua.
Dan Dibley here. Fellas, let me ask you something. Are you feeling tired all the time, struggling with motivation, losing muscle, gaining weight, or just feeling off? A lot of guys chalk it up to stress or aging, but low testosterone and hormone imbalance could be the reason. That's where Jumpstart MD comes in. They specialize in testosterone optimization and total health support for men, with real clinicians who actually work with you one-on-one to create a personalized plan. At Jumpstart MD, your care is guided by medical professionals who monitor your labs, symptoms, goals, and progress every step of the way. They also offer GLP-1 weight loss medications, peptide therapy, and personalized wellness support. You can visit one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or do it all online anywhere in California. Right now, mention the game and get 70% off. Plus, all members receive a free hormone consultation. Call 855-JUMPSTART and get started today. Go to jumpstartmd.com. We got you, California.
The sports calendar is stacked, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is stacking up a big offer of their own. SF Fire Credit Union has a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
Hey, baseball fans, want to turn your good deed into game day? This June, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free tickets to see the San Francisco Giants in action. No batting average required, just a little time and a big heart. In about an hour, you can help save lives, and we'll send you to the ballpark to celebrate. So grab a friend, roll up your sleeve, and make it a double play. Help patients in need and catch a Giants game at Oracle Park. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to book your appointment today. Stanford Blood Center, where heroes win big.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
California drivers, your 2022 or newer car problems could actually qualify you for a major payout. Ford drivers got up to $186,000. GM drivers got up to $173,000. And those are just some of the settlements recovered this year. Some drivers may qualify for even more. If your 2022 or newer car keeps breaking down, stop paying for a mistake the manufacturer should be paying you for. California Lemon Law could entitle you to a massive cash settlement, a vehicle buyback, or even a replacement vehicle. If your 2022 or newer vehicle has repeated issues, warning lights, engine trouble, transmission problems, electrical issues, or it's been stuck in the shop for 30 days or more, you could already qualify. We fight to get your money back, and you pay absolutely nothing unless we win. Call 800-527-2131. That's 800-527-2131. 800-527-2131.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Diggy Zua!
Oh, Diggy Zua!
Yeah, this is better. I'll workshop it. I do. I got to admit, I'm excited about that cat. That's sort of an underrated part of the offseason.
I feel like once Mike Evans signed, it kind of made us all forget a little bit about Osa Odigizua. He's a good player.
Good player.
And he's going to be really, really important this year.
Yeah. See,
like if he struggles or he can't stay healthy, my optimism for the defense loses a lot of steam.
I don't want to say this out loud. I was doing a little bit of a dive on Odigizua.
Okay.
And it is super fun to say. Anyway.
It is.
I did a little bit of a dive, and I feel like this is running the risk of being Captain Jinx.
Uh-oh.
He does not miss games.
He does not.
Flat out.
Nope.
5 years in the league. 16 games, 17 games, 17 games, 17 games, 17 games.
Yep. And the vast, vast, vast majority of them, he started all those games too.
And I'm just doing this off the top of my head. His rookie year when he played 16, were there only 16 games?
I think so, 2021.
Or was that maybe he missed a game, or maybe they just didn't play him? He was only a rook?
No, there were still 17 games in 2021, so he missed one game as a rookie.
We'll hold his feet to the fire on that one. What the hell was going on that day, Osa?
Yeah, let me see if I can find his game log. Which game did he miss?
He plays all of the games. And that had to be one of the things, super attractive.
Because they didn't have anybody that played all the games last year, it seemed like.
A trench guy who plays all of the games.
2021.
Yeah.
What game did he miss? He missed, unless they had a bye, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He missed week 7, potentially, of 2021, unless they had a bye. It doesn't say when the bye was.
Okay. Anyway, like I said, we'll ask him. The hell was going on there? I mean,
it's the only game he's missed in his entire NFL career. And it's not a young NFL career anymore.
No.
He's played 5 seasons.
I think that's counted up quick math. It feels like he's played 84 games and missed 1.
Yes, that's correct.
That's incredible.
Correct. He's had a chance, regular season games. He's had a chance to play 85 games. He's played 84. And he's played 4 postseason games as well.
And it would be, I just think, it would be cool sports radio for you to be like, what the hell happened with that one? Like, what's the matter with you?
Come on, Osa.
84.
We need 100%.
Yeah, do your job. So anyway, by the way, he's also, he's an engaging guy. He's got what feels to me just from watching him like a fun personality. Have not had the chance to talk to him yet, so excited about that. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. So that's coming up in whatever, half hour-ish. But he'll call when he calls. And you want to hear some of this from Chris Harrison?
Absolutely. Kyle's dad.
Chris Harrison's Kyle's dad. And I asked, I'm like, dude, can I share some of this? He's like, sure. And the reason for that is that there was a piece of me that was thinking, and I'm sure, like, Kyle's a competitor. He's 24. So, yes, he probably used the F word yesterday. I bet he did.
He probably called his dad after the game and let it fly a little bit.
That's right. He might have, without showing us, done to the Giants what Eric Miller did to the Reds early.
And you,
bleep you,
and you,
and like he pointed up to the front office, bleep you, and we're gonna bleep you, and bleep you too, and watch me strike out your star first baseman 3 times,
and everybody else too.
Right. So I'm sure there was that, but I didn't really get that from Chris Harrison, his dad. I do think that this ended up being a bit of an emotional experience for both sides.
How could it not be?
Before and I don't just mean yesterday, I mean before he left. Imagine, right? You're the Giants. You're trying to run the Giants. This is your prize prospect. And when you feel he's kind of ready, he's kind of not ready, but mainly because he got hurt. And then you get impatient and you get frustrated, and then they get frustrated because they want to be at their best. And the organization is then like, come on, man, come pitch. And he's like, I'll do my best, but I'm hurt. And so then the whole thing, and I don't even think, it's not like the Giants traded him because they were just pissed and didn't want him around anymore. That's why the Red Sox traded Devers. But the Giants really, as even Chris put it, he goes, they so needed a bat, and Boston really wanted Kyle. And so I was surprised. He came from a place where he was like, I get why this happened.
It sucks, but like we get the Giants' thought process, essentially.
The first thing he wrote to me was, we really wish he was still pitching for his hometown team. And I got to admit to you, right away, I was like,
dang it. That makes me feel worse.
Damn it. Damn it.
As a Giants fan, that makes me feel 10 times worse.
Here's the thing.
Because it's easier to move on or forget about a guy if he's like, yeah, screw you. But he's like, I wish it would have happened here. No! And you ask the Giants, you ask any Giants fan, ask me, ask any of our listeners, what do the Giants need right now, maybe more than anything else? A stud young pitcher.
Young pitching. Yeah.
And probably a left-handed stud young pitcher.
So, here's what I'd say. In this whole experience, in connecting with Chris and whatnot, I'd say there's only one. It's not a small criticism, but there's only one criticism that comes the Giants' way. And it's not that they traded him. It's not. They needed a big bat.
We all were celebrating the trade when it happened.
100%. I know a lot of people's question is, would Kyle Harrison have looked like this if he stayed with the Giants? And his dad firmly believes that he would. So
that's a dad believing in his kid too, which I get.
But he said it maybe not necessarily as quick. He does give the Brewers a lot of credit. He says that the 2 things the Brewers have given him, and this is where it's going to get all the Bay Area fans. There's 2 things that the Brewers have given Kyle Harrison.
Okay.
One, a minor tweak to some mechanics. I don't even know if those tweaks were there a year or 2 ago because Kyle was hurt. And that was one of Chris's other messages. Like, Giants fans, please understand, he was not healthy. So when his velo came out at 92 on some of those weeknight games at Oracle, it was like he had a shoulder injury. He had an ankle injury.
So why was he pitching?
Well, because that's what competitors do, number one. And number 2, I think I'd have to ask more questions, but you probably could at least ask the question of, did the Giants rush this? I don't know that they did because I don't really know exactly how it all went down, and I don't know the timeline of things.
Yeah.
But the Giants wanted Kyle Harrison to be ready. And you know what I mean? When you, like, how about Landon Roop the other night? Everyone is like, what's going on out there? And he's like, well, my back hurt. Did you tell anyone? No, because they want to pitch. So what's Kyle going to do if he's hurting and they're like, we really want you in there? Well, then put me in there. I can get him out, coach. But not always.
You see velo dipping, and that's, a telltale. And his velo dipped, he was like getting 91, 92. He's normally 96, 97.
Exactly. So one thing that the Brewers get credit for is a minor mechanical tweak. But the other thing he pointed to, runway. He literally, and I knew this was going to get everyone. Do you want to know what's in the text?
Yes, please.
The Brewers let him cook.
Oh, no.
I went, oh, Chris.
No.
Chris.
He's been listening to Bay Area
Chris,
Sports Talk Radio.
If you got any idea what those 3 words?
Let him cook.
They let him cook. They let him cook. They got him healthy. They tweaked the mechanics, and then they let him cook. And boy, is he cooking.
Oh, he is. He's cooking with gas.
He is cooking. So, the one thing that I think that you can point to with the Giants is the developmental process. And ask yourself, because that's where Kyle only becomes the latest case.
Mm-hmm.
He's the latest exhibit. He's not the only exhibit. He's a high-profile exhibit. But let's look around the farm system of the Giants, the draft process, the development process, and how that's gone over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Whoever was in charge of this back in 2008, good job. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
But
We all saw that.
whoever's kind of been in charge of it over the last decade plus, you can point to some things, and some things play better than others. Again, the Kyle Harrison deal, he was hurt. They needed a bat. I can understand. The roll of the dice looks like it's coming up snake eyes. It's not fully done yet, but I understand why they did it. But even look at what we've all been screaming about for the last 4 weeks. Your next top prospect gets called up with nowhere to play him.
Yep.
And by the way, bake that into the Kyle Harrison trade. The Giants knew where they were going to play Rafi Devers, so they traded one of their top prospects to get someone to play the position that the other top prospect plays.
And by the way, the reason why they knew where they were going to play Rafi Devers was because they had a long-term third baseman who is playing terribly, and it seems like no Giants fan is interested in having him around long-term. So they boxed themselves in on multiple occasions. When it comes to the Giants and the lack of, you started the show by talking about lack of young talent in the entire Bay, specifically for the Giants. In my mind, I've always felt it's been more about the process of drafting players and has been more so failing to draft the right players. Maybe you're misidentifying college athletes, high school athletes, and you're fighting a losing battle from the beginning because the guys you picked maybe just aren't going to be that good. That's the way my mind has worked for a long time. But watching what Kyle Harrison has done specifically this year, of course, this is half the battle, is maybe a little more than half, obviously, is drafting the right player. Mm-hmm. But the other half is taking, unmolded clay and molding it correctly, molding it well, and turning it into something usable and helpful and marketable and as an asset to help you win baseball games. And it feels like the pick of Kyle Harrison, great pick.
Good pick.
Hell of a pick. Farhan. And quietly, some Farhan draft picks are looking better now than they have ever before.
Casey Schmidt.
Kyle Harrison is a big part of it. Casey Schmidt is a big part of it. But that's half of it. And now where I feel like as a Giants fan, I'm concerned, or maybe it's more of a reason why they haven't been able to turn first-round picks or early picks in drafts into good talent, is maybe because, for whatever reason, the developmental process has failed them. Whether it is putting a player in a wrong position or realizing they don't belong in that spot far too late. I mean, that's Luciano. Maybe Luciano wasn't going to be anything anyway in the first place. It is maybe pushing a guy a little too hard with an injury, like a Kyle Harrison. I don't know exactly what some of the other reasons would be. Joey Bart, Hunter Bishop, Patrick Bailey. Like, there's a number of names that we can go through. But it opened up a whole new worry in my mind, which is if the Brewers can immediately get that out of Kyle Harrison, how am I to believe... I have no way of even determining if the Giants made a good pick or not, because I don't really trust their developmental process along the way.
Well, and Kyle he's the result with two franchises. The
Boston one is even more perplexing.
It's just beyond a head scratcher, but they got a player in return who was third in Rookie of the Year voting the year before. Is it Durbin? Is that his last name, I think?
From the Brewers,
That's who the Brewers gave up.
Yeah.
And, at the time, when you make that move, there were probably some Brewers fans going, what the hell are you doing? Guy's third in Rookie of the Year, and we got Kyle Harrison, who was dumped by the Giants and the Red Sox, both within a, 7-month period. Feels like an odd thing to do. But in both cases, the Giants super needed a bat, and the Red Sox really needed a third baseman. And that's when you get people to blink, is because other needs have been created, and you have to give up something to get something. So I'll give the Giants credit because, by the way, the kid who was third in the Rookie of the Year voting is hitting less than 200 for the Red Sox now. So, yeah, I don't know if that's any solace to anyone. The Giants' trade of Harrison went better than the Red Sox trade of Harrison, but I don't know that matters to anybody now.
No.
This
the Giants looks like the Giants screwed up. The Red Sox screwed up more, but that doesn't make the Giants screw up easier to swallow.
And this is a weird way of saying it, but the Giants trade of Harrison only looks bad because their record is so bad. Here's what I mean by that. Rafi Devers, outside of the month of April 2026, very good. Very good. Aren't you pleased with him at first base?
Oh, he's been good at first base defensively.
And were you pleased with May?
Yes,
and
very much so.
And were you relatively pleased with last year in his first half of a season?
Yeah, relatively.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit of a slow start, but yeah.
So outside of April of this year, I think Rafi Devers has been really good. The reason it stings so damn much is you have the worst record in the National League, which makes people think, okay, as we know, if you're going to suck, then show us a glimpse of the future. And instead of having Kyle Harrison throwing bullets on the mound and Bryce Eldridge learning first base, neither of them are doing those things for the Giants. Instead, all we get is Bryce Eldridge 4 at-bats most of the time, and some of the time 1 at-bat, and we get no Kyle Harrison. Don't worry, though, the All-Star game's coming and you can watch him then. So it stings.
It's the worst of both sides of it.
It stings like hell, and it makes it look like an awful trade because circumstantially it is.
It is.
It is.
And it gets back to what I said earlier, which is the one thing that you would probably identify as the thing the Giants need more than anything else. It is a really good starting pitcher. It would make the team so much better. And this is where I think my frustration with Buster Posey is the most palpable. It's not because he took a risk and he took multiple risks and maybe none of them are paying off. Maybe it'll turn around and Devers obviously has been playing better. But it is the way in which Buster has gone about building the team and building the roster and trying to put together a winner. And I think it's a phrase that you used yesterday, but we didn't really dive into it. Buster should know better because he won 3 World Series on teams where he was catching the best pitching staff in baseball, starting pitching and bullpen. And that led them to an incredible amount of success. And it feels like Buster Posey is going against the equation that we all know is tried and true to win with this organization.
Okay, so here's what I'd say about that. And this is always an interesting topic to me. Do you think fans have any effect on the way teams operate?
Yeah, I think so.
So do I. And I didn't always think that. And I've always thought that the best, this is part of the reason why when you draft Dejan Stribling, and we were on the air when it happened, and my immediate response was, what the hell are you doing? And then you spend a week kind of listening to all of the things that we learned, and I still have no idea if he's going to be any good.
Yeah.
But there's a piece of me that likes the pick simply because I dig it when a boss has the flair to be like, bleep what all of you think. This is what I'm doing because I'm the boss, and I think that's best. I felt that way when Farhan hired Gabe. Again, doesn't mean it was the right hire. He did win Manager of the Year, but doesn't mean it was the right hire, but I dig it from the perspective of everyone's going, what are you doing? Failed in Philly, and he had that weird thing go on with the Dodgers minor league system, and he was in charge, and what are you doing? And Farhan's like, I'm doing this. I'm doing this. That's what I'm doing. And so I kind of dig that. I think Buster might be so green at this that I do think there was some pressure with regard to, hey, the fans really want a bopper. They really, really want a bopper. And so he went and he got a bopper.
Yeah. And I don't blame them for going and doing that, because the other half of this is the pressure. The pressure, this is what you're talking about, from the fan base to go and do that. They felt that, and they feel if you are to get a bat in here, then you might have to pay a little bit more of a cost than you were willing to. And that comes in two different forms. It comes in free agency with Willy Adames, giving him maybe more years than you would have wanted to. And it comes in a trade, giving up somebody valuable to get a big bat in here. It might be the only way you do it. If you say bye to that opportunity, are you ever going to get a big bopper in your lineup?
Well, that's kind of what's part of it. Okay. I don't know if anybody could hear that, but we're all having like 4 conversations at once right now.
What's happening?
Well, the 49ers just called. So, okay. We have an Osa in 5 minutes, 3 o'clock. Okay. 7 minutes. Osa Odighizuwa is coming on in 7 minutes.
Odighies?
That's right. But yeah. No, let it
yeah,
all
come
the
on,
way
let
through.
it ride.
He's coming on the show. So anyway, thank you to the Niners and Osa. That was very nice of them to call.
But the pressure that a fan base can put on an organization to say, we haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds. We need this desperately. It might force you to be like, I'm willing to give up more than I should.
So, like, I love fans to know that. You do have a mark on this. You really do. And so, boy, please don't put words in my mouth. This isn't blame. But this fan base is part of the reason why Buster did that. And that's why this fan base was so excited across the board when he did.
It was one of the greatest days as a Giants fan that I can remember in a long time.
Young homegrown buck is warming up at Dodger Stadium. Oh,
for Sunday Night Baseball.
Can I add this into the mix?
Is this a text from Chris?
You know what else he
Kyle's
said?
Dad.
That night was the first night in a year where Kyle said, I finally feel healthy. I'm ready to rock. And it called him off the mound and got him a plane ticket.
I'm so upset.
Let's go to break. I want to talk to Osa Odighizuwa now.
We were excited.
We were.
You did this.
Don't point at me.
Wow.
Starting pitching. That's all you need.
Okay. What a perfect time for Osa Odighizuwa to come
cleanse
on.
our palate,
all right,
Osa.
So, yeah. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Osa Odighizuwa joins us next. Grandy's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Sisig, 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 Sisig.
It's Big O Tires anniversary sales event. Now through June 14th, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll also get our industry-leading ProTech Plus warranty for free. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $519 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, to get $10 when you trade 10, KALSHI. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, use kalshi.com/regulatory.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Welcome to the Bay, buddy.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I just want to say this real fast because our most recent text did not understand the joke that I just made. It's like, good God, you're blaming the fans? No. I was kidding. I was kidding. But I do think we had a thirst for a big hitter, right?
Yeah, we did.
Kind of like how the Niners this offseason had a thirst for maybe somebody who could stop the run and rush the passer?
They definitely need both of those things.
All at the same time?
Yeah.
So.
And those guys are rare. It's not easy to come by a guy that can rush the passer from the inside of the defensive line.
And what if you could, find one who's in his prime?
Even harder to do that.
Okay, fine. How could you also lessen a rival in the process?
That would be great if you could.
All right, let's do that. Grandy's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. And joining us on the River Islands guest line is the man that is all of those things. Osa Odighizuwa. Niners get him from the Cowboys for a third-round draft pick, and he is at OTAs and joins us live. Osa, thank you for coming on. Thank you for your time. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Appreciate you guys for having me.
Yeah, man, we're super excited to talk to you about all of these things. What you've been already now on 2 pretty high-profile organizations. What are your first impressions?
The Bay is a great place, and the Niners are a great organization. I felt that, honestly, just from the first day being here, meeting everyone and just being in the environment.
I imagine a trade, you have conflicting emotions because you're on a team and it's the only professional team you've known. And maybe you think, well, why did they want to get rid of me? But on the flip side, you have a team that gave up assets to bring you in. So when you find out about the trade, how does that make you feel? And what were your first thoughts when you found out that it was Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers?
I mean, definitely off rip positive because I'm like, could have went anywhere else. You know what I mean? Very glad that I went to a great organization. I'm here with the Niners now, so that was something silver lining that I just looked for immediately. Obviously, not the call you want to get on a Wednesday afternoon, like just a random Wednesday, like pretty shocking. Like didn't even really say much on that phone call, but yeah, so it was a lot to take in for sure.
I got to imagine so. And actually looking at it from the 49ers side, I think everybody's all excited, but I'm sure that it's conflicting emotions. And then just kind of diving into who you are as a player, I got to ask this question, Osa. You're 27. You don't miss games. You put up numbers. Why did they trade you? Why were the Cowboys moving on from you?
As much as an asset as I am, I would say we had a lot of money at the D-tackle position. Just from a business standpoint, I can understand. You know what I mean? That's like $60 million at one position, which is a lot, however you slice it, So it's like, kind of get it a little bit.
Was it also a scheme thing, Osa? Is there something that you can add to this as far as the maneuvers that they're making on the defensive scheme and the same that the 49ers are doing?
Definitely. Like I said, a lot of money at one position for the Cowboys. There was a high need for the Niners. So, business-wise, it made sense on both sides. And, I'm glad to be able to be in a scheme that fits my skill set and, just being able to add to a really good defense.
Obviously, from afar, Osa, you were with the Cowboys last year. You're not sitting there rooting for the Niners at all, but just knowing what they went through last season with all the injuries, Nick Bosa out, Fred Warner out, a number of Michael Williams, first-round pick last year, out for the majority of the season, yet they found a way to win double-digit games, go to the playoffs, beat a team that you rooted against in the Eagles in the postseason. They did that in Philadelphia. How difficult would you think that was for the 49ers? And you get healthy, you get you in the mix. What is the confidence level that the defense is going to be, 10 times better this year? What, from your perspective, what was it that the Niners went through last year?
A lot of injuries, you know what I mean? A lot of injuries, and then just a lot of people finding their role and being able to step up and play a lot of meaningful plays and get a lot of good experience and, a lot of learning experience. So there's guys that are coming back who are really, really talented. There's guys who are able to get some experience and are going to be able to learn from it and improve and take huge steps. And then there's talented people like myself, Dre Greenlaw coming back, who's been with the team before. being able to be added to the mix. So it's honestly a recipe for a great season coming up.
Osa, how do you think November 15th is going to feel?
It's going to be an awesome, awesome game.
You care to add anything to that? What do you think?
Sure.
What do you think your emotions will be?
I don't know. I feel like it's obviously going to be one of those ones, but looking forward to it. Like I said, AT&T is a great place to play. You know, I'm going to have the opportunity to go against a really good O-line in the Cowboys O-line, so I feel like it's just going to be a really good game.
Osa, you've obviously had a lot of talented players around you in your career. I think of Micah Parsons, but of course there's been a whole lot more. I'm curious, though, what it's like as a defensive tackle to play with arguably the best linebacker in football behind you. Can you take me through what it's like and what your job is, or maybe how much easier it makes your job when you have someone like Fred Warner behind you? What's it like being his teammate? I know you haven't played games with him yet, but what do you think that's going to be like, teaming up with Fred Warner?
Haven't played any games, but, you know, Fred definitely commands a lot of respect. I would say so for Dre Greenlaw as well. Just seeing their tape, I've always had a high respect for those two and the way they play the game. So just knowing that I'm going to be a part of this front seven, having guys that are flowing to the ball, going to be able to make me right in a lot of ways and play off kind of not whatever I do, obviously, like there's scheme involved, but the way that they play is gonna feed off of what we do up front. So it's going to be I feel like it's going to be a great experience.
Also, Odigizua is with us here on 95.7 The Game. I wonder to what level Raheem Morris, as your coordinator, and his scheme also fits into what you just said. I've heard you say already that you feel like this system is going to give you a lot more freedom. So how would you explain what that means and the position that Raheem is going to put you in?
I feel like the defense is simple, but within that, I'm going to have a lot of tools just to be able to put some different things on tape, which then just brings the attack to life, you know, keeping people honest and being able to play certain looks in different ways kind of gives me an edge, I feel like.
So this is a defense, as you mentioned, that was really injured last year. You've got a star in Nick Bosa. You're obviously a really good player and a veteran, Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. It feels like there's a lot of proven talent up front on this roster. Not that the defensive backs are bad in any way, Diamador Lenore, Malik Mustafa, Upton Stout, and others, but it feels like this is a group that the veteran group is up front. How much pressure do you guys put on the front seven to impact the quarterback and show up for your defensive backs? Because it feels like one of the issues for this defense last year was the lack of pass rush, making it 10 times more difficult on your corners and your safety. So how much pressure do you guys put on yourself this year, knowing that you got to get after the quarterback more?
I mean, I'm putting that pressure on myself every year. I have high expectations of myself, and I know that the guys around me have high expectations of themselves. So, you know, we're just looking to obviously be the engine of the defense and the team up front. Like that's how we feel. That's how any D-line should feel for sure. And just being able to be a group that has a huge impact on the team and be able to change the game in any way that we can possible.
Also, I hear a lot of people think that the 49ers are going to be good this year, but they also think you're going to be the third best team in your own division, and possibly the two best teams in the whole NFL are in your division, and one of them got better earlier this week by getting Myles Garrett. What is your thought process right now, both in looking at what the Rams and Seahawks have and also what you're hearing people say about this division?
I mean, that's more of a question that you would ask an offensive player. I just know Myles Garrett is a generational talent, so, you know, I'm pretty sure the Rams are happy about it.
I guess I would ask it in more of an entire team sort of a way, though, because they also do have the reigning MVP on offense. So, like, when you look at the Rams and Seahawks, what kind of a challenge do you see?
I mean, obviously the Seahawks just won the Super Bowl, so that's a really good team. The Rams aren't too far removed from winning one themselves. I think they won one, 2022? And they've been competitive contenders every year. So I know we have some really good challenges that we're going to have to play twice a year and probably in the playoffs. So I'm looking forward to it. I feel like there's a lot of challenging games ahead of us, and that's going to be fun to play in.
Oh, so you've played against the Niners a fair amount in your career when you were a Cowboy. I'm curious, on the defensive side, what is it like to go up against a Kyle Shanahan schemed offense? Like, in your experience, how difficult does Kyle Shanahan make it on opponents?
Oh, man. You know, when I was preparing for the Niners, I'd have like a whole notebook, like a whole page of, not a whole notebook, but I have a whole page of notes. So I take notes every week and some looks to own, stuff like that, anything that I can use to play faster in the game. I'd write down what I wrote down and then just be like, well, this is a keys week, close my notebook, put it off to the side, and just like, you know, I got to play my keys and run to the ball because the scheme is definitely one that's difficult to prepare for.
That's really interesting, Osa. So you would basically tell 49er fans that preparing for the 49er offense, that's kind of next level compared to some other teams?
For sure.
Huh.
For sure. I feel like they do a great job of like making everything look the same. And that is, I feel like, one of the hardest things to prepare for as a defense.
Hey, first time we've gotten to talk to you, so I was wondering if you'd share a little bit of your story. You were born in Ohio, right? But then you came out west and ended up at UCLA. How did that all come to be?
Definitely moved around a little bit on the East Coast. Moved to Portland by the time I was 3 years old. Had some family out there. And my brother had went to UCLA, so I grew up, like, my first year playing football was actually my brother's first year, his freshman year at UCLA. So I didn't know anything about football. I just knew him like, well, my older brother is a D lineman, so I'll be a D lineman. I wanted to get the ball, so I was a fullback as well. And then from there, just growing up, watching how good the team was, there were a lot of really good defensive players that were going to the NFL every year consistently while I was watching UCLA growing up. And then I finally went to visit, not even like an official visit. I just went because my brother it was a senior game. So that's like my first time going to California, and I fell in love with it.
Osa, I'm looking at some of your bio, and it says you were undefeated in your last 2 years at wrestling at the high school level. Did you ever think about wrestling at the collegiate level, or was it all football?
I definitely thought about it, but I knew I wanted to play football.
Couple more bucks in football than wrestling, it feels like.
For sure.
Hey, Osa, before you go, I want to know if you'll do something called the Big Finish with us, because I know you, or it sounds to me like you like to talk about food some. And so we wanted to run this by you. You ready to go?
I do love food.
Let's hit it. All right. Here we go. Big Finish with Osa Odighizuwa. And usually we give people two categories, and they pick one, but I took a risk here and thought you'd pick the food one. So here it is. When you were at UCLA, how often did you hit up Diddy Reese cookies?
Honestly, I didn't hit up Diddy Reese a lot because the line is just crazy, you know? And even then, like I would get a brownie ice cream sandwich, kind of went outside the box whenever I went there. Across the street, though, there's a BJ's, and I was definitely there on Pizookie Tuesdays. It's $3 for a Pizookie. I explored the menu very well.
Pizookie Tuesdays. I didn't know about Pizookie Tuesdays.
I mean, that's what I called it just because it was Tuesdays, and that's when you get them for $3.
Have you found a similar deal or a similar go-to spot near the facility in the South Bay yet, or are you still searching?
Well, I'm actually lactose intolerant now, so I'm not even looking for Pizookies and ice cream. But, you know, I found actually a few good spots. There's a Thai place that I went to. It's kind of like a little, I don't even say a hole in the wall, but like I feel like I have a good eye for cultural foods, being someone that grew up on Nigerian food. So looking for the cultural food in the area, which there's a lot of, I can like damn near close my eyes and point at a place and go find like either a good Mexican food spot, good Chinese food spot, good Thai food, or you know what I mean, Indian food.
All right, next one for you, Osa. What was for breakfast today? Take us through the whole menu.
4 eggs scrambled with some bacon, peppers, onions, jalapenos, and like half of a pancake.
Half of a pancake? Why not a whole one?
I was pretty full as the egg.
Fair enough. Sounds delicious.
You got somebody cooking that for you, or you're in the kitchen doing that?
Definitely not in the kitchen. Shout out to the nutrition staff and the kitchen staff.
Love it. Love it. All right, we'll let you leave us with this one. If you were on death row and they asked you, what's your last meal, what are you picking?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'll probably go out the way that I came in, eat some rice and stew. You know? It's Nigerian food.
Rice and stew? I mean...
Yeah.
What are you adding to that? Or what's the flavor?
Classic. Rice and stew with... you can make it with anything, but I like when my mom does it with oxtails. I'll probably have a Jamaican beef patty if it's like a really good one, you know, like flaky, just to perfection. And then a little bit of sushi on the side.
Really quick.
Go ahead.
Really quick, Osa, before we let you go, you spent a lot of time in Texas, obviously, with the Cowboys. Bay Area, they're in love with their Mexican food. So I got to ask you, I don't know if you've had a Mission-style burrito, but just in general, Bay Area Mexican food or Tex-Mex? What's the best?
Crazy thing is I actually never had Tex-Mex when I was in Texas. I was looking for, like, authentic Mexican food, and I found a good amount. You know, there's like a little spot that I have that I'll go out to out there in Texas, but I found a really good spot out here. I found like two good taco spots. There's one like right across from the team hotel, and then there's one, I don't remember the area, but they have these handmade tortillas that are bomb.
These are good answers. These are good answers. Osa, thank you for taking the time to hang out with us. Welcome to the 49ers. We're looking forward to seeing you play.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Okay.
Right,
there
thanks,
it is. Osa Odigizua. That's
Love
always
it.
Whenever you have somebody who's played in two cities and you ask to compare the food, that's a tough political spot for them.
It is. I put them in a tough spot.
And I also did not have oxtail.
No, I mean, it sounds delicious.
And a Jamaican beef patty. I did not think that that's where we were going, but that's where we went for his last meal.
I mean, I looked it up, just rice and stew. Nigerian rice and stew is a classic, vibrant dish featuring fluffy, parboiled white rice smothered in a rich tomato-based red stew. I'm in.
I mean, bring it on, man.
never had that before.
Commonly enjoyed as a comforting Sunday meal, it's loaded with various proteins like beef, chicken, or assorted meats and seasoned with curry, thyme, and bouillon cubes.
He basically said,
I'm in.
And he basically said, I want to have what Mom used to make.
Yes. What he grew up
I'm
on.
going to go out the way that I came in.
That's a wonderful way to do it.
Rice and stew.
I love it. I love it. I always think of when you guys put Casey Schmidt on the spot and asked him about San Diego Mexican food versus Bay Area Mexican food.
You can always tell when somebody wants to not pick the Bay Area, but then they're like, but I need to pick the Bay Area.
Yeah, come on, guys.
So it's just like, what do you want me to say?
Come on, guys.
I like burritos, you know.
That's why I got Schmidt on.
That's right.
Thanks, Casey.
We asked him those questions, and he's been taking his frustrations out on the ball all year. But that's always a tough one. But dude gets a brownie sundae at Diddy Reese. You've probably never been to Diddy Reese.
I've never been to Diddy Reese.
Diddy Reese is like it's a cookie thing over there in Westwood, walking distance from campus at UCLA. And as he detailed, you can go over there on a Friday or Saturday night, and that is not a short line at all.
I've been to the UCLA campus a few times, and I definitely did stop at a quick little fast food spot to get like a crazy burger or sandwich. I forget what it was, but it wasn't Diddy Reese.
Yeah.
I don't know where it was.
Pizookie Tuesdays?
Not Pizookie Tuesdays, but now he's lactose intolerant, so he can't have the ice cream.
I'm glad that he did it when he could.
It's true. Take
you know
advantage.
What I mean? Pizookie.
I do love food.
I knew this. Apparently, I was watching his interview he did with Richard Sherman.
Oh, okay. On the Richard Sherman podcast?
Yeah, he was kind of talking about his answers were fun because you would ask him one thing and he would end up kind of over here sometimes. And what I kept noticing is, you'd ask him about Kyle Shanahan and he would end up on the team cafeteria. And then you'd ask him about his new teammates and he'd be like, so we all did a barbecue at Michael's house. And then he started talking about what everybody made. It sounded like a potluck kind of a thing.
So your takeaway is this guy's mind is on food.
I'm like,
he's kind of like you.
Yeah. You know what I mean? you start asking just, I don't know, what are you doing later tonight? My mind immediately goes to, what are we making for dinner?
Food. I do love food.
Yeah. So I feel like Pasta has found the piece of the interview that's going to stay.
I do love food.
Oh, Diggy Zua.
I do love food.
Fat Sal's is where I went. Fat Sal's. Have you ever been to Fat Sal's?
No, I've never been to Fat Sal's.
Delicious sandwich shop.
And then the other thing that I've learned just through the years of doing this job is that if you talk to football linemen about food,
they light up.
It goes well.
That honestly sounded like kind of a light breakfast. I was expecting a little bit more.
Well, that's because we once asked Nick Bosa and his mom about breakfast, and it wasn't 4 eggs. It was like 9 eggs.
A dozen eggs, a whole tub of spinach.
I always wanted to ask
whatever
her,
it was, a bunch of broccoli.
How do you get to 9? Like, you already know we're going to make a very large breakfast, but you get to the 8th egg, and the thought goes, not enough. But then the 9th goes in there. Like, I think we're there.
Is it just me, or does it depend if it's scrambled or fried? Because I could eat 2 fried eggs and feel like that fills me up. I could eat 2 scrambled eggs and feel like I ate nothing.
I think it's a fair point, and I don't know why.
It makes no sense.
I don't know why. But you remember, I did the
mama. Oh, yeah, and you ate it no problem.
Well, I wouldn't say no, I was full. I was full, but I ate the Mama Bosa breakfast. It's very large. I had to use a wok in order to do the scrambled eggs.
I remember the video.
I didn't have a pan big enough. I'm like, this is too much broccoli and eggs. I can't get to, we gotta go to a wok. Anyway, I'm excited about that player.
Me too. You get Odighi Zua along with the healthy Nick Bosa and Mikael Williams, and then you get something from your youngsters, right? Romello Height, who you drafted to essentially be like a pass rush specialist on third downs. You get those guys healthy on the field together, then this defense is going to feel a whole lot different. And I think the key to it all might be Odighi Zua. Obviously, it's Bosa staying healthy and getting back to near DPOY form, but Odighi Zua in the middle. I mean, those big guys in the middle, they don't get a lot of the credit, but you notice when they're not there.
Wow.
The Niners defense was at their best when they had DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead. And those guys are gone, and they have not been the same defensively up front since.
Sorry. 415. They must get the 36-pack from Costco. 4 days worth.
The pallet of eggs?
No, that caught my eye because I just did that this morning. I just went to Costco this morning. I didn't do the 36-pack. I did 24.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's a good deal.
Yeah.
They got good deals over there at Costco.
I love shopping at Costco.
Go over there, and if you have a football player in your house, go over there and get 2 days worth of eggs in a 24 or a 36
still
pack.
make 3 trips a week.
Oh, my gosh. When you're
at least it's not once a day.
When you're buying in bulk, but you still need to go multiple times a week, that's different. Yeah. All right. As you know, we are live on YouTube throughout the entire day, and we've been telling you about this, and we hope you've been taking advantage. You search 95.7 The Game, and you will find us. And now we're expanding our community for our super fans. You can become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private content from hosts, insiders. Spadoni sat down with Baldy the other day.
Yesterday, yeah.
And they tried to get, same thing, a little bit off the beaten track a little bit, which was fun.
It was fun.
So if you want to see that, you go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and you can sign up now to be the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. Okay, coming up next, we can circle back to kind of where we started, which was all of the situations surrounding the San Francisco Giants, whether you Bay Area sports fans feel as if collectively across our region right now, there's kind of a problem with young, exciting stars and whether or not we stick with them long enough. And obviously part of this was because Kyle Harrison is now a star. I'm already ready to say it. He's going to make the All-Star team. He's going to finish probably in the top 10, maybe even the top 5 in the Cy Young Award vote. He's not going to win it because his teammate probably will.
Yeah.
But anyway, all of that happened last night. And you and I spoke to Buster Olney yesterday, and I think he had some really interesting stuff to say about the big picture facing the team.
I'm in on that. Did you happen to read Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic yesterday?
I did.
There's a lot of good stuff there on Kyle Harrison and some quotes from Kyle Harrison that I think are important for me to put out there as well. So we can do that next too.
All right. So let's hop into all of that next. 888-957-9570 is the number. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard, and Dibs. All right, it's Willard for Habas. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It is on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after a third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I got a that's a good one.
Doesn't count.
I think it does.
Nope.
I'm taking it. And then Buster Olney yesterday flirted with both of us.
Yeah, I really wanted one. I got a really good answer from him. I didn't get a good question from him, though.
I think the answer matters more. He was phenomenal yesterday.
He was.
And I wonder how Giants fans feel about the fact that right now, there's no beating around this. Like, you're being overwhelmed by major baseball voices telling you that the problems are large and lengthy.
And difficult to make go away.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
so where does that leave you as a Giants fan? Like where does any optimism come from?
Well, it's too obvious to just say super frustrated. I do have to share that I am a little bit scared right now. Like,
for this year, for the future, for everything?
For the future. Like, this is already, the disappointment of this has already sunk in. That's already sunk in.
Yeah, I mean, I sat here yesterday and told you the season's over.
Yeah,
I've lost any thought of this turning into something fun.
And
from a win-loss perspective.
Okay, from a win-loss perspective, like you know me, I always am going to push back when people go, the season's over. And it's like, well, no, it just changes. It changes. My mind doesn't work that way, where if the championship gets taken off of the table or the playoffs get taken off of the table, then you just go away. It's not me telling you that you still, like, don't be fair weather. You still need to go. You can do whatever you want with your money. And if you don't want to go to Giants games or watch Giants games.
I'll still be watching.
Yeah.
You know how I roll, but I've lost any confidence. Like, you and I sat on opening day down at Senior Seasig, and I said, if they're not playing meaningful baseball where they're competing for a playoff spot come September, I'll think of it as a major disappointment. And I'm at a point where it's already a major disappointment because I don't think that's happening.
I mean, there's no question it's a major disappointment. No matter what your bar was, it certainly is not this.
Worst record in the National League.
Yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing, and I think
it's not funny.
I think they're embarrassed. I think the Giants are embarrassed.
They should be.
You know what I mean? So
I think they are.
I just think that when this happens, then that means it changes. It changes what you're watching and how you're watching it. And if the Giants, if I were to sort of assess this, the reason that so many people have been so loud about the Bryce Eldridge thing, and I get why the Giants are pushing back, because to their thinking, the season's not over because you are myopic when you're on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Like Logan Webb throws tonight, and he thinks this is going to be the start of their 23-game win streak.
He's probably convinced himself it's a playoff game. That's how it works when you're a competitor and you're on the team.
Right, and I don't fight that. Like, I want that, like, yes, be completely
oblivious.
Unreasonable.
Yeah.
Sure. But for a lot of us, the reason that the Bryce Eldridge thing is so loud is you're looking at a team where you're like, that's why I'm watching.
Yes.
That's why I'm watching right now. I am watching now individuals rather than the team because I know the team goal is gone. So now what I want to do is formulate in my head, how can we get back to when I care about the wins and the losses and they actually matter in the standings? And that is done by building things up individual by individual. And so, yes, I also want to see the veterans play better, but the thing you're going to be excited about most is trying to look through all the weeds to find all the diamonds that you hope are the future core of when this gets good again.
Which is why this season going off the rails so spectacularly and why it makes you concerned for the future. Because generally when I think like you think back to Farhan era struggles, when the team was usually around 500, they would struggle. They'd be a frustrating watch, difficult to watch at times. But you always felt like it could turn and it could get a whole lot better the next year. But what you're talking about and what Buster Olney was talking about yesterday about those 3 contracts to Chapman, Adames, and Devers, it takes away not only from this year because they have the worst record in the National League, but it feels like those are going to be contracts and players that maybe make it more difficult for you to have success in the future. And that's kind of a new thing, at least for me as a Giants fan in recent years. I've always been able to say, all right, Eldridge. In the past, it was, all right, Luciano. Eventually, he's going to be here and save the day, right? But even if Eldridge is here and saves the day, how big of an impact is that going to be if you're paying all this money out to Chapman, Adames, and Devers, who aren't going to be holding up their end of the bargain in 3 or 4 years from now?
So, yes, all of those things. That's why I'm scared. Why I'm scared is normally when you have a really bad season, and this is where I will give Farhan a little bit of a nod. When you had a bad season with the way he built stuff, you always thought to yourself, well, you got a chance to moonwalk right out of that and try again next year. Now, they kept doing it. They kept staying on the margins. Yeah. It was super annoying. You never had a jersey that you wanted to buy, and that sucked. But Buster came in, and he hucked the pendulum so far in the other direction.
So high.
So far. That now, if it doesn't go well, you're sitting here looking at the books going,
oh, no.
What do we do? What do we do?
You either just sit here and you wait for contracts to expire and you maybe aren't good in the time being, but the time being is like 5 or 6 years, or you have to pay off contracts now to get somebody maybe to take them.
And can you do that and be good on the fly?
Probably not at the same time.
Is my kid who's in middle school right now going to be in college by the time the Giants figure this out? That's what I'm worried about. And I'm holding that thought at bay because that's a little dramatic and overwhelming right now because there's so many things that could happen, which is, who knows, they could start playing better or, or maybe you do find a deal. Maybe somebody is desperate. Maybe all these voices about how they're stuck with them are wrong. Or, like, so many different things can happen. But that's the concern. What I think makes this feel so deflating this year is you look at it, you go, okay, this salsa does not taste good. We're going to need to recalibrate new ingredients, and largely you feel like you can't. You can't. You just have to sit there and eat the bad food for years. That's terrifying to me.
I'm with you. And I don't think I've felt that as a Giants fan for a really long time. Maybe you think about like the Samardzija contract, like maybe, but that was a singular contract. And there was a couple of other bad ones in that era. Longoria, I guess, McCutcheon, but those were all shorter term things. It was a decent amount of money for, AAV, average annual value, and Samardzija was a longer term deal. but that was also the beginning of the end. That was coming off of the 3 and 5 years. So you were a little different place as a fan, where now as a Giants fan, you're more than a decade removed from the last championship, and you've only been to the playoffs once since 2016, where you're a little more restless. And if you're looking at, all right, maybe we'll be good 4 years from, that's not good enough. We got to be good now.
Yeah.
Because it's been so long already.
So we asked Buster Olney, how do you turn the roster around?
Well, clearly, I think the Giants' history says they should focus on pitching. And I don't know what form that takes, but that has to be going forward what they lock in on. And who knows? I mean, maybe through, some frustration. And part of it, that's a difficult question to answer in part because we don't know what the economic system is going to be a year from now.
Yeah.
Right? And you would assume that the contracts of Devers and Adames and Chapman will all be grandfathered in. And how much flexibility will the Giants have? You would assume, because of how the pitching has performed this year, that is absolutely going to be the focus of whatever they do. So if they flip Ramos, they flip Arise, they flip those guys, they're going to have to get pitching in return.
Okay, so when Buster says that, I'm not going to lie. Buster is saying that through the lens of, all right, here's what you can do. And my response is, hold on, I need a second. I'm not there yet. Buster literally said that to us 30 minutes before Kyle Harrison shoved 12 strikeouts right down the Giants' throat.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself,
said they need pitching.
Oh, you need pitching, do you?
Huh. How about this guy throwing for the Brewers? Yeah. It'd be nice if you could get your hands on him, huh? Oh, you had him as recently as a year ago?
Oh.
So that is part of why yesterday was very internally polarizing, by the way. I like Kyle Harrison. I want Kyle Harrison to do really good things.
You got a little bit of a personal connection.
I mean, I don't want to act like I know. I don't know Kyle.
You chat with his dad here and there.
And the fact that his dad started off the conversation with, we wish this was here, is it's difficult. It's difficult. The Giants fans right now, we have been fed for a number of years, ever since the World Series championships, you get fed with, this is your number one prospect. Now this is your number one prospect. Now this is your number one prospect. And for one reason or another, they're either not panning out or not doing it here, which, by the way, allow me to add reason number 2, why everyone is so loud about Bryce Eldridge. When Dave Fleming told the guys a couple of weeks ago, hey, everyone needs to chill out, I sort of wanted, and I even thought about, because he's not wrong, sure. It'd be great if sports world and fans could chill out, but it's not really the way we all operate. But I kind of wanted to get into that conversation with him. And he knows this better than anyone. He knows the organization and the fan base better than anyone out there. But this is emotional right now. This is different. Bryce is not just Bryce. Bryce is representative of basically 6 or 7 years, and unfortunately, no fault to the Giants, because part of it is the Warriors too. But it's 6 or 7. Trey Lance, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Marco Luciano, Kyle Harrison. He is representative of, can we please just have one of these guys work the freak out and be ours?
Can I read you Giants first-round picks 2012 on? 2011 was Joe Panic, okay?
Okay, that worked out.
2011 first-round pick, Joe Panic. And they had a decent track record before that as well. A couple of misses, but that always happens. But you go back further than that, you get to guys like Zach Wheeler, Buster Posey, Madison Bumgarner, on and on and on.
Sure.
Starting in 2012, Chris Stratton, Christian Arroyo, Tyler Beatty, Chris Shaw, Phil Bickford, Elliot Ramos, Joey Bart, Hunter Bishop, Patrick Bailey, Will Bednar, Reggie Crawford, and then Bryce Eldridge. And then since Bryce, James Tibbs and Gavin Kylan, shortstop from Tennessee this past year.
And Tibbs, by the way, has an OPS over 1,000 for the Dodgers.
AAA affiliate.
AAA affiliate.
So Bryce isn't just, he's the number one prospect in the organization, 6'7", left-handed first baseman, power hitter. Maybe he's going to be the best power hitter that the ballpark has seen since Barry Bonds. No, it's not just that. We have been down this road over and over and over as Giants fans, and the best players on that list are either Elliot Ramos, who I think Giants fans are split on, like for the most part, in terms of how impactful he could be on the team.
And it also took a really long time.
It did take a really long time. And we lost the expectation on him.
So did they.
And then he showed up.
They almost gave up on him.
It's either that, which is not, a smooth transition, or it's guys that are good but have been traded. Or maybe not really good, but made it, are big leaguers and are no longer on the team anymore because they weren't good enough.
By the way, Bobby Evans told us this directly on this show. Bobby Evans, who was on the front line of drafting Elliot Ramos, because remember, he came up and he made the All-Star team.
Yep.
That first full year. And Evans, the bar for a first-round draft pick is not just being on the team. Ramos is on the team. The bar is not starting. But if Ramos plays this year, hits 260, hits 12 home runs, and plays very mediocre left field, that's not the bar for a first-rounder. It's better than Phil Bickford.
Yep.
It's great that he's in the bigs and he's contributing. He's definitely a big leaguer. But Bobby Evans told us the bar for that, you draft that kid because he's going to be in the middle of your order. The middle of your order.
Or if he's an arm, because he's a frontline starter.
Yeah. So that's the bar for Bryce Eldridge. The bar for Bryce Eldridge is not we're going to DH you 3 out of 5 games and bat you 7th. The bar for Bryce Eldridge is you should be hitting next to Rafi Devers.
And it feels like the bar for Bryce Eldridge has only grown since he got drafted.
Well, he looks great. Even
before this year.
He looks great at every level.
Not like he was the number 1 overall pick.
No.
13th overall selection, which is still a very, very valuable pick.
Yeah.
But obviously, this is the case in most drafts. The further you get away from the first overall pick, the less likely that player is to be successful. But Bryce was a 16th overall pick, not 13th, 16th overall pick. And his expectation has grown since then.
By the way, Pasta just pulled it. This was almost 2 years ago that Bobby Evans came on our show and talked about Elliot Ramos.
He's 24. He's a victim like all these kids are of COVID. I mean, they missed a year of baseball, really a year of development. And so I think we're seeing what Ramos is capable of. I mean, I think the reality is he's more disciplined at the plate. He's doing damage with the pitches to hit. Obviously, he's improved the all-around game, including his defense in the outfield. And when we drafted him, we didn't know whether he would be able to stick at center or whether he'd have to be a corner. I think that as he was in the development process, we looked at him more of as a corner guy. He's able to obviously carry his load there. He's done well offensively. He's shown consistency. He's shown that he's made the adjustments that we all knew he needed to make when he was here, at some point last year.
Okay, so that's interesting on a few fronts, including the fact that, yes, don't worry, listeners, all the facial expressions that you were making as you were listening to that, those were happening in this room too.
We weren't sure if he could be a center fielder.
I'm not sure if he can be a left fielder. But he does damage with all the pitches in the zone. Well, sometimes. He's not bad.
No.
I got nothing. There's nothing wrong with Elliot Ramos.
On the list of problems the Giants have right now, Ramos isn't near the top of my list.
Of all those first-round picks that you just listed off, he's the best one.
Yes, and it's not that close.
And by the way, Harrison was not a first-round draft pick.
3rd round, right?
Yeah. So, some of them have stuck in the bigs, Joey Bart. Some of them have not. And
Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, but
he's stuck in the bigs.
He's in the bigs. But none of them have panned out. And I want to hit on this, 415. Thank you for texting in. We always appreciate the engagement. Hey, Willard, have you ever heard of Macklin Celebrini? Sure. The premise of this whole conversation was, in fact, just that. The fact that what you're seeing the Sharks do right now with a completely different set of circumstances is what you are completely not seeing all of the other teams in the Bay do. And I don't even know to what level people want that. You know, it's funny. We're in this moment where people are like, look at the Sharks.
Well,
look at the way they're doing it.
You know what it took for them to get that?
Exactly. That's been hell. You all left. You haven't even been paying attention. And no, the 14 of you who have gone to every game for the last decade, I'm not talking to you.
NHL plays 82 games every regular season, just like the NBA. Their win totals the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, 29, 21, 32, 22, 19, 20, and then this year 39.
They've been irrelevant. They were when I got to come back home in 2019, I was doing the evening show at the other place by myself. And we did a thing around the Sharks in the playoffs. And we would stop everything we're doing when they scored a goal. And it was really fun. It was really fun. I got to do that once, and no one brought up the Sharks since until last year. And I know some of you go, but yeah, because you media people don't talk about them. They've been irrelevant. So I do push back a little bit when people go, well, see that. They know what they're doing. That's the right way to do it. Sure, in the absence of any other choice and the presence of a lot of luck. They've had a lot of ping pong balls or whatever the version of it is in the NHL.
They won the lottery when Macklin Celebrini was available to be drafted. It's kind of similar to the Spurs winning the lottery with Victor Wembanyama.
So it's not a plan. It's great that you can make good on it, which I wouldn't even argue. I mean, Macklin is incredible, but they still haven't made the playoffs. They still haven't even made the playoffs.
Things are looking very, very bright.
Looking great, and I'm very.
But you've already paid the price for it. Is the point?
I'm very excited about it too, but I don't think as many people who think that they want the Giants and the Warriors to do that. I don't know if you really understand what you're accepting.
Well, I think the better example is the Giants because the Warriors are still in a unique spot coming off of the best dynasty that the sport has ever seen. But the Giants, if you were to tell Giants fans, say starting around 2018, okay? 2018 all the way through 2026, there was going to be one-off crazy year where you won 107 games, you made the playoffs, but you didn't win a playoff series. You never bottomed out, and you get to 2026, like you never purposefully kind of reset the whole thing. You get to 2026, and you don't feel any closer to being competitive. Like, that is a long amount of time to do nothing. And you tell Giants fans that. It's that or it's bottom out now and maybe be good in 5-6 years. They would say, all right, we'll bottom out now and be good in 5 or 6 years. But it's more on the Giants for trying to go forward and be good and not being good. Now, if you ask them now, would you want to bottom out now? And they might say, yeah, because they've already been through all the terribleness of it. But that's not the way. The Giants' decision should have been back in 2018, 2019.
Maybe
you consider it at that point.
And how do you bottom out now with long-term expensive contracts and no trade clauses? And by the way, we know the structure of our city and our area. The Sharks and then the Giants and the Warriors, they're in very different situations. Hockey is the fourth sport here. It's not, and you're not in the middle of downtown San Francisco.
It's a different pressure on them.
The prices and the process of going to games and all of that. It's just different. It's just different. So you can do that in a little bit of a different way. But we keep talking it out. 888-957-9570 is the number. I know we didn't really get to the quotes that you wanted.
Oh, yeah.
From the Bags article, which is basically going back through some of the answers that Greg Johnson gave not too long ago. Let's review all that. Coming up next, 888-957-9570, the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Grandy in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Mix and match Foster Farms Simply Raised boneless, skinless chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And there's two of us. Here's Dibs.
And large 2-pound packs of delicious delicious and juicy strawberries for $4.99 each, and taste the quality of the new Signature Select potato chips, 7.75 to 8 ounce selected varieties, just $1.88 each, Mark.
Is that all from you?
That's all.
I could have used more.
More chips, more strawberries?
Well, just more of all things that you can find at Safeway. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Cool Ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's snack wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university on a siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question. I mean, what kind of question is that?
On 95.7 The Game.
Osa Odigizua is on with us about an hour ago. Odyssey app, YouTube, if you want to check it out. One of the newest Niners. 4080. Hey, guys, when do we get to see Tugboat?
Well, he's up to AAA.
Yeah, he moved up.
He's been dominating AA, the Richmond Flying Squirrels.
For those of you who don't speak minor leagues, Tugboat is who the Giants acquired for Patrick Bailey, along with a first-round draft pick late in the first round.
And his name is actually Matt Wilkinson.
No. Yeah. It's Tugboat.
Matt Wilkinson.
I don't even think he's got a last name. His last name is Boat. First name's Tug. That's my guy right
He's
there.
He's Canadian, born in Vancouver. How about that?
He looks like a crazy person.
Oh, he does.
And so I'm into as much of that as possible. Give me all the crazies. But not if you're losing. Yeah, if you're losing, then the crazy doesn't, it's just meh, with your hip thrusting and your bandanas, and Drew Gilbert was a lot more fun.
So you feel that about the craziness, but you don't feel that about the happy-go-lucky celebrating stuff.
I was kind of kidding. Like, it just doesn't. It's not anybody's fault. It just doesn't work. It is a byproduct of losing. Whatever you do normally pisses everybody off. I've heard. Think about this for a second. We're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. I was thinking about this earlier when I heard Steiny and Goo called Matt Chapman a red ass.
Okay.
Now, Pasta, would you refer to Matt Chapman? They go, he's basically like Jeff Kent. And I was like, I think I want to tap the brakes.
I definitely want to tap the brakes.
Is Matt Chapman a red ass?
I wouldn't say, competitive, but I feel like red ass is more of a, it's not reserved for guys like Chapman.
Chapman, here's what I think has happened.
There's another word for it. I just don't know what it is.
He's very intense. He's intense. But this idea, I think, has gotten a little ahead of itself with, and here's the parlay. A, he's not playing well. B, he's not much of a smiler on the field.
Not much emotions, period.
C, I don't think. He yelled at Casey Schmidt.
Which is why it was kind of a big deal, was because he never does anything like that.
So I take those three things, and I think the Giants fans in 2026 have decided that Matt Chapman's an a-hole. And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think that's it.
No.
That's not. But do you notice? So now Drew Gilbert's not funny anymore. Matt Chapman is a red ass.
Well, I think there's people that didn't think Drew Gilbert was funny last year either.
I sure did. Anyway, Willie Adames is unfocused. And then let's see, is there any? Did this get to anybody else? Those are probably the big three.
Yeah.
I've heard a little bit of it with Devers. Devers doesn't look like he's having fun. And I'm like,
Well, that's kind of what Buster Olney told us, right? That was
Dan O'Dowd.
Dan O'Dowd essentially, like, he's not connected to the team.
Yeah, didn't play. He's not playing as freely as he did with Boston. And sometimes it's like I can't sit here and tell anybody that any of these things are wrong. My curiosity just gets going, And I think to myself, do you actually have a good observation, or are we just mad?
We're viewing a player through a different prism now.
Right. Willie's smile and chattiness was here last year too. And they weren't even good. But it
better than this.
Yes. But didn't bother anybody then. And I know
I heard a little bit of it last year, but nowhere near as much as you're hearing it now.
And I know that he made a huge base running mistake, but that happened one time. And we've now gone like this freaking Gatorade throwing, happy, slappy. Like, I don't know, man. I don't want people start acting like somebody else. If Drew Gilbert's a crazy person, then keep biting the dugout wall. I don't care. It's what our whole city's about, right?
Yeah, but
do you
make the catch in center field?
Yes,
please.
But that takes care of itself. If you're not good at baseball, you're gone.
Unless you're Drew Gilbert, because this organization loves some Drew Gilbert.
I think that Jung-Hoo Lee in center field tonight is predictive.
Well, who's on the bump for the Brewers? Do we know that yet? I know it was TBD for a while. They going with the bullpen game, an opener?
It doesn't matter. Jung-Hoo Lee and Drew Gilbert are both left-handed. Just let me tell you, that's my guess. Elliot Ramos will be back soon, and it's not good news for Jonah Cox and Drew Gilbert and Will Brennan and Betty Cotto and everybody else who's just bouncing around out there. It's not like that's what I would do. Jung-Hoo Lee, go back to center field. You're certainly not going to bench Bryce.
This is just another example, though. Look, you and I both sat here on Monday, and we were talking about the solutions to this. When Ramos comes back healthy, what do you do to get Eldridge and Schmidt in the lineup every day?
Yep.
And the easiest in-house one is just move Jung-Hoo Lee from right to center, and then you have both Ramos and Schmidt play corner outfield spots, which frees up DH and first base for both Devers and Eldridge in however way you want to split those two spots up. That's the easiest way to do it in-house. You can, of course, make a trade, do some other things, bench Chapman, but the Jung-Hoo Lee one is one that you identified as the easiest one, and you're right there. The thing, though, that frustrates me isn't them making that decision, because it certainly is, I think, a very, very likely decision and would solve them a short-term issue. It's just another example, though, of this organization backtracking on a decision that they made recently. They, this offseason, set out and they said, you know what? Jung-Hoo Lee, not as good of a center fielder as we thought. We want to play him in right field going forward. It is June 3rd. And they might be saying, nothing to see here. We're going back.
Well,
and look, I know some of it might be because Bader got hurt. Bader wasn't tearing the cover off the ball anyway. We would be saying the same thing even if Bader was healthy. If Bader was healthy, we'd still would be saying Jung-Hoo Lee in center opens up another outfield spot for Casey Schmidt. It's another example of this organization making a decision that backfires immediately and them having to redo it months later.
Yes.
And it's just, when was the last decision that they made where you say that was the right long-term decision, and I can point that out explicitly because of all this empiric evidence?
When's the last time they made a good decision that was the right long-term decision?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could say Luis Ariz, but that's not long-term.
It's not long-term.
Well,
probably trading Patrick Bailey, but we're not to the full answer yet.
Well, have you seen Giants team ERA pre and post Bailey trade?
They don't pitch well anymore. But
there's probably a little bit of that impact as Patrick Bailey, but not all of it.
I don't think
they're also they're coming crashing back down to who they actually are as a pitching staff.
Yeah.
There's probably a little bit of that with Bailey, but not the whole thing.
He was still here when they were giving up bombs in Philadelphia and blowing every save. Patrick Bailey was the catcher.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Eric in Walnut Creek. Hi, Eric. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, you got my attention because I heard you guys talking about the Sharks for once. And, you know, you can try to rebuild. We talked about rebuilding and not playing well for a number of years and trying to manufacture something. And the Sharks really struck gold with Macklin first-round pick, because you go back the last decade, NFL, NBA, where can you find a player that is as dominant as I think Macklin is going to be? If you take Macklin out of the equation, the Sharks got Michael Misa and Will Smith, and that's not going to get you into the playoffs. Macklin is a multi-generational great. It might be like a Sidney Crosby thing, and you just got to be lucky, and they got lucky. And I hope that they can carry it forward. They need to fix their blue line and be better in front of the nets, but I want the sexy Sharks back from, the 2000s, from the 2010s to 2016. And the point is you got to get lucky, and they got lucky.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play it that way, Eric, thanks so much for calling. I mean, I agree, and actually, I think the Sharks are pretty sexy, but yeah, you don't get to celebrate off of one move. It's great. You got a very marketable player. The storylines write themselves. He's unbelievable. He might be the best player in hockey for the next decade. It's certainly tracking that way.
Captain of Team Canada.
And you like the start they're off to in terms of surrounding him as well. And then they ended up striking some gold in the lottery again this year. So they get to keep building. But yeah, you still got to go do it. And he's right. That's not a plan. That's not like you cannot sell to Sharks fans that 10 years ago they're like, all right, this is what we're going to do.
Quick aside,
Yes.
and I know we're breaking literally in 30 seconds. Did you see what happened in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals last night?
Yes.
The Vegas Golden Knights won Game 1 on the road against the Hurricanes. Vegas won 39 regular season games. The Sharks won 39 regular season games.
Yep.
And they are now 3 wins away from hoisting the Stanley Cup.
Just got to lose less. Yeah, the hockey
overtime losses is the difference here.
Hey, hockey playoffs are unpredictable. The most unpredictable in sports, I think.
Maybe the most fun playoffs, too. They're amazing.
They're pretty good. All right, 888-957-9570. We still can't get to the quotes. We got to get to the... But there's a word. There's a word that I think is governing everything you just described with the Giants. And I want to get to that word coming up next, and then we can talk out whether or not this is an acceptable word for the Giants, okay? Grandy's in for dibs on Willard and Dibs.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Right now, Portugal is trading at about 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,038 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, KALSHI, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Attention, California vehicle owners. Feeling worn down by a 2022 or newer car that won't stop breaking
slowing down? We know the sleepless nights, the missed hours at work, the money and pride tied up in a vehicle that keeps letting you down. If your 2022 or newer purchased or leased vehicle has had repeated problems or been in the shop for over 30 days, California's Lemon Law is on your side. You could be entitled to a full refund, replacement vehicle, or a cash settlement. We've helped thousands of people get real relief, and we'll fight the manufacturer so you don't have to. There's never a cost to you. For a fast, free qualification check, call now at 800-535-0310. That's 800-535-0310. 800-535-0310.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need a plumbing, heating, or HVAC contractor? Choose UA Local 38 Signatory Contractors. Craft certified professionals with over 10,000 hours of training deliver quality work with no surprise costs. Visit ualocal38.org.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Sunny and warm with more of the same on the way for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Get ready for Jim Gaffigan and his Everything is Wonderful tour on June 13th and 14th at the Masonic. A 4th show was just added. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for a chance to win tickets to the 4 p.m. show courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Don't stop now. Just keep it going, baby.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This might make everybody upset, but is it fair to say this is what inexperience looks like? Basically, what you just detailed. Every time they make a decision, 2 minutes later, they want to undo the decision.
Snip, snap, snip, snap.
I think it was yesterday that I likened that to this is what it means in my life. This is where I'm at right now. I am parenting teenagers, and this is what they do. I don't even know why I asked them on Friday afternoon, what are you doing tonight? Because by the time Friday night comes around, it has changed. And all of the things that they were going to do, now we're doing something else. And that is what the Giants feel like, and that resonates with me because what are teenagers? Inexperienced.
Kind of annoying.
Well, okay. Don't get me started, Grandy.
There are I could use a lot of adjectives.
They're inexperienced. Now, we can get mad at the Giants for saying you had an inexperienced president of baseball operations who followed it up by hiring an inexperienced GM who then went out and they hired an inexperienced manager who then filled his coaching staff with more inexperience except for a couple select spots where it almost felt like it felt to a degree as if they were saying, God, we know that nobody in here has got any credibility, so we better get Ron Washington, and we'll tell everybody that Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy are here every day.
And Ron Wotus hangs out sometimes.
Sure, Woe is Woe's just he's just in the Giant dugout. That's just, it doesn't matter who the manager is.
But okay, I don't dislike inexperienced president of baseball operations, inexperienced GM, inexperienced manager, just like generally speaking. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a little concerning or a little confusing when you pair that with the roster they have, which is kind of a half trying to win roster and half not. Like, we were talking about the Sharks and how they bottomed out for 6-7 years, and they were not just bad, but terrible. How do you think they have all these high draft picks? Because they've been the worst franchise in hockey for, the better part of a decade now. That's why. The Giants have inexperience all over the place in the leadership parts of their organization. And then they have Rafi Devers, Willie Adames, and Matt Chapman. And those two don't make a lot of sense to me. Like, it feels like you're going in one direction on one half of the organization, but you're saying, we're going to go in the other direction on the other half of the organization.
Right. And so I guess what I'm asking, because this is what you do when you're inexperienced. And should we have all expected a little bit more inexperience? This is what you do. You make very decisive, quick, but sometimes stupid decisions. I've told this story to Dibbs before. He loves it. College dorms, teenager. There was like 11 of us, and all of us one night on a Friday in San Luis Obispo, California, while in the midst of partying with one another, all 11 of our brains collectively all decided that we should drive to Vegas right now. And everyone went, yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. That's a great idea.
How long of a drive is that from SLO?
I don't know, 1,000 hours? I don't even know. Nobody asked that.
Was this a Friday night?
Of course.
Yeah.
And somebody had a van
that all 11 of you could fit in?
Oh, beep, bop, downstairs. Here we go out to the parking lot, like 11 dumbasses.
How far did you get?
A half hour away. And we got pulled over. And a very nice officer, after talking to every one of us and sort of assessing the situation, was like, go home. Go back to the dorms.
How much did the driver have to drink?
I don't think I think that was probably the one decision that we did well.
Good.
I think there was someone who, I'm good. I haven't had any. Let's go to Vegas. And that's kind of what I see. Now, the Giants haven't been that dumb, but it's been very reactive. Very reactive. I mean, if you do go back to the Kyle Harrison story and think about an organization that has put, quite frankly, 3 years of work into a player. They think he is the number one prospect in their organization. He is factually the number one left-handed pitching prospect in all of baseball. And then they got momentarily frustrated and momentarily super needed a bat because the whole world was talking about how we need a jersey to buy. And they went, you know what? I think we should go to Vegas. Let's do it. Let's go get Rafi Devers. And they did it. And now they're getting pulled over.
It sounds to me, without saying it, you're saying that Buster Posey's just doing a real bad job.
I think that he is inexperienced at his job. So if you want me to call that a bad job, I think I can equally also call it, to a degree, kind of predictable when you have inexperienced people in place.
When the Giants and who's in charge of hiring Buster Posey? I mean, it's a multiple-pronged decision-making group.
Sure.
It's ownership, it's Larry Baer, right? It's a bunch of people. But the decision-makers that hired Buster Posey, and then the decision-makers that didn't stand in the way of Buster Posey hiring Tony Vitello, do you think they thought this was not a teardown, but it was a longer-scale process?
I mean, they kind of...
And then the decisions to re-sign Matt Chapman and sign Willie Adames and trade for Rafi Devers maybe didn't quite work hand-in-hand with what they thought the process might look like?
I think you're seeing that ownership in that case kind of did the same thing as what we're now accusing Buster of. if you want to whittle all of this down, everything that you're upset about, everything that we're seeing with the Giants, and you ask me, okay, what is the core of your earth? The earth is the problems.
Yep.
What's at the absolute core of this? The San Francisco Giants, from ownership all the way down, make very reactive decisions that are the exact opposite, the polar opposite of whatever problem they're experiencing in that moment. And they swing the pendulum all the way in the other direction. And we've watched this well before Buster. I've mentioned this before, right? You've got Bruce Bochy, and you want to go into a new era. All right, let's take all of the championship paraphernalia off the walls, and we're going to hire a guy who has black jeans and a bike and wants to put on a leather coat and ride down the Embarcadero.
And he's trying to be a food influencer on Instagram.
GQ model, and he likes coffee and cheeseburgers. This is going to be great. And we're going to watch what we do. We're going to outsmart everybody.
Hey.
And the cheeseburger at ABV in the Mission is to die for.
And the second that doesn't work, we're going to go traditional. Let's get a former Giant with baseball credibility to come in here. And then everybody gets bored. And we go, okay, let's go nouveau again. And they hire Tony Vitello, and it's no different with Buster Posey and Farhan. Farhan's over here going, I traded for a third-string catcher. And Buster's like, watch this, swing the other. Let's get a former Giant to come on in here with credibility and get some real everyday ball players. And they do that. And now everybody wants polar opposite yet again. And it's just the ownership has done it. Buster has done it. Whatever they're hearing the fans yell about. I'm bored. Okay, let's get fancy. And then it's like, this doesn't work. Okay, let's go back to traditional Giant. I need a hitter. Okay, here's your hitter. Now we've got a hitter. And everyone's like, we need a pitcher. You can't operate that way.
I think, and we got callers that I want to get to. I also think it's more so than just the manager decisions. You're right there that's like both ends of both extremes. The other part of it is also the way that the president of baseball operations has gone about putting together a team. With Farhan, it was on the margins, take no risks. And with Buster, it is almost always risks.
That's what I mean.
And there's no middle ground. And the middle should be where you aim for.
Right. So the only thing that's different now is all the mistakes you've made over the last sort of 7 years were backtrackable. And I don't know if these are.
I mean, Buster Olney's saying they're stuck with these three infielders.
You know who's on the line?
Who?
Dennis in the city.
Mark. Oh, Dennis.
Dennis, yeah.
I'm turning my mic off and I'm watching the show,
well,
Dennis.
I mean, again.
Take it away.
Each day this week, there's been somebody who wants to box. And
I might get multiple of these today.
I don't know. Dennis,
come on.
Hey, Ken, did Dennis actually say he wants to go round 2, or are those your words?
Those were his words.
Like he wants to go round 2.
Yes,
now
Dennis.
But that was about the 49ers that Dennis wanted. Like round 1 was about the Niners. Let's find out.
Come on, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis. I'm honored you called back.
Mark. What's up? What's up, guys? You guys got me good on Monday. That was funny.
Well, you got us good too, and now you're iconic. Like your voice is going to be on the station for the rest of your life.
Mark.
Perfect.
Mark, that was good.
You do a great impression of yourself.
I can be as big a horse's ass as anybody, right?
Me too.
But I know what I think. I'm 71 years. I'm 71 years old. I was giving you the old guy stuff. Like I know more than you do, right?
Well, I mean, you were drinking when I was born, so I hope so.
Yeah. Anyway, that's not the first. Hey, who does that? Is that Evan that plays that back, or who does that?
No, right now that's Pasta. That's Steven Risotto. Ken is in there. Grandy's in here. We're all capable of hitting the Dennis button.
Mark.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the reason why they got me once before, I called Shasky's show, right?
Yep.
And they said, we have a special guest star. And then they started playing back some of the stupid things I said. Mark. It was, anyway, it's funny. Hey, we all got to laugh at each other, right?
I hope so.
Anyway, so one of the things that you said after I hung up is that you thought I was insinuating that John Lynch should be fired.
That John Lynch should be fired, yeah.
Yeah, and in a way, I think yes. In a way, I think no. I just think what the Niners need is they need help in the draft room, and I just look. If you look at just off the top of your head, how many first-round draft choices are playing for this team now that they drafted? The only two I can think of, only one I can think of is Nick Bosa. Ayuk is going to be gone, so he was one of them. But those are the only first-round picks that are playing for this team, as far as I know. Pearsall is, and
Michael,
Williams.
Williams, like the recent ones.
Yeah. But I'm talking about before that. But anyway, but I know the draft isn't an exact science, and you got to have some luck and stuff like that. But what always kind of drove me crazy, Kyle Shanahan is probably the best run coordinator possibly in the history of the NFL. He's noted for it, his outside zone, whatever schemes. He does the run game brilliantly. So why has he not built an offensive line that will help him, execute his game plan? You know what I mean? And they did really well in 2023. I was surprised that offensive line played as well as it did in 2023, because I wasn't the only really good veteran player they had was Trent Williams. McKivitz was his first year starting, I think. And, and I just think that their interior line hasn't been that good. So that's kind of the thing. My claim to fame, the only thing I've done in football, I played high school football, big deal, right? But I know that the line play is very, very important. The control. If you want to control the game, have a good offensive line.
It's the most important. Yeah, it's the most important. Dennis, good job. I don't know who won round 2, but you can call anytime, okay?
All right, brother. You take care.
And if you don't call, we'll just make it sound like you did. There he goes. But I know that he's not alone in the thought process about the building of the offensive line.
Yeah, I'm with him.
I shrug shoulders in being able to answer the question. I can't, but I do think that's an odd sort of pairing, which is the statements are Kyle Shanahan's like the best run game offensive coordinator of all time, yet at the same time, many Niner fans are frustrated with the way he builds an offensive line. So I can't answer why he's gone about it the way he has. He's been more successful than not. I don't know why nobody's ever gotten into a pointed conversation with him about it. I don't even know if he would enter that conversation. That's the only way I know how to answer it. I don't know why he does it the way he does. I'm sure he has a reason. And I do think it's also circumstantial. Like, I know everybody goes into a draft and they say, take an offensive lineman. And they may be thinking, well, there isn't one that fits where we're picking right now or what we're doing. They did pick 2 offensive linemen this year. I don't know if they're going to be any good. People wanted them to be picked earlier.
Yeah, in the 4th and 5th rounds.
But if they end up being good, then everyone will shut up and Kyle will be right. And I don't know that. Is the kid Cruz, Enrique Cruz? Is that his last name?
He was a 5th rounder.
He's a 5th rounder.
From Kansas. Carver Willis from Oklahoma or from Washington in the 4th round.
And Cosell loves Cruz, and the early returns from the coaching staff, they're out in the media talking the kid up. Maybe he's the next Kittle. I don't know.
We'll see.
I have no clue. But why is his philosophy that? I don't know.
Me neither.
I don't know.
It's kind of like how I feel in general about the drafting process. What Kyle Shanahan has gotten out of this roster, I think, has been nothing short of magnificent, but I think the roster could be better. What Kyle Shanahan has gotten out of the offensive line has been pretty darn good for the most part. I just think it could be better. And I don't know why he attacks the offensive line the way that he does. It's kind of like when they decided to move on from DeForest Buckner. It was keep Buckner but say goodbye to 2 other players. For them, it's sign a better offensive lineman, invest more on the offensive line, but say bye to 2 other players. And they've always decided we're going to keep those other 2 players and not go on the offensive line route.
Yep.
But I just disagree.
And that's fair. Some of it is philosophical. Some of it is circumstantial.
Yep.
I do think the Defoe thing was circumstantial. There was a dollar amount. They wanted to keep Defoe.
Oh, absolutely.
And
they want to draft the best offensive lineman in every draft.
Yeah.
Or the best available one. But it means there's an opportunity cost involved with those decisions.
Let's go to Dan in Castro Valley. Hi, Dan. Thank you for calling us. Grandy's in for Dibs, Witherden Dibs. What's up?
Hey, fellas. Really enjoying the show. Great work.
Thanks, man.
I'm grasping at straws. It's a tough act to follow Dennis, but going back to the Giants, hear me out.
Yeah.
Since Bochy, we've had Bob Melvin from the A's. We've had Gabe Kapler from the Dodgers front office. We've had Farhan from the Dodgers and the A's. I mean, I just feel like there might be some juju here. There might be some bad vibes. I don't know. Something totally silly to maybe chew on for a minute, but I wanted to hear what you thought.
Well, and now we got Tony Vitello from Tennessee. So, I mean, like, it's just completely out of the box. Is it bad juju? I don't buy it.
Kapler wasn't with the Dodgers front office. He was a Dodger minor league coach.
He was in charge of the farm system.
Oh, was he?
He was in charge. So he wasn't a coach. He was it was almost an executive branch in charge of the farm system. And a couple
Director of player development.
Yeah, and a couple of kids got in trouble, and then that ended up on his watch. Like, he wasn't even
But he came from Philly. He was the Philly manager.
He was the Philadelphia manager.
Yeah.
And Farhan's point was, to the idea of inexperience, he's almost did it analytically and said that we've found that a lot of managers do a lot better in their second try. Which, by the way, he did.
He was better than in Philly.
Still wasn't what they eventually wanted in the long run.
Yeah.
But anyway, bad juju, no. I think in a vacuum, these were good baseball people. I'm not so sure about Gabe is he's on an island. He's a unique case and story and human. But Farhan was highly regarded throughout baseball.
Everyone thought he was going to be an amazing president of baseball operations.
I mean, I had Dodger fans so upset that the Giants were taking him away. Bob Melvin is Bob Melvin. I mean, you can take issue with his resume and record, but I don't think anybody's looking at any of these names. Vitello is the first one where someone would go, well, where the hell did that come from? The rest of these people are baseball people with good resumes. Whether they work out or not, that's circumstantial. But I don't think any of them were just crazy off the map. And no, I don't think juju had anything to do with it.
No. So it's a fun thought, though.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the Giants are cursed. I don't know.
Well, that would be from the juju department. Yeah. Let's see. How about Chris in Santa Clara? Hi, Chris. What's going on?
Hey, guys. I was looking at the ages that Baker had when he came to the Giants and when Bochy came. And, Dusty was 4 years younger than Vitello is now when he got hired. And Bochy was only 3 years older than Vitello is now. And yet there's kind of an image out there that there's this super young guy that the Giants have hired. I mean, he's 47. He's going to be 48 before the end of the season. And so I just kind of wanted to point that out and, maybe also kind of nudge a little bit that I think the media, you guys maybe also a little bit, are giving this guy too much runway rather than treating him like an adult who has an $11 million guaranteed contract. And it's his job to tell his executives to go screw off because he gets paid either way. If he wants to sit veterans and let, the ownership take the heat for signing a $250 million contract with guys that are sitting on the bench, well, okay, then go do that. I mean, it's not a college kid that got hired. And I think sometimes people are treating him as if he's not almost 50.
Well, okay, so Chris, a couple things there. Is there something specific you want to point at in terms of being critical of Tony Vitello? Because I think that's what I'm hearing.
Well, maybe a bit. I think it's more he needs to be held accountable for who he plays and who he doesn't. He's got a team that he's been given. He knew that he didn't put the team together, and so he's got hired to manage this team. And so if he's playing players who aren't performing rather than sitting them on the bench, I think we all have to put that 100% on him and not say, well, ownership's going to be upset or Buster's going to be upset. Or I mean, let's get real. If he ends up getting, what's it going to happen? I mean, Buster could fire him. Okay, fine. So he cashes out his $11.5 million.
Yeah, but
and
that's
decides
not
what to do with it. And
that's
that's
not
it.
the way people live their lives, Chris. Nobody goes in and has a good contract and then says, "I'm just going to just swashbuckle out of here, and who cares if I get fired?" Like, nobody wants it to go that way. I guess, Chris, listen, if you want, and thank you, Chris, if you want to criticize Tony Vitello, if you don't like the job you're doing, or he's doing, you're certainly welcome to do that. I do think there were some points and correlations, Chris, that you just made that are a little bit either unfair or not applicable. You're comparing him to when Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy were hired into their jobs. Those were lifelong Major League Baseball players and coaches and managers who had a ton of big league experience when they arrived. That's my first point. Tony Vitello is not that. My second point is the entire position, the job of manager, is very different in 2026 than it was when those guys got that job. And the bottom line is there just is no manager in baseball anymore that conducts himself the way Chris is suggesting, which is get the job and then bleep the front office. I'm going to do it my way. It's a collective. It is for all teams now. It just is.
Which might make it easier. I mean, there might be less on a manager individually to decide for himself, but it is different. You're right. Way different.
I mean, the last quick thing I'll say is even if you're right on everything, Chris, it's been 60 games. That's a little hot. That's a little quick to look at to me, the larger picture there.
I do think recently, though, there has been more things pop up that I disagree with.
No question. Yeah,
for sure.
No, he's not perfect. At all. We're brought to you, again, my word, inexperience. Should we be expecting mistakes? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Lots still to get to. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll keep on talking this out. And if you missed Osa Odigizua with us earlier, we'll have a lot of that coming up for you in a little bit as well. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, cool ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's Snack Wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Mark, haven't you? Do you remember what happened with Debo? Mark, you look at, has Trent Williams not held us up the last 3 years? You're not watching the same game I'm watching. I had season tickets since Kezar Stadium.
Oh, well,
you know
then,
what I mean?
then,
I know what I'm talking about. Mark, since they have...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Costa loves that one. Do you play that even after the show? Like in the car on the way home?
I do.
Yeah.
I do, but...
Nice. 888-957-9570. We'll keep going with the calls. We don't even talk about today.
What?
I'm told that in about an hour, maybe even a little bit less, there's a pretty interesting NBA Finals that's about to start.
Those Spurs and Knicks.
Uh-huh.
Wemby versus Brunson.
You ever look at a series and just think to yourself, I mean, like, this one will be interesting, but I don't have a dog in the fight. And then someone you know, maybe a friend or a coworker, comes in with some sort of a braggadocious take about the whole thing. And then you're like, that sounds a little hot to me. And then the next thing you know,
you're fired up,
rooting like hell for one of the teams.
Yeah. That's happened to you
It's kind of happening right now. Yeah. And Devone, I'm talking to you. And Ken's looking around the corner like it might have been him too. and it sucks because I've actually got a lot of friends with a lot of New York roots. I have nothing against the Knicks. But I'm driving around on Monday and Tuesday, and Devone is making it sound like the Spurs don't even belong in this series. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I mean, the Knicks could win, but don't say that. That's absurd. You can't say that. But he kept saying that.
He kept saying it.
And he kept sounding like that.
Do you want to be on top?
Whoa.
Oh.
I mean,
I'm not going to answer that right now.
This is a series without me having a dog in the fight. I don't know if there was like a more fun matchup that we could have chosen.
And it snuck up on us too, right?
It did. There's kind of a clash of styles. It's certainly a clash of stars. You have the tallest star in basketball and one of the shortest stars in basketball, which is kind of a fun when they're on the marquee together. Like you have to raise Jalen Brunson way up to make him even, which is kind of fun. But like just from a standpoint of who these franchises are as well, you have the Knicks, who are this historic franchise. They play in the mecca of all basketball in the entire world, yet they haven't had that level of success in a really, really long time. You have the Spurs, who haven't been an organization. They've been an organization for half as long as the Knicks, and they have how many more championships? Like, this is the best run non-major market team in... I mean, almost all of North American sports. Like
That's an interesting
you
statement.
could probably make that argument. The NFL is different because the NFL doesn't really care about big market, small market for the most part. But it is a really interesting series, and I'm really excited to watch it. This is probably the most excited I've been for a finals that doesn't involve the Warriors in a long time.
Who do you like?
I like the Spurs, probably in 6.
You paused.
I did pause because I don't, much like you, I don't dislike the Knicks.
Ken did a belly
Ken
laugh.
and I have gone back.
Paused.
Ken and I have gone back and forth all postseason.
He's right. This series has been on the docket for 3 days. You don't get to hesitate.
Spurs in 6.
Thank you.
I was hesitating between Spurs in 5 or Spurs in 6, and I went Spurs in 6.
You know what that was.
Close it out at home. Hesitation, sensation. Yeah, I get it. Cha-ching. Whatever. Who do you got?
Spurs.
In?
That one.
You hesitated.
No, that one. That's because that's not the pick. That's different. I like the Spurs.
Okay.
Probably 6. Probably. It does not feel like a 7-game series to me. The Spurs Thunder series felt like a 7-game series.
I would say
from the jump.
Spurs in 6 most likely. Spurs in 5 second most likely. Spurs in 7 third most likely.
Spurs in 5 feels disrespectful, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. There is one answer, and we won't fully get it tonight, but there's one answer that I think it's hard to sort of figure. You have to pick a side on this right now, which is, does the Knicks 11, it's 11, right? 11-game win streak?
Yes.
Does the Knicks 11-game win streak mean they are that awesome sauce? Or was it who they were playing?
It was who they were playing.
And any opinion runs right now.
They've been playing amazing basketball. But they don't win 11 in a row if they take on the opponents that the Spurs took on.
Well, that's fine, but it even I think the bigger question is does the 11 in a row mean that they found something?
Well, yeah.
And does it translate after a week off?
But it can mean they found something, and that something still might not be enough to beat the Spurs.
Sure, but I think that's the core question that everyone's waiting to find out. Because there are a lot of people who now like the Knicks. And when these two series, when we were at the Final Four, there's not a damn person in America that didn't think the Spurs and Thunder was the finals. And then it happened, and all of a sudden we popped out the other side. And I know so many people I think I like the Knicks. I'm like, you didn't think that a week ago. And now a lot of people do. And so that's the answer I'm waiting for. And I don't believe you get it in one night. The Spurs could knock the living crap out of the Knicks tonight, and it still won't tell me. But if they knock them out twice, if they do this for game 1 and game 2, and they win even just by comfortable-ish margins, if they cover the spread both times, the Knicks are toast.
If it's 2-0 in dominant fashion, it's done?
Stop with
Really?
you're going to beat the Spurs 4 out of 5 games.
Series doesn't start until the home team loses a game,
I never
Willard.
buy that phrase. I never buy that phrase. That's
Spurs by
always funny to me.
4.5 tonight, by the way.
Yeah. And I don't know how I feel about that one, but if the Spurs come out and win by 17, that's evidence piece number 1. And then where do we go from there? And if the Knicks don't have a counterpunch, then this whole thing was just Eastern Conference concoction.
I mean,
I don't know the answer to that
I'd feel
yet.
differently about the Knicks if they had to go through the Celtics in the East to get this done. Or maybe even the
I agree.
Pistons.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to play either of those teams.
Then that's why that's the big question.
They played the Hawks, and they lost twice to the Hawks. And yeah, I know they were both, 1-point losses, and they haven't lost since. But after the Hawks, they took on the 76ers and then the Cavs. And I was a believer in the Cavs in the playoffs. I wasn't super surprised they made the Eastern Finals. I didn't pick them to beat the Knicks once they got to the Eastern Finals. I was surprised it was a sweep.
I thought they would,
I thought the Cavs were a good team.
I thought the Knicks would win that series in 6 games.
The Eastern playoffs kind of played out the way the Cavs wanted it to as well. But yeah, I mean, the Spurs played 2 teams better than I think any team the Knicks played. I think the T-Wolves were better than any teams the Knicks played, and the Thunder absolutely were. So the Spurs are much more tested. Are they a little more exhausted? Maybe. Are they closer to being someone pulling a hamstring or something? Maybe.
They might also be more in their flow.
Exactly.
Russ versus Russ. We do that all the time. But I don't know.
I like the Spurs.
I do too. And I think in 6. Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Hi, Bud. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's good? Hey, you know what else makes this series a little more interesting?
What's that?
Is that the last time the Knicks made it to the finals, they played the Spurs.
Yeah.
So that's even more fuel to the fire. That's more interesting. Like, what are the chances that the very next time you make it to the finals, 20-something years later, how long it's been, you're playing the same exact team that you lost to in '99. You guys a while ago said something about going to the Costco and bulking up and having to go right back or still going. I am one of those. We have 3 boys, and those boys will eat you out of everything, man. We go, and I find myself going back again, and probably 2 days later or something, bulking up. As far as the Giants, man, well, I think you actually said it the correct way as far as it should have been. It's collectively. Everything has to be collectively nowadays. And I think collectively the Giants as an organization as a whole should have looked at the pie. Okay, you got inexperience with the manager. You got some inexperience with the coaching staff. You got inexperience with the front office or whatever. And to a degree, like you said, there's some guys that are still part of the coaching staff who's been around. But they should have collectively got an inexperienced team. They should have went youth. There's nothing wrong with just going straight up youth. I understand they got the guys and maybe hard to move off of some guys. But collectively, they should have looked and say, look, we're going to give this guy some youth. We're going to give him some young guys to go out there. And I understand everybody wants a jersey that they can run and buy. Everybody wants, and I'm not saying you don't leave somebody on the team with some experience to try to, coach these guys up and let these guys know what pitcher, what to look for, talking to the guys in the dugout. But at the same time, collectively, they should have went with youth, and you never know who can make a name for themselves. You got a lot of young guys out there who's ready to get to the plate and try things. Maybe you guys end up with somebody who's stealing bases at a Ricky Henderson rate or something like that. You know what I mean? It's a lot that can be done, but collectively, I think they should have just went straight youth, man. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, Bud, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bud.
The only thing about that is, that's not how everybody felt 2 years ago. Remember how everybody felt. Everybody had been dragged through Stanton, Judge, Harper, Ohtani, even Correa. We'd been dragged through that, and by no stretch was everybody sitting there saying, go young. And when you're coming off of 107 wins in 2021, I just don't think this city would even buy that. How I'll answer that further, though, is to say you could have had that plan, but it has to have been the stated plan. I don't think it would have gone over well. I don't know if it necessarily would have made sense at the time. I get that it makes sense now. But the bigger issue isn't for me even whether you go young or you go old. It's pick a path. My big problem with the Giants right now, and I think everything that we've been detailing, is they keep doing things and then wanting to undo things right after they do them, and that suggests that you never had a plan in the first place. Have a plan, execute your plan, be willing to take the hits when it doesn't go your way, but stick to your plan. This is actually my number one reason why I'm not ready to have a Tony Vitello conversation yet in terms of job status. You can't keep firing managers every other month. You just,
of course
you
not.
look ridiculous.
The point that Bud was making about, inexperience on the decision-making half of the organization, and then you lean into experience on the roster, it's like, it's the Steve Kerr conversation for the Warriors. It never would have, and it's why I always felt Steve Kerr was coming back as the coach of the Warriors, and it took some twists and turns that maybe I wasn't expecting, and maybe the ultimate reason why Steve Kerr was hesitant to come back was different than I was expecting. But the reason why I always thought Steve Kerr was going to come back was because I knew Steph Curry was going to be on the roster, and more than likely Draymond Green was going to be on the roster. And why would you go to a new head coach that maybe isn't inexperienced in terms of coaching in the NBA, but is inexperienced when it comes to coaching this organization and these players? Why would you go away from that experience when you're leaning into the experience on your roster?
Yeah, I mean, let's look at all three teams, and that's kind of what we're getting at right now. To me, if I were to quickly answer all three of these teams, and let's go ahead and welcome the Sharks into it. The Valkyries are just getting started.
They're so new.
They're so new, and they're doing a great job. They're doing a great job.
They dominated last night.
Yeah, beautiful. So, but it's hard to fully know what their 5-year plan is when they've only been around for a year and a half.
Their 5-year plan is to win a championship.
Win a championship. We'll see. But the Giants right now look like they have no plan. The Warriors look like they have had a plan and have just rebooted a new plan, though that plan is often controversial.
And I don't think the fan base has fully realized or accepted the new plan yet. But yes.
Correct. The 49ers, this is why you hear me defend them so much.
This is an interesting one.
They have a plan. They absolutely, even a year ago when they needed to reboot some things and they tried to do it on the fly, I believe the 49ers have a plan. That doesn't mean that it gets executed perfectly all the time. Life comes into play. Brandon Ayuk has an arrest warrant out. I don't know what's going to happen around the bend, but I believe the 49ers have a plan, and they largely stick to it. Doesn't always work, but they look to me like the ones that they're buttoned up, and even against the will of the fans sometimes, they go do what they feel very much in their chest is the right thing to do. They look the most decisive to me. The Giants are faux decisive because they're super decisive, and then 4 minutes later they're like, just kidding, let's do the other
Actually,
thing.
that was a bad decision.
Yeah.
The Niners are unique because it feels like their decisions in the moment are being motivated by things they've played out in their heads 2 or 3 years down the road. And they know, what we're doing now is going to impact what's going to happen 3 years from now, and that it's all connected. But from a micro view for the Niners, it's kind of like this offseason was, okay, Mike Evans is here. It's technically more than a 1-year deal, but it's essentially kind of just a 1-year deal. We'll see what happens after this year.
Yep.
But it kind of feels like on one hand, they're like, all right, we're trying to win this year. We got Mike Evans here. But next year might look different. But it is a thought-out plan, and they're thinking years ahead. But this year specifically is kind of a unique one.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at 821 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Maybe to a degree, each of them are. The Niners have a lot more people to manage than the Warriors do. For example, the plan does need to, on some level, regenerate every single year because you go with your plan, then weird stuff happens, and you have to adjust your plan. But on the annual basis, That's the team to me that feels like this is our plan. We're going to execute our plan. We're going to deal with it if certain people think that it's unpopular or if certain pieces don't work out. And then we didn't mention where the Sharks are. The Sharks, the way I look at the Sharks is, now they have a plan.
Well, they had like a 5-year plan starting 5 years ago, and it was be as bad as possible, essentially, and hit your draft picks.
And it really, really worked.
And now they lucked into the second pick in this year's draft.
So that plan, even though I don't ever give like lottery luck, I can't call that a plan, but tanking is.
That's like the easy.
Allowing yourself to be bad.
Yeah, tanking is probably the wrong word, and I said be as bad as possible. That wasn't the goal.
Allowing yourself to be bad.
Knowing you're probably going to really struggle, knowing you're going to get a good draft pick and hit it. That is a plan. It's like the easiest plan an organization can put out there, but oftentimes you get rewarded for it, and the Sharks definitely are. Definitely are.
Yeah.
The Warriors lucked into that kind of. They had a down year, and they got the number 2 overall pick. And then they made a really smart move, earned themselves the 7th overall pick, and you had an opportunity to never have to go through what the Sharks went through, but you messed it up.
That's what, looking back on it, that's what feels like a group that's not on the same page with their plan. Maybe that's even a better way to phrase it. The Niners, to me, feel like they're collectively on the same page with their plan. The Warriors don't feel like there's a plan, but maybe there's a couple plans, and there's discord there over which path they're going to take. The Giants right now feel like they're shooting from the hip.
I agree with that. There's no connectivity from one decision to the next.
Yeah.
The Niners, I would imagine they sit down every so often and specifically in the offseason and say, this is what's happening this summer. This is what's going to have to happen next summer. And 2 summers from now, this is what's going to be on the table. And they largely agree with that. For the Warriors, they have bigger picture conversations, I would imagine, about things like that. It's like the money coming off the books a year from now and circling free agents a year from now. But then from a micro view, it's, okay, that's great. Who are we picking with this year's pick? And it's, we all agree we're going to make the pick, likely, but you have disagreements, and I'm thinking back to like 2021, arguably. Who are we picking with that pick? And that's where the plan jumps out different ways. You have somebody wanting X player, somebody wanting different player, and then all hell breaks loose. And that was also part of the reason why I think Steve Kerr was considering leaving, or why something that he needed addressed in order to come back was, what's the word that he uses?
I'll buy that.
Alignment.
Alignment. Yeah.
Because I think from a large picture, they're aligned. But on individual decisions, individual moments, they haven't necessarily been aligned.
Grandy in for Dibs, and earlier today we got the opportunity to chat with 49ers defensive tackle, one of the new arrivals in town, Osa Odigizua. And we started by thanking him for his time and, of course, checking in on how he's doing.
I'm doing great. Appreciate you guys for having me.
Yeah, man, we're super excited to talk to you about all of these things. What you've been already now on 2 pretty high-profile organizations. What are your first impressions?
You know, the Bay is a great place, and the Niners are a great organization. I felt that, honestly, just from the first day being here, meeting everyone and just being in the environment.
I imagine a trade, you have conflicting emotions because you're on a team and it's the only professional team you've known. And maybe you think, well, why did they want to get rid of me? But on the flip side, you have a team that gave up assets to bring you in. So when you find out about the trade, how does that make you feel? And what were your first thoughts when you found out that it was Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers?
I mean, definitely off rip positive because I'm like, could have went anywhere else. You know what I mean? Very glad that I went to a great organization. I'm here with the Niners now, you know? So that was something that silver lining that I just looked for immediately. Obviously, not the call you want to get on a Wednesday afternoon, like just a random Wednesday, like pretty shocking. Like didn't even really say much on that phone call, but yeah, so it was a lot to take in for sure.
I got to imagine so. And actually looking at it from the 49ers side, I think everybody's all excited, but I'm sure that it's conflicting emotions. And then just kind of diving into who you are as a player, I got to ask this question, Osa. You're 27, you don't miss games, you put up numbers. Why did they trade you? Why were the Cowboys moving on from you?
You know, as much as an asset as I am, I would say we had a lot of money at the D-tackle position. Just from a business standpoint, I could understand. You know what I mean? That's like $60 million at one position, which is a lot, however you slice it, you know? So it's like, kind of get it a little bit.
Was it also a scheme thing, Osa? Is there something that you can add to this as far as the maneuvers that they're making on the defensive scheme and the same that the 49ers are doing?
Definitely. Like I said, a lot of money at one position for the Cowboys. There was a high need for the Niners. So, you know, business-wise, it made sense on both sides. And, you know, I'm glad to be able to be in a scheme that fits my skill set and, you know, just being able to add to a really good defense.
Obviously, from afar, Osa, you were with the Cowboys last year. You're not sitting there rooting for the Niners at all, but just knowing what they went through last season with all the injuries, Nick Bosa out, Fred Warner out, a number of Michael Williams, first-round pick last year, out for the majority of the season, yet they found a way to win double-digit games, go to the playoffs, beat a team that you rooted against in the Eagles in the postseason. They did that in Philadelphia. How difficult would you think that was for the 49ers? And you get healthy, you get you in the mix. What is the confidence level that the defense is going to be, 10 times better this year? What, from your perspective, what was it that the Niners went through last year?
A lot of injuries, you know what I mean? A lot of injuries, and then just a lot of people finding their role and being able to step up and play a lot of meaningful plays and get a lot of good experience and, you know, a lot of learning experience. So there's guys that are coming back who are really, really talented. There's guys who are able to get some experience and are going to be able to learn from it and improve and take huge steps. And then there's talented people like myself, Dre Greenlaw coming back, who's been with the team before, being able to be added to the mix. So it's honestly a recipe for a great season coming up.
Osa, how do you think November 15th is going to feel?
It's going to be an awesome, awesome game.
You care to add anything to that? What do you think?
Sir.
What do you think your emotions will be?
I don't know. I feel like it's obviously going to be one of those ones, but looking forward to it. Like I said, AT&T is a great place to play. You know, I'm going to have the opportunity to go against a really good O-line in the Cowboys O-line, so I feel like it's just going to be a really good game.
Osa, you've obviously had a lot of talented players around you in your career. I think of Micah Parsons, but of course there's been a whole lot more. I'm curious, though, what it's like as a defensive tackle to play with arguably the best linebacker in football behind you. Can you take me through what it's like and what your job is, or maybe how much easier it makes your job when you have someone like Fred Warner behind you? What's it like being his teammate? I know you haven't played games with him yet, but what do you think that's going to be like, teaming up with Fred Warner?
Haven't played any games, but, you know, Fred definitely commands a lot of respect. I would say so for Dre Greenlaw as well. Just seeing their tape, I've always had a high respect for those two and the way they play the game. So just knowing that I'm going to be a part of this front seven, having guys that are flowing to the ball, going to be able to make me right in a lot of ways and play off kind of not whatever I do, obviously, like there's scheme involved, but the way that they play is gonna feed off of what we do up front. So it's going to be I feel like it's going to be a great experience.
Osa Odigizua is with us here on 95.7 The Game. I wonder to what level Raheem Morris, as your coordinator, and his scheme also fits into what you just said. I've heard you say already that you feel like this system is going to give you a lot more freedom. So how would you explain what that means and the position that Raheem is going to put you in?
I feel like the defense is simple, but within that, I'm going to have a lot of tools just to be able to put some different things on tape, which then just brings the attack to life, you know, keeping people honest and being able to play certain looks in different ways kind of gives me an edge, I feel like. Oh,
so this is a defense, as you mentioned, that was really injured last year. You've got a star in Nick Bosa. You're obviously a really good player and a veteran. Fred Warner, Andre Greenlaw. It feels like there's a lot of proven talent up front on this roster. Not that the defensive backs are bad in any way. Diamador Lenore, Malik Mustafa, Upton Stout, and others. But it feels like this is a group that the veteran group is up front. How much pressure do you guys put on the front seven to impact the quarterback and show up for your defensive backs? Because it feels like one of the issues for this defense last year was the lack of pass rush, making it 10 times more difficult on your corners and your safety. So how much pressure do you guys put on yourself this year, knowing that you got to get after the quarterback more?
I mean, I'm putting that pressure on myself every year. I have high expectations of myself, and I know that the guys around me have high expectations of themselves. So, we're just looking to obviously be the engine of the defense and the team up front. Like that's how we feel. That's how any D-line should feel for sure. And just being able to be a group that has a huge impact on the team and be able to change the game in any way that we can possible.
Also, I hear a lot of people think that the 49ers are going to be good this year, but they also think you're going to be the third best team in your own division, and possibly the two best teams in the whole NFL are in your division, and one of them got better earlier this week by getting Myles Garrett. What is your thought process right now, both in looking at what the Rams and Seahawks have and also what you're hearing people say about this division?
I mean, that's more of a question that you would ask an offensive player. I just know Myles Garrett is a generational talent, so, I'm pretty sure the Rams are happy about it.
I guess I would ask it in more of an entire team sort of a way, though, because they also do have the reigning MVP on offense. So, like, when you look at the Rams and Seahawks, what kind of a challenge do you see?
I mean, obviously the Seahawks just won the Super Bowl, so that's a really good team. The Rams aren't too far removed from winning one themselves. I think they won one, 2022? And they've been competitive contenders every year. So I know we have some really good challenges that we're going to have to play twice a year and probably in the playoffs. So I'm looking forward to it. I feel like there's a lot of challenging games ahead of us, and that's going to be fun to play in.
Oh, so you've played against the Niners a fair amount in your career when you were a Cowboy. I'm curious, on the defensive side, what is it like to go up against a Kyle Shanahan schemed offense? Like, in your experience, how difficult does Kyle Shanahan make it on opponents?
Oh, man. When I was preparing for the Niners, I'd have like a whole notebook, like a whole page of, not a whole notebook, but I have a whole page of notes. So I take notes every week and some looks to own, stuff like that, anything that I can use to play faster in the game. I'd write down what I wrote down and then just be like, well, this is a keys week, close my notebook, put it off to the side, and just I got to play my keys for the rest of the ball, because the scheme is definitely one that's difficult to prepare for.
That's really interesting, Osa. So you would basically tell 49er fans that preparing for the 49er offense, that's kind of next level compared to some other teams?
For sure.
Huh.
For sure. I feel like they do a great job of making everything look the same. And that is, I feel like, one of the hardest things to prepare for as a defense.
Hey, first time we've gotten to talk to you, so I was wondering if you'd share a little bit of your story. You were born in Ohio, right? But then you came out west and ended up at UCLA. How did that all come to be?
Definitely moved around a little bit on the East Coast. Moved to Portland by the time I was 3 years old. Had some family out there. And my brother had went to UCLA, so I grew up, my first year playing football was actually my brother's first year, his freshman year at UCLA. So I didn't know anything about football. I just knew him my older brother is a D lineman, so I'll be a D lineman. I wanted to get the ball, so I was a fullback as well. And then from there, just growing up, watching how good the team was, there were a lot of really good defensive players that were going to the NFL every year consistently while I was watching UCLA growing up. And then I finally went to visit, not even an official visit. I just went because my brother it was a senior game, so that's my first time going to California, and I fell in love with it.
Osa, I'm looking at some of your bio, and it says you were undefeated in your last 2 years at wrestling at the high school level. Did you ever think about wrestling at the collegiate level, or was it all football?
I definitely thought about it, but I knew I wanted to play football.
Couple more bucks in football than wrestling, it feels like.
For sure.
Hey, Osa, before you go, I want to know if you'll do something called the Big Finish with us, because I know you, it sounds to me like you like to talk about food some. And so we wanted to run this by you. You ready to go?
I do love food.
Let's hit it. All right. Here we go. Big Finish with Osa Odigizua. And usually we give people 2 categories, and they pick one, but I took a risk here and thought you'd pick the food one. So here it is. When you were at UCLA, how often did you hit up Diddy Reese cookies?
Honestly, I didn't hit up Diddy Reese a lot because the line is just crazy, and even then, like I would get a brownie ice cream sandwich, kind of went outside the box whenever I went there. Across the street, though, there's a BJ's, and I was definitely there on Pizookie Tuesdays. It's $3 for Pizookie. I explored the menu very well.
Pizookie Tuesdays. I didn't know about Pizookie Tuesdays.
I mean, that's what I called it, just because it was Tuesdays, and that's when you get them for $3.
Have you found a similar deal or a similar go-to spot near the facility in the South Bay yet, or are you still searching?
Well, I'm actually lactose intolerant now, so I'm not even looking for Pizookies and ice cream. But, I found actually a few good spots. There's a Thai place that I went to. It's kind of like a little, I don't even say a hole in the wall, but like I feel like I have a good eye for cultural foods, being someone that grew up on Nigerian food. So looking for the cultural food in the area, which there's a lot of, I can like damn near close my eyes and point at a place and go find like either a good Mexican food spot, good Chinese food spot, good Thai food, or you know what I mean, Indian food.
All right, next one for you, Osa. What was for breakfast today? Take us through the whole menu.
4 eggs scrambled with some bacon, peppers, onions, jalapenos, and like half of a pancake.
Half of a pancake? Why not a whole one?
I was pretty full out of the egg.
Fair enough. Sounds delicious.
You got somebody cooking that for you, or you're in the kitchen doing that?
Definitely not in the kitchen. Shout out to the nutrition staff and the kitchen staff.
Love it. Love it. All right, we'll let you leave us with this one. If you were on death row and they asked you, what's your last meal, what are you picking?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'll probably go out the way that I came in, eat some rice and stew. It's Nigerian food.
Rice and stew? I mean...
Yeah.
What are you adding to that? Or what's the flavor?
Classic. Rice and stew with... you can make it with anything, but I like when my mom does it with oxtails. I'll probably have a Jamaican beef patty if it's like a really good one, like flaky, just to perfection. And then a little bit of sushi on the side.
Really quick.
Go ahead.
Really quick, Osa, before we let you go, you spent a lot of time in Texas, obviously, with the Cowboys. Bay Area, they're in love with their Mexican food. So I got to ask you, I don't know if you've had a Mission-style burrito, but just in general, Bay Area Mexican food or Tex-Mex? What's the best?
Crazy thing is I actually never had Tex-Mex when I was in Texas. I was looking for, like, authentic Mexican food, and I found a good amount. There's like a little spot that I have that I'll go out there in Texas, but I found a really good spot out here. I found like 2 good spots, 2 good taco spots. There's one like right across from the team hotel, and then there's one, I don't remember the area, but they have these handmade tortillas that are bomb.
There it is, Osa Odigizua.
I do love food.
Yeah, but he's never had Tex-Mex. He's never had Tex-Mex.
Then by default, Bay Area Mexican food is better.
Wins, yes.
Which is what we wanted to hear.
And he has to say that.
Yeah.
Because he's here now.
Yeah.
And he's not there.
Thanks, Osa.
I do love that when we asked him, hey, what do you think about November 15th? There was a piece of me.
Good question.
Well, there was a piece of me, because sometimes guys do this even if they know what you're talking about and they don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. Oh, what's that?
What's November 15th? He knew exactly what November 15th
Unlike Pods. Pods memorizes the schedule and knows when he's going to Milwaukee every year.
He did not need any hints on what November 15th was.
Which
It's always a fun game.
Of course, Niners in Dallas versus the Cowboys, his former team.
Yeah.
I was looking through it. I didn't want to say this to him specifically. I brought it up when I asked about Shanahan and what it's like going against the Shanahan offense, because he's played the Niners 4 times in his career.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was his rookie year, second year, third year, and 4 year. His first 4 years in the league, they played each other. The first 2 times, or no, 2 of the 4 times were playoff games, and the Niners won. Niners are 4-0 versus the Cowboys.
I was going to say, I couldn't. We were doing this before the show. I can't remember the last time the Dallas Cowboys defeated the 49ers.
Yeah, me neither. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I also
you talk.
I also remember like a Kaepernick era. I think Week 1 game was in Dallas versus the Cowboys, and the Niners I think won that game too. But I was gonna ask. I was thinking about asking. You know, you haven't had a lot of success versus the Niners. Like, are you happy to be a Niner instead? But I ended up asking about Shanahan specifically. But what he said about Shanahan, which was interesting, was you take notes in your prep for every game and you write down like maybe where you might be able to sneak in advantage here and there. And then he essentially said you throw that all out the window for Shanahan and you just focus on your most simple, straightforward responsibilities. Because if you try to do anything extra, that's where Shanahan gets you.
No, I'll give you the award for this interview for getting the best answer out of him. I thought that was it. By the way, I guess the Cowboys beat the Niners on December 20th, 2020 in Dallas.
Oh.
Yeah, right in the middle of COVID. And was that the year?
I remember that.
Jimmy got hurt? Was Jimmy gone? Was Jimmy hurt? No, Jimmy got hurt back in like 17.
That was the year they went 6-10. Was that Salah's last year?
Anyway, that's the answer to the question. 41-33.
Stick it up our ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. 41-33.
I know.
33. Wow, that's not a Niner
erased
game.
that one from our memory. Big
That's
time.
crazy.
But it's been 6 years. Been 6 years, and they've played 4 times since then. The Niners winning them all.
Niners' first touchdown scorer in that game was Nick Mullins to Jordan Reed.
Okay, so it was a Nick Mullins,
and then it was Nick Mullins to Brandon Ayuk.
Okay,
and then it was Jeff Wilson Jr. a 1-yard rush, Robbie Gould field goal, Kendrick Bourne touchdown from C.J. Beathard as time expired.
So that was the year that Bosa tore the ACL and Jimmy was dealing with the weird ankle thing.
Yeah, it must have been.
That's what it was. Yeah. That's what that year was.
They had back-to-back games at MetLife week 2 and 3 when they tore like 4 ACLs.
All of the ACLs were gone.
Yeah, because they played the Jets week 2 and the Giants week 3.
Yep.
After they got upset by the Cardinals week 1. Okay, I remember.
Remember now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dave in Fresno. Grandy in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. Hey, Dave, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, Willard. Hey, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, you were talking about the 49ers plan. What would be that plan? Because to me, it doesn't seem like they really have a plan. I think the only plan should be with the core that you have to maximize your effort of trying to win the ultimate prize. And honestly, I don't think they exercised that at all this season or last season. And the only plan for football, because football is tricky. It's year to year. It's not like baseball and basketball where you're looking a few years down the road. You're trying to maximize what you can now because tomorrow is not promised for any team, let alone the 49ers with an aging core. So I don't understand the plan. I know they have their ways and they're being a little more methodical than, say, the Rams and the Eagles, who seem to be show a little more initiative and more assertiveness than the Niners are. I just think they need to show a little more urgency, in my opinion. So I don't trust whatever plan they are on right now because, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll call in and let you know. But right now, they're kind of just, going through the motions and, they might miss out on a great opportunity here. A lot of things have to go our way to win the championship this year. Health is a big one.
Dave, can I ask you a question? Dave, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'd love to hear from you, like the specific, what is it that I guess the way I'm going to ask it, what is it you want them to do that they're not doing that would represent urgency to you?
I have a few, if you don't mind. One big one is a lot of people have mentioned the offensive line. I don't think they put much effort into that. I think the safety position, I mean, people are claiming to draft a safety, sign a safety. I know they signed Ashton Davis, but I don't think that solves the problems. You're in the draft this year, you trade back, okay. You bring in Mike Evans. That's your big move. He's older. He's coming off an injury. I'm not sensing. They haven't wowed me in a way where I'm like, okay, whether we win or lose, I respect this effort. Right now, I feel like they're just, like I said, they're going through the motions. Nothing's really moving me as far as, competing this year. Now we have all this cap space saved up, and I know that's for down the road stuff, and contracts are going to roll over. I understand that, but it's just the optics of it don't look good. But again, me personally, I'm not feeling a sense of urgency from the 49ers. And again, I could be wrong. They can go and win the Super Bowl, but again, to me, they're coming off as complacent.
Yeah, Dave, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm glad it felt to me like Dave at least answered or attempted to answer one of his questions by saying, like, for instance, when you see online that the 49ers lead the world in cap space, I think it makes a fan go, well, why aren't you using it? And yes, part of the plan is to roll that over to handle things like Purdy and Kittle and Warner and guys who have signed recent contract extensions, even what they've done with people like Trent Williams, where you're moving the can down the road a little bit.
They're over the cap next year and 2028.
Right, which is amazing because they have the most cap space in the league right now for 2026.
Yes. That just gives you a sense of Purdy's coming up, and they've already kicked the can down the road a lot.
But the idea that the moves, and that's fine if you don't like the moves, but them representing a lack of urgency. The one thing that stood out to me with what Dave just said is that the NFL is a year-to-year league, which is a fun phrase because everything in life is, but I get what he's saying. It's a year-to-year league, but I don't think that means that because you're a big brand and have some good veterans on your team, that all chips need to get shoved into the middle of the table at all times. I understand why Niner fans, many of them got triggered this week with the Myles Garrett situation, combined with the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl last year. But I don't think the 49ers, with the way their finances are working right now, and a quarterback they really like who's only 26, I don't believe that means the Niners should be making moves that suggest urgency, must this year kind of a thing. Sure, a normal amount of urgency, you try to win every single year, but not at the expense of all things, I guess is what I'm saying. They needed to reboot their books to a degree last year, and we saw them do that with a lot of their moves. I thought that was prudent. It made sense. They played through it, played well, injuries, etc. That's just kind of how I see it. I see them as having plenty to compete this year. The rest of the league is looking at them as a top 5 contender. We're just kind of annoyed because 2 of the other teams in the division are even higher. But I don't sense. Do you sense a lack of urgency?
I don't think I describe it that way. When I was listening to Dave talk, I think there's been a little part of me that has maybe felt that just a tiny bit, but I think it's been influenced by who is in their division.
Yep.
And I think it's also been influenced by coming so close, but not getting it done in the past.
No doubt.
So, like, for example, and this is maybe where the Rams example is even more frustrating because they have gotten it done in the recent past, and they're, going all in, for lack of a better phrase, still right now trying to get a second one. And I heard the morning show talking about this a little bit today, and I think there is something there. I know I personally would feel different about this season if, say, they beat the Chiefs in Las Vegas a couple of years ago in the Super Bowl.
Of course. You'd feel different about every season.
Because I felt like their best chance to win it all has gone by the wayside.
Probably true.
And when every season comes and goes, and either they don't win or they go into this season, and I don't feel like a ton of confidence that this is, the best team or has a really, really good chance to win the Super Bowl. They're good. They're obviously good. They made the playoffs last year and nobody was healthy. Like, they're going to be good this year as long as they're healthy. They might even be good if they're not healthy because they were last year. But just the way that my Niners experience has gone recently, paired with what the Rams experience has been, paired now with the dreaded team from up north also winning the Super Bowl, it's like everyone else is winning and is really freaking good, and you're still good. Yeah, I'm not saying you're not, but I need more than just being good.
Sure, but
it's not a lack of urgency. It's more just the reality of their situation.
That doesn't make their moves wrong.
I don't think so.
So that what I hear there, what's so fascinating about what Dave just said, what I hear there is exactly what a lot of people are calling the Warriors crazy for. So in other words, he said, you got to show this urgency because you've got high-priced superstar veterans on your team. You've got to go all in for them. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, that's exactly the Warrior narrative, and many are calling him nuts for it. Now, maybe it's more, it's a little bit
different.
It's different.
It's kind of the Warriors narrative of maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Let me say it differently then. Are you suggesting that the 49ers should push more chips into middle of table because they have Trent Williams, who is the same age as Steph Curry? You have Christian McCaffrey, who is in decline and overworked. You have George Kittle coming off of major injury.
The toughest injury possible.
You have Fred Warner coming off of major injury, and you have Nick Bosa coming off of major injury. Could I not make the case that that's a pretty flimsy thing to chase? You have got to start building for the future too, because even if those guys are still elite, come on, the days have got to be numbered. They're so numbered for that group. Think of that. All 5 of those guys are not in ideal positions anymore.
I hear what you're saying, but the days being numbered in and of itself is an argument for, okay, do it now.
Right, but at the expense of what? And are you chasing something unrealistic? Are you like, okay, here's what we're going to do. They're all going to come back. They're all going to be healthy this year.
Have the Warriors been chasing something unrealistic for 3 years?
You could accuse them of it, yes. Yes.
But the majority of the fan base probably was behind doing that.
Sure. And so I don't think Dave's opinion is crazy. I don't think it's crazy. I just think that point number one is the one you said. It is different. The roster is so much bigger.
Yeah.
And Steph Curry has so much more gravity even than any of the players
and the Niners team is better than the Warriors team.
Right. Like they just won 12 games and a playoff game.
Without Bosa, without Warner, guys. Without Kittle.
So, couldn't I argue, and I think I have already this week, that the biggest additions that the 49ers will have is their guys are going to be back. Assuming they're back.
Yeah. That also does come off sounding like Mike Dunleavy saying, well, Jimmy Butler's going to be back and Moses Moody's going to be back, and that's going to be our deadline acquisitions this coming year.
And that's no good, but at the same time, you do have to cross your fingers and hope that the things you have go well. The same way the Rams are going to cross their fingers with Stafford's back. Like, you have to have those things go well.
Like, I know you and I were sitting here Monday, and we generally agreed that the Myles Garrett trade made more sense for the Rams than it did for the Niners. I think the main reason why, for me, obviously, Rams with Stafford, that makes winning this year, way more important. The Niners have a younger quarterback. They feel like they can be competitive for a long time coming. The reason why it made sense for the Rams, the second reason, was because they had a young asset that wasn't a draft pick that they felt comfortable giving up. If the Niners had a Jared Verse and it only cost you one extra first-round pick, I'm open to doing it at that point.
Sure.
I wouldn't want the Niners to do it because it would have cost them maybe 3 first-round picks, and that's not something I feel comfortable doing. But if you have, just because of where the Niners are in their roster timeline doesn't make me anti-Myles Garrett trade. The assets that it would have taken to get it done, considering you don't have the young stud that the Browns would have wanted, is what makes me okay with the Niners not doing it.
And that's fair. And, if Michael Williams hadn't torn his ACL, maybe he would have been in that conversation. I don't know.
Probably not.
Not quite.
He would have had a better chance to be in the conversation.
He might have been an interesting player to other teams. for sure. All right, we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Still time for your calls at 888-957-9570. That's Grandy in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. Let's be honest. Most people don't just want to lose weight. They want more energy, better sleep, better workouts, better confidence, and to feel good again. That's why so many people are turning to Jumpstart MD. They take a total health optimization approach with real medical support, not some random online program where you're left figuring it out all by yourself. At Jumpstart MD, you work directly with clinicians who personalize your plan and stay with you every step of the way. They offer affordable GLP-1 medications, non-GLP-1 weight loss options, testosterone therapy for men, total hormone optimization, and even peptide therapy. And the best part, it's all tailored to you, your labs, your goals, your lifestyle. You can meet with them at any one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or online anywhere in California. Right now, mention the game and get up to 70% off. Plus, all members receive a free hormone consultation. Call 855-JUMPSTART or go to jumpstartmd.com. We got you, California.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
2 crashes
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Versatile, fuel-efficient, and the best-selling SUV in America. Get your CR-V today. It's the right car right now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I have no interest in being a downer.
Why do you say that?
Well, I was thinking about this today. I'm driving around, Steiny and Goo, right, the Giants. Everybody's just so like, And so I started thinking about 2026.
And?
The Warrior win over the Clippers in the play-in tournament came to mind.
Okay.
And the 49ers victory over the Philadelphia Eagles came to mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scene.
That's it? Things that we can wrap our arms around?
Yeah, like...
We're almost halfway through the year.
Has anything else good happened? And I don't want to... I know that the Valkyries are fun. I get the Sharks were fun. Sure. But things with gravity in terms of how sports are going in 2026. And
those are the two best singular games, meaningful games.
The Warriors ended up with way more losses than wins. The Giants have an unbelievably large amount of losses over wins. The 49ers went to the divisional round and got completely knocked off of their feet. But I get that. The win over the Eagles and the win over the Clippers. Is there anything else? We're almost halfway done with the year. Is there anything else that hops off of the page for you?
The Giants winning a series versus the Dodgers.
I mean, I'll take it.
Patrick Bailey's home run in the 8th inning versus the Dodgers.
You're not even on the team anymore. I mean, he got a big homer against you know?
Unless I'm forgetting something very obvious, the other things you can point to are like not meaningless, but nowhere near as impactful as a road playoff win in the NFL. Like, not even close.
And I know
it's singular moments that were fun, but it's in the course of the Giants season while they're on their way to being the worst team in the National League.
And I know the play-in win over the Clippers, some will scoff at that. I think that
was really fun in the moment. Oh, my God.
Super fun in the moment, and Steve Kerr said that they were champions.
They're moving the goalposts. Champions of the play-in.
For one night.
The second champion of the play-in.
And we'll never know if he would still be the coach of the Warriors or not if they hadn't won that basketball
He admitted to us that he thinks probably he would have been anyway.
Probably.
Right?
But that kind of solidified it sounded like.
We talked about this. I think when it happened, Dibs was out, and we did a couple of shows together right around when that happened. What Steve told us and what we read in that great story by Wright Thompson, Steve came back not necessarily because of that game and because it reminded him of what they can be and why he's so addicted to this game. He came back because Warriors ownership and the general manager, Mike Dunleavy, made it clear that he's not overstaying his welcome. Like, that was the main reason why he came back, I think.
Agreed.
He always wanted to do this job, but he, being selfless, was like, maybe it's not right for me to be here anymore.
I totally agree with you, but we also cannot undo how that story by Wright Thompson started, and it was Steve Kerr at breakfast the morning of the Clipper game saying, I'm out.
But I think in his mind, the assumption was that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy might want to go in a different direction anyway.
Even if that wasn't stated, he felt allergic to the idea of staying too long, and he needed to be convinced otherwise.
And I think he was convinced.
And you're probably right that he would have been convinced either way.
I think so.
But that went a long way.
It did.
That went a long way. So for me, that game has gravity to it. That game has some gravity to it, even though in the grand scheme of Warrior basketball, to move from the 10 seed into the 9 seed is not all that exciting.
Well, we're talking about memorable moments from 2026 so far, and you mentioned Niners over Eagles and then Warriors over Clippers in the play-in. Aaron in Richmond says, hey, guys, how about Steve Kerr re-signing? Is that a moment for you? We're just talking about the moment.
Well, the funny thing is he forgot the dash, so he actually wrote the word resigning.
Yeah,
so maybe this is foreshadowing, and he thinks at some point Steve's going to resign this year.
One of my pet peeves about the English language. Just one little dash can make a synonym its antonym.
It's actually the exact opposite. Yeah. How about Steve Kerr re-signing? I guess maybe what I just did is sort of I joined those two things at the hip.
Yeah.
Well, the win over the Clippers and the fact that Steve Kerr was back. I will tell you that, okay, if we're going to use those three things, of the three, Steve Kerr being back surprised me the least.
Yes, I would agree.
The 49ers going into Philly.
Oh, I didn't give them a chance. I did not give them a chance.
And then the game against the Clippers, I gave him a chance going in, but it didn't look like it at any point in the game until the very end.
And it took 4 Al Horford threes after he played the worst game of his life through 3 quarters.
And maybe Kerr coming back, you and I were overconfident about that. Maybe there was more going on behind the scenes than we realized.
Oh, clearly.
But in the end, scoreboard, we were right.
I was right. Yeah, take that, Shasky.
Nailed it.
Shasky was texting me that whole month while we were waiting.
Saying what?
Oh, he's not coming back. He's done. He's done.
And then Steiny, of course, was just like, he's not coming back.
Well, Steiny went back and forth like 8 times.
He's not coming back. He's coming back. He's not coming back. Hey, he's coming back. He's coming back.
I remember, I listened to that show most mornings, as I know you do too.
Of course.
And I feel like every week he was like a different opinion. From starting in February.
408, Kerr should have taken the high ground and left. Why is that the high ground?
Yeah, I don't know. Us including Steve Kerr coming back as one of the greatest moments of 2026 probably pissed off half the listening audience. Because there's a lot of Warrior fans that didn't want Steve Kerr back.
Aaron in Richmond did that, not us. We just answered it.
And we said, it's kind of one of those moments.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm glad that it happened, but it's not a sporting outcome.
Wait. There's another moment.
What? What is it?
They traded Kuminga.
I
love Kuminga.
That wasn't fun.
They got Porzingis.
The Super Bowl was here. That
wasn't fun either. No. I was there.
The week leading up was. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Well, that's when Kuminga got traded.
Yeah.
I didn't.
The Kerr moment to me is kind of like the Kuminga moment because it's something we'd been waiting for so long. And I don't know if I was excited. I more so was just happy that the decision was made and it was done.
Yeah, and I'm happy the way it went, but I don't count that the same as actual sporting events. I was kind of thinking about outcomes.
Well,
Bay Area teams and outcomes. is kind of what I was on my mind.
The Sharks game we were at the tank against the Canadiens was one of the best moments.
Right, but that's so
regular season
it's just
game.
A game. It just happened.
But it was an amazing game.
Right, but you only love that because we were there.
I mean, it would have been fun to watch, as I'm sure a lot of our audience was watching.
I've had some fun at Giants games because I was there. I went to games on back-to-back days where they hit grand slams.
That's true.
They scored 17 runs in a 2-day period, or 18. 18 runs on a weekend.
And then they scored 19 in Colorado just a few days ago.
Maybe the Giants should only play on the weekends.
Maybe.
Crack the code. Take that.